Chapter 81. Songshur walked over, and Tangyu made way for the door. The closer they got to the hotel, the stronger the aroma of cooking filled the air. Songshur lifted the curtain and entered, only to see Tangyu wearing a large apron and rolled-up sleeves. "Are you cooking?" Wang Ding usually worked in the kitchen. Tangyu picked up a tomato from the cash register. "My dad's resting upstairs. I cooked today." She walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was right next to the cash register, small, barely big enough for 4 people to eat. "Is Uncle Wang not feeling well yet?" "I go check on him," Songshur said, and was about to go upstairs, planning to fix him up after his shower. "No need," Tangyu poked her head out from behind the kitchen door and called her softly. "He just didn't sleep well and is sleepy. Call him later when it's time for dinner." Songshur, "Okay, I come down and help you." 10 minutes later, Songshur entered the kitchen, refreshed. "Can I help you?" She stood behind Tangyu. Tangyu was scrambling tomatoes and eggs, her movements expertly executed. Soon, the dish was ready, beautiful and fragrant. She covered the dish with a thermos. "I'm going to make a soup, so just stir-fry one of your specialties. The ingredients are in the fridge." Tangyu made way to prepare the soup. Songshur stood still. She stared at the steaming tomatoes and eggs in the transparent thermos, thinking back to her cooking experiences in her previous life. It seemed like, "I only know how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Tangyu, Finally, Songshur stood at the cashier, checking in guests. The elderly man on the day shift, having worked all night the previous night, and then been summoned to the city security team for questioning this morning, couldn't handle the strain and fell ill. His daughter took him home to recuperate. Songshur sat where Wang Ding had sat, her chin propped up as she watched the people coming and going outside, wondering how to get Bao Bo's hair for genetic analysis. She did a quick search online. The Supernatural Administration charges 100,000 federal coins for a single genetic sequence analysis. Ordinary hospitals do offer genetic analysis services, charging only a few thousand, but they aren't allowed to analyze supernatural genes. She had just earned 200 points from this mission, which translated to 20,000 in cash. But after this mission, she decided to use all of her points to level up. She was currently a D-level hunter, so she could only team up with D-levels and accept missions from D-levels. D-level missions weren't very challenging for her. Thinking of the missions, Songshur clicked on the mission claiming page on the Hunter Group's official website. The red mission list kept refreshing. But almost as soon as it appeared, it would turn green. Songshur remembered what the glasses-wearing boy had said in the group chat. New users had an easier time getting their first mission, a bonus from the group. Anyway, Lao Nyo never managed to snatch a second one. Xiaolon, the team leader, had snatched 3, Shaker had snatched 4, and Glasses had snatched the most, 16. And that's the result of 2 years. On average, they snatched less than 1 a month. And that's the result of them constantly checking the quest page whenever they had time. Are quests really that hard to snatch? Songshur stared at the top of the ever-changing list, pursed her lips, and held her fingers close. Ready? The moment the next quest appeared, she clicked it. Accept quest. Assassinate Fawn Liming, leader of the Western Suburbs Light Society. Quest points, 1,000. Personal quest reward, 1 healing skill reminder. Quest cost, 10 mental energy capacity. Do you agree? Songshur stared at the lines before her. These words didn't appear on the virtual screen of the optical computer, but suddenly appeared in her mind, a reminder from the system. Songshur had completely unexpectedly been involved by the system. The system hadn't appeared the last time she accepted the mission. Do you agree? The system reminded her again, and green subtitles appeared before her. Songshur looked at the line indicating the mission cost. Accepting this mission would consume 10 of her mental capacity. Mental capacity is different from mental points. She would actively consume these points every day. After she used them up, she'd sleep and take a supplement. The next day, her mental capacity would be fully restored, with an increase of 1 to 5 points. The specific increase depended on her consumption patterns the previous day. Thrilling combat often yielded a significant amount of experience points, while using healing skills, like repair, and soothing was secondary. Simply releasing mental power without doing anything else yielded the lowest amount of experience points, sometimes even no points at all. Mental capacity was the ultimate result of the continuous increase in mental points. For example, her current mental points were 5. But her actual mental power capacity was 36. After a good rest today, she could recover to 36 points tomorrow or tonight. Taking on this mission would deduct 10 points from her mental power capacity. She would only be able to recover to 26 points. Furthermore, The higher her mental power points, the greater the energy contained in each point, and the harder it was to accumulate. To use a purification metaphor, a difference of 10 points meant she would have to purify 3.6 cubic meters less of black energy. But the mission reward was truly enticing. The healing skill reminder was what she needed most right now. Agreed, Songshur said. The screen before him vanished, replaced by a virtual screen projection on the computer. Congratulations on accepting commission number 304963. Mission objective: assassinate Fawn Liming, leader of the Western Suburbs Light Society. Mission points, 1000. Please check back for details. Songshur sent the screenshot to the 5-person team's group chat. Oh, by the way, the 5-person team has changed its name to Holding Thighs. A few seconds after Songshur sent the message, the computer began to buzz. Glasses. This is unbelievable. The 1000-point mission is a popular one, and we're the ones who got it. Old cow. Little Song is amazing. When they were taken to the hospital for identity registration, Songshur's name was exposed. To be fair, the other 4 people took the initiative to tell Songshur their names. The 5 of them knew each other's real names. But the others still used nicknames. After 2 years of habit, it was hard to break it. Songshur simply called out his real name. Lanyo and Yen Jing weren't focused on the mission itself. Compared to them, Yaozi and Xiaolon had much more to consider. Yaozi. While the Guanghui organization isn't among the top 3 in size in the western suburbs, it still has several hundred members and is quite powerful. Assassinating their leader with just a few of us will be difficult. Xiaolon. This mission has a time limit. Before next Friday, can you, Xiao Song, adjust the time? Songshur, sure. She can take time off then. Xiaolon. I make a detailed plan and send it out before tonight. We discuss it in detail. Songshur, okay. She exited the chat page. This mission wasn't on the same level as the first one. She needed to be fully prepared. She had to find out whether Baobo's hypnosis skills were actually healing. Songshur clicked on a popular second-hand trading platform in this world. Chapter 82. Long-acting nutrient solution available. 15 bottles for 100,000 federal coins. Pick up before midnight. Songshur wrote the address at a public gym not far from the hotel. After all this, Tang Yu's meal was ready, and the table was being set. Songshur went upstairs to call Wang Ding. Upon hearing that Tang Yu had prepared the meal, Wang Ding visibly panicked. He stood there for a moment, then pulled out a nearly 1-liter bucket of milk from the refrigerator in his room. Let's go downstairs. Wang Ding walked around Songshur, his demeanor unfazed. Songshur, confused, followed him downstairs. At the table, Songshur understood after taking her first bite. Spicy, incredibly spicy. The soup was still a little hot, so she took a chopstick of tomato and egg to subdue the spiciness. But how could scrambled eggs with tomatoes taste spicy? The color looked so normal. Songshur's forehead was steaming, and her throat felt like it was on fire. Wang Ding sympathetically pushed the milk he had prepared toward her. Songshur quickly lifted it to her lips, but before she could even sip, the spicy sensation instantly vanished. Songshur's grip on the cup paused, realizing that her healing ability had begun to kick in. She didn't show it, but continued to take a few sips of the milk and set the cup down. Tang Yu was a very perceptive person. Her father and friends were attentive to her feelings, so even though the spiciness was subtle, she still noticed. Is it very spicy? I used the chili liquid sparingly. She took a piece of egg and tasted it, but couldn't detect any flavor. Not very spicy. Wang Ding, not wanting to dampen his daughter's enthusiasm for cooking, volunteered to fill his mouthful with the dish and mumbled, much better than last time. Just the right level of spiciness for most people. If you ignore his face, which was almost red like guangong, his explanation is quite convincing. Wang Ding initially tried to resist drinking the water, his face turning from red to black. Finally, Tang Yu couldn't bear it any longer, so she put down her chopsticks and handed him the milk. Wang Ding couldn't resist the temptation of milk and gulped down the entire glass. Placing the glass on the table, he made an excuse for his daughter. Our hotel is too humid, so we need spicy food to drive out the dampness. Songshur took advantage of his stubbornness to search online for differences between the Tay system of fire elements and ordinary people. The first line of information revealed, fire elements have 1/10 the sensitivity of ordinary people to spicy food, and their tolerance to spicy food is one of their awakened talents. Songshur, as expected. How about I make another dish without chili? Tang Yu leaned on the table and stood up. No need. No need. Songshur and Wang Ding said in unison, then exchanged a glance, each seeing in the other's eyes the determination not to waste Xiao Yuzi's hard work. Okay then. Tang Yu sat back down. Song Shi and Wang Ding lowered their heads, picked up some food, and shoveled it into their mouths, trying not to put on a mask of pain. Song Shi was relatively well off. She had a natural healing ability, and the spiciness would only last for a moment before she recovered. Wang Ding could only hold on his own. 15 minutes later, Wang Ding sent Song Shi and Tang Yu back to rest, while he himself guzzled cold water from the tap. During the entire meal, 5 people from the second-hand platform came to Song Shi to buy nutrient solution. After all, saving 50,000 federal coins wasn't enough for anyone. Song Shi flipped chronologically to the first person, who asked her and clicked into the chat. He requested to personally inspect the goods and pay on the spot for the genuine goods. Song Shi replied yes. They arranged another time. The other party's home happened to be nearby, so he could pick up the goods anytime. It wouldn't take Song Shi 10 minutes to get to the gym, but considering the possibility of revealing his address, he agreed to meet in an hour. Song Shi found his shopping bag and put 15 nutrient solution tubes into it. With nearly an hour left before the meeting, Song Shi set the alarm, sat down at his desk, and continued flipping through his anatomy book from where he left off. The bell rang, and Song Shi put on her sweatshirt and jacket, carrying the shopping bag. Wang Ding was interviewing short-term employees downstairs. Song Shi briefly greeted him, and squeezed through the crowd to leave the shop. She put on her sweatshirt hood and a mask and headed towards the gym. As she walked, she contacted the buyer. Arriving at the gym entrance, Song Shi immediately noticed a woman standing by the window. She wore black-framed glasses and kept looking down at her laptop, as if waiting for someone. Song Shi ran straight towards her. Is it beautiful girl super rich? The girl was startled and quickly made a hushed gesture. She looked around, seeing no one else, and then claimed the somewhat embarrassing online name. Let me see the nutrient solution. Song Shi opened the bag and took out a tube. This is the Federation's special nutrient solution for healers. It has an anti-counterfeit label on it. You can verify it. The girl held up her computer and scanned the code, looking at the screen. It's really the exclusive nutrient solution for healers. You can even get this now? She classified Song Shi as one of the nutrient solution dealers reselling Federation nutrient solution. These days, nutrient solution dealership is a new profession in the Federation. Because nutrient solution is so expensive, this profession has emerged. They specialize in reselling nutrient solution that doesn't meet the required quality standards and must be destroyed, but in fact, the effects it contains can still enhance the awakened's mental strength. Song Shi didn't explain, simply holding up his laptop and saying, "Scan the code." The girl readily transferred 100,000 federal coins to Song Shi and instructed, "If you have this kind of nutrient solution in the future, be sure to contact me again. I'd definitely buy it again." Song Shi nodded, confirming the payment, handed the bag to her, and turned to leave. Watching Song Shi's back as he strode away, the girl wiped her saliva and said, "Nutrient solution dealers are so cool these days." She stood there for a long time, unwilling to leave, until she could no longer see Song Shi. Then she came to her senses and slapped herself hard on the forehead. "I forgot to add my contact information." Song Shi took the money and went directly to the Supernatural Management Bureau. He handed the hair to someone inside, paid, and sat on a chair outside to wait. The analysis results will be out in 2 hours. Many parents in the area brought their children to have their awakening levels measured. Before entering the testing room, every face was smiling, eagerly awaiting their child's entrance. But when the child emerged and their awakening level was revealed, the expressions on the parents' faces became a riot of emotion. Disappointment, disbelief, surprise, sorrow. Song Shi thought of her father, whom she had never met. Her berserk-type differentiation before awakening was nearly 50%, a probability that strongly suggests one of her parents was a berserk type. Zhao Jing was a healer, so her father could only be a berserk type. Where was her father now? Why hadn't he appeared? What had Lu Qiqi meant by his hesitation? Song Shi let her thoughts wander. The drowsiness of only 3 hours sleep washed over her, leaving her half-conscious and half-hazy. Until 2 hours had passed, and the announcement notified her to collect the test results. Chapter 83. Healing System. Grade D. Song Shi took the paper test report. The word healing system was clearly visible in the lower right corner of the test results. So hypnosis is indeed a healing system skill. This skill was discovered by a healing system awakener, who wasn't recognized by the Federation. Where is this gentleman now? The staff member, who handed Song Shi the test report, stared at him. Their duty was to know the whereabouts of every awakener and ensure their safety. He's dead? What? The staff member looked shocked, then stepped back away from Song Shi and called the security guards into their headsets. The nearby security guards quickly gathered around him, protecting him behind their backs, their guns pointed warily at Song Shi. The staff member, relieved, calmly spoke to Song Shi. How did he die? Song Shi put the autopsy report in his bag. This morning, a strange beast appeared 4 kilometers east of the Shijiao bus stop. He died in its mouth. The staff member, in disbelief, looked serious. How could a strange beast appear at the base? Song Shi spread his hands. I don't know. You can ask the urban security team. They cleaned up the accident scene and are responsible for the investigation. The awakened from the hunting group took the body of the 4-eyed stink dog away and called the police. The scene was indeed cleaned by the urban security team. The staff stared at Song Shi for a moment, her frankness gradually dispelling their doubts. Wait a moment. We need to verify with the urban security team. What was the deceased's name? Bao Bo. Song Shi sat in a chair and waited for over 10 minutes before a staff member emerged from the studio and informed her that she could leave. Song Shi stood up and left. After taking the bus back to the hotel, Song Shi threw herself onto the bed, looking up at the ceiling. She called up the light screen in her mind. Power name, Healing. Class, Psychic. Level, A+, 140/200, Talent 1, Healing. Skills, Self-Healing, A+, Repair, C, Soothe, C, Purify, C, Talent 2, Destruction. Skill, Mind Play, A. Power name, Rage. Class, Enhancement. Level, A+. Upgrade progress, 31%. Spiritual power, primary 16 out of 100. It's still too weak. Both healing and rage are a+, and both have only progressed to about 1/3. Spiritual power capacity is still at the elementary level. Song Shi wasn't worried about upgrading rage, she could just pick a fight. The fact that she had to discover her own healing skills was a real headache for Song Shi. Even if she knew the names of the skills, she still had to figure out how to use them. Like hypnosis skills today. Bao Bo explained a lot, but none of it was useful. Now without a subject for hypnosis, Song Shi decided to think of a solution tomorrow, after getting on the bus. She closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Until the light brain vibrated continuously. Song Shi opened her eyes, and checked the time. It was 8 p.m. There were over 20 unread messages in the Holding Thighs group. Song Shi clicked on it. Xiaolon had already sent out the plan. The others were discussing it. There were 2 plans, to put it simply. Plan A, outsmart. Disguise yourself and enter the Guanghui organization's lair, approach Fong Liming, find an opportunity to strike, and then evacuate under the protection of the others. Plan B, forced attack. Unite with other organizations that have long been at odds with the Light Society and storm their way in. Little Blue. The major gangs in the western suburbs have always been at odds with each other, frequently engaging in violent clashes over territory. Little Blue. Fong Liming's Light Society has offended many other gangs. A large-scale conflict recently erupted, resulting in a mutually devastating loss, with no one reaping the benefits. Little Blue. The Light Society hasn't recovered yet, and there must be many gangs eyeing them. We just need to unite with one of them, leverage their power, storm into the Light Society, and get close to Fong Liming, and our mission will be halfway accomplished. Old Cow. We're so weak, which organization would be willing to join forces with us? Glasses. I agree. We're only a D-rank team. If we were A or B rank, they might consider it. Little Blue at Glasses. This is up to you. Find out which organizations in the western suburbs are at odds with the Light Society, as well as their respective strengths, the personalities of their leaders, and so on. The more specific the better. Send it to me by 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. Glasses. I refuse. That's the western suburbs. They use their own network, and I can't hack it. Yuzi exposes him. I saw you hack into the federal bus surveillance system this afternoon. If you had done it earlier, would I have had to search for Bao Bo from bus to bus? I'm so embarrassed. Glasses. Where did you see that? My laptop has privacy. Yuzi. I saw it from the light reflected from your pupils. Glasses. Shao Du. You're so mean. Yuzi. It's your fault for always hiding things, making our entire team so weak. Glasses. You're not much better off, none of you. 4 of you can't even protect a support like me. Xiaolon promptly interrupted the heated conversation between the two. At Glasses, this matter is your responsibility. Also, find the internal structure diagram of the Light Society. Xiaolon, also, we need to prepare for both scenarios. Plan A must also be implemented. I'm tentatively deciding that Song Shi will be the one to disguise and assassinate Fan Liming. Yaozi and I will work with her, and Lao Niu will be the backup. At Yaozi, open your equipment vault tomorrow. We need to select weapons. Yaozi, I prepare them for you. You don't have to make a special trip. Glass has finally got his chance for revenge. Captain! Don't listen to him. He's so stingy, he definitely won't give you any good weapons. You all go in person and pick the best ones. Let him bleed too. Yaozi, Xiaolan, it's settled. Meet at Yezue Bar at 10 a.m. tomorrow. At Song Shi, our team's dedicated studio is in room 06 on the 25th floor. Song Shi replied with a received and put down her laptop. After drinking 2 bottles of nutrient solution for lunch, she went into the bathroom to shower, pulled out the chair in front of her desk, and sat down. She first searched online for how psychic awakeners could use hypnosis. Psychic and healing types fall into the same psychic category, so hypnosis skills should have some similarities. Looking at the results, Song Shi was surprised to discover that hypnosis suppresses brain function, whereas the key to repairing the comatose patient she had previously treated at the military hospital was to activate brain function. Hypnosis is the reverse effect of repair. The mind play she had discovered earlier is the reverse effect of calm. Her second awakened talent, destruction, is also the opposite of her first talent, healing. Could it be that the 5 skills under her destruction talent are related to the 5 skills under her healing talent? Chapter 84. The next day, Song Shi went to the designated location, room 06 on the 25th floor of the Yezue Bar. It was a small office, with a conference table occupying the center, surrounded by 5 chairs. At the end of the table stood a black metal door, with a metal sign in the center reading Arsenal. Xiaolan had already arrived, leaning back in her chair with her legs crossed. She waved a finger across the virtual screen of her computer. This is my tentative list of weapons we need. See if there's anything you need to add. Song Shi lowered her head and clicked on the message received on her computer. What she saw was a densely written table. Upon closer inspection, she saw a list of various gun models with long prefixes, ammunition with different names, controlled knives of different styles and uses, an endless stream of auxiliary equipment, and abbreviations she didn't even recognize. Song Shi was incredulous. Are these all we need for this mission? She still remembered that on the last mission, Yaozi had carried 3 plastic bags containing rusty daggers. Xiaolan tilted her head and pounded her neck, letting out a sigh of relief, completely unaware of Song Shi's surprise. Yeah, I've been sorting this out all night, and I'm exhausted. Do you have anything to add? Song Shi glanced at the spreadsheet again. She knew nothing about it. She had joined the team specifically to learn these things. Xiaolan seemed to subconsciously believe she knew everything about them. I don't know how to use a gun, Song Shi said bluntly. Xiaolan's arm stiffened as she pounded her neck. She slowly raised her eyes to look at Song Shi. This time, she was shocked. You? I've only touched a gun once. It was the guard's gun I snatched at the experimental base, used to scare the pink-haired Qin Yi's men. You don't even have a gun license? Xiaolan said seriously. Don't everyone take a test after turning 14? Song Shi, hearing about gun licenses for the first time in this world, said, I don't think so. She wasn't sure if her original self had one, and she needed to check some website for records. Xiaolan fell silent. The office door opened again, and the other 3 people came in. Xiaolan slammed her hands on the table, standing up with a swish. Her chair was pushed back, slamming against the wall behind her. The 3 people who walked in were startled by the noise and stared at her, bewildered. Yaozi, I have a very important task for you. Yaozi, who had lost a lot of money today, was already feeling depressed. Hearing that he had another task, he pulled out a chair with a scowl and sat down. What task? Teach Song Shi how to use a gun before the official operation. A pistol will do. Yaozi fell silent, echoing Xiaolan's reaction. Xiao Song, you don't know how to use a gun? Old Niu asked, his face filled with shock. His voice was deep and resonant throughout the conference room. The bespectacled boy added, I know how to use them. Song Shi. So a gun license in this world is as common and unskilled as a Mandarin language license in the previous life? Xiaolan tapped the table with her fingers. Stop talking, Yaozi. Your marksmanship is the best among us. This mission is yours. On the day of the mission, I want to see her use a pistol with perfect accuracy. Yaozi looked extremely reluctant, but faced with Xiaolan's unyielding gaze, she was forced to nod, yes. Song Shi watched the scene silently. This team seemed like a ragtag group, each with their own personalities and selfish motives, unorganized and undisciplined. But faced with Xiao Lan's orders, everyone had to follow her instructions, no matter how reluctant they were. To a certain extent, Xiao Lan was quite adept at managing her subordinates. She didn't fuss over small matters, but she insisted on getting her way on major matters. Songshi, Xiao Lan called her name. Songshi came back to her senses and looked at her. Although you were hired as a handyman according to logistics standards, your skills were recognized by all of us during the last mission, Xiao Lan said seriously. You shouldn't be limited to logistics. Yao Zi's marksmanship took third place in the ranger shooting competition organized by the ranger group, Xiao Lan emphasized. A competition open to rangers of all levels. Songshi looked at Yao Zi, who was leaning back in his chair, his arms folded across his chest, his head tilted back at a 120-degree angle. She hadn't expected such a stingy person to possess such strength. Lao Niu sat down next to Yao Zi, resting his hand on his shoulder, a hint of envy. Outside, he get 10,000 Federation coins for a private lesson, but you can take his lessons for free, so you should cherish it. Songshi, shock. 10,000. The price of a tube of nutrient solution. Yes, added the man with glasses, leaning back against the conference table, coldly. This is one of the few opportunities you have to take advantage of him. Yao Zi's proud head dropped as he suddenly realized he'd been shortchanged. Xiao Lan interrupted, distracting Yao Zi. Open the armory and count the weapons according to the list I gave you. Everyone, take your gear and practice beforehand. We haven't had a real mission in ages, so everyone's hands are definitely rusty. Yao Zi stood up and walked over to the armory for iris verification. Lao Niu twirled his arms behind him. Indeed, as I recall, we've been sitting there for about 8 or 9 months, and we haven't received a mission this good. The young man at the back of the conference table straightened up and raised his glasses. To be exact, it's been 10 months and 12 days. The last time, we assassinated the wealthy man in the inner city. Yao Zi used the money he stole to buy a lot of good equipment. Identification successful. The metal door made a crisp sound and slowly opened outward. Songshi looked inside, his eyes widening unconsciously, his feet nailed to the ground, forgetting to make way for Lao Niu behind him. The room, roughly the size of the conference room, was filled with all kinds of weapons and equipment. The walls were covered in a black mass of guns of various styles, and row after row of shelves were also filled to the brim. In the center, a complete set of mechanical armor, encased in a glass cover, was similar to the style she had seen online, only worn by soldiers in the inner city. Yao Zi turned around and argued fiercely, "Isn't the equipment I paid for all for you? You're getting a freebie, and still acting like a spoiled child." Yin Jing sneered, "For us? You've probably forgotten that you only brought 3 crappy daggers for the last mission. The gun you gave the captain the night before that either misfired, and the time before that." Shuntai kept counting on his fingers, but Yao Zi didn't want to listen. He went into the armory and began counting according to the list Xiaolan had given him. 10 minutes later, he finished, closed the list, and, following his memory, precisely selected the weapons he needed from the pile of equipment. Soon, his entire arm was covered in them. He turned to Songshi, "Help me take them out." Songshi immediately stepped forward to take them, carried the weapons out, and placed them one by one on the conference table. "And this one." Just as Songshi had finished, Yao Zi called her back in. She looked at where Yao Zi was pointing. It was a fully assembled sniper rifle, over a meter long. Chapter 85. Seeing this thing for the first time in real life, Songshi was still a bit shocked. But having been in this world for so long, she'd seen so many things that challenged her perception. It was just a sniper rifle, so she adjusted quickly. She walked in, the faint smell of engine oil lingering in her nose. She picked up the sniper rifle with both hands. The unique mechanical coolness and reassuring weight made her reluctant to put it down. The old cow clinging to the door frame stretched its neck, staring in surprise at Songshi's effortless lifting of the sniper rifle. "Little Song, you're so strong. I can barely hold this gun." "Nonsense. She could even carry you to the hospital." The young man continued his daily routine. Songshi placed the rifle on the conference table, but smiled silently. The young man moved closer, sitting in the chair next to the sniper rifle, propping his chin up. "I heard you're a berserker type, with a high probability of differentiation?" Songshi was a little surprised. Logically, if he went to the Ability Management Bureau right now, they would only reveal that she was a healer. Instead of asking if she was a healer, the young man asked, "Are you a berserker with a high probability of differentiation?" This meant he hadn't checked the official website of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. He had only asked someone who knew her. This person wasn't even close to her, so they didn't even know she had awakened her healing ability. Who? Songshur thought and said yes. The others were as if they had discovered a new world, especially old Neo, who couldn't hide his emotions the most. The 47-year-old man shouted, "Mom, I saw a living berserker with a high probability of differentiation. He even talked to me. I'm going to tell Mom." He turned his head and went to his head. Yang Zi, who was searching for equipment in the armory, heard this and rushed out in 3 or 5 steps. He hurriedly shook Songshur's hands. "Since you become my disciple, I will definitely teach you everything I know. From now on, you can use any weapon you want. This sniper rifle is nothing." Songshur? ? When did she become a disciple? Wasn't it just to learn how to use a pistol? Also, why aren't the members of this team afraid when they hear she's a high-probability berserk-type differentiation user? Instead, they're so excited. Xiaolan, who had been standing nearby watching the others' playfulness, walked over, pushed Yaozi's shoulder aside, and looked at Songshur. He just wants a berserk-type student to make him look good. You don't have to pay any attention to him. Yes, with you as a student, he can advertise his berserk-type experience. Shuntai knew his teammate inside and out. Although berserk types aren't popular in today's society, we have to acknowledge their strength. If he gets the word out that he's a berserk type teacher, the number of people seeking his classes will increase tenfold. He can even raise his prices, making a sure profit. Shuntai quickly figured out Yuzi's plan. Yaozi didn't get angry. After all, it was the best of both worlds. "Are you willing? I definitely make a lot of money in the future." "Ugh. I teach you." Songshur, upon learning the truth, said, Her heart was moved. But her official profile was still for the healing category, which a quick search would reveal. "I haven't awakened my berserk category yet." Yaozi's smile remained unchanged. "Aren't you still a minor? What's your differentiation score?" 49. Yuzi gasped. 49. So high. He patted Songshur's shoulder, reassuring her. "You definitely awaken." He was blinded by money, but Xiaolan wasn't. From what she knew, berserk category awakenings often occur early in life, and the probability decreases the later you get. Songshur only had 2 months left until adulthood. "I've already awakened my healing category," Yaozi cautiously said. "Are you kidding?" Songshur lowered her head and found the official website of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. She entered her name, and her awakening results appeared. Songshur, female, healing type, awakened on July 25th, year 231 of the mutation. Yaozi's heart collapsed. He took a few steps back, in disbelief. 90 million gone. He had calculated the potential profit the moment he learned that Songshur had a high probability of becoming a berserker type. Xiaolan immediately began to consider whether to continue focusing the mission on Songshur, given that healing types' physical abilities change so rapidly. Shuntai, unconvinced, searched for it himself. When he saw the results pop up, he was at a loss for words. Why had he forgotten to check with the Supernatural Power Management Bureau? Well, it was because he subconsciously hadn't considered the possibility of an awakened person joining his team. "Mom, there's a healer on my team. You don't have to worry about me getting hurt anymore." Songshur, Xiaolan finally spoke up to calm the situation. "Glasses, you and Songshur go down to the training ground to practice shooting. Yuzi, you teach them. Lanyo, it's time to get down to business. Stop using the comms, grab your weapons, and let's go to the training room and practice." She wasn't putting much hope in Songshur anymore. Yaozi was stunned, unresponsive. Glasses raised his hand. "I still have to gather information. Don't you have to review it before noon? Let's practice first." Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Finally, Glasses went home, and the rest of the group took their equipment to the training room. As the elevator descended, Songshur looked at Yaozi, whose shoulders slumped. "Why don't you advertise that you've taught a healer? Wouldn't it be more effective if you could turn a healer into a sharpshooter?" Yaozi leaned his head against the elevator wall, his voice weak. "Healer? You can't even hold a gun steady. I'm afraid it ruined my reputation. Then look at my performance yesterday. Did I look like I couldn't hold a gun steady?" "Yaozi, that's probably because you've just awakened. Your stamina will get weaker over the next few days. I've been awakening for a week." Songshur had researched and found that after awakening the healing element, stamina decreases exponentially, with the fastest decrease in the first few days, then gradually leveling off. Yaozi, somewhat convinced, checked online. He found the same results as Songshur. He sniffed the scent of 90 million and straightened his body. "I teach you how to use a pistol first. After this mission, I see how you're doing. If it's the same as it is now, I move on to the other skills. Songshur nodded. She was a dual-element athlete, and the gap in her healing element stamina had been made up by her berserker element. No matter how long the gap was, her stamina would only increase, not decrease. The training room was on the basement level of the bar. The entire floor was dedicated to training, divided into variously sized areas by barbed wire. The four of them split into two groups, and Yazi led Songshur to the shooting room. During this time, Songshur found the official website for gun licenses online and entered her name. She had never taken the exam for this license. Songshur, having initially given up hope, dropped her wrist and followed Yazi into the adjacent shooting room. She donned goggles and earplugs and entered the area. Yazi began by explaining the most basic techniques. As expected of someone who charges 10,000 federal coins per class, his lectures were devoid of any money-grubbing tendencies. He was serious and meticulous, hitting the essentials with every detail and technique, without a single word of nonsense. Songshur followed his instructions and tried firing. With the first clip of 10 bullets, all 10 hit the bullseye. Songshur's arm was still trembling slightly from the recoil of the gun. Her goggles displayed her target image and calculated score. 10 bullets had left only one bullet hole, a perfect score. Yazi gulped beside her. You really have never used a gun before? Songshur began to doubt herself. She had just listened to Yazi's lecture, and all the information seemed both unfamiliar and new. But as she gripped the gun handle and aimed at the target, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was the familiarity of every muscle line in this body, as if she had practiced countless times, a conditioned reflex. The original body did not have a gun license. That didn't mean she hadn't practiced with a gun. Zhao Jing certainly wouldn't teach the original body how to shoot. Zhao Jing's current husband was a peacock, so it was even more impossible for him to teach the original body. It could only be the original body's unknown father. This was the first time this body had given Songshur a surprise. And it wasn't a surprise that brought her convenience. Rather, she realized her original self wasn't always a coward. Like an old mother, disappointed in her daughter, realizing she once shone. Even if her later years faded, the memory of this moment filled her with pride. Yazi silently took a screenshot of the image on his lens. He would save it for promotional posters. Despite muscle memory, Songshur still wanted this soul from a strange world to live up to the hard work of his original self, so he practiced until 6 in the afternoon. Yazi taught her the key points to keep in mind, and then left. Chapter 86. On the return bus, Songshur sat in the back row and rubbed her eyes wearily. Extended periods of concentration take a toll on mental energy. She leaned her hands against the back of the chair in front of her, resting her head on them. After a moment's rest, she straightened up. She hadn't forgotten her other mission for the day. Unlocking the hypnosis skill. Songshur took a deep breath and peered inside the bus. It was around 7 in the evening, and the bus was crowded, with the seats almost full. Adhering to the principle of proximity, Songshur focused her gaze on the bald man in the front row. The man was in his 60s, wearing black-framed glasses and earphones. He seemed to be listening to music, as his head swayed rhythmically. The neon signs on the street outside the bus reflected his head in a variety of colors. Songshur recalled the steps for using the mental hypnosis skill she had searched online yesterday. First, focus your mental energy. Second, the subjective intention is to wish the target person to fall into a deep sleep. Finally, use mental power to attack the target's sleep center. Songshur had crammed this part of anatomy yesterday. Now it was time to officially put it into action. Songshur stared at the man's head before her. Concentrating her mental power was easy for her. It was a common step in healing skills, after all. Step 2. Subjectively wish for the target to fall into a deep sleep. Songshur thought. The target's head drooped to the left, resting against the window. Songshur? ? She hadn't even completed the steps, and she already succeeded? She felt something was amiss. The bus jolted, and the man's head bumped against the window. He woke, sat up, rubbed his head, and continued listening to his music. Songshur knew something was wrong. Real hypnosis wasn't so easy to wake up from. Like the last time she was hypnotized on the bus, her consciousness was clear, but her body remained immobile. The first 2 steps of hypnosis were similar to mind games. Just now, she had inadvertently released her suppressed sleepiness. The other person had only fallen asleep temporarily. Songshur tried again, carefully controlling her mental energy during the second step to avoid letting the other person feel the same way she did. After completing the second step, Songshur, sweating, didn't dare to relax as she began the third step. Sentence flowed slowly into his brain, and she seemed to see the internal structure of his brain with her own eyes. Blood vessels, nerves, membranes. One blood vessel had a thinner wall than normal, and that area was where the blood flow was most intense, potentially causing a cerebral hemorrhage. Songsher's mind quickly ran through these points of knowledge, then she erased them all, not letting them distract her. She wasn't treating a patient right now. She was studying hypnosis techniques. Songsher began to completely suppress his sleep centers. But there was no real sense of reality. The ethereal mental force passed directly through his brain tissue, unable to touch his nerves, like weighting a sleeve without removing a single brain cell. It had no suppressive effect at all. Songsher attributed this to the lack of physical contact. While hypnosis didn't require physical contact, it might be easier to practice and learn since this was her first time. Songsher made up her mind. She couldn't directly manipulate the swaying bald head before her, so she could only put him to sleep. Songsher glanced at the other people on the bus, some of whom were already dozing off. She cast their sleepiness on the bald man. 3 seconds later, the bald man fell back against the chair. This position was exactly what Songsher wanted. Like a boiled egg on the table, waiting for her knife and fork. Songsher placed 2 fingers on his head and followed the 3 steps of hypnosis. And then, she made another mistake. She had accidentally used her repair skill again. She repaired the thin-walled blood vessel in the man's brain, but due to her inexperience, her technique wasn't steady enough, and her timing wasn't perfect. The cells multiplied too quickly, causing adhesions between the blood vessel and a neighboring one. A series of serious consequences flashed through Songsher's mind. She subconsciously formed a pair of scissors with her right hand, which dangled from her knees, trying to sever the adhesion. But she was just thinking. Healing wasn't that magical. Songsher took a deep breath, indicating that the situation wasn't too serious, it was just a minor adhesion. As long as she fixed it promptly, there wouldn't be any further consequences. Repairing an injured patient with healing techniques inevitably involves adhesions. In this case, it's enough to repair the cells surrounding the wound. Songsher had performed similar repairs under Zhou Tan's guidance. She quickly placed her fingers on the patient's head, releasing the healing power. And then, the adhesion worsened, with 2 blood vessels practically overlapping. The figure before her twitched. Congratulations. You've accidentally unlocked the create patient skill. Songsher, ? She was already finding it hard to accept that she made a fool of herself, and the system's sarcastic tone chilled her even more. But Songsher didn't have time to argue with the system right now. She could already see the 2 adhered blood vessels in the head before her trembling under the rapid impact of blood. If the blood vessel walls couldn't hold up, they could easily rupture, leading to a cerebral hemorrhage. Even if she ignored him, no one would suspect her. But the system's determination of harming innocent people hung like a sword over her head. Lately, no one had bothered her, and her berserk-level progress had been slow, and she couldn't bear to lose it again. Songsher immediately opened her computer and found Zhou Tan's chat page, asking her what to do in this situation. Luckily, Zhou Tan was online. She also knew the situation was urgent, so she didn't ask Songsher any more questions. The first option was to cover the blood vessels with mental power, materialize it, and pull them free. This was quite difficult. First, you didn't have the ability to materialize mental power, and second, the risk was high. Improper operation could directly rupture the 2 blood vessels. Second, when dealing with growths, healers must learn to destroy, essentially killing the cells. This is a more demanding task. Your job is to edit the target cell's genetic sequence, accelerating its apoptosis. Zhou Tan then flashed over a dozen detailed gene editing diagrams. Songsher found the image of the blood vessel he was currently on, clicked on it, and followed the instructions. 15 minutes later, Songsher breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it had succeeded. She lowered her fingers, which had been pressing against the head in front of her, and flexed her wrists a few times before replying to Zhou Tan. It's separated, but there are still signs of rupture. Send her to the nearest hospital, and have the doctors perform standard treatment. A cerebral hemorrhage isn't a serious problem in this world. With only 2 mental power points remaining, Songsher dialed an ambulance and placed his own light computer close to the other person's, scanning 10,000 Federation coins. Chapter 87. Repair Skill Upgrade. Upgraded Level, C. Back in her room, Songsher searched online again for the hypnosis skill. It was similar to the tutorial she'd seen yesterday, and neither was particularly useful. Songsher shut down her laptop with a click. Folding her hands behind her head and leaning back in her chair, Songsher stared at the ceiling. The repair method Zhou Tan had sent her today mentioned a word. Destruction. She said that healers also need to learn destruction. These two words perfectly matched the second healing talent she had in mind. The healing talent has two talents, healing and destruction. There are 10 more skills below that. Before today, she had thought the repair skill corresponded to hypnosis. But today, by some strange coincidence, she discovered create patient. Repair must correspond to create patient. The two methods of use are also similar, requiring physical contact with the target. The previous calm corresponds to mind play, which is a telekinetic operation. So what does hypnosis correspond to? She seemed to have yet to discover a similar skill. Unable to figure it out, Songshur put it aside for the time being. She was out of money again. Songshur walked towards the box of nutrient solution. Bending down, she took a bottle, uncapped it, and drank it, then posted the sale information on the previous second-hand platform. After the previous price of 15 bottles for 100,000 federal coins, 6 people contacted her within an hour. Songshur raised the price this time to 15 bottles for 120,000 federal coins, while keeping all other requirements the same. Coincidentally, after she clicked the post button, Yanjing posted a document in the Holding Thighs group. Since she knew these people had hidden things, Songshur felt nothing but shame when facing the 3-character group name. Glasses. All the gangs in the western suburbs that could be used for cooperation are listed here. They all have grudges against the Guangwei. If anyone knows any, go contact them. Yaozi. One of my students has a brother who's the head of the Yanghui. I go ask him. Xiaolan. I only know a few of the underlings, and they don't have much influence in the gang. I try to contact them. Laonyo. I don't know any of them. Glasses at Laonyo. Why are you so confident? Laonyo. Hee. Glasses at Songshur. What about you? Songshur looked at the list. The words Lanshan Hui on the last line looked familiar. It seems, it's Yang Miao's gang. Because the gang was short of money, Yang Miao chose to carry out Wang Danyu's mission, beat her up and make money. After graduating from the remedial school, Songshur inquired about the whereabouts of the underlings. Because the henchman was kidnapped by her to threaten Yang Miao, he knew nothing and was considered a victim. He was released without conviction. Laonyo, at Xiao Song's age, he must still be in school. How could he know about these chaotic gangs? Songshur. I try to contact the Longshan clan. It's not that Songshur thought they were holding on to old ties. The scene of their separation was far from harmonious. Yang Miao and a group came to threaten her, and she kidnapped Yang Miao's henchmen to threaten her. In the end, Yang Miao jumped from the building to escape. From such a high floor, the risk of death was high. There wasn't really any old ties to hold on to. She simply believed Yang Miao would consider the feasibility of this partnership from a profit perspective. The Longshan clan, to which Yang Miao belonged, had a feud with the Guanghui organization, and the Longshan clan was struggling financially. Rather than lingering on, it was better to give it a try. This mission's target is Fang Liming, the leader of the Guanghui organization. If Fang Liming dies, his subordinates will be leaderless, making him a prime candidate for annexation. Even if he can't annex them, Yang Miao can still survive by sucking some blood and plundering some money from them. Yanjing. The Longshan Society's overall strength is the weakest of all the gangs I've listed, and they also have the deepest hatred for Fang Liming. When the former leader was alive, the Longshan Society dominated the eastern part of the western suburbs. After the old leader's death, several major gangs, led by the Guanghui, divvied up most of their assets, leaving only a barely functioning shell. Yanjing quickly sent over the information he had researched in advance. Songshur, send me the detailed information so I can fully understand it before discussing cooperation. Based on what Songshur had learned about Yang Miao in just a week, she is a very cautious person. This is evident from her participation in the encirclement and suppression of Wang Danyu. Despite the seemingly guaranteed success of the operation, she had two options, not informing her henchman. Later, he was exposed for his ignorance. To collaborate with Yang Miao, one's own value was crucial, as was the risk of the operation. She needed to know what Yang Miao lacked in order to prescribe the right solution. Glasses. Okay, remember to check in 2 hours. It was already 9 o'clock, and Songshur was about to shut down his laptop to wash up when another message arrived. Laonyo, Xiao Song, do you really know him? It's best to discuss this kind of cooperation with a higher-ranking gang member. Yang Miao's rank. Songshur at Glasses. What is the name of the current Longshan Guild president? 15 seconds later. Glasses. Surname, Yang Miao. Given name, female, 20 years old. Songshur. Don't worry, the people I know are quite high level. As long as we can truly benefit them, they agree. Xiaolon, there's nothing to motivate you with, except to tell you that our team's mission points are distributed based on merit, with those who perform better getting more. Keep up the good work. Song Shi received 200 points on the last mission because of her significant contribution. Xiaolon raised her share from 1/7 to January 5th. The finishing shot is online. Eyes at old cow at shake, the captain is calling you guys. Did you hear that? Song Shi turned off his laptop, washed up, and laid down on his bed. Among the 6 messages seeking nutrient solution, he saw a familiar username. Beautiful girl super rich. The last transaction had gone smoothly, and Song Shi had chosen her again. The transaction was set for tomorrow night. With classes tomorrow, and having exhausted too much mental energy today, Song Shi didn't wait for the glasses-wearing boy to send her the information about the Longshan Society. She fell into a deep sleep. 7 o'clock in the morning. Song Shi changed into her gym clothes and rushed to school. It was much the same as last week, with a packed schedule, and a constant overload of knowledge crammed into her head. The difference was that Song Shi had deliberately been late for her berserk class to get a chance to fight Pei Ching. Although she'd been beaten to a bloody mess, she lay on her back on the ring, laughing heartily as she watched her berserk level gradually increase in her mind. This became one of her ways to relieve stress. The word pervert was gradually spreading from the berserk training room. A healing student, training with a bunch of berserk students every day, didn't get any complaints, but instead, her perverted personality went viral on the school forums. To borrow a comment from the forum with a lot of likes, who's even more perverted than the berserk perverts? Song Shi. After training every day in the training room, Song Shi would take the bus to the basement level of Yezue Bar to learn shooting techniques with Yaozi. Almost every night, she didn't get back to the hotel until 10 o'clock. Chapter 88. After returning to the hotel, he couldn't rest immediately. He made time to read and negotiate with Yang Miao about this mission. Song Shi contacted Yang Miao using the number Yin Jing had found. Yang Miao didn't say whether he agreed, only requesting a meeting. And he wanted Song Shi to go alone. The address and time for the meeting were sent to Song Shi. The other team members were pleased with Yang Miao's move. The other party's willingness to meet indicated a willingness to cooperate. They were unaware of the feud between Song Shi and Yang Miao, and simply saw this as an opportunity that must be seized. They must use this meeting to convince Yang Miao's Longshan Society to cooperate with them. To this end, Yin Jing and Xiaolon developed a detailed plan. They repeatedly reminded Song Shi. Yin Jing at Song Shi, this is something the captain and I have painstakingly crafted for 2 days. You must explain it clearly when you go tomorrow, especially the 50-50 chance of winning. Any action carries risk, especially in a crucial battle that will determine the survival of the Longshan Society. A 50-50 chance of winning is already excellent. Over the course of 2 days, Xiaolin and the glasses-wearing boy compared the power gap between the Guanghui organization and the Longshan Society, and the pros and cons of the clinging to the thighs team and the Longshan Society. The plan they developed detailed the reasons why the Longshan Society had to cooperate with them, as well as the downsides of not cooperating and thus missing out on valuable opportunities. Every word was spot on. Song Shi had initially hesitated about taking the risk of meeting Yang Miao. After all, the meeting was in the western suburbs, Yang Miao's territory. She wasn't sure if Yang Miao was still resentful of the previous incident. If he had invited her solely to seek revenge, she feared she would be walking into a dangerous trap. But the moment she saw the proposal, she felt the need to take a gamble. It was so convincing. If she were Yang Miao, she would definitely agree. After receiving Song Shi's approval of the proposal, Yingjing boasted in the group chat. The captain had studied negotiation in college and graduated with the highest score in her department, becoming a senior negotiator in the inner-city garrison. There was no opponent she couldn't convince. The meeting was scheduled for Wednesday evening. After training, Song Shi took a bus directly to the western suburbs. When she got off the bus, someone said by Yang Miao met her. They boarded their black aircraft and parked directly on the rooftop of their destination building. The meeting place was a club-like place. Song Shi walked in. In the dim light, Yang Miao, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, had a dazzling red hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips. He sat on a high stool with his back to her. "You're so brave." Yang Miao spun the high stool around and exhaled a puff of smoke towards Song Shi. Behind her, a dozen bodyguards in black suits lined up on either side, glaring intently at Song Shi. Song Shi pulled a pre-printed proposal from his backpack. "I've come in person. Here's the proposal. Take a look." Yang Miao winked, and a bodyguard behind her stepped out, took the proposal from Song Shi, and respectfully presented it to Yang Miao with both hands. Yang Miao casually flipped through it, glancing at Song Shi from a distance, chatting casually like a long-lost friend. "You're a healer. Why are you thinking of becoming a hunter?" "I'm short on money." "Huh?" Yang Miao chuckled, turning a page. "Your director loves you so much, but he doesn't even give you a little bit of living expenses? He doesn't know my situation." Yang Miao sneered again. "Yin Qianlin has even taken great pains to inquire about my background, so how could he not know your family situation?" Song Shi didn't know any of this. Yin Qianlin always arranged what she should study without any explanation. Song Shi just had to do as he said. After all, everything he arranged was in line with Song Shi's wishes. He was like a taciturn yet dedicated father. Even if Yin Qianlin knew she was broke and had to sell nutrient solution, he had no obligation to support her. They weren't related by blood, and besides, letting her fend for herself would, to a certain extent, strengthen her abilities. Now wasn't the time to discuss how well Yin Qianlin treated her. "You've read the plan, too. Do you have any additional comments?" Song Shi brought the subject back. Yang Miao closed the last page and tossed it to his subordinate. "Your team is quite capable, and the plan is well written." She could tell at a glance that it wasn't written by Song Shi. While this is true, Song Shi, who was immediately dismissed. "Doesn't she seem capable of this? Your scenario simulations are indeed excellent, but there's one thing you haven't fully understood." "What?" Yang Miao stubbed out his cigarette. "Fang Liming's bodyguard, Xiong Shizhong, is a warrior-type awakener. Warrior-type awakeners specialize in the enhancement category, with combat power closest to that of the berserker type. They are natural warriors, formidable and loyal. Once they've committed to a mission, no matter how many obstacles lie ahead, they will forge ahead, unwaveringly, until their very death. Warrior-type awakeners are also a crucial component of the Federation's front lines today, and their number is not uncommon. Because of their loyalty and single-minded devotion to the Federation, they were highly sought after within the Federation, a stark contrast to the notorious berserkers. For Fang Liming, a commoner from the outer city, to receive the protection of a warrior-type awakener was truly unexpected. If you can't deal with Xiong Shizhong, then killing Fang Liming is a pipe dream." Song Shi fell silent. This was indeed a thorny issue. Previous investigations by Glasses hadn't revealed any warrior-type awakeners accompanying Fang Liming. The other party must have been hiding. But now that things had come to this, tomorrow was the deadline for the mission. The cooperation had to be concluded, and her 10 spirit points couldn't be wasted. "I deal with Xiong Shizhong." Song Shi's decision wasn't based solely on pure enthusiasm. It was made after a careful comparison of both sides' strengths. She was a berserker A+ rank, so she wasn't necessarily going to lose against the warrior-type Xiong Shizhong. "You?" Yang Miao jumped off her chair. A healer claiming to face a warrior-type awakener and defeat him was hilarious. The bodyguards behind her couldn't help but laugh. Yang Miao didn't laugh. She knew Song Shi well. He might be a bit arrogant, but he wouldn't fight a battle he wasn't sure of. "Let's have a long-awaited match. If you can beat me, I believe you have the ability to kill Xiong Shizhong." "I follow your plan." Song Shi nodded. This was the simplest and most brutal way to prove her strength. The area was quickly cleared, leaving a space of about 10 square meters in the middle. Yang Miao and Song Shi stood facing each other. The last time they stood like this was at the discipline school. Song Shi was beaten to a bloody mess. Yang Miao attacked first, still as fast as lightning, a significant improvement from the discipline school. But compared to Song Shi, who had awakened the berserker type and had undergone days of training, she was a bit lacking. Chapter 89. With a single grappling move, Song Shi easily caught her attacking arm. Yang Miao was momentarily surprised, then swiftly followed up with a kick. Her movements looked like 0.5x slow motion to Song Shi. He lifted his foot to push down the attacking leg, then thrust his knee up, striking her chin. Yang Miao's head immediately tilted back, her fiery red hair falling behind her, scattering with the crack of Song Shi's knee. This time, Song Shi pressed forward, putting into practice the techniques he had learned from Pei Ching over the past few days. Yang Miao was beaten back step by step. "You've learned a lot in the past 2 weeks." Yang Miao could see that Song Shi's moves had some resemblance to those of a regular soldier. Of course, Song Shi hadn't fought so vigorously in a long time. The berserker awakeners on her team in the training room weren't very strong, and she could easily defeat them in just a few moves. Facing Pei Ching, she was the one who was defeated in a few moves. Only with Yang Miao could they exchange blows. It had to be said that Yang Miao was her most desirable martial arts partner so far. Yin Qianlin has truly devoted himself to training you, Yang Miao said, dodging the sweep of Song Shi's long legs and straightening up. You've asked a lot about me. The two chatted as they fought. After all, you tricked me once, so it's only natural that I care about you. Song Shi forced a smile. From now on, if you need to know anything, just ask me directly. No need to be so secretive. As the last word fell, Song Shi's foot, with all his might, hovered just a centimeter from Yang Miao's right ear. Yang Miao hadn't reacted yet, making no blocking gesture. If this had been a real fight, Song Shi's kick would have surely landed on her head. With Song Shi's strength, Yang Miao wouldn't have had the strength to resist. You win, Yang Miao said. She accepted the result naturally. Ever since she taught Song Shi at the rectification school, where his daily progress doubled, she recognized his exceptional talent in this area. However, she hadn't imagined Song Shi's physical prowess would remain so strong even after awakening his healing ability. No wonder Yin Qianlin values you. Yang Miao sat back on the sofa, tilted her head slightly, and gestured to the bodyguard beside her, pour some wine. The bodyguard, still absorbed in the thought of his boss being defeated by a healing awakened user, his cold face etched with shock. Is this girl truly a healer? Aren't healers naturally weak? Is this person the healer he thought she was? Could it be that after so long without paying attention to psychics, the healer's awakened one has evolved to this point? Song Shi glanced at him, then lowered his gaze. Yang Miao turned speechlessly to look at his inconsiderate subordinate. He coughed loudly twice before finally drawing his attention back. President, what are your orders? Pour the wine. Yang Miao raised his voice slightly, a hint of displeasure. Okay, yes, right away. The bodyguard, also a little flustered, gritted his teeth and filled the purple glass on the table with wine under Yang Miao's watchful gaze. Yang Miao raised his glass and emptied it before looking at Song Shi, who was standing there adjusting his clothes. You're underage. Just bear it and go back and get some water. Song Shi, you're quite principled. Everything was settled, and Yang Miao sent someone to escort Song Shi back to Tang Yu's hotel. On the way, Song Shi posted Yang Miao's request to the team chat. Xiaolan was worried about whether Song Shi could handle the warrior-type awakener. Xiaolan, I go with you that day. Lan Yo, I go with you to deal with him too. I've practiced before, and even won first place in military wrestling competitions. Yao Zi, who had been teaching Song Shi marksmanship for the past 2 days, had witnessed Song Shi's inhuman learning speed firsthand, and wasn't worried about him at all. Yao Zi, let's just not cause her any trouble. The team had a very clear division of labor, and the others had their own tasks in the original plan. Adding another person to help her would disrupt the plan. With time running out, Song Shi rejected Xiaolan and Lan You's proposal. Song Shi, I can do it myself, and Yang Miao will help me too. Although Yang Miao didn't explicitly say she would help her, Yang Miao was gambled the future of the entire Longshan society on this. If she failed, she would face backlash from the Guanghui. This operation could only succeed, not fail. Yang Miao would definitely not just stand by and watch, she would do her utmost to help her. Xiaolan, okay. Back in his room, Song Shi checked his mental power points and went to bed. The next morning, Song Shi went to school as normal and took the afternoon off. Yin Qianlin readily agreed without questioning. At 2 p.m., Song Shi stood in the team's dedicated office at Yezue Bar. Everyone had arrived. The virtual projection in front of the desk showed the figure of Yang Miao's confidant. Although Yang Miao couldn't be seen, Song Shi suspected she was sitting nearby. The group went through the process in detail, resimulating all possible scenarios, developing several contingency plans, and repeatedly rethinking key points to ensure there would be no unexpected incidents. The only voices were those of Yang Miao's confidant and Xiaolan, with the bespectacled boy occasionally adding data support. The others were silent. For Song Shi, deploying troops wasn't much of a problem. She simply remembered what she was supposed to do and didn't make mistakes. In her spare time, she also took note of everyone else's tasks. 2 hours later, the meeting concluded. The virtual screen went dark, and Yaozi equipped everyone with weapons. Lan Yo was in charge of leading a small team to attract reinforcements from the Kaiguang society, equipped with high-powered weapons. Xiaolan and Yaozi were to deal with the remaining guards, excluding Xiong Shizhong, giving Song Shi a safe platform to fight him. They were also equipped with the appropriate firearms and some bombs. Song Shi only carried a standard pistol. Although she had learned to use a submachine gun, carrying one on her back would be a burden in a close-quarters fight with Xiong Shizhong. She could easily steal someone else's. Glasses doesn't need to be on the scene, he just needs to constantly monitor the situation and coordinate the overall plan. Everyone's mission involves members of the Longshan society, and in reality, they are the main force. The only person Yang Miao truly needs is Songshi. 5 p.m. The 5 of them arrived at an auction house owned by the Guanghui organization. Fong Liming is the organizer and host of today's auction. According to information Glasses gathered, the items for auction are people. Living people who satisfy the whims of some wealthy individuals. The employer, who issued this mission for 200,000 federal dollars, limited it to Thursday, likely to prevent Fong Liming from successfully completing the auction. Songshi, with the help of Xiaolin, disguised as a waiter, and Glasses, who had infiltrated the banquet surveillance system, successfully infiltrated the auction storage room. Chapter 90. The auction was in full swing. The metal cages containing the auction items, covered in ornate brocade of varying patterns, were being pushed out one by one. Songshi shuffled lightly, dodging left and right, using the giant cages as a shield to avoid the sight of several waiters in white shirts and bow ties. Leaning against the side of a cage draped in bright red and embroidered with gold thread, Songshi lifted a corner and peered inside. According to the number on the cage, this one would be the next to appear. Songshi lifted a corner of the curtain, but didn't rush in. First, she assessed the mood of the person inside, calm, relaxed, sleeping. After ensuring they wouldn't make a sudden sound, Songshi leaned in to peer. In the dim light, wrapped in balls of cotton and feathers, a slender figure hugged its knees, its head buried between them, leaning against the edge of the cage. Like a helpless canary. Looking at the figure before him, Songshi's fingers touched the bomb at his waist. The rocker had given it to her. If she could successfully sneak into the waiting room, she would throw this precisely timed bomb into the cage. When the cage was pushed onto the auction table, the bomb would explode. Fong Liming, the auctioneer, was standing right in the center of the auction table. He would definitely be affected. If not killed, then injured. No matter how quick the warrior awakeners' reactions were, they couldn't control the sudden explosion. At most, they would serve as a human shield for Fong Liming. Even if the two of them survived, Songshi would surely kill them with a couple more shots. But the moment he saw the living person in the cage before him, Songshi hesitated. More importantly, the system was still within her, ready to judge her at any moment. The words harming the innocent were like a curse. It restrained her from unleashing her own excesses. It pulled her back from the bloody and brutal path of the Berserker Awakeners. She couldn't place a bomb inside. But if she could drag the person inside out, she might be able to pry it open. However, the attendant who had come to push the cage might check to see if the person inside was still there. Even without lifting the curtain to check, the weight would be different. This plan wasn't feasible. She had to resort to a backup plan. The sound of leather shoes scraping against the ground grew closer. Songshi took a step back, disappearing behind another cage. Number 36. That's it. Check carefully. The auction item is here. No abnormal signal fluctuations. No suspicious dangerous objects. It's safe. After such a thorough inspection, Songshi, hiding behind the metal cage, was thankful he hadn't sneaked anyone out. Confirmed it's safe. Do you want to push it out? Yes. A hoarse male voice came from the intercom. The pulleys beneath the cage rolled on the ground, making a faint rumbling sound. Songshi immediately established himself as the center, channeling the drowsiness of the canary within the cage and directing it towards the two men pushing the cage. This colorless, tactile mind-teasing effect descended upon the two men, who were completely unaware of the abnormality. They only felt an inexplicable drowsiness, their eyelids straining to lift, and they yawned repeatedly. In between their yawns, Songshi silently lifted the red silk curtain and slipped lightly inside. The entire iron cage was placed on a small cart, just 10 centimeters off the ground. The cart's handle was at the rear, where the two waiters would pull it. The opening of the silk cloth covering the cage was at the front. This design would be convenient for the auction later. With a simple pull from the back, the metal cage's contents would be revealed in their most beautiful form. But right now, it was convenient for Songshi. She slipped in, unnoticed by the two men. Songshi's left hand grasped the handle to prevent herself from falling, while her right hand reached back and pulled out an 11-round pistol tucked behind her waist. The iron cage was slowly pushed out, and the lights from the auction table were focused on it. As the cage slowly advanced, the glaring light shone through the red silk cloth, startling the boy, who sat huddled in the feather ornaments. His shoulders swayed slightly, and he seemed to be looking up. Watching this scene, Songshi admitted to panicking. At this juncture, if the other party saw her crouching on the cage and suddenly screamed in fright, Xiong Shizhong outside would be on guard, and she would lose the upper hand. Hypnosis, hypnosis. Having hypnosis would be a great help at this moment. Alas, she didn't know how. Songshur could only carefully and swiftly extend her mental power, searching for any signs of drowsiness in the two waiters. There was none. Under the glare of the flashbulbs, the two men were now incredibly alert. Songshur quickly retracted her mental power, not daring to expand it further. If the warrior-type awakener caught her, the outcome would be disastrous. Songshur stared intently at the awakening figure in the cage, hoping that soothing would silence the screams. Outside, Fong Liming, at the auction table, hadn't noticed her yet, as he passionately and entertainingly introduced the item. Although this item isn't the finale, it's the rarest of all the items being auctioned today. What's its value? Fong Liming deliberately kept the question a secret. Several young men and women have gone missing in the inner city recently. It's a disaster. Could it be you've gotten them here? I heard a strange beast resembling a human appeared in the 8th base. How did you get it so quickly? Rare. A hybrid of human and beast? Outside, various speculative voices rang out. If you listened carefully, you could tell they sounded like they were coming from a receiver, as if the person speaking wasn't actually there. And so it was. Fong Liming was using a blend of virtual and real-world auctions. Most people weren't present, their projections were placed in seats, watching the auction while the real people remained at home. Only a handful of people were present, and they weren't the real people themselves, but his subordinates. Because the risks of such illegal auctions were too high, while the city security force generally wouldn't rashly interfere with the activities of the western suburbs gangs, human trafficking was strictly prohibited and investigated by the Federation. This auction was so large that the city security force couldn't guarantee they wouldn't raid it. Besides, the security situation in the western suburbs wasn't exactly good, so wealthy individuals didn't need to take such a risk. Before the mission, the auction site map was stolen by glasses. Songshur had always remembered it. Fong Liming was at the auction table, facing a sea of seats where virtual and real people mixed together. And between Fong Liming and the rows of seats was a massive bulletproof glass. Fong Liming worried that someone would attack him at the auction. Even if everyone was searched before entering, there was no guarantee that all dangerous weapons would be taken. After all, the Federation had a constant supply of weapons, so some would inevitably be missed. Chapter 91. Without this layer of glass, Fong Liming would be a sitting duck standing there. As for why he insisted on placing himself in such a prominent position, Yang Miao, who had a deep understanding of the relationships between the gangs, believed Fong Liming was taking this opportunity to board a few large ships. Which ones, Yang Miao wasn't sure. Fong Liming finally explained. What you all mentioned is not impossible, but not right now. What he meant was that those people mentioned a possible future appearance, but not this one right now. Fong Liming's influence was greater than Songshur had imagined. Songshur rested her cheek against the iron cage, the cool touch reassuring her. Her face had been disguised using the most advanced technology available. Even her pupils had been altered, making it impossible for anyone to trace her origins. Returning his gaze to the cage, Songshur gently channeled a soothing energy into the figure within. The figure seemed unwell, his shoulders trembling, and he hadn't raised his head. As Songshur injected soothing energy into him, he seemed to calm down, his shaking lessening, and he slowly raised his head. At the same time, Fong Liming outside finally revealed the secret. This auction item is an awakener. S rank. Peacock. Songshur's eyes met a pair of moist eyes. Chen Suchin's pupils shrank slightly the moment he saw the figure clinging to the cage. His mouth opened unconsciously, and the words were about to burst out of his throat, but when he saw the gun pointed at him, he swallowed them back. Songshur glared threateningly, holding the gun to Chen Suchin's head. Silently he said, "If you dare to scream, I kill you." Chen Suchin glanced at Songshur again, silently lowering his head to his knees and continuing to huddle. The gun had indeed been effective, and Songshur breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, Fong Liming was still explaining the excellent condition of the auction item and the potential benefits of the sale. It was so unbearable, so cruel, that Songshur wanted to cover her ears. But she couldn't free her hands. As Songshur spoke, Chen Suchin, curled up in the iron cage, listened to the arrangements being made against her, like an object. Sadness and fear silently filled the air, and the entire cage was illuminated by a purple glow. Of course, this was Songshur's perspective. Thinking back to their last meeting, it was at the detention school, when she was being taken away for questioning by the city security squad's captain and Yan Qianlin. He stood among the onlookers, watching her leave. At first, they had thought they would never meet again, but they hadn't expected to meet again in just over half a month, And in this way. Then, let us unveil the final veil and witness the face of this S-rank peacock awakener. The red silk trembled. Song Shi, disregarding Chen Suqin, twisted her body to face Fan Liming's voice. The moment the red silk was lifted, Song Shi's entire form was exposed. She raised her arm, aiming her gun at the middle-aged man's face, which she had replayed countless times in her mind these past few days. Bang! Bang! Song Shi fired 3 shots in quick succession, all aimed at Fan Liming's head. After practicing for several days, Song Shi had mastered the art of accuracy within 50 meters. The bullets blasted out of the chamber, striking Fan Liming's forehead. Suddenly, an arm appeared, blocking the 3 bullets. All 3 bullets pierced the arm, and with a puff, puff sound, blood quickly spread across the black sleeve. Catching a bullet with bare hands? Warrior-type awakened ones are so powerful. This was an outcome Song Shi hadn't anticipated. She immediately adjusted the angle of her gun and aimed it at the burly man who had rushed to Fan Liming's rescue. The rapidly spinning bullet pierced Xiong Shizhong's head. He dodged the body that lunged at Song Shi, dodging it. A punch bursting with furious force struck Song Shi. Song Shi loosened his grip on the iron cage and twisted his body to the side. The punch missed, piercing the metal cage's 2 vertical bars. Song Shi raised his pistol and pulled the trigger again. The 2 attendants, unable to escape, were killed by Song Shi's single blow. Before firing, Song Shi was a little worried that the system would judge her as indiscriminate killing, but even after the 2 men's brains splattered, the system didn't alert her. Song Shi focused on the remaining 2. Only Xiong Shizhong and Fan Liming remained on the auction stage. The remaining people below had already fled. The virtual character's projection was extinguished by the glasses the moment the gunshot rang out. Fan Liming's reinforcements would also be held back by the others. Fan Liming himself was already trembling under the auctioneer's table. Song Shi flew toward him. Xiong Shizhong roared, unsheathing his arm from the metal cage and charging at Song Shi's back. Though his figure was as tall as a mountain, his speed was exceptionally fast. This completely changed Song Shi's perception of his size. She was about to close in on Fan Liming, but Xiong Shizhong was in hot pursuit. Song Shi had no choice but to abandon her victory and dodge the attack from behind. It was as if she had a radar behind her. Even though she couldn't see where Xiong Shizhong was going to attack, she drew on her days of combat experience and her ability to control the air's fluctuations to dodge to the right in an S-shaped arc, precisely avoiding Xiong Shizhong's punch. The moment the fist grazed her shoulder, he grabbed the arm. Since he was alarmed, Xiong Shizhong immediately tried to shake Song Shi off, then struck him in the head with his right hand, which had been struck by a bullet. The sound of breaking wind whirred behind his head. Song Shi had never experienced the power of a warrior-type awakened person's fist. But judging by the twisted shape of the iron cage behind Xiong Shizhong, which had been hit by his punch, a blow to her head would surely kill her. Putting all her strength into her hands, Song Shi's veins bulged on the back of her hands, and she clenched her teeth. The moment Xiong Shizhong's right fist landed, she tapped the ground on her toes and leaped up, like a monkey clinging to a vine in the forest, flipping from directly in front of Xiong Shizhong to his left side, parallel to his shoulder. The sound of bone snapping resounded in his severely twisted arm. After landing, Song Shi pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Fan Liming, who was hunched over, preparing to take the opportunity to slip away. The moment the trigger was pulled, Xiong Shizhong, one arm shot and the other broken, turned and elbowed Song Shi's pistol. The pistol fell to the ground, and Song Shi had no time to pick it up. Fan Liming, his hands clasped over his head, hunched over the bodies of the 2 attendants on the ground. Just as he was about to escape, a dagger slipped silently from Song Shi's sleeve. He grabbed it and hurled it. Ah! Fan Liming screamed and fell heavily to the ground, his thigh pierced through by the blade. He clutched his thigh and screamed, "I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" Xiong Shizhong. Xiong Shizhong continued to fight Song Shi. As expected of a warrior type rivaling the berserker type, his physical prowess was exceptional. Song Shi's broken left arm was quickly replaced by Fan Liming, and he was back to normal. If it weren't for the 3 bullets hidden in his right arm that he couldn't take out on the spot, his right arm's attack speed would have been affected to some extent, and it would have been a bit risky for Song Shi to deal with him alone. Chapter 92. His movements were now clearly restricted, and Song Shi seized the opportunity, attacking frantically. She had also been injured by not dodging in time, but the pain only lasted a few seconds before healing. Instead, the fleeting pain stimulated her nerves, doubling the speed and force of her attacks. Xiong Shizhong's decline became apparent, his expression more solemn than ever. He hadn't faced an opponent like him in a long time. His speed and agility were astonishing. Although they were nearly twice his size, the strength within him was no less than his. And then, there was her astonishing tolerance for pain. He had already kicked her against the metal cage, causing it to collapse more than halfway, and a metal rod had even pierced her right waist. Yet, she was able to stand up and pull the rod out with a calm expression. Her subsequent movements were not affected at all. It wasn't until he was once again kicked to the ground by Song Shi, and saw the crimson, violent aura hidden in Song Shi's eyes, that he suddenly woke up. Berserker? Song Shi smirked. You're only reacting now? She struck him with a punch. Xiong Shizhong's face was knocked sideways, and he felt a little dizzy. Song Shi had already experienced the toughness of the warrior type. He dared to block bullets with his body. No matter how hard he was hit with his bare hands, he wouldn't die. He had to change his strategy. Song Shi's left hand supported his heart. Mental power slowly flowed from his palm, tracing through the ribs and accurately finding the vibrant, beating heart. He completely absorbed it. Create a patient. The heart valve cells multiplied at a rate 1,000 times greater than their genetic counterparts, soon blocking the entire pumping valve. The moment Xiong Shizhong's heart inexplicably warmed, he sensed something was amiss. An unprecedented aura of death lingered within him. He had only one thought left: escape. Escape. Get away from this person. He immediately began to struggle. Song Shi's create patient skill wasn't a one-shot success. It took even longer than repair. Repair simply multiplied cells to compensate for the number of damaged cells, while create patient continued to multiply until the target's lifespan was compromised. Just one step away. I can't let him get away. This was Song Shi's only thought. Xiong Shizhong's swung arm was deflected by her left elbow. Their elbows collided, and Xiong Shizhong, whose arms were relatively fragile after numerous injuries, was at a disadvantage. His arm snapped and sagged again, dangling limply in the opposite direction. Song Shi wasn't feeling well from the collision either. A vein in her forehead throbbed, but she suppressed a sound and, with a thud, punched Xiong Shizhong twice more in the face. Behave. Xiong Shizhong was humiliated. Since his awakening, he had only been able to beat others, never had anyone else to beat him. He had never experienced such humiliation before. He immediately tried to roll over and sit up. But his heart suddenly throbbed with a sharp pain. He suddenly couldn't breathe. The color on his face quickly drained, and his lips gradually turned from red to dark purple. Song Shi watched this scene with a surge of joy. Success. If they couldn't kill him from the outside, they would disintegrate him from the inside. Xiong Shizhong clutched his heart, gasping for air. He no longer cared to resist Song Shi. The sudden heart attack terrified him. Without a proper blood supply to his body, his recovery ability was rapidly declining. How could this happen? He thought desperately. Song Shi rose from him, looking down at Xiong Shizhong, who was writhing on the ground like a dying stray dog. He wouldn't live much longer. Song Shi picked up the pistol Xiong Shizhong had earlier shot from the ground and shot him in the head. Fong Liming, crawling slowly, trembled with fear at the sudden shot. He looked back stiffly, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed at him. Spare me. Before she could even finish the word spare me, Song Shi decisively pulled the trigger. She didn't want to hear any last words. Every second Fong Liming lived was a second of uncertainty. Fong Liming lay on his side on the ground, a bullet hole etched right between his eyebrows. Sticky blood slowly flowed from the back of his head, covering the auction table. This place wasn't a good place to stay for long. Song Shi glanced at the area below the auction table. The seats were empty, but the areas near the exit were packed. Everyone tried to minimize their presence, staring at her with fear and wariness. The moment she began to move, Yang Miao had locked the exit door from the outside. This was to protect these people. After all, who knew which powerful figures were among these people? If they were allowed to wander freely, they could easily be accidentally injured in the fighting outside. The turf war between Yang Miao and Fong Liming was a private matter, and it couldn't involve too many forces. Even if Yang Miao ultimately won, she would have offended some hidden powerful figures, which would be difficult for her to handle. The scene was eerily quiet. But Song Shi understood that this was simply due to the auction hall's excellent soundproofing. If she was right, the entire building was ablaze. Fong Liming's men must have been desperately rushing in to protect their boss. After she arrived, Yang Miao and Xiaolan, who had been mingling with the waiters, quietly dispatched the remaining waiters backstage, then led their men to block the only access to the auction table. This bought her time to deal with Fong Liming and Xiong Shizhong. According to the original plan, there was a high probability that Yang Miao would be free to come to the front and help her kill Fong Liming. But Yang Miao's lack of appearance indicated a grim situation. Song Shi took a photo of Fong Liming, lying on his side, and sent it to a chat group he had set up for this mission. Yang Miao was in the group. Song Shi captioned it, "Fong Liming and Xiong Shizhong are dead." Glasses replied the fastest. "Glasses, I saw it. I've already transferred their photos to the computers of everyone in the Guanghui organization." The goal of this move was to strike at the heart, to break down the psychological defenses of Fong Liming's men. The boss is dead, so why should they continue to struggle? Glasses, you leave first. I can't handle it anymore. Someone's been attacking the surveillance here, and I'm about to release the access. As the person who killed the Guanghui leader, Song Shi didn't know how many people would hate her. She'd better be cautious and not reveal her whereabouts. Song Shi pulled out the dagger from Fong Liming's leg and tucked it back into her sleeve. She glanced at Chen Suqin, who sat in the battered metal cage. She took a step forward. Chen Suqin immediately shrank back in fear. Song Shi silently pried a hole in the metal cage wide enough for one person to squeeze out. "Follow me if you want to live," she said, turning and walking away. Chen Suqin barely hesitated, emerging from the hole and following closely behind her. Staying here would be a dead end for him. The man before him gave him an inexplicable sense of trust, and he regained some hope of survival. Song Shi quickly led him backstage. After the two men left the auction table surveillance camera's view, Yin Jing allowed others to enter. The large group of people with access to the surveillance camera saw only the cold bodies of Xiong Shizhong and Fong Liming lying on the ground. Chapter 93. Song Shi didn't care about any of this. According to the plan, her part had been successfully completed. Now she only needed to help the others evacuate smoothly. Fighting was still raging in the rear, as Fong Liming's men poured in one after another. Perhaps they still believed their boss was alive, or perhaps they knew he was dead and were seeking revenge. Yang Miao and Xiaolon, along with the members of the Longshan Society, held them back. Not a single one of them was allowed in. They were Song Shi's strongest support. While Yang Miao was changing her magazine, she glanced back and saw Song Shi leading someone approaching. The man's face was so striking, the kind with a photographic memory, that she recognized him instantly. He was a Peacock Awakener from the Control School. Fong Liming is dead? Yang Miao didn't care about the Awakener. She just wanted to know what had happened to Fong Liming. Although she had already received the news from Glasses over the intercom, she couldn't help but confirm with Song Shi again. The sound was lost amidst the hail of gunfire, nearly drowned out. Song Shi, standing more than 10 meters away, looked up and said, "Dead." Yang Miao's eyes flickered as she murmured, "Ha, Xie Yuan, he's really dead. Fong Liming is dead. Everyone, follow me and charge out. From now on, all the Guanghui territory will be ours." She abruptly stood up, hefting her submachine gun. Her momentum surged, sparks erupting from the muzzle, sending enemies before her falling to the ground one by one. The Longshan Society members, energized by her inspiration, shouted and charged forward. "You stay here." After securing Chen Suqin in a safe shelter, Song Shi reached out and carefully retrieved a submachine gun from the now cold corpse on the ground. The gun, still stained with the corpse's blood, was held carelessly in Song Shi's palm, examining it from side to side. She hadn't yet learned how to use a submachine gun from Yozi, but the techniques were largely the same. After watching others use it, she naturally knew where to position each finger. Firing the bullet wasn't a problem. Accuracy was another matter. Song Shi fired a few rounds at the ground, testing her accuracy. She aimed carefully. Her actual position was slightly off target, but it wasn't a big deal. She peeked out from behind cover and looked ahead. More than half of Fong Liming's men, originally stationed around the auction site, had been eliminated. The remaining handful, wounded and struggling, gritted their teeth and waited for reinforcements. They were destined to receive no reinforcements. Yaozi and Lao Niu were responsible for blocking any incoming reinforcements. Yaozi and Lao Niu couldn't do it alone. There were also members of the Longshan Society, and other gangs Yang Miao had temporarily contacted. "What's going on inside your meeting place? Those bastards outside are getting their asses ripped off." Lao Niu's voice boomed over the intercom, his tone audibly excited. "They've already received the news of Fong Liming's death. Their faces look uglier than if their mothers had died. I think they surrender soon." Xiaolon took the time to warn, accompanied by the crackle of bullets. "Don't be careless. Yozi, keep an eye on him." "Got it." Yozi's breathing was heavy and noisy, as if he was in the middle of a fight and had forgotten to turn off his microphone. "Sneak attack. Let me show you the power of a sharpshooter. Ah duh. Songshur hunched over and ran out from behind cover, his rifle raised and aimed at the enemy ahead. Bang! 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 She squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Her shooting was incredibly accurate. It was a world away from the accuracy during the test. During the test, it was her strength. Actually shooting at a moving enemy was the strength of this body. A small force of support suddenly appeared from behind, easing the pressure on Xiaolin. She quickly took the opportunity to withdraw, leaning behind cover and quickly switching guns, her movements so fast that they left after images. But when her peripheral vision caught sight of the support from behind, she nearly choked out. Songshur? Why are you standing so high up? She quickly reached out and grabbed Songshur's trouser leg, pulling hard, dragging the tall Songshur down. Before he was dragged down, Songshur pulled the trigger and fired the last bullet, shooting a man who had been sneaking up on Yang Miao along the wall with a single shot. Songshur rolled onto Xiaolin, moved to the side, and leaned against her shoulder behind the narrow cover. Do you want to be a sitting duck? Xiaolin scolded with a stern face amid the sound of gunfire, elbowing her in punishment. Standing so high up, if anyone's aiming at you, as long as their marksmanship isn't bad, you're doomed. Songshur glanced at her previous position. It was indeed conspicuous. But she had the added skill of mind playing, sensing the shifts in others' emotions. In this tense battle, the enemy was steadily losing ground, and the pressure was immense, causing each of them to exude a uniform hue of repression and fear. At this moment, they suddenly spotted her, a conspicuous enemy target, and inevitably felt a surge of excitement, their entire bodies ablaze with brilliance. It was like someone suddenly turning on a flashlight in the darkness. It was hard not to notice. A living, breathing, glowing target. Even from behind cover, she could see the shimmering light, and every shot was a surefire hit. Xiaolin had no idea she had such an ability. From Xiaolan's perspective, it was indeed dangerous for her to do so. Songshur didn't explain much. Xiaolin pulled 2 magazines from her equipment bag and tossed them into Songshur's arms, instructing him, just stay here and don't run around. I go help Yang Miao. She had already seen that Songshur had absolutely no combat experience, and the situation wasn't critical, they could handle it. There was no need for him to take risks. After arranging Songshur, Xiaolin crouched and left cover, her movements deft and skillful, dodging left and right as she advanced. Posted in the trench, Songshur looked at the 2 magazines in her hand. How did she change the magazine? She quickly fumbled for a protrusion and pressed it. The empty magazine fell onto her lap. She replaced it with a fresh one, then immediately turned, rested her gun on the cover, and fired at the approaching target. Berserk upgrade progress, plus 1%. Berserk upgrade progress, plus 1%. Today's Berserk upgrade progress has reached the daily limit. Songshur, who had never reached the daily limit since awakening her Berserk, immediately called up the light screen in her mind. She clearly remembered that her Berserk upgrade progress before today's operation was 45%. Now, it was 75%. The upper limit had increased from 20% to 30%. Reaching S rank during high school wasn't a dream for her. The gunfight continued for nearly another 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the large-scale gunfire subsided, replaced by sporadic bursts of gunfire. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood as Songshur emerged from cover. Xiaolin and Yinjing walked side by side in front, while Yaozi and Lanyo followed behind them, observing their surroundings warily. The forces in the western suburbs are complex and intertwined. The Longshan society may not be able to completely subdue the Guanghui. Xiaolin paused, bent down, and pulled several new magazines from the corpse's equipment bag. She replaced one herself and put the rest back into the bag. The rest have nothing to do with us. The Longshan society leader certainly doesn't want us getting involved. Our mission is complete, and we must leave before the other gangs arrive. Yang Miao arranged a flight for us to leave. It's on the rooftop, Yinjing asked, looking up. Shall we go up now? Yang Miao glanced at Songshur. Yes, we go up now. Wait a moment, Songshur suddenly said. The 4 looked at her, confused. Songshur turned to look at Yang Miao, who was coming up from downstairs. Her arm was injured, bandaged roughly several times, blood seeping through the white gauze. She held a submachine gun in her right hand, casually hanging by her leg, as she ascended the stairs one step at a time. Behind her, a group of Longshan society members, armed with guns, watched closely. Xiaolin and the others immediately tightened their grip on their weapons, eyeing Yang Miao warily. Before Fang Liming's death, they had been partners with shared interests, bound together by mutual interests, and neither would betray the other. But now that Fang Liming was dead, their shared interests were gone. If the other side wanted to sacrifice the 5 of them to quell the chaos in the western suburbs, it would greatly benefit the Longshan Society's future reputation. Furthermore, they were still on their territory, with a significant disparity in strength. Xiaolan had considered this, so she urged them to leave quickly, trying to avoid a meeting with Yang Miao. But it was too late. Song Shi looked at Yang Miao as she slowly approached her, then glanced behind her. She suddenly realized something she had been overlooking. Where's your little follower? Hadn't they always been like sisters, inseparable? Could it be? Song Shi immediately dismissed the thought. Today was Thursday. The little follower might still be in the detention school. Dead. Yang Miao's lips moved as she spoke the 2 words coldly, confirming Song Shi's initial suspicion. Although she hadn't killed her, Yang Miao's expression prompted Song Shi to stealthily reach for the dagger hidden in her sleeve. The day you left the detention school, the city security team interrogated her and released her. She was desperate to find me, rushing to the western suburbs. She was so foolish she gotten into anyone's car, and was killed by Fang Liming's men. Yang Miao recounted the story expressionlessly, as if describing the fate of someone insignificant to her. Song Shi didn't notice any emotion emanating from her. This meant the other person was calm and not angry. But it also didn't rule out the possibility that he was a ruthless person capable of contemplating murder and dismemberment without any emotional fluctuations. Song Shi's sense of crisis deepened, for she was well aware of the deep bond between the henchman and Yang Miao. Fang Li had intended to kill the henchman because of Yang Miao. It had nothing to do with her, but the henchman's death happened just after he emerged from the interrogation room. He had been implicated in the interrogation room because of her. If Yang Miao pursued this matter to this extent, she probably wouldn't be able to leave this building today. As Xiaolan and the others listened to Yang Miao's words, they vaguely realized that Song Shi and Yang Miao's relationship wasn't as harmonious as they had imagined. Song Shi was attending a controlled school. Aren't controlled schools completely closed? They never proactively pried into the privacy of their team members. This was the tacit understanding among all the hunters in the hunting group. Judging from Yang Miao's words, the death of her follower had nothing to do with Song Shi, but judging from the way she surrounded them with a group of people, it seemed like she was seeking revenge on Song Shi. Chapter 94. Several people formed a circle, their backs pressed together, their weapons tightly grasped, and they warily stared at the Longshan Society members surrounding them. Amidst the tense situation, Yang Miao flicked out her lighter and lit a cigarette. Her left arm was injured, and she barely managed to hold the cigarette between her index and middle fingers. Every wrong has its perpetrator. It was Fang Liming who murdered Xia Yuan. You have nothing to do with it. Yang Miao exhaled a puff of smoke. I had no intention of looking for you. But you showed up yourself. Yang Miao chuckled softly, yet her coldness startled everyone present. After 2 weeks of not seeing you, your strength has improved so much that you could easily kill a warrior-type awakener. The process was far from easy. Song Shi stared at Yang Miao, who gave her the impression of the calm before the storm. So what do you want to do? From the tone of Yang Miao's words, she clearly had no intention of letting them go. This was also her mistake. She hadn't anticipated Yang Miao tearing up the contract and suddenly changing her mind, refusing to let them leave. Her understanding of Yang Miao's character had been completely wrong. And indeed, how could one truly understand someone in just 1 week? Not only was she in danger of being killed, but Xiaolan and the others would also be implicated by her. If it weren't for her relationship, she believed Yang Miao would still have sent them away as per the contract. Don't worry, I still honor the contract and send them away, but you have to stay, Yang Miao said. This surprised Song Shi. You, take them to the helipad upstairs. Yang Miao gestured to his men, who advanced on Xiaolan and the others. Xiaolan didn't surrender. Instead, he raised his gun and shot away the men who gathered around him. He turned to look at Yang Miao. We're a team. We leave together. If you have any requests, please let us know. We do our best to fulfill them. Song Shi was somewhat surprised that Xiaolan could still say such things at this point. After all, she had only been a member of the team for a few days. But now was not the time to form a life-or-death bond. Given the disparity in strength between the two sides, Xiaolan and the others staying would be futile, and would only result in a few more casualties. You go first. Before Song Shi could finish his words, the members of the Longshan Society moved. They raised their guns and aimed at Xiaolan and the others. Be careful! Song Shi shouted, but it was too late. The enemy's movements were too fast. Xiaolan was just turning to negotiate with Yang Miao, and the others were too slow to react, so all 4 of them were hit. But fortunately, it was only a tranquilizer gun, not a bullet. Almost the moment the anesthetic entered their bodies, Xiaolon and the others collapsed to the ground helplessly. "Take them away," Yang Miao said, "and him too." She pointed behind the shelter where Songshi had hidden Chen Suqin. Chen Suqin approached, his eyes filled with worry as he looked at Songshi. Songshi's mind was racing with thoughts about Yang Miao's intentions, his own situation, and how to respond. He had no time to pay attention to him. After the 5 men were sent away, Songshi glanced in the direction they left, upstairs. "Are you sending them away from the western suburbs, or are you locking them up somewhere else?" "Of course the former. I don't think they can be used as leverage to threaten you." Yang Miao dropped the remaining cigarette and gently crushed it with her foot. She knew Songshi well. "The only thing that can threaten you is your own life." Songshi's eyelids twitched. A strong sixth sense of danger overwhelmed her. All her previous considerations vanished at this moment. She needed to subdue Yang Miao first. The moment she lunged at Yang Miao, her subordinates, receiving Yang Miao's orders, unanimously fired tranquilizer darts at Songshi's back. Songshi froze, clutching the dagger as he thrust at Yang Miao. A tranquilizer dart shot into her shoulder, its potent hypnotic fluid instantly infusing her body. Drowsiness washed over her from head to toe, her eyelids feeling heavy. Songshi's legs gave way, nearly collapsing. She bit the tender flesh inside her cheek, forcing herself to take another heavy step forward. Hold on. She had the ability to heal herself. It would probably only take a few seconds for her body to metabolize the hypnotic agent. Yang Miao had his men use the hypnotic darts, anticipating those few seconds when Songshi slowed down. Songshi in his prime would have been incredibly difficult to capture. Why would he wait for her to wake up before taking action? The moment he noticed Songshi's dazed expression, Yang Miao immediately took a step forward, swatted away the dagger in front of him, and kicked Songshi in the knee. Songshi stumbled to the ground, holding her hands on the ground. The effects of the hypnotic drug were rapidly wearing off. She caught a glimpse of the dagger Yang Miao had swatted away, and reached out to grab it, but something icy cold clamped around her neck from behind. Click! The moment it clamped, there was a crisp sound, and then it automatically adjusted to fit her neck. A surge of electricity spread rapidly from her neck to every part of Songshi's body. Her body convulsed in excruciating pain, and she retracted her outstretched arm, clutching the finger with metal ring around her neck. The current generated by this bracelet was not a simple physical injury. The pain it caused was so intense that even her A+ level self-healing ability could not alleviate it. The electric current raced through her body, sparking and flashing like lightning, threatening to char her internal organs. Looking down at Songshi, who lay curled up on the ground, Yang Miao fiddled with a simple button device at her fingertips. Mark of a Psychic Awakener, S rank. Your healing abilities have no effect on it. Songshi wanted to curse, but the excruciating pain kept her speechless. She could only pound the ground. My father gave me this thing before he died. I haven't found a suitable user. Those people are too weak to use it. Yang Miao spoke calmly, recalling the past. The other day you came to discuss cooperation, especially the moment you defeated me. I immediately pictured you wearing it. It really suits you. Songshi's mind was already frantic. In the extreme pain, her berserker type's desire to destroy everything was becoming uncontrollable. Yang Miao's words drifted into her ears, fragmented and fragmented. I'm not trying to kill you. I have something I want you to do. If I tell you directly, you won't agree. This is the only way. You've already helped me kill Fang Liming. As a good person, help me kill one more person. You're probably in so much pain right now that you can't hear me. It's okay. Once you regain consciousness and recover, just kill everyone you see. Those people deserve to die. Kill them all, then come to me. I unlock you. If you make it back alive. Songshi's ears pierced with a sharp, piercing pain. She covered her ears, her mind plunging into darkness. Chapter 95. Songshi slowly opened her eyes, and what she saw was a string of small white bulbs, adorned with gems, feathers, and ribbons, resembling an exquisite gift box. The ground beneath her was soft, like lying on a cloud. Songshi thought half-consciously. The heart-wrenching pain she felt before she passed out had faded, and Yang Miao's voice replayed in her ears. Help me kill one more person. When you come back, I unlock it for you. Kill them all. Songshi, ? She straightened up, her consciousness suddenly clear, and surveyed her surroundings. She was in a narrow, coffin-shaped box. Lying flat, it was perfectly long for her height, and sitting up, her head almost touched the top. The area beneath her was covered with feathers and cotton. She wore a white gauze dress that matched the embellishments. The entire interior was a giant gift box, And she was the gift. Yang Miao had packaged her up as a gift and given her to someone he wanted to kill. Songshur touched her neck and felt a metal ring and a necklace. The necklace was likely meant to conceal the metal ring. The metal ring contained a mental imprint placed by a psychic awakener, and the control switch was in Yang Miao's hands. Yang Miao was using this to threaten her. Today was only the first time. As long as the control switch was in Yang Miao's hands, and the metal ring was around her neck, there would inevitably be a second and third time. Either destroy the metal ring or kill Yang Miao. Songshur tried to pull at the metal ring with brute force. After awakening to the berserker element, her strength was enough to bend an iron cage as thick as her wrist. Songshur's fingertips turned white from the tugging, but the metal ring remained motionless. The friction on her neck stung slightly, and her healing energy flowed through her, restoring her reddened neck. This was the only good news so far. The mental imprint had expired, and her healing power had returned. Songshur examined the four corners of the box. Yang Miao had sent her here primarily to kill the recipient, so he must have provided her with a weapon. Songshur finally found a small, spring-loaded retractable knife under the cushion, where his head had been resting. She's showing weakness. It won't amount to anything, don't worry. A staccato voice drifted in from outside. Someone was approaching. Songshur immediately grasped the dagger in his hand, returned to his previous position, and smoothed back the feathers, cotton, and other padding. Closing his eyes, the incoming voice became clearer. These are all rare goods Fawn Liming collected. He was hoping to make a killing, but he got ripped off, and all of this stuff ended up in Yang Miao's pocket. She's quite perceptive. She's gifted every prominent gang in the western suburbs. She's even better at winning people over than her father. More than one person entered. There were two different voices speaking. Did she think she could single-handedly take over Fawn Liming's light society territory just by giving away a few gifts? Wishful thinking. She's still too young. Greed is insatiable. It's more like a snake swallowing an elephant. She, the Longshan Society, will keep 1/5 and give the rest away. 5 sentences, 5 different voices. The number of people entering was no less. Yang Miao's words before she passed out became clear at this moment. Just kill everyone you see. Everyone who enters must be killed. How strong are these people? Are there any awakened? What happens after they're killed? How will she escape? Where is she now? Where is her contact? Yang Miao didn't tell her any of this. Perhaps he didn't even plan a way out for her. Yang Miao sent my Jiang Honghu a hybrid of a Jiangming monkey beast and a human girl. You can come see it someday. Yours is rare. I received a pair of twins. They're rare, but not nearly as interesting as your hybrid. I definitely go take a look when I have time. The goods Fawn Liming brought this time are truly good. What a pity. Master Lu, what did she send you? I don't know. The source of this voice sounded younger than the others. Judging by the respectful and fawning attitude they showed him, he held a high position in the western suburbs. He must be the leader of the gang she was currently in, and a targeted individual for Yang Miao's attack. The lid of the gift box trembled, and there was a scraping sound. Someone was pushing. A ray of natural light filtered in from outside, illuminating one of Songshur's eyes. Songshur remained motionless, as if still in a coma, waiting for the target to approach. Wait, a young voice suddenly called out, Chen, run a mental scan. Yes, the voice replied, deep and youthful. Songshur, lying in the gift box, ? Mental scan? Isn't this a mental skill? There's an awakened psychic here? Then what's she hiding? The mental scan was like an airport X-ray scanner combined with a metal detector and millimeter-wave body imaging. The mental detector and other equipment scanned everything, revealing everything from internal cells to virtual mental energy. Some psychic detections can even detect lies. Her psychic power immediately revealed her as no ordinary person. An awakened psychic power is much higher than that of an average person. And the knife in her hand? The psychic mark on her neck. They were nowhere to hide. Did Yang Miao not realize there was a psychic awakened on the other side before sending her in? Or did she think she could kill with impunity under the hands of a psychic awakened? The situation was even more critical than before. Pretending to have just woken up and push open the gift box lid might cause the awakened to pause the psychic detection. Songshur forced herself to calm down and find the best solution for the moment. She threw away the switchblade and pushed the gift box lid with both hands. Hey, it's moving. Looks like the anesthetic is worn off, and it's waking up on its own, someone said. Hey, Master Lu, we've scanned everything. No dangerous goods, no need to be so cautious. And since they were delivered in cardboard boxes, the contents are definitely not very destructive. Don't waste Chen's mental energy on another scan. Songshur pushed open the gift box's lid, timidly revealing his eyes. He saw nearly half a circle of people gathered in an arc around the box. The man in the center was young, in his early 20s, with a meticulously slicked-back hairstyle. His gaze held the sharp intensity of a superior. Songshur was more concerned about the man standing to his side and behind him. His face was half down, making it difficult to see his features. He was young, one of the only 2 young people in the group, and very likely the psychic awakener. He had already been interrupted by her, when he was trying to detect it with his mental power. He had to be killed first. Huh? Just an ordinary guy. The portly, Mediterranean-looking man stepped forward, circling Songshur. Shouldn't the gift for President Li be something even rarer? The curly-haired middle-aged man instructed Songshur. Stand up. Let me see if you have wings. I've heard there's a kind of spirit beast that looks remarkably like a human. Let her stand. What a relief. Someone handed her a pillow just as she dozed off. She was just wondering how to get out. Songshur pushed the lid of the box completely open, stood up, and stepped out. The gift box she was holding was on the table, and after she emerged, she stood on it, much taller than the others, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. They were in the reception area of an office. All they could see were the dozen or so people in front of them. Good. The bodyguards didn't follow. No wings. The curly-haired middle-aged man looked up at Songshur, a little disappointed. His gaze drifted over the long legs, and he immediately became distracted. What does President Li plan to do with this guy? He licked his lower lip. Songshur, like the others, fixed his gaze on the young man standing in the center of the crowd. The man's sharp brows swept over her, and he spoke coldly, "Kill him, and return the body to Yang Miao." Huh? The curly-haired man who asked the question was confused, more reluctant than willing. The man known as Li Yi ignored the question, his right hand behind his back, and reached for his gun. He pulled the safety, cocked the gun, and aimed at Songshur, who was sitting on a table 2 meters away, but Songshur's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. The man's arm, holding the gun, trembled, and he sensed something was wrong. The next second, Songshur descended from the sky, grasped his hand, and twisted it with unstoppable force. Using his fingers, he fired at the psychic awakener to the side and rear. The incident happened so suddenly that no one had anticipated the speed of this delicate woman, presented as a gift, and no one could react. The same is true for psychic awakeners. Psychic awakeners are only powerful in mental power. In terms of physical fitness, they're on par with healing types. The bullet shot through the air, but just as it was about to strike his forehead, it was blocked by an invisible force, unable to move forward an inch. The entire bullet trembled 10 centimeters from his forehead. Songshur looked at the scene before her. Is this so-called mental power materialization? Isn't this something only S-level psychic awakeners and above can do? The other party is S-level? Songshur's mind quickly flashed through the skills of S-level psychic awakeners. Hypnosis, control, detection, attack, materialization. There were others in between, but she couldn't remember them clearly. But she knew that psychic skills progressed in layers, and one skill needed to master one before the next. If the other party could materialize his mental power, then mental attacks were no problem. The moment the suspended bullet fell, Songshur felt a pain in her head, like an iron axe hammering down on her head, and a hand immediately reached in to churn her brain. Songshur wanted to roll over on the ground with his head in his hands. In her current situation, if she lay down, she would surely die. She didn't want to die. She hadn't yet settled her score with Yang Miao. She had to return alive. Songshur resisted, gritted his teeth, aimed at the retreating psychic awakener, and pulled the trigger again. The man's dark pupils trembled, and the stoic expression on his face broke. How could someone remain unfazed by his psychic attack? The opponent was higher level than him. While he was stunned, the bullet had already flown. He quickly withdrew his psychic attack and turned to deal with the bullet in front of him. The bullet hovered in midair again. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. A person's psychic power is limited. Only one skill can be active at a time. His psychic power materialized to block the bullet, rendering his psychic attack ineffective. Songshur took a breath, enduring the headache and nausea that followed. He wrenched the gun from Li's hand, clamped it around his neck, and pressed the muzzle to his temple. "Everyone freeze!" Songshur shouted. Chapter 96. Congratulations! This mission is successfully completed, and the mission reward has been received. Would you like to check the healing skill tips now? The two sides are now in a standoff, with no air flowing. The bullet fired at the psychic awakener still hovers in midair, its tail trembling. Time seems to stand still. Songshur sweated profusely, silently muttering, "Check." Healing skill tips. Everything reaches its extreme, and then reverses. Just 4 words? Songshur asked patiently. These brief words hold a profound mystery. Under intense tension, Songshur could no longer maintain a friendly expression or a respectful attitude towards this system that had been within her body for so long. The first and second talents are in a progressive relationship. Using the same method, but with different levels of mental energy release, will produce 2 completely opposite effects, like repairing and creating patience, soothing and playing with the mind. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Congratulations. I've already figured this out. You don't need to use it as a reward. You better give me a different hint, or just tell me what the remaining skills are. You're keeping me guessing all day long, and I'm getting fed up. Talk. Songshur thought angrily. You're burning the bridge. You say whatever you want, but you need to give me a different reward, a more specific quest hint, or just tell me the skills I haven't discovered yet. Take your pick. Also faster. In this situation, I might die in the next second. Then you have to find a new host and train again. Training a dual-element awakener is not easy. The system fell silent, as if it had ceased to exist. I know you can hear me, don't play dead. Purification. Mental attack. A line of green text appeared in Songshur's mind. The content was simple and clear. Purification corresponded to mental attack in the destruction talent. This indicated that the 2 skills were used identically. Songshur recalled the key points of purifying the black energy, using the healing element's own mental power to cover the black energy and devour it. The same was true for mental attacks. The target became the target's brain. Songshur immediately launched the attack, a blanket of mental power bearing like tentacles, enveloping the head of the mental awakener. The bullet, suspended in midair, fell. With a clack, it landed at Songshur's feet. The mental awakener half knelt on the ground, spitting blood. His face pale, he gazed up at the cold, handsome Songshur with admiration and fascination. A mentally powerful being, even at such a young age, he was no match for him. What level is this? Songshur's expression was calm, as if she had everything under control. In reality, she was choking with anger as she looked at the remaining 9 mental power points. Using a single mental attack actually consumed over 20 points. She didn't even have enough left for another attack. I absolutely couldn't let these people see this. No one move, Songshur said sternly, pressing the muzzle of his gun down. The man beneath his elbow had his temple sunken by the gun's impact, and with Songshur's tight grip, his face was a purple red, yet he remained as cold as ice. The psychic awakener had been completely smitten by Songshur's previous attack. A single casual mental attack had already made him spit blood. If he offended her, and received another attack of greater intensity than this one, he might be reduced to a mortal. As a rare S-rank psychic awakener, he had a bright future. There was no need to compromise his talent over a gang feud. What did Yang Miao give you? I can give you double it. The man at Songshur's arm spoke with difficulty, negotiating with him. He could tell that Songshur was a hexagonal awakener, unafraid of S-level psychic attacks, even capable of counterattacks. He was agile and possessed enhanced speed. Such a person wouldn't exist in the outer city, nor would he kill him for no reason. Yang Miao must have paid a large sum of money to kill him under the guise of a gift. He had people check the entire gift for deadly items like time bombs, poison gas, firearms, and even the source of the gift. Everything was safe and reliable, posing no threat to his life. He hadn't expected Yang Miao to find such a powerful awakener, one who could seamlessly disguise herself as a gift, a harmless-looking, powerless little girl. These people seemed a little wary of her. Songshur glanced around coldly. Then the next step would be easy. Chapter 97. Pretending to be coerced by Yang Miao, Songshur demanded that the group cooperate with her in a play. Fake death. She tricked Yang Miao out to a designated location, while the others lurked nearby, waiting for her psychic brand to be removed. Then, they all surrounded Yang Miao and killed her. A psychic brand? As long as your level can suppress the level of the awakened who placed the brand on the metal ring, you can easily destroy the shackles yourself. The psychic awakened named Lian Qin, upon learning that Yang Miao's method of blackmailing Songshur was to place a psychic brand on her, offered Songshur a plan. This was also a small pry into Songshur's level. Songshur couldn't refuse to answer, as that would make her appear guilty. She couldn't answer casually either. She had to make her fabricated level lower than the collar, preventing her from destroying it on her own, yet higher than Lian Qin's level to intimidate him. Songshur had previously focused on studying psychic-related skills, among the hundreds of awakening paths and thousands of skills across the Federation, and was familiar with the concept of psychic level suppression. One level higher in talent could crush someone. Previously, she had merely suspected that Yang Miao knew there was a psychic awakener in this place. After seeing that Lian Chen's level was high enough to use psychic attacks, her doubts were gone. She was certain Yang Miao knew. The reason Yang Miao was threatening her was a metal ring with a psychic imprint, a mark that could only be suppressed and destroyed by a psychic awakener of a higher level. As for a simple bomb, anyone with psychic attacks could remove the ring without triggering an explosion. Yang Miao couldn't allow the leverage she held over her to be destroyed. This further implied that Lian Chen couldn't break the mark. His psychic level must be below the mark. Song Shi reported the highest possible mark level, SSS. Lian Chen immediately stopped questioning why Song Shi hadn't removed the mark himself. SSS? That's unsolvable. The Federation hadn't discovered a level higher than SSS yet. They could only rely on the control switch in Yang Miao's hand. Song Shi scanned the expressions of the people in the conference room. They were all fairly uniform, their heads bowed, pondering the feasibility of a fake death, their bodies glowing orange. Only one person, Song Shi's head lowered, was the man under her elbow. He questioned, a mixture of murderous intent and anger, a crimson shimmering amidst the dark emotions. The color of his emotions betrayed his true thoughts. As a gang leader, he held a prominent position in the western suburbs, with so many followers. He wasn't someone she could fool with a few words. Li Yanxi was suspicious of Song Shi, and completely disapproved of his fake death tactic. He didn't want to be manipulated by her, and he even felt the urge to kill this woman, who was trampling his authority underfoot. He remained silent, because Song Shi's arm was still clamped around his neck, choking him, and the cold, black muzzle of the gun was pressed firmly against his temple. And she would unleash a psychic attack. His life was completely in her hands. It was terrible. He had fallen into Yang Miao's trap. To make matters worse, his foolish followers and companions had already believed her, practically embracing her proposal wholeheartedly. He could only use silence to stall for time, his mind racing to figure out how to turn her trick against him, and kill both Song Shi and Yang Miao. The arm around his neck tightened even more, nearly choking him. He was about to speak, about to say something to warn these idiots under his command, when a sharp pain shot through the back of his head, and his vision went black. This woman had actually attacked him. In his final moments of consciousness, he slipped into a coma filled with reluctance and worry. Song Shi gently laid Li Yanxi, his body completely limp, on the ground. Although she couldn't read minds, the man's emotions revealed too much. Since she couldn't convince such a shrewd man, she decided to keep him quiet for now, lest he alert the others. What did you do to Brother Lu? Lian Chen saw the fallen Li Yanxi, and quickly knelt forward, hugging his shoulders and channeling his mental power to check on him. There was nothing unusual, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Song Shi took a photo of Lian Chen holding Li Yanxi. If we want to deceive Yang Miao, we have to be realistic. He wouldn't be able to take a photo like this. I knock him out and let him sleep, so he can cooperate with me. In reality, it wasn't just a sleep. During his time with him, Song Shi had quietly tampered with his heart. Lian Chen wasn't a doctor, so his psychic vision couldn't detect it. Song Shi enlarged the photo and showed it to the others in the meeting room before sending it to Yang Miao in front of them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to completely swallow up the Longshan Society in one fell swoop? Song Shi's voice was alluring and persuasive. The Longshan Society just swallowed up the Guanghui organization. The amount of fat is so huge, it's enough to cover half of the western suburbs. There are only 9 of you. Calculate how much each of you can get. Are you willing to remain a small, dependent gang? Follow me today. You will surely make your gang great, and become the Longshan gang it once was. You be able to call the shots. Do whatever you want. Except for the unconscious Li Yanxi, few of the 9 were bright. They were all eager for quick success, lacking foresight and easily deceived. Song Shi's voice was passionate, like a high school oath, be brave. From today on, you will be the leaders dominating the western suburbs. Countless money and beautiful women will flock to you, and the city's security will have to act according to your wishes. Most importantly, you don't have to take any risks. You can choose the location and dig the trap. Just fool Yang Miao, and I kill her myself. All you have to do is follow me, and pick up the pieces. Someone couldn't resist the temptation, and offered to help Song Shi convince the others. Brothers, let's do this big thing. When Master Lu wakes up, we give him a surprise. He stopped calling us stupid. This time, we make him take notice, said the curly-haired middle-aged man who previously wondered if Song Shi had wings. Song Shi gave him an approving look. He was truly a refreshingly unconventional fool, even able to convince his brothers from a perspective she hadn't considered. Undoubtedly, This man's current mood best suited her purpose. Songshur unceremoniously packaged his emotions and tossed them to the others. They avoided Lian Chen. The other party was a psychic awakener, and Songshur didn't dare to make a move against him. The emotional package shattered the last vestiges of the hesitant 7 men. They gathered around the conference table and began heatedly discussing where to set the trap and how to deploy it. As Songshur waited quietly, her fingers traced the brand on her neck, her heart sinking. She had to destroy it before the mission to encircle and suppress Yang Miao began. She didn't believe Yang Miao would remove the brand as agreed. But with her mere 9 points of mental power remaining, could she destroy it? Songshur didn't dare attempt it rashly. She was surrounded by dangers, and if her mental power were reduced to 0, she wouldn't even be able to protect herself. She'd take advantage of their discussion to relieve some of her mental power. Songshur walked over to Li Yanxi, who had been placed on a chair by Lian Chen, and pulled out a chair just a foot away from him. This was to guard against him waking up suddenly. Otherwise, all her efforts would be wasted. An hour later, the group concluded their discussion and began contacting their subordinates on their computers to arrange various matters. Li Yanxi's work was assigned to Lian Chen. Lian Chen was adopted by Li Yanxi's father, and lived and ate with Li Yanxi. He held a similar position in the gang to Li Yanxi's. Anyone Li Yanxi could command, Lian Chen could command. After Songshur's mental power recovered by 3 points, she contacted Yang Miao, explaining that she had completed the mission and providing a specific meeting location. Yang Miao's message showed as read, but 20 minutes later, he replied with 2 words. Yes. Songshur stared at the screen. Through it, she saw Yang Miao's excitement as he searched for confirmation that the enemy base was in chaos and they were searching for the murderer. Then, after that excitement, she calmed down and became suspicious. Yang Miao was a cautious person. She had never been wrong about that. However, no matter how cautious she was, the outside world had already heard about the mass murder of 8 gang leaders. Except for the fact that the remaining members were gathered here to discuss how to divide up Yang Miao's Longshan society, everything else was true. It was practically flawless. Yang Miao couldn't find any suspicious points. During this time, the curly-haired middle-aged man, seeking to establish a relationship with Songshur, had his men bring him a tray of nutrient solution. Take this. High-purity nutrient solution, not available on the market. I collected it specifically from the officials in the inner city. Drink plenty to boost your mental power to its peak. We need you for the operation later. Lian Chen, who was caring for Li Yanxi, looked over and stared at the 5 bottles of nutrient solution on the tray. In the past, these people had given him nutrient solution of this purity as a gift, 1 bottle at a time, sometimes only giving him 1 bottle every 6 months. Now, he was giving 5 bottles at once. He was jealous. Songshur's face was stern, concealing her inner joy. She was worried about the low amount of mental power points she had recovered. He took the 5 bottles of nutrient solution without hesitation and poured them all into his mouth. The curly-haired man who had handed him the nutrient solution observed Songshur's actions, speechless. He forgot to mention that this nutrient solution could only be consumed once a day, otherwise the body wouldn't be able to handle the added nutrients. But then he thought, stopping him from drinking would seem petty and reluctant. Besides, the other person was at a higher level than Lian Chen, and he must have consumed a lot of this nutrient solution before. If he dared to drink 5 bottles in a row, he must know his own limits, so there was no need for him to worry. Thinking this way, he no longer had anything to worry about. He chatted with Songshur for a while longer, asking him in detail if he wanted to change clothes, if he had any weapons he needed, and so on. Songshur touched the back of her neck. She felt strangely hot, and her hand felt cool against it, a pleasant sensation. We need to do the whole act. Changing my clothes will make Yang Miao suspicious. We don't need weapons either. Yang Miao is a cautious person, and will definitely search me, Songshur said. You're really thoughtful, the curly-haired middle-aged man complimented, several wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. Songshur remained silent, maintaining a cool and mysterious air. In reality, her body was burning with heat, her heart pounding, and she felt like she was about to explode. Looking inward at the virtual panel, her mental power values were rapidly increasing. 9, 13, 19, 28, 41. Ah, why are you bleeding from the nose? Songshur felt an itch at the bottom of her nose. Hearing the warning in her ear, she raised her hand to wipe it, and her fingers were covered in blood. The blood continued to flow, and her entire chin was warm. The curly-haired middle-aged man hurriedly called for paper. Songshur waved her hand away, letting the blood flow, staining the collar of her snow-white dress a deep red, and spreading rapidly downwards. The clean clothes didn't look like they'd been in a fight. A bit more blood would make them seem more authentic. She could also feel her blood vessels swelling, as if they were about to explode. Her healing powers were rapidly covering the thinning blood vessel walls with new cells, patching them up and barely keeping them from rupturing. She was thankful that her body could heal itself, not requiring her to meticulously apply her anatomical knowledge to each individual vessel. Otherwise, with so many blood vessels, some thick, some thin, even as thin as a hair, she wouldn't be able to keep up. The middle-aged curly-haired man couldn't help but admire Song Shi's composure despite the spurting nosebleed. He thought to himself that he was indeed an awakened person stronger than Lian Shen. He downed 5 bottles of high-purity nutrient solution and only had a nosebleed. Although it wasn't bleeding, it was still spurting, but he remained so calm and composed, as if he had everything under control. He truly was a master. Song Shi was in excruciating pain, her tongue nearly biting off, her temples throbbing. But with so many people watching, she had to act like a boss. Every inch of her blood vessels was reshaping on the brink of rupture. The power of the nutrient solution and the healing power constantly clashed, back and forth, treating her body like a battlefield. Song Shi feared she would bleed out and explode, a death torn from all 7 orifices. She felt deeply unwilling to see her great cause shattered before it was even halfway through. She endured stubbornly. After more than 10 minutes, the rising mental power points stopped. Mental power points, medium, 232/1000. Song Shi wiped the blood from her nose, which had stopped flowing, and sighed deeply at the numbers. The pain had been worth it. After her mental power reached intermediate level, Song Shi's first act was to destroy the metal ring around her neck. This was the benefit of having a system. Typically, an awakened individual would need to be at a higher level to destroy this kind of mental power imprint, and the system would simply quantify the mental power required. 121 mental power points plummeted, and the brand on his neck clearly lost its vitality, transforming from a living thing into a dead object. The network had been set. Song Shi and 8 gang leaders rushed to the scene. Originally, the 8 of them hadn't planned to go, hoping to sit back and reap the risk-free profits. Song Shi had other plans and, through brainwashing, convinced them otherwise. After several discussions, the meeting place was decided on an old tavern. The patrons were mostly illegal immigrants or fugitives, conducting shady transactions, a choice that suited Song Shi's current situation. Most importantly, the area was crowded with old buildings, densely populated with shops selling contraband. Nearby were casinos, underground boxing rings, and other establishments. The dense flow of people made it easy to place someone nearby without arousing Yang Miao's suspicion. Yang Miao had already arrived and asked when Song Shi would arrive. Song Shi was on his way to the tavern. He replied 3 minutes, took a screenshot of the chat, and sent it to a makeshift group called Catching Turtle. Boss Shu, we be there in 10 minutes. I look forward to seeing Yang Miao being slain by you. The Emperor of the Azure Dragon Gang, we be there to finish you off. Don't worry about Yang Miao's men. The King of Emperors, all the snipers are in place. Yang Miao's men have nowhere to hide. Several people in the group were brimming with confidence. At this moment, Song Shi, who was supposed to be entering the tavern to meet Yang Miao, kicked the sniper upstairs in the head, knocking him unconscious. Then he grabbed his sniper rifle and his walkie-talkie. Lying on the ground, he aimed his sniper rifle at the tavern. She quickly scanned the windows of the tavern through the scope, searching for Yang Miao. She didn't see him. It's not without reason that this tavern could become a trading center. It was very airtight, and the windows were all high up, small in size, and faced the open space. Chapter 98. Xilong Gang Emperor, have you gone in? My people inside haven't seen you yet. Song Shi glanced at the message on his laptop, then looked away, expressionlessly adjusting the data on his sniper rifle. You're dreaming. My goal is to kill you all. Not one of you will make it back alive. Xilong Gang Emperor, why haven't you replied to my message? Xilong Gang Emperor, what are you busy with? Xilong Gang Emperor, are you following our plan? Bombarded with messages, Song Shi grew impatient and glanced around. King Yin, did something happen over there? King Yin, we've spotted the tavern. If something's happening up ahead, should we retreat first? How cautious of you, huh? Song Shi sneered, abandoning Yang Miao inside and aiming his scope at the street, scanning the area for the 8 figures in the group. Then I finish you off first. Found you. You're here real quick. In the field of view of the semi-automatic sniper rifle, a middle-aged man with short, curly hair appeared, his hat brim pulled down, peering forward stealthily. Thank you for the nutrient solution, Song Shi muttered emotionlessly. Then he cleared his mind, relaxed his body, and followed muscle memory. He squeezed the trigger with his index finger. The silenced bullet fired. It leaped 5 stories. It penetrated his skull through the right temple. The immense force of the impact sent his top hat flying off, tumbling to the ground. Then, the curly-haired middle-aged man's portly body fell sideways. Someone's been shot. Panic erupted around him. Everyone frantically looked around, searching for shelter, pushing and shoving the crowd to the sides. The 2 subordinates protecting the curly-haired man immediately drew their guns and pointed them cautiously at Song Shi's position. Song Shi calmly breathed on her lenses. In your next life, don't look around. She habitually wiped her lenses, as if she had repeated this action thousands of times. Song Shi cleared her mind and once again aimed at another man, a dozen meters away from the curly-haired man. His name in the group chat was the king of the Azure Dragon Gang. Your turn. Song Shi, as usual, surrendered her body to muscle memory. Successful kill. She didn't waste time, searching for the familiar figures in the hurried crowd. You're a little slow in dodging. 2 shots in quick succession, and 2 men collapsed in the crowd. Song Shi was pleased to have killed 4 people in a row from one position. Shooting from the same position made it easy for snipers to target her, even though it offered good concealment. But her anti-detection abilities were almost zero, and she wouldn't even know she was being targeted. She had to give up. She grabbed her gun and stood up decisively, heading for the next sniper position. The good spots were already occupied by other snipers, and Song Shi had little experience in this area, so he simply followed his memory to find the other sniper positions. In a well-hidden corridor across from him, with a broken corner of the window, Song Shi spotted the sniper lying on the ground, concentrating on aiming. He pulled out the pistol he had plucked from the previous sniper and shot him in the back of the head, still unaware. The back of the head cracked. Song Shi grabbed his arms and tossed the body against the wall. He rubbed the blood stains he had left on the ground with the sole of his shoe, then crouched down, raised his sniper rifle, and continued his search. There were plenty of shelters nearby, and those who needed to hide had mostly gone. Song Shi's target changed to Yang Miao. Yang Miao was still in the tavern, having sent her 2 messages 5 minutes ago. Why haven't you arrived yet? Were you responsible for the gunfire outside? Song Shi turned the tables. I was just about to ask you, did you send someone to assassinate me? Yang Miao, I hold your life in my hands. Is it necessary to send a sniper? Song Shi was a scoundrel, blaming everything on her. You must have leaked my whereabouts. Or you came too conspicuously, and were noticed by those who were chasing me. Why weren't you more careful? Do you want me to die? You don't keep your promise. Yang Miao. Yang Miao's expression was unreadable, but these 3 points were enough to explain her speechlessness. Yang Miao, you have paranoid delusions. This kind of conversation should be kept to a minimum, just enough to guide Yang Miao away from her suspicions. Any more would only wear down Yang Miao's patience. Song Shi typed, making a request. Have your men take care of them, and I come find you later. If I leave, I'd be exposed, and there's no chance of meeting you today. Yang Miao, where are you now? Song Shi glanced downstairs. The tavern Yang Miao was in was to the left. Song Shi, it's a casino called when about 20 meters southwest of your tavern. Song Shi, you're coming to see me? Yang Miao's message showed as read, but there was no reply. Song Shi switched back to the Catch Turtle group, replaying his previous conversation with Yang Miao. What's wrong with your sniper? He shot me when I was almost inside the tavern. Luckily, I can materialize with my psychic power, otherwise I'd be dead. Anyway, these people don't know who fired the shot, so Song Shi made it up. President Zhu, why didn't you contact us just now? We asked you a question, but you didn't even answer. Vanguard, please, I was hiding from a sniper. He aimed at me 3 times, and there was a silencer on his gun barrel, so you didn't hear a single word. As soon as I hid, I sent you a message. Song Shi's nickname was set to Vanguard. Lianchen, 4 of us just died here. A sniper was specifically targeting us. They must have gotten advance notice and knew we were coming. There's a traitor among us. President Zhu, could it be that Yang Miao sent someone here to set up the situation? Lianchen was relatively lucid, and he was considered the smartest of the bunch. Impossible. We only gave her 20 minutes notice of the meeting place and time. How could she have deployed a sniper in 20 minutes? Besides, rumors were already circulating that we were all dead, and Yang Miao had received the same information. There was no need for her to deploy a sniper. Vanguard, that. The sniper might have been deployed to prevent my escape. As for the meeting time and location, at Emperor of Kings, didn't you say this area is mixed with Yang Miao's territory? Lianchen, He's already died. Song Shi, of course, knew that. She feigned shock. Xian Feng, so sudden. He even gave me nutrient solution. Lianchen, now's no time for regrets. We have to take out the snipers Yang Miao has stationed outside, or none of us will escape. Xian Feng, where are you now? I find you. I have the power to materialize. I can protect you. The remaining 4 people were completely defenseless against Song Shi and reported their locations one after another. Chapter 99. Vanguard, you're all not far from each other, so you can gather on your own. I don't have clones, so I can't protect 4 people. It'd be easier if we gather, and I go directly to one place. Song Shi was like a big bad wolf, lying outside the door, coaxing the piglets into opening their doors, so she could devour them all. If they dared to show up on the street, no matter how many people were protecting them, she'd be able to take their heads off from 100 meters away. Lianchen, we don't need it. We've laid a tight net here. I don't believe we can't kill Yang Miao. Song Shi stared at the screen and almost laughed out loud. Lianchen and his group had truly jumped out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's. A classic example of jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Mr. Zhu, wouldn't Yang Miao know we're setting a trap for her? She definitely wouldn't remove the psychic imprint on Vanguard. It was incredible that this man could still consider her at this moment. Song Shi's expressionless face uttered a righteous and heroic statement. Don't worry about me. My affairs cannot become a stumbling block to your progress. Even at this point, your survival is the most important thing. Song Shi's words hit the nail on the head. At this moment, survival was paramount. Who cared about the branding? After all, their original purpose in agreeing to cooperate with Song Shi was to lure Yang Miao out, surround her, and kill her. Now Yang Miao was trapped, and only the final step remained. Whether Song Shi was there or not made no difference. After just a few hours together, how could this group truly develop feelings for Song Shi? It was simply a reliance on her abilities. Song Shi's words awakened several people, and for a moment, no one in the group spoke. Song Shi stared at the chat screen, which remained blank, convinced herself that the remaining 4 had created a small group. They were probably now planning how to outflank Yang Miao, who had already been caught. In their view, any attack on Yang Miao would result in her certain death. So, they had excluded her. Song Shi exited the chat screen. She looked at the main interface, which contained only 2 chat boxes. The computer was a temporary virtual account that Lianchen had given her. It only had 2 chat partners, Yang Miao and Zhua Bi. Now, neither of them was paying attention to her. Song Shi's index finger tapped the trigger of her sniper rifle with boredom, the scope scanning the street again and again, searching for familiar faces. Yang Miao was trying to find a way to enter the casino within her range. Lianchen's 4 brainless men had also gathered to plan a siege on Yang Miao. The 2 sides were bound to meet. Something interesting was about to happen. Song Shi didn't have to wait long. 3 minutes later, on the street, under the scorching midday sun, the gang members, hidden throughout, collectively surrounded the tavern. The scene resembled an army of ants surrounding a fallen crumb of bread. Soon, a continuous barrage of gunfire emanated from the tavern. Song Shi listened intently. The sound was truly mesmerizing. With such a relentless onslaught, even Yang Miao would have found it difficult to escape. However, Yang Miao might have awakened a special ability. She had only limped in one leg when she jumped from such a high building. She was truly unlike a normal person. We must not let our guard down. We must remain vigilant. Song Shi suppressed his smile, focused his attention, and aimed his gun at the tavern's front door. 3 minutes later, Yang Miao appeared at the front door, a knife at Lianchen's neck. Gang members, dressed in various costumes, retreated and gave way under Yang Miao's threat, keeping a distance from him. They didn't dare to fire, but stared at him with their guns raised. Song Shi frowned. In the scope, he saw Lianchen's face, his brow furrowed in a deep frown, a look of humiliation and pain. Lianchen could use psychic attacks, so why was he still being coerced by Yang Miao? Couldn't he use psychic attacks on her? Or were psychic attacks ineffective against Yang Miao? How could that be? Subconsciously, Song Shi doubted it. She immediately estimated the distance between her and Yang Miao. She was on the 5th floor, and Yang Miao was in the middle of the street, about 30 meters away as the crow flies. She wondered if psychic attacks were possible within 30 meters. Song Shi attempted a psychic attack on Yang Miao. The psychic tentacles crossed the 30-meter distance and successfully reached Yang Miao's brain, but were blocked by an invisible force. Yang Miao's head seemed to be covered by a protective shield. Song Shi lowered his gaze. Amidst Yang Miao's overall reddish mood, a white light emanated from her chest. Song Sure recalled that Yang Miao seemed to have worn a silver pendant necklace at the training school. Is that the effect of that necklace? She had never heard of anything like this. After all, if something worn externally could protect against psychic attacks, then frontline teams wouldn't need healers. Of course, it wasn't impossible that she didn't understand the world well enough to be unaware of its existence. In any case, he had to give it a try and find out. Song Sure aimed at Yang Miao's chest. He pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out silently and rapidly, piercing Yang Miao's chest. At the same time, Song Sure unleashed a psychic attack, a torrent of energy lashing out at her head like an octopus's tentacles. Yang Miao spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching her chest and stumbling back. Suddenly, she clutched her head in both hands and fell to her knees in agony, banging her head against the ground again and again. That necklace truly could protect against psychic attacks. Wonderingly, Song Sure looked at Yang Miao, who lay on the ground in agony. Alas, the distance was too far to hear her agonized pleas for mercy. You taught me so much back then, and I later used that knowledge to break out of the controlled school. Sadly, you chose to treat me as your enemy. Song Sure closed his left eye, brought his right to the sniper rifle, aimed at Yang Miao's fallen head, and pulled the trigger without blinking. Yang Miao was dead. There were 4 more men left. Running out of bullets, Song Sure pulled a small box of bullets from the pocket of the lifeless corpse next to him and loaded it. Because Yang Miao and her men were all killed, the 3 men who had been hiding in the shadows, playing cowards, gradually emerged. They gazed at Yang Miao's corpse and commented on it. Even though their conversation couldn't be heard, their excitement was palpable from their body language. You've completely forgotten I exist. Song Sure narrowed his eyes. How foolish. Let's leave this territory to those with brains and strength. Song Sure fired 4 bullets in quick succession. Each man had 1, no more, no less. As expected, the 3 men fell to the ground. Lian Chen temporarily erected a mental barrier, blocking the bullets aimed at him. The surrounding gang members immediately rushed towards Song Sure's position. If she didn't run, she would become the turtle. Song Sure refilled the remaining bullets in Lian Chen's sniper rifle, climbed up, and scavenged some other types of guns and bullets from the corpse, then quickly ran down the stairs. As for whether his mental barrier could block so many bullets, it depended on his own strength. Chapter 100. Song Sure was on the 5th floor. He braced himself with one hand on the stair railing and leaped to the next floor. From the 3rd floor, he turned left, rifle in hand, crossed the corridor connecting the 2 buildings, and ran to the adjacent building. Finding the stairwell of this building, Song Sure ducked down and leaped to the 2nd floor. He crossed the corridor a 2nd time and ran to a building further away. Estimating enough distance from his original position, Song Sure landed on the 1st floor. Buildings in the western suburb share a common trait. Most floors are connected, allowing each building to share doors. Each building has a front door, a back door, a side door, and every east, west, and south door, like a leaky sieve. This made Song Sure's escape much easier. Exiting the building, he found a 5-meter-wide back street, separated from the front street, where the gunfight had taken place by a series of towering buildings. When he arrived, the place was crowded with people, and vendors with their faces covered squatting in the corners selling goods. Now, they had all been swept away, along with their goods. The animal instinct to seek profit and avoid harm was revealed at this moment. A lively atmosphere is only worth watching when it doesn't harm its own interests. Song Sure casually glanced across the street, spotting a low-roof casino. She turned her head warily to both sides. Several of the gang members, some of them swift runners, were entering the building she had previously targeted with their sniper rifles drawn. Before the main force could catch up, Song Sure dodged across the street and crashed into the gambling den. The den was filled not only with gamblers, but also with passers-by who had squeezed in to escape the gang shootout outside. Song Sure rushed in, bloodied and gun in hand. The people in front of her retreated cautiously. What are you pushing for? Can't you see I'm about to deal the cards? The gamblers behind her gritted their teeth and shouted in frustration. Song Sure glanced around the casino, silently pushing her way through the crowd and into the back. She skirted the swirling gambling tables, lifted a bench from the ground, broke a 3-centimeter thick window, and leaped out. With this, she had once again left the rear guard behind and pursued her for another block. The gang members were still waiting to intercept her from beneath the building she had targeted, as well as the 2 adjacent buildings on either side. They had no idea how fast she could be. In just 30 seconds, she had descended 5 floors, leaped across 2 buildings, and squeezed into the casino across the street, barely catching a glimpse of her. They didn't even know who the murderer was or what he looked like. The shattered window Songshur had left behind was incredibly attractive. Beyond it lay another street, a safe one, free of gang fighting. Passers-by taking refuge in the casino were tempted. The sooner they left this dangerous place, the sooner they could be safe. As Songshur disappeared behind the window, they swarmed toward the glass, vying to jump out. The man who had reacted fastest and was closest to Songshur, the first to squeeze out, instinctively looked for her, deciding to follow her and flee. Then, he saw the empty street, scorched by the scorching sun. Songshur, who had jumped out a second earlier than him, was nowhere to be seen. What the hell? He looked left and right, even looking up, suspecting Songshur had climbed upstairs like a creeper. But there was no trace of that figure in sight. It had vanished in such a short time. Get out of the way of that person. What are you blocking the way for? A voice urging him from behind finally brought him back to his senses, and he chose a direction to sprint. By then, Songshur had already sprinted 2 blocks. Before her berserk awakening, even the earth wolf beast couldn't catch up with her. Now that she had awakened, she was even faster than the wind, far too fast for an ordinary person to keep up. Leaving the danger zone, the streets became more crowded. The gang members hadn't realized the real culprit had already escaped so far, and they wouldn't pursue them for the time being. Songshur was now considered safe, and all she had to do was walk to the bus stop and catch the bus home. She had shot her temporary computer to pieces, leaving her without one. Fortunately, the bus used facial recognition, and the money in her ID was there, so she had no problem getting a ride. Still in the western suburbs, there was no telling what kind of monsters might appear. Seeing her walking alone on the street, plotting against her, Songshur didn't let her guard down. Her clothes stood out among the crowd of dark-colored pedestrians, so she had to change them. Songshur searched for her target, quickly selecting a skinny man about her height. She followed him, seemingly unintentionally, and skillfully cast a sleepy spell on him. The man swayed a few times, perhaps drowsy from the warm sunlight. Rubbing his eyes, he headed for the shade. Songshur followed him closely until he reached a shady, deserted spot. She raised her hand, ready to knock him unconscious and strip him of his clothes. A voice rang out from behind. Someone was calling her name. Songshur. Songshur's scalp tingled. Who? Who could appear so quietly behind her without her noticing? And they even knew her. After a long period of intense tension, Songshur aimed his sniper rifle the moment the voice rang out, twisting his body and aiming at the source. Then, she saw Yin Qianlin quickly wave his hand, creating a barrier of golden light. It stood before him, the city security captain, whom she had met just 20 days ago, and someone she didn't recognize. Songshur's expression froze. She opened her right eye, which had been closed for aiming, and looked at Yin Qianlin. She awkwardly lowered her gun, hiding it behind her skirt, and pondered her next words. Teacher Yin, Captain Wang, what a coincidence. Wang Songjiang was wearing the city's security uniform with black tactical boots. He held a submachine gun, and a pistol and explosives were slung around his waist. Without formal attire, he looked less imposing and a few years younger. He twitched his lips, turned to Yin Qianlin beside him, and jokingly said, "You, this student, are quite capable." Yin Qianlin's usually stern, cold, and unapproachable face showed a hint of unnaturalness. He stared at Songshur and lowered his voice. "If you don't ask for leave, then don't go to school. When you get back, go clean the toilets with Lu Shuilin." Songshur looked down at his clothes, stained with dried blood, a little dazed. Isn't the question now about asking for leave? Shouldn't it be why she was in the western suburbs, why she was covered in blood, what she had done, why she did it, whether it would cause trouble for the school, and whether to decide whether to expel her? After all, she was currently a student at Renchi Middle School. What are you still standing there for? Come here, Yin Qianlin said. Songshur threw away his gun and walked towards Yin Qianlin. Yin Qianlin then looked at the stern-faced young man in a black coat standing to his left, and softened his tone considerably. Please use the teleportation again. Not a big deal. The young man waited for Songshur to approach, then waved his hands in the air, as if casting a spell. 3 seconds later, a blue circle of light emerged from the diamond formed by his thumbs and index fingers. It quickly expanded into an archway wide enough for 2 people to pass through. Chapter 101. Songshur watched the scene unfold before him, his weary eyes widening as the blue arch appeared. Space transfer, space-related abilities. This ability is considered endangered. The number of users with corresponding space-related abilities in the entire inner and outer cities of District 11 is no more than 10 fingers length. High-level space-related abilities can transport an entire army 100 kilometers in 3 seconds. Furthermore, space-related abilities also possess combat-related skills, like spatial rupture. Enemies encountering these abilities have little chance of survival, creating a massive massacre. Space-related abilities, regardless of rank, are treasured treasures in the hands of the Federation and are rarely deployed. Each use of their abilities consumes a significant amount of mental energy, requiring an extremely long standby period. They are only deployed to exterminate or relocate humans in the event of a large-scale invasion of alien beasts. Before he knew this person was a space-related ability, Songshur had assumed these three individuals were targeting him. Now that he knew, he simply declared that she was unworthy. The other party must have had other purposes for coming to the western suburbs. Picking her up was just a side trip. Yin Qianlin stepped through the archway and vanished. The young man, using spatial displacement, looked at Songshur. Songshur took a step forward, also stepping into the blue film of light. Songshur didn't dare blink. Spatial displacement was a rare skill. He experienced it today, but who knew when he'd get to experience it again? She anticipated a truly wondrous experience, but once she stepped inside, she had only one thought: so that's it. The scene transitions were faster than turning a page in a PowerPoint presentation. One moment, she was in the western suburbs. The next, a black private aircraft was parked on a lawn. Looking around, the parking lot, covering hundreds of acres, was empty except for the aircraft in front of him. Gazing into the distance, a silver building bore a sign reading City Security Team. The exit from the spatial displacement was the City Security Team's headquarters. The black aircraft detected someone nearby, automatically scanned and confirmed their identity, then opened the door. Yin Qianlin climbed in and manually opened the other door for Songshur. Songshur walked around to the opposite side and sat down. Captain Wang didn't come back with us. Yin Qianlin's bony hands manipulated the steering wheel, and the aircraft slowly lifted off. The western suburbs is a cancer in District 11. He's using the commotion you caused this time to eliminate it. So that's what happened. Songshur lowered his gaze through the window at the lawn 5 or 6 meters below. No wonder there weren't any police cars parked there. It turned out they were marching into the western suburbs. The Spatial Awakener must have been hired by Wang Songjiang to assist him with western suburbs affairs. Then I've done something meritorious, to some extent, Songshur said. Yin Qianlin, concentrating on driving, said, with the recent incident at the controlled school, Wang Songjiang uncovered a number of officials within the city security team who were secretly connected to the western suburbs. This time, you've been killing people in the western suburbs, and Wang Songjiang is taking advantage of this situation to clean up the western suburbs. You're truly a hero. His words were inexplicably sarcastic, though his tone was no different from his normal one. It reminded Songshur of her high school homeroom teacher. A deep sense of oppression. She pursed her lips, clasped her hands, and sat obediently in her seat, not daring to utter a word. You colluded with gang leaders from the western suburbs, killing people right under the nose of the city security team's chief captain, and then engaged in a violent brawl, disrupting public order. Songshur quickly said, let's offset the merits and demerits. Teacher, how did you find me? She changed the subject abruptly. She went to the western suburbs to carry out a mission, and even Tang Yu didn't know about it. Yin Qianlin could only have discovered that she hadn't arrived at school on time this morning. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon now. How could he have accurately found her location in such a short time? Yin Qianlin said briefly, the city security team helped. Even if the city security team checked the surveillance, it would be difficult to find her so quickly. She had changed her face during the process, and when Yang Miao gave her away as a gift, she was even put in a gift box. Her whereabouts were too difficult to track. However, Songshur didn't ask any more questions. Meanwhile, in the classroom of the Supernatural 2 class of Renshi Middle School, Lu Shuilin sat facing Tang Yu, his elbows propped on the table, his face resting on his palms. Bags and dark circles covered his eyes. I really owe Songshur a debt from my past life. My dad stayed up all night looking for her, and he insisted on dragging me along to help him. It was hard to say he wasn't showing off. At least Yang Jingjin, a fellow super brain, was convinced he was showing off. Maybe without you, your dad would have found her overnight. It's only because he brought you along that he's found her now. For nearly 2 weeks, the two super brains in the class had become bitter enemies. Lu Shuilin scoffed disdainfully. What do you know? A D-level piece of trash. Do you know how to analyze big data with optical vision? Do you know how to filter data streams? Do you understand how difficult it is to track a person with optical vision in a short period of time? Do you understand what it means to a cold copy of alien beasts an alien beast was slammed in his face. What are you pretending for? I'm a D-level trash, and you're also a D-level, a fighter among the trash. I know some boxing and kicking, do you want to try? Yang Jinjin put his hands on his hips. Just try. I can't beat Songshur, but I can't beat you. Tang Yu, standing between the two, habitually spread the pages of her book over her head, slumped over the table, closed her eyes, and ignored them. She had tried to stop them several times before, but this time she wasn't going to do it. Go ahead and hit them. Yin Qianlin took Songshur to a new laptop and returned her to the hotel. She was about to leave when the enthusiastic Wang Ding invited her in for a while, the first home visit in Yin Qianlin's educational history. Wang Ding asked about Tang Yu and Songshur's circumstances, meticulously writing down everything Yin Qianlin said in a notebook. Yin Qianlin, who had originally planned to say a few words and leave, saw how much Wang Ding cared about both children, so he spoke more. The nutritional supplements an awakener receives during their youth largely determine how high they can rise. Don't skimp on food, it's best to supplement with nutrient solution daily. Wang Ding took notes as he asked, do you have any recommended brands? There are so many nutrient solutions on the market these days. I'm not very knowledgeable about them, and those online salespeople all have their own opinions. Yin Qianlin was about to say he buy the one with the most comprehensive features, but as the words reached his lips, he looked at the cramped hotel lobby and saw Wang Ding, a 2-meter-tall man huddled behind the tiny cash register, his black short-sleeved shirt so washed out that it was loose, deformed, and gray. He silently swallowed his words. Reading the words motherless and barely enough to keep food and clothing in the literature was one thing. Seeing such living conditions with his own eyes was another. The school will distribute the nutrient solution later. You don't have to worry about it. As a parent, just ensure your children have a balanced diet. Wang Ding patted his chest, a sense of pride rising. Teacher Yin, don't worry. Given my physique, I can guarantee I eat nutritious food. Yin Qianlin nodded and gave him some other instructions before leaving. Chapter 102. After cleaning up, Songshur changed into her school uniform and headed to the bus stop, taking the number 901 bus to school. Thanks to Yang Miao, she'd gotten a full 8 hours of sleep in the gift box last night. She also drank 5 bottles of potent nutrient solution. It was only 4 o'clock, and she wasn't feeling sleepy at all, so she decided to take a walk around the school. Songshur skipped the classroom and headed straight to the training grounds. It was training time. Today was Friday, and they were allowed to fight in the ring. As usual, everyone took turns in the ring. There were 36 rounds, and 9 people would defeat everyone. A week's worth of grievances was finally settled today. After her mental power level increased, Songshur's physical fitness had also improved comprehensively, building on her A+ level. She seemed to be on the verge of a higher level. Looking back at her mental power upgrade progress, 95%. After today's match, she was sure to reach a higher level. This was another reason why Songshur had chosen to come this afternoon. The 13th match, Songshur vs. Luli. After a week of intense training and 2 crushing matches against others, Luli was brimming with confidence. She stood in front of Songshur, bouncing a few times to stretch her limbs. Her tight training suit highlighted her toned limbs. She tied her hair into a tight ponytail, fully prepared, and placed her fists, one in front of the other, before her chest, in an attacking stance. After the entire routine, Songshur stood there motionless, looking dazed. 3 days of fishing, 2 days of slacking off is bound to lead to nothing. Songshur, who had only been absent yesterday afternoon and had been 10 minutes late every day for the past few days, said, What a slap on the wrist. So what if you're talented? So what if you're extraordinary? So what if the teachers value you? You're so complacent, treating training like a joke. Let me tell you today, those who awaken the berserker element and train here are rare talents. What you treat as a joke is taken seriously by others. When those people take it seriously, you be the loser. Her words struck a chord with the audience. They were clearly the ones in the violent department, yet the director was clearly focused on Songshur, which made them feel somewhat unbalanced. Especially since Songshur won first place last Friday, he spent the past week either taking days off or being late, clearly not taking the teacher or them seriously. Songshur's composure was clear. It was just an excuse for his previous failure, attributing it to a lack of seriousness. Can we start? Songshur urged. She was eager to level up, and she didn't have time to explain what these people thought. Luli, feeling invisible and ignored by Songshur, was furious. Without saying anything, she swung her fist at Songshur. She had indeed improved greatly over the past week, her angles more precise, her power more intense. The gust of wind she carried scraped Song Shi's cheek. Song Shi didn't even shift his feet, leaning to the right with a minimal movement, effortlessly dodging. Pei Ching, who had been observing the ring from the audience, watched the scene in amazement. After just one day apart, Song Shi's strength had indeed improved quite rapidly. Actual combat is the fastest way to gain experience. When a gun is pointed at your head, unexpected limits are revealed. Yesterday afternoon and this morning, Song Shi had experienced countless challenges and opportunities. He sought a way out of each challenge and improved himself through each opportunity. This was simply not comparable to what they could achieve by simply sitting back and practicing all day on the training ground. "It's my turn." Song Shi took the initiative, kneeing Lu Li in the small of her back. Lu Li reflexively recoiled in pain. Song Shi hugged her head, pressing it downward while simultaneously thrusting his right knee upward. With a crisp snap, Lu Li's nose broke. Her head tilted back, tears welling up as she backed away. Song Shi launched another kick, striking her in the chest. Lu Li flew backward. "Congratulations, upgraded to the Berserker type, upgraded to S rank." Song Shi took a step back, looking down at Lu Li lying on the ground. Everyone standing, sitting, or squatting below the ring was stunned. Defeat the enemy in 3 moves? Are you kidding me? It took less time than the time it took to deliver the threats. When did Lu Li become so weak? Why was she powerless against Song Shi's blows? Is he deliberately letting her win? That shouldn't be the case. He already made threats at the beginning. If he was deliberately letting her win, why would he have done so? Then why did she seem so weak against Song Shi? Their minds were swirling, deliberately avoiding the correct answer. Song Shi's strength wasn't on the same level as theirs. Subconsciously, they didn't want to admit that they were weaker than the healing type. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Li didn't stand up. Pei Ching declared Song Shi the winner, and ordered someone to carry Lu Li to the infirmary. Excluding Lu Li, and the boy who carried her to the infirmary, there were still 6 people left in the ring. "All 6 of you, come on together." This saved her the time and effort of fighting one by one, which wasn't very challenging. Song Shi's arrogant remarks drew angry glares from the audience. He was a Berserker type himself, so encountering someone even more arrogant was rare. A hot-tempered boy squatting on the ground suddenly leaped onto the ring. "I fight you." "We don't need them." This person was the only one besides Song Shi who had defeated Lu Li last time. Song Shi didn't insist on fighting with 6 people. It would only take a few extra seconds. The difference wouldn't be that significant. "Today I teach you how to be a better person." With that, the boy leaped up, his body soaring into the air. He threw a fist at Song Shi, but within 3 centimeters, he transformed it into a sweeping kick, tripling his original range. The opponent had a tactic. This move didn't quite fit the straightforward nature of the Berserker type. The initial punch had let the opponent down, and a normal person would have blocked it with their hands or dodged a small distance. Then, he suddenly switched to a kick, and the opponent would likely be unable to dodge and be knocked down, or if they still tried to block it with their hands, their wrist would have been broken by the immense force. This tactic was relatively novel on this training ground. In the past, Song Shi might have had to think harder. But now, as he gazed at the long legs growing larger before him, he felt compelled to say, in the face of absolute strength, any tactic must be abandoned. Too slow. After reaching S rank, the opponent's movements were even more absurdly slow. Song Shi could easily have dodged, foiling his plan. But she refused. She raised her hand to grab that leg. The boy's eyes lit up, and he cursed himself for overestimating his abilities. Just as he was about to kick Song Shi away for his highlight moment, his leg froze. "Huh?" He looked at his calf. A slender hand gripped his thigh, blocking the entire attack. He was horrified. He knew his leg strength well, measuring it daily on an instrument. The kick he had just delivered could have broken the waist of an average adult. How could Song Shi have grabbed his leg so easily? Her figure didn't even falter. He was puzzled. Song Shi moved, raising his arm overhead, his palm clenched like a knife, slashing down at his knee. "Ah!" Chapter 103. Screams echoed through the training ground. Drenched in sweat, the boy clutched his broken right leg, lying on his side on the ring, his body convulsed with pain. His leg was nearly broken in 2, skin and flesh still tangled. Song Shi's brutal attack terrified the spectators below. After awakening the Berserker system, everyone's physique was strengthened, their bones comparable to titanium alloy. Fractures and other injuries rarely occurred during regular combat, and even if they did, they could be easily reset manually without affecting the rest of the fight. With a light palm strike, Song Shi split a leg in half, the force unimaginable. Just a week. Someone gasped, collapsing to the ground. The Berserker system's confidence, built up over the years, was shattered by Song Shi in that moment. For a week, they had worked diligently, sweating profusely on the training ground, extending their training time by 2 hours. They thought they had made significant progress. Pei Yicheng also commented on their weekly training summary. They were eager to fight. Last week, everyone had lost to Song Shi, and they were determined to avenge their defeat today. But at this moment, their so-called progress seemed laughable. A week ago, they could still fight Song Shi evenly. She was outstanding, but she was within their reach. A week later, Song Shi's body functions had not deteriorated due to her awakening healing ability. Instead, in just 7 days, she had reached a level they could not even compare to or even reach. The overwhelming power within 3 moves, only Pei Yicheng had ever brought them such an experience. Song Shi's opponent was no longer them, but Pei Yicheng. The most unacceptable thing was that this was just 1 week's worth of results. What about a week later, a month later, a year later? The gap between them and Song Shi would become an unbridgeable chasm. Confidence shattered, and in the following match, Song Shi easily defeated them in seconds. Song Shi wasn't surprised by this result. She knew her own strength inside and out, and the only person she truly wanted to face today was Pei Yicheng. Pei Yicheng readily agreed, putting down the tablet recording the data and leaping from the edge of the ring. She couldn't wait to see how much Song Shi's strength had improved. Coach Pei, I have a question I've been wanting to ask you. Pei Yicheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What's the question? Are you an awakened? Song Shi asked. Pei Yicheng placed one hand on his waist and smiled, of course. Otherwise, how could I possibly teach you, a bunch of Berserker-type students? No matter how powerful ordinary people are, they couldn't withstand your daily violence. Song Shi asked again, which department? Pei Yicheng wore a distressed expression. It seems my reputation as the only warrior-type teacher in the school isn't high enough. You still don't know, and you have to ask me in person. Perhaps the original body knew, she hadn't inherited its memories. Warrior type. Their combat power rivals that of the Berserker type. Loyal and devoted, they were all absorbed by the federal government, becoming unwavering war machines. The probability of encountering an adult warrior-type awakener in the outer city was very low. However, she had encountered 2. Xiong Shizhong, a warrior-type awakener from the western suburbs, was killed by her create patient skill. Xiong Shizhong's level couldn't be very high. Song Shi suspected he was C or D. I wonder what level Pei Yicheng is at. Song Shi wanted to ask, but levels are generally private to some people. It's like asking a student about their grades or an adult about their salary. Good grades mean a high salary, and they tell you without even asking. Level A, come on, let me see your progress. Look, Pei Yicheng, with his high level, would tell me without even asking. Song Shi's body suddenly transformed into a shadow, charging towards Pei Yicheng. Song Shi used the same combo Pei Yicheng had taught him. A sweeping front hand, a downward strike with the back hand, a sideways punch to the neck, a sideways counterattack to the waist, a high hook kick. After several days of practice and experience, Song Shi had thoroughly internalized the set, adapting it to his strengths and weaknesses, and even adding a surprising and lethal move. Pei Yicheng dodged and blocked continuously, his speed astonishing, rivaling Song Shi's. Even so, she narrowly avoided Song Shi's attacks several times, but she managed to sense the danger with years of combat experience and managed to dodge them. Very insidious, Pei Yicheng commented, without any pejorative meaning. Song Shi had interspersed his own killer moves with the techniques she'd previously taught him. Just when she thought she knew everything about Song Shi's next move and was about to block, the killer move appeared, catching her off guard. It could be said that Song Shi had elevated the offensive power of his punches and kicks to unprecedented heights. Thank you for the compliment. Song Shi's voice moved at breakneck speed, moving from in front of Pei Yicheng to behind him in the blink of an eye. Pei Yicheng's scalp tingled. Too fast. This was simply not on the same level as the day before. Instinctively, her elbow bent and thrust back, deflecting Song Shi's fist and avoiding a rib-splitting blow. The two clashed once more. The figures were so fast that those below the ring dared not blink, fearing they would miss anything. Even so, sometimes they couldn't see clearly. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that more than a dozen moves went by in a flash. As time passed, the outcome remained undecided, and Pei Yicheng grew increasingly alarmed. She could only manage a draw with Song Shi. This wasn't normal. This wasn't the normal rate of human progress. Song Shi's performance from the day before yesterday to today was like the pre- and post-level stages of a Berserker upgrade. Thinking of this possibility, Pei Yicheng was startled and hastily ended the match. Draw. Song Shi stood in the ring, her breath calm, a touch of regretful. She was S-rank, unable to match the A-rank Pei Yicheng. Partly because she had learned fewer moves, and partly because she lacked combat experience. If she faced a berserker or warrior of her level, she would be crushed. She needed to improve. Song Shi clenched her fists and walked down the steps to the ring. The 7 people watching from below followed her closely. A draw with Pei Yicheng? I've been training here for 3 years. And still Pei Yicheng's holding me down and hitting me. A muscular man threw his dumbbell to the ground, not satisfied, and even kicked him. At that moment, everyone else felt a rare empathy. Because they were all in the same boat. Training here is measured in years. A spiky-haired boy narrowed his eyes as he watched Song Shi's back as she walked towards the equipment room. She was beaten completely by Pei Yicheng the day before yesterday. It's only been 2 days, and her strength has changed so much. Did she take the day off yesterday to get private lessons with someone? He made up his mind to ask Song Shi when she came out. After Pei Yicheng stopped fighting, he immediately jumped out of the ring and picked up the tablet that had been temporarily placed on the equipment table. The training suit records various body data for analysis, and past data is also stored. She imported all of Song Shi's physical data from that period into a chart. Chapter 104. Data on speed, flexibility, defense, agility, muscle stretch, attack strength, and so on were gathered in a single table. A few days ago, the data showed multiple upward sloping lines, rising steadily at an angle of approximately 30 degrees. Today, all the data saw a dramatic increase, soaring almost 90 degrees. Pei Yicheng had trained 8 generations of Berserk Awakeners, many of whom had leveled up during her training. Every time a data chart like this appeared, she would carefully capture and save it. She often looked through it and studied it, always anticipating the next sighting, because each such screenshot meant her monthly salary would double. Seeing this again today, Pei Yicheng was more excited than ever. Her heart was racing. Song Shi had awakened, dual type, the first dual type in the entire Federation, a combination of Berserk and healing. She had personally trained him. She quickly searched for Song Shi on the training grounds, but could not find him. Forget it. Let Yan Qianlin know the news first. She hurried towards the teaching building, tablet in hand. Yan Qianlin was focusing on Song Shi's training, nurturing her towards dual abilities. When she first learned of Yan Qianlin's intention in sending Song Shi here for training, she hadn't had high hopes. She subconsciously didn't believe the human body could contain the powerful energy of 2 superpowers. But Song Shi had truly awakened, and in just 2 short weeks. Where is Pei Yicheng going? How many groups do we still have left to compete? The muscular man gazed in the direction Pei Yicheng had left, a look of confusion on his face. A short-haired girl leaning against the edge of the ring glanced at her laptop, equally puzzled. There are still 20 minutes until the end of training, and she didn't even notify us to end early. The next 2 players to face off had already entered the ring. Standing high up and able to see far ahead, the spiky-haired boy speculated, Pei Yicheng is holding a training suit data monitoring tablet. She's probably monitoring Song Shi's physical functions during the match. Is there something wrong? She seems excited. She walked so lightly, her heels barely touching the ground. Another person in the ring stroked their chin, watching Pei Yicheng's disappearing form. Is Song Shi's data anything special? The spiky-haired man asked. Isn't being able to tie with Pei Yicheng special enough? You're such a jerk. The spiky-haired man rubbed his hair, his expression exaggeratedly sarcastic. You're so sensitive. I want to beat you up. Come on, we have a healer today anyway. When Song Shi emerged from the equipment room with a sandbag, she saw the 2 men tussling in the ring. Pei Yicheng was nowhere to be seen. She paid no attention, bent down, tied the sandbag around her leg, and began running around the training ground. Internal training cannot be neglected, especially after leveling up. Daily training must be doubled. Pei Yicheng hurried to Yan Qianlin's office. Dual element, Song Shi has awakened the Berserker element. He's truly a dual element genius. Director Yan, your vision is excellent. The Federation's first dual element genius, another miracle in the history of human awakening. Pei Yicheng stood in front of his desk, excitedly slamming his palm on the surface. Warrior element, A rank, the power is unimaginable. Yan Qianlin's ordinary wooden desk quickly developed spiderweb-like patterns beneath her palm, then collapsed in the middle. In a hurry, Yan Qianlin picked up the book in front of him, and used his gold element ability to levitate all the metal objects on the desk. Non-metallic objects were not immune to the impact, and fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Pei Yicheng remained motionless, slamming the table. Glancing down, She saw the mess and instantly regained her composure. I'm sorry, Director Yin. This was truly earth-shattering. I lost control for a moment. She retracted her arm, stood up straight, hands behind her back, and explained with a serious expression, I'm usually very composed. Yin Qianlin said only one sentence. I mentored you back then. Pei Yiqing, The image he had cultivated for years was destroyed in an instant. Yin Qianlin manipulated the metal objects in midair to land one after another on a low table by the window. Silently, he walked over and placed the book on it. Let's talk about it over here. The two of them moved to the sofa in the reception area and sat down. This is Songshi's health data for the past 2 weeks. Pei Yiqing pushed the tablet towards Yin Qianlin. Didn't she see a small spike last time she fought Zhu Jinpeng? The rise wasn't noticeable, and she didn't reach the minimum standard. You asked me to observe her for a while longer. Today, she fought me, and we tied. I looked at her stats, and they've literally climbed a mountain, far exceeding the normal awakening value. Yin Qianlin carefully examined the data on the tablet. So I presume she's awakened. And based on my experience, this value puts her at least B-level. When should we take her to the Ability Management Bureau to confirm? Pei Yiqing asked impatiently. Not at the Ability Management Bureau. Yin Qianlin's gaze remained fixed on the tablet, her fingers rubbing lightly along the edge, lost in thought. Ah? Pei Yiqing was flattered, believing Yin Qianlin trusted her so much. Although, based on my experience, I believe Songshi has definitely awakened to dual energies. It's still better to get her tested at the Ability Management Bureau for a safety check. This will be more convincing, and the Federation will be more receptive to the authority of the Ability Management Bureau's test results. Yin Qianlin shook his head and put down his tablet. This matter won't be announced publicly for now. Pei Yiqing's smile faded. Why? Revealing her dual-element identity will provide Federation researchers with many research ideas. If the research yields results, more people will awaken dual-element abilities in the future, greatly increasing humanity's chances of survival. Yin Qianlin stubbornly shook his head. No. She has no power or influence, and can't protect herself. Revealing it will only make her a guinea pig for those researchers. Yin Qianlin raised his gaze, his eyes, etched with age, imbued with intimidation. Do you want her to be locked up in a lab forever? Pei Yiqing hesitated for a moment, her genetic loyalty prompting her to defend the researchers she had never met. No, at most, we just collect a few tissue samples and run some tests. We can't keep her locked up in the lab forever. She's a blend of berserker and healing, perfectly suited for the front lines. She grew increasingly languid, until she couldn't continue. Emotionally, she believed that disclosure should pave a new path for humanity. Rationally, she believed Yin Qianlin was right. A dual system, the Federation's only sample since the first year of the mutation. Once this is released, Songshi's fate will no longer be determined by her. The Federation's incompetent researchers, unable to produce a single result in 3 years, might be confined to the lab for life. So she's been hiding all this time? Living solely as a healer? Pei Yiqing felt a pity for Songshi just thinking about it. No need. You've seen how quickly she's progressed. In 6 months, she definitely awakened and upgrade to S level or higher, whether it's the healing or violent system. Yin Qianlin has great faith in Songshi. Or rather, he trusts his own judgment of people. Recently, District 1 proposed the Forerunner Plan. The plan involves selecting awakened persons of S rank and above from the psychic universities at 11 bases. After these selections, 16 Forerunner teams will be formed. These teams, distinct from standard awakened person teams, will be used to infiltrate alien beast layers. Pei Yiqing had never heard of this plan before and was surprised. Is the Federation changing its strategy against alien beasts? Previously, they only defended within 30 kilometers of human bases. Only when alien beast waves emerged would they penetrate deep into the rear to guide the beasts away from the human bases. Essentially, it was still a defensive strategy. Yin Qianlin nodded and sighed heavily. If we don't seek change, humanity will be trapped to death. Pei Yiqing's mood also subsided. 6 months later, Songshi will enter university, and the plan will be officially implemented. If she reaches S rank in one of her abilities, she'd be successfully selected for the first round. Then, she'd be a candidate for the Forerunners, and a dual-class candidate. With so many citizens across the Federation watching closely, government researchers won't dare to target her. Chapter 105. After running 20 laps, Songshi removed the sandbags from her legs and returned them to the rack in the equipment room. After showering in the locker room, she left the training room. The others were still training. Seeing Songshi leave, their enthusiasm for training intensified. In the last row of seats on the bus, Songshur lowered her head and clicked on her laptop. She had already logged into her old laptop ID, and all the information from the old laptop had been imported into the new one. At 3 o'clock, she reported her safety to her 5-person team. Since then, she's been training and hasn't had time to check her laptop. At this point, the Holding Thighs group had over 50 unread messages. Songshur clicked on it and scrolled up. They first expressed their shock and relief at her survival with various interjections, then began discussing why Yang Miao had kept her, how she had escaped, and what had happened in the western suburbs that afternoon. Glasses. We went to the Longshan Society in the western suburbs and searched for you for a long time today. It wasn't until noon when a large number of city security police cars descended from the sky. It was a dark mass, looking like they were about to take over the western suburbs, so we quickly ran back. Did you see those cars? 6:11 p.m. Glasses. We just heard that Li Yanxi's territory east of the western suburbs has been captured by the city security, along with the territories of several of his subordinates. It seems Yang Miao's Longshan Society and Guanghui organizations have also surrendered. Glasses. We haven't found out where the treacherous Yang Miao is. The Longshan Society is finished, and I'm sure she's not much better off either. It's true that bad things are met with retribution. Glasses and Xiaolin should be together. It was Glasses who was talking the whole time. Glasses. Guess who led the team this time? The city security captain. He's summoned police officers from all over the outer city, including a space awakener. They've completely wiped out the western suburbs. Glasses. Those gang leaders lined up to go to jail. Haha. You didn't see that scene. Glasses. I'm sure even our District 11 detention center can't hold them all. 6:21 p.m. Glasses. The city security team has released an official statement. I sent it to our group chat. It says Li Yanxi had a heart attack and died during the escort. What a shame. If the city security team had brought a healer with them on this operation, he would have survived the interrogation. Glasses at Songshur, why didn't you reply after you reported you were safe? Are you busy? Little Blue, are you injured? Where are you now? We pool our money to hire a healer to see you. Songshur didn't reply, and Little Blue waited for 3 minutes. Little Blue, we wait until 8 p.m. If you don't reply, I have Glasses check your address. I know it's not good, but we're worried about you. You've sacrificed so much for this operation, and we're responsible for your safety. Xiaolin, the Peacock Awakener you're protecting is with us now, and he wants to see you too. Songshur glanced at the time. 7:50. She immediately typed, I'm fine, no need to come looking for me. Old cow. Alas. Songshur stared at the word alas, not understanding what old cow meant. Old cow. I already bought some fruit to visit you, why did you reply? Songshur. Songshur. I don't mind, you can still give it to me. Old cow deliberately ignored the second line. Ah. I just have to eat it myself. Songshur. Xiaolin also popped up. I'm glad you're okay. What are you going to do with that Peacock Awakener? Yazi. He doesn't have a laptop, has nowhere to go, and hasn't revealed his relationship to you. He doesn't look safe either, so I'm taking him back home for now. Qin Suqin didn't disclose her relationship because she wasn't sure how close she was to this group, and she was afraid that revealing her identity would reveal her identity. Songshur, let him stay at your house for the night. I go find him tomorrow. She's exhausted today and wants to sleep. Yuzi, okay. Xiaolin, now that everyone's gathered, let's review everyone's contributions to this mission. This is Xiaolin's must-do process after every mission. It's used to allocate mission points based on contribution. Xiaolin, the person who made the greatest contribution was Songshur. He contacted Yang Miao at the start of the operation, killed the target, Fang Liming, and helped me kill dozens of Guanghui members, relieving my stress. After the operation, he was detained by Yang Miao, facing danger alone. 40% of the points for this mission go to Songshur. Xiaolin, does anyone have any objections to this? Lanyo, no. Glasses, if I hadn't seen the metal cage rod piercing your abdomen with my own eyes on the surveillance camera, at Songshur, you pulled it out without a word. I definitely have objections. Yazi, me too. At Songshur, don't forget to learn how to use a spear after this mission. Songshur, I couldn't ask for more. Relying on my original body's muscle memory always feels a bit unreliable. It's better to have some real skills of my own. Xiaolin, the remaining 60% will be split equally between the 4 of us. Lanyo, 15% each. This mission has 1,000 points, and I get 150. I'm quite content. Xiaolin, I have some good news for everyone. During this mission, we also completed 2 other teams' tasks, killing Xiong Shizhong and destroying the remaining forces of the Longshan Society. Xiaolin, these 2 missions were posted to the C-Rank Ranger board on the 3rd day after we took on the assignment. The teams assigned to them were still planning them, but hadn't yet carried them out. We conveniently completed them, and their points were credited to our team. Xiaolin, killing Xiong Shizhong was worth 5,000 points, and destroying the remaining forces of the Longshan Society was worth 10,000 points. Song Shi looked at these numbers and slapped his thigh. What a loss. She had sniped 8 gang leaders, and who knew each of them had a hidden mission. It's just that no one knew it was her, so the mission points weren't credited to her team. Thinking of it, she lost her chance at direct promotion to C-Rank Ranger. The other team members didn't realize it. Glasses. So, totaling 16,000 points for this mission. Song Shi gets 6,400, and everyone else gets 2,400 glasses. Oh my! Captain, I remember you already had around 8,000 points. You can directly advance to C-Rank Hunter. Upgrading from D-Rank to C-Rank requires 10,000 points. Little Blue, indeed, I've received official notification. Song Shi, congratulations. Little Blue, because of you, I was able to advance so quickly. The maximum D-Rank mission is only 1,000 points, and only 1 or 2 missions appear in 10, making it difficult for ordinary people to grab them. Song Shi typed, "This is the result of our joint efforts." She wasn't being modest. Without the others, no matter how capable she was, she couldn't have completed this mission. That first step of gathering information was enough to make her suffer. Glasses, yes, it's our joint efforts. Chapter 106. Yuzi, congratulations, Captain. I wonder if we ever team up with a captain as quiet as you again. Xiaolin, I'd be waiting for you. You're all almost leveled up. Let's team up and become a C-Rank hunting team. Lanyo, it's settled then. I, Lanyo, only have 2 more missions to complete. After chatting for a while, the group quieted down, and Song Shi turned off her laptop. Her points were about to reach 7,000, and a C-Rank upgrade was just around the corner. Arriving at Jingling Station, a mechanical sound echoed, and Song Shi stood up and got off the bus. As usual, he went to the convenience store to buy dinner, then walked back to the hotel, carrying the bag. Wang Ding sat at the cashier. Tang Yu stood beside him, staring at a virtual screen in front of them. You got the decimal point wrong. No wonder the accounts don't add up. Tang Yu pointed at the bottom left corner of the screen. Don't enter manually anymore. It's too easy to make mistakes. I taught you last month how to record directly on the computer and then import it. Have you forgotten again? Wang Ding was scolded so hard that he hung his head like a child who had made a mistake. I'm used to taking notes by hand. Your Uncle Zhang has presbyopia, so he's not used to it either. Xiao Song. You're back? Are you hungry? I make you dinner. Wang Ding took the opportunity to abandon Tang Yu and head into the kitchen, but Tang Yu grabbed his arm and pushed him back to his seat. Song Shi has dinner. You don't need to cook. Just calculate these accounts first. Wang Ding covered his head aching and ready to explode. He couldn't avoid it, and he didn't want to calculate it. Why not ask Xiao Song if he needs anything else? His lips moved, and he was about to open his mouth. Uncle Wang, take your time. I don't need anything. I'm going upstairs. Wang Ding, How could she know what I was going to say? He watched Song Shi briskly ascend the stairs, until he disappeared around the corner. Only then did he retract his gaze, catching sight of his daughter's profile beside him, her face half down, as she diligently calculated her accounts. The 2 children's auras were becoming increasingly similar. They didn't seem to talk to each other. Song Shi went upstairs to eat, and lay flat on the bed. It had only been a day and a half, but it felt so long. She called up her mental screen. Only on a free day would she check it out. After a day and a half of ups and downs, Fraud with Danger, Mind Play had been upgraded to S rank, Create Patient to B rank, and the newly discovered skill Psychic Attack was B rank. Healing Progress was already 60%, leaving her with 4 skills to reach S rank. Knowing 2 of them would make the other 2 easy to deduce. There wasn't much to learn about the healing section anymore. Song Shi's gaze shifted downward, and the subtitles in her mind drifted upward. The Berserker section remained simple and clear, deeply satisfying her. Ability name, Berserk. Class, Enhancement. Level, S. Upgrade progress, 3%. S level, her first S level, was a significant achievement. It said online that whether an Awakener reaches S level depends purely on talent. The gap between A level and S level is greater than the gap between any 2 adjacent levels. She successfully crossed this barrier, and reaching SS level or even SSS level in the future won't be a problem. She has the system and the talent. Sentimental power, medium 169/1000. Her mental power has recovered considerably. She didn't sleep, having only trained all afternoon. It seems that reaching intermediate level mental power also recovers much faster than at the elementary level. After reading it all, Songshur closed her eyes in satisfaction. On Saturday and Sunday, Songshur slept peacefully, a rare weekend. Due to her biological clock, even if she slept until she woke naturally, it was only 7:30 in the morning. She ate breakfast, exercised, and went shopping for groceries and clothes. Clothes were a major consumable item for Songshur. She had no desire to wear clothes stained with someone else's blood, no matter how clean they were. The sight of that piece of clothing brought back memories of the blood splattering and the deceased's final look. She tried to overcome this obstacle, forcing herself to wear it, but it was uncomfortable, itchy, and painful. She had no choice but to throw it away, even though such comfortable clothing would cost a fortune in the Federation. Songshur redeemed 100 points to spend on her spending. During her 2 days of leisure, Songshur continued to ponder hypnosis. She searched various forums for methods to use hypnosis skills, even spending 1,000 Federation coins to consult a blogger claiming to be a senior psychiatric researcher. The methods she found were all largely the same. She had tried this method before on the bus, but it backfired. Perhaps she should change her approach. The hypnosis Bao Bo used on others wasn't a psychic-type hypnosis skill, but rather a supplementary form of a healing skill. Much like her mind play supplementary skill, which allowed her to see other people's emotions. She had a preconceived notion that Bao Bo's ability to control a person's consciousness was due to hypnosis. She immediately sat up in bed and typed a question to senior psychic researcher G Genius. What skills can cause an enemy to lose consciousness and fall into a coma without their knowledge? Genius G, if you're unaware, there are psychic hypnosis skills, wood-based bewilderment skills, and light-based illusion skills. If the enemy you're referring to is a beast, beast taming and contract-based skills can also do the trick. Beast taming and contract-based skills are ruled out first. Songshur had heard of wood-based bewilderment skills before and had researched them specifically. She didn't consider them because the successful use of this skill required the ability to control a type of hallucinogenic plant. With the added bonus of these plants, the opponent could be unconscious. Obviously, Bao Bo couldn't summon plants. Light-based illusion skills. Songshur's impression of this skill was that it simply created bizarre illusions. Could it also cause the enemy to lose consciousness? How does an illusion skill cause the enemy to lose consciousness and become unconscious? G Genius G replied instantly. Additional skill. Songshur's heart skipped a beat at these 4 words. She had a strong premonition that the next words would reveal how to cast her 7th skill. G Genius. The effects of illusion skills vary depending on the purpose. If you want to make the opponent show fear and retreat, you can restore their inner shadows and break down their psychological defenses. If you want to make them angry, you can create a scene where they can't resist even if you slap them. Every scene must be realistic. Reality is the foundation of this skill. However, each of our brains has a protective mechanism that won't allow the Light Awakener to invade. The first step is to break the opponent's brain's protective mechanism and make them lose their self-awareness. The second step is to create the illusion. Songshur recalled the scene on the bus. After regaining consciousness, she was trapped in her body and unable to move. She described the situation to the person on the other side of the forum. G Genius. That's normal. It's like your brain has been ravaged and is weak. Songshur. Although the description was crude, it made sense. Chapter 107. How will this be implemented? Songshur quickly typed. She didn't wait for the new dialog box to appear. The other party's online name had changed. The original Senior Psychic Researcher G had become Senior Light Researcher G right under her nose. Then a payment dialog box popped up. Pay 1,000 Federation coins, and I continue to answer your questions. Songshur. She clicked the payment button expressionlessly. Thank you, boss, for the meal. Illusion Skill Element 1, Light Awakener. Element 2, B-level or above. Element 3, Mental Power reaching Intermediate Standard. Songshur skipped the first 2 elements and focused directly on the third. Her mental power level was just at the intermediate standard. But couldn't Bao Bo's mental power level also be at the intermediate level? If his mental power had reached the intermediate level, he wouldn't have been completely without any self-healing abilities and kicked out by the Ability Management Bureau. Senior Light Researcher G carefully explained, according to statistics, if the second and third conditions aren't met, there's a 25% chance of only achieving a hypnotic effect, and a 75% chance of achieving nothing at all. So that's it. Bao Bo was that 25% chance. Now here's the key point. Kids over there, take note. After all, it's worth 1,000 Federation coins. Nowhere else can I explain it in such detail. Songsher glanced at his username, a randomly generated code with a small red mark at the end, depicting a stick figure child's head. This symbol indicates that the person on the forum is underage. Any legally listed software in the Federation will be specially marked as underage. Some content in the software is not accessible to minors. In the murky online world of the Federation, this practice protects the rights of minors to a certain extent. If you have all three elements, then you can move on to the next step. Release your mental power. While releasing your mental power sounds simple, it's actually a difficult hurdle for many awakeners. Except for those who specialize in strengthening, all other types of awakeners experience this problem to varying degrees. Songsher recalled the first time he used this method to heal Zhu Jinping. It took some thought at first, and he ultimately had to break his own fingers before he could successfully release his mental power and channel it into Zhu Jinping's body. If you can release your mental energy, then congratulations. You're halfway to achieving your illusion skill. Next, we need to invade the target's brain and search their memory for red dots. These red dots represent the most emotionally charged moments in their past, such as their greatest fear, anger, or sadness. These pave the way for the next step in constructing the illusion. Let me expand on this a bit. Don't you think searching for red dots has a very useful purpose so far? Songsher, reading memories. Very good, the person on the other side of the optical computer said, as if coaxing a child. You're a new brain, you're really fast. Songsher, thank you. It's obvious, isn't it? Senior optical researcher G. I explain it in detail, so you can see it clearly. Was this $1,000 well spent? Would you consider becoming a member? Songsher, not for now, thank you. You haven't finished yet. Okay, let me continue. Regarding the light system. Oh, by the way, there's a 9.9% discount for membership now. Since you asked me 2 questions, I give you a friendly 9.8% discount. Songsher wanted to reach into the light system, pull the head out, and punch the person across from her. She took a deep breath, holding it in, holding it in. If you don't get down to business, I file a complaint right now. Senior Light System Researcher G. There's a certain difference between Light System Memory Reading and S-Level, and above Psychic System Memory Reading. Light System can only read a small fragment of the image near the red dot in the memory, while S-Level Psychic System Awakeners can read complete images from any time period, even images forgotten by the target. In terms of reading methods, Light System's long-range, non-contact reading is more convenient. Psychic System requires close contact with the target, which is more difficult if they don't cooperate. Songsher carefully scanned the contents of each dialog box. Most of this information is not available online. She had to admit, the other person's explanation was truly detailed. She felt the urge to subscribe. The other person continued. Reading the red dots in the target's memory will trigger the target's brain's defense mechanisms, leading to strong resistance. But that's okay. With sufficient mental strength, we can nip the target's resistance in the bud. While the target is conscious, we can read their memories, create an illusion, and achieve our ultimate goal. Illusion skills are merely auxiliary. In a real battlefield, using illusions to scare off monsters is unrealistic, especially since using an illusion skill consumes a significant amount of mental energy. Therefore, the ultimate purpose of illusionary abilities is to trap humans. The City Security Team's Criminal Investigation Division welcomes Light-type Awakeners. Another career path for ordinary Light-type Awakeners is the Research Institute. At the Research Institute, their primary function is to improve the network of relationships between alien beasts, essentially the food chain. With so many different species of alien beasts in the world, their relationships are complex. There are cooperative relationships, competitive relationships, predator-prey relationships, and so on. Using alien beasts to fight against alien beasts is a hot research topic today. Light-type psychics can read from the memories of alien beasts the beasts faced when they felt fear or anger, and thus infer the creatures above and below them in the food chain. The other party diligently taught Songsher about the light type. The Research Institute was still too far away for Songsher. She listened, her focus still on the skill itself. At what stage will insufficient mental power stop? That depends on how insufficient it is. If the mental power level is intermediate, just barely emerging, Plan B can still be successfully completed. Plan B? Songsher combined this with what the other party had said before. Put the target person into a coma? Yes, once a person is unconscious, their brain defenses are relatively weak, making it easier to hack. As for mental power levels that haven't even reached intermediate, at best, they can only render the target unconscious. Their brain defenses remain strong, and reading the red dot in their memory is a pipe dream. Balbo must have been stuck at this stage, having only managed to put half the people on the bus into a coma. The mystery that had plagued Songshur for a week was finally solved. Songshur began practicing her illusion skills under the guidance of senior light researcher G. She sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed and released her mental power. It disregarded physical barriers, penetrating walls and floors, searching the entire hotel for living things. There were a few people in the hotel today. After searching for a long time, I finally found it. Chapter 108. Songshur sensed a brain teeming with life. She immediately followed the steps she had learned, her mental power expertly focused and infiltrated the brain. She possessed sufficient mental power, so she didn't need to render the victim unconscious. She simply channeled a flood of mental energy to break through the opponent's overpowering mental defenses, accessing the red dot of memory. Several fragments flooded into her mind. The first, she was surrounded by a group of 7- or 8-year-old children who hurled books, rulers, branches, water cups at her. She was furious, but powerless to resist, feeling utterly helpless. The second, she saw a girl who had bullied her sitting alone by the fountain, feeding the fish. She quickly ran over, shoved the girl into the pool, and held her head underwater, preventing her from rising until the teacher arrived. She was so excited she was about to jump. The third image, a large, rough hand encircles her hand. Looking up her arm, the hand's owner is Wang Ding. At this point, Wang Ding is very young and bearded. He leads her to a glass case filled with photos and chrysanthemums. He picks her up and points to a photo in the center of the third shelf. His voice is gentle. The director said she's your mother. Take one last look at her, and I take you away from base 1. From now on, I be your father. She feels sad and wants to cry. The fourth image, she awakens, a small flame erupts from her fingers, but it burns off Wang Ding's beard, causing him to burst into laughter. She is also delighted. The fifth image, she sees a girl with long, bang-like hair being forced into a sink in the bathroom by a group of people. She pulled the girl out of the pool and held her behind her. She angrily questioned the group's bullying. Sixth, she passed by the playground and saw the girl kneeling on the ground, timidly polishing the shoes of her bully. She walked away without looking back. She was disgusted by someone so cowardly. Seventh, a familiar scene for Songshur. On the bus, on her first day of school, she encountered Jin Xianhui picking a fight and nearly strangled him by grabbing the necklace around his neck. Tang Yu watched this scene, overcome with emotion. Songshur hadn't expected that when she randomly chose someone to test her skills, she would choose Tang Yu, who lived 5 rooms away from her. In each frame, she saw the world from Tang Yu's perspective, clearly sensing her emotional shifts. The fact that these events have become red dots in her memories demonstrates the unforgettable emotions they evoked. Songshur hadn't expected 3 images to be related to her, and Tang Yu's recent burning of 3 people hadn't left a single impression on her mind. Songshur's emotions suddenly became complicated. She hadn't forgotten the final step in this skill, creating an illusion. Illusions of negative emotions are generally easiest to create, especially fear. Looking at all of Tang Yu's emotions, she couldn't find any fear. Only helplessness, anger, disgust. Should she amplify these past negative emotions? Perhaps she should be bolder. Each of her skills has both positive and negative sides. Illusion skills undoubtedly fall under the destruction talent. There must be a similar skill within the healing talent that produces positive effects. Illusion skills, to some extent, amplify negative emotions, causing psychological damage. So what was the healing skill that produced positive effects? He blurted out, psychological healing. Songshur thought his guess was pretty close, but to attack Tang Yu without informing her. Songshur gritted her teeth, but still couldn't do it. Even if it was negative emotions, she had no right to eliminate them without asking. Besides, it was already rude of her to rashly invade Tang Yu's mind and read her memories. Songshur gathered all her mental energy, changed her clothes, went downstairs, and took the bus to the nearby pet market. Find a guinea pig. The Federation has only recently begun to embrace pet ownership. For the past decade or so, the Federation's 11 human bases have been stable, with few sightings of large herds of exotic beasts. The federal government has even begun considering building a 12th human base to alleviate population pressure. The plan was proposed and announced to all citizens last year, and may be implemented this year. Freed from daily fear, humans will pursue other things. Human pets, once nearly extinct, are being bred again. Songsher walked into the pet market. Under the dim light, cats and dogs were cramped in narrow iron cages, piled together. The smell, from lack of cleaning and ventilation, reached her head. Most of the pets were small, low-consumption cats, birds, and turtles. There were only a dozen or so cages for dogs, all small. The smell was so strong that Songsher took a few steps inside, and then retreated, holding her nose. She stopped 5 meters from the market entrance, breathed in the fresh air, and decided to operate here. She released her spiritual energy, and an overwhelming sense of vitality flooded into her sight. Densely packed with fresh brains ready for her to manipulate, each one flashed red, indicating her location. Songsher sought a quiet spot, and found a solitary little white dog in a small corner. The red light representing the little white dog flickered slowly. Songsher sensed its location and direction. It wasn't in the market, so she headed in that direction. Next to the trash can, a small, filthy white dog lay on a pile of garbage, breathing more out than in. It looked like it had been dumped there, sick and dying. Songsher lifted it from the pile, grasped its front paws, and channeled healing energy into it. The white dog hummed comfortably twice, its wounds healed, and it fell into a peaceful sleep. Songsher half knelt, observing the sleeping white dog. "Don't blame me for disturbing your sweet dreams." She stood up, her right hand lowered, and a wisp of spiritual energy emanated from her fingertips, enveloping the little white dog. Songsher unleashed her illusion skill. Having witnessed some inhumane experiences within its small brain, Songsher simulated, constructed, recreated, and exaggerated them. The little white dog whimpered in fear, stomping its 4 legs against the ground, trying to escape. Congratulations. Successfully discovered the illusionary despair skill. Skill level B. The moment he received the warning, Songsher immediately extinguished all illusions. The puppy woke from a nightmare, looking up at the human before him, terrified. Without withdrawing his mental energy, Songsher used the same method to expel the terrifying experiences from the dog's mind. Congratulations. Successfully discovered the Shadow Clear skill. Skill level B. Songsher was extremely surprised. 2 skills in one go, she was 1 step closer to leveling up, harming innocent people. Berserk upgrade progress reduced by 3%. Songsher. Her lips froze in a raised position. Songsher looked down. The dog, whose mind had been cleared of all human shadows, was happily wagging its tail and nuzzling against her trouser leg. "I cured it. I even wiped away all its bad memories, giving it a new lease on life. Why are you deducting my upgrade points?" Songsher silently questioned the system. She knew the system could hear her, but it ignored her. Songsher ripped her hair in frustration. If she's guilty, please let lightning strike her, not bind her to a system that only uses cold violence. The tiny dog, barely ankle-high, rubbed her legs flatteringly. Songsher had no feelings for the stuffed animal. Neither did she like it nor dislike it. She'd been using it for experiments today, and after the experiments were over, she cured its illness as a reward. What happened to it was none of her business. Chapter 109. Songsher stepped over it and headed towards the bus stop. The pet market wasn't far from Jingling Station, only 3 stops. Songsher chose not to take the bus, but walked back, pondering how to figure out the remaining 2 skills. Songsher had no idea, so he thought of the relatively reliable blogger in the forum's FAQ section and opened his laptop to send him a message. Are healing skills limited to self-healing, repair, purify, and soothe? He didn't reply to her question, but instead changed his username to Senior Healing Researcher G. Pay 1,000 Federation coins, and I continue to answer your questions. Songsher figured he had more questions about supernatural powers in the future, and paying 1,000 Federation coins every time was a bit expensive, so becoming a member was a good option. How much is the annual membership fee? The other party replied instantly. 99,999 Federation coins, unlimited Q&A, guaranteed accuracy. Includes official answers, personal interpretations, gossip, local anecdotes, and a variety of answers for you to choose from. 99% off for minors, 80% off for established users. Songsher gritted his teeth, redeemed 1,000 points, and paid. Currently, the only official healing skills listed are the 4 you mentioned. However, I heard a rumor from somewhere else. The Wu family of the first base is a prominent healing family. Any healer from their family, when treating others, will enhance the physical fitness of the person being healed to a certain extent. If the person being healed isn't awakened, They can also improve their mental strength. This has led to many awakened teams on the front lines vying for the Wu family's healers, and their status in the Federation is growing. So far, the Wu family hasn't explicitly clarified this matter. What follows is my personal opinion, and it represents only my own. It's almost certain. The Wu family has definitely discovered a fifth healing skill. It's an enhancement or something like that, and they're keeping it a secret, treating it like a family treasure, and not telling commoner healers because they're afraid they share their profits. These big families are all like this. I'm warning you, when you enter society, don't have any high expectations of those from big families. Don't assume that they're all noble and good citizens of the Federation. In reality, they're using our taxes to live lavishly and monopolizing technology. Ugh. Songshur. Why is he suddenly so emotional? He looks like he's been wronged by the Wu family. Thanks for the heads up. Already catching sight of the hotel's gleaming facade, Songshur turned off his laptop and greeted Tang Yu, who was reading at the cashier's counter. Is Uncle Wang cooking? Not yet. I went grocery shopping. Tang Yu paused, looking behind her. Did you buy a pet dog? Songshur was puzzled. No. Wang. Songshur's remaining words caught in her throat. Shocked, she turned to see a tiny, fist-sized creature trudging towards her and rubbing against her trouser leg. Songshur, shock. Why would it follow her? It's so tiny, its legs barely taller than her shoes, and she was walking so fast. I didn't buy it. Songshur was about to explain. Ouch. Puppy! A loud, bell-like cry of surprise came from behind. It was Wang Ding, returning from grocery shopping. He dropped the food in his hands and scooped up the puppy from the ground. The 2-meter-tall man carefully examined the little dog in his palm, his heart melting with adorable expression. Xiao Song, how did you know it was my birthday today? Xiao Yuzi told you, and she even gave me a dog. You don't have to be so polite to Uncle Wang. But how did you know I like dogs? Xiao Yuzi didn't even know about my hobby. Songshur glanced at Tang Yuzi, who shrugged, suggesting it was up to you. Songshur. It didn't matter whether she bought the dog or not. She fluently changed her words. As long as Uncle Wang likes it, it'd make your night shifts less boring. She picked up the vegetables Wang Ding had thrown on the ground. Haha, Xiao Song is so thoughtful. Wang Ding beamed, carrying the dog into the shop. Tang Yuzi ultimately cooked the meal. Wang Ding was so enamored with his new pet that he had no time for anything else. Songshur helped her with things like washing vegetables and serving dishes. Afternoon. Songshur went to meet Chen Suchin. They met at a small park near the Yuzi neighborhood. The nearby cafes were simply too expensive for Songshur to go. Thank you for this time. Chen Suchin changed into casual clothes and sat on a park bench with Songshur. Songshur accepted his thanks without hesitation and pulled a flabby knife from his pocket, handing it to Chen Suchin. I just happened to have it. I'm giving it back to you. When Wang Danyu, the school administrator, issued a death warrant and she was left alone, they had given her this weapon. 2 lives had been lost under that knife. Chen Suchin reached out to take it, scratching the blade with her nails. The meeting was over, the knife had been given, and Songshur had nothing more to say. He stood up and prepared to leave. Chen Suchin called out to her, Have you awakened your healing ability? Songshur paused, turned her head, and frowned at him, wondering why he was asking so much. She'd been badly injured in the fight with Xiong Shizhong in the western suburbs, and in a few seconds, she was fine. Even a fool could tell she awakened her healing ability. When Songshur didn't respond, Chen Suchin ignored her and continued, Will you go to Tomorrow University next year? District 11 only had one university for people with special abilities, so where else could she go? Yes, Songshur nodded. Oh! Songshur. Just an O? Stopping her and asking that? Nothing else, I'm leaving now. See you later, Songshur said, leaving quickly. She still had to buy some dog food for Fugui. Seeing her leave, Wang Ding asked her to buy some on the way, as he couldn't leave. In the bustling park, Chen Suchin sat alone on a bench for a long time before leaving. Songshur received a message from Yozi at the pet store. Chen Suchin is gone. Songshur was carefully selecting pets from the shelves at the time and casually replied, I don't know, I didn't ask. Yozi, you don't even ask? You don't even care about his whereabouts? Songshur frowned and typed, I can barely take care of myself, and yet I'm still concerned about others. Yozi, Then you're still trying to save the damsel in distress? Songshur stared at the words, lost in thought. This group of people had no misunderstandings about her. For the sake of her image, she felt the need to explain. Haven't you heard I went to the detention school? He was a classmate I met there. I helped me, so I saved him. Yuzi, okay. His father is like that, and he can't go home. I don't know where he can go alone. Songshur paid and walked to the bus stop with his bag. While waiting, he asked, why can't he go home? What happened to his dad? Yuzi, you don't know? His dad sold him to the Light Society for 1 million Federation coins. A peacock awakener, poor enough, but with a father like that, in the Federation's social landscape, truly pitiful. Yuzi, he can't even get through to his computer. Songshur keenly noticed a change in Yuzi. You bought him a computer? You're so stingy. Songshur didn't send the rest of the message. The other party, unusually, didn't reply immediately. Songshur knew he had guessed correctly and typed quietly, beauty can lead to deception. After sending the message, she turned off her computer. The messages kept pinging, and Yuzi was probably frantically trying to come up with an explanation. She wasn't interested. Chapter 110. Monday. Another busy week. Another week of cleaning toilets. Yin Qianlin issued 2 notices during the first class. Final exams in a month. The top 10 students in the class whose families are financially disadvantaged will receive a daily supply of nutrient solution until graduation. The second notice ignited the learning spirit of the students in the special abilities class, who had previously ignored final exams. The usual chatter and gossip disappeared during recess, replaced by mutual learning and discussion. Song Shiais continued to run around every day, from the classroom to the training ground, to the military hospital, and even to the Yezue bar in the evening to learn shooting. She often didn't return until midnight, and then she would go back to read anatomy books. Even though she had the ability to heal and couldn't feel the physical fatigue, the mental fatigue couldn't be eliminated. Every day, she wore a face that looked like someone owed her 8 million, full of resentment, and truly made it so that no one dared to approach her. Even Wang Ding's little white dog stopped rubbing against her when it saw her, instead staying away and pretending not to see her. Time passed. The dog grew bigger and bigger. Yin Qianlin couldn't stand it any longer and found a psychiatrist for Songshur. A psychiatric psychiatrist. 10 minutes of consultation with a psychiatric psychiatrist outside would cost 100,000 federal coins, so Yin Qianlin simply booked Songshur for 2 hours. After the psychiatrist's gentle and caring questioning, Songshur fell asleep for 2 hours. A sound sleep. The psychiatrist gave Yin Qianlin his feedback. In 2 words, too tired. Even a healing awakener couldn't handle an average of 4 hours of sleep a day. Yin Qianlin made an exception and allowed Songshur to skip the first and second classes of the morning. He envied the others in the class, who pulled all-nighters every day. The final exam soon arrived. Songshur symbolically took 2 exams, but continued with his usual training. The day after the finals, the teachers efficiently graded the papers and distributed the final grades to everyone's laptops. For a sense of ceremony, a paper report card was posted on the blackboard behind the classroom. A group of people gathered around the paper report card and discussed it lively. Lu Shuilin was the loudest among them. Haha, even though I'm second to last, Songshur is first. I really have her beat. Yang Jingjin, in the front row, curled her lips, crossed her arms, and sarcastically said, she only took 2 exams, and you took 7. She's a healing type, and you're a super brain type. If anyone knew about the super brain type, who came second to last in the class, everyone would laugh their heads off. Lu Shuilin was embarrassed, but not angry. After spending over a month with the affable Yang Jingjin, his patience had greatly improved. It wasn't that he had actively improved it, but more that he couldn't scold her or beat her, and what else could he do if he couldn't bear it? Yin Qianlin announced from the podium that the holiday would officially begin, from July 10th to August 20th, a period of 40 days. The audience erupted in cheers. Yin Qianlin awarded 40 bottles of holiday nutrient solution to the top 10 students in the class, who took the exam. Those who didn't receive any were envious. 40 bottles, all long-lasting nutrient solution, the equivalent of a direct payment of 400,000 yuan. Tang Yu, having placed first, carried a box back to the hotel. 40 days of vacation. For ordinary high school seniors, it was an opportunity to overtake others. For the students in the special abilities class, it was their last worry-free holiday. Songshur was different from either. Her schedule was no different from her school's schedule. Training continued as usual, even longer. She spent the entire morning treating patients at the military hospital with Zhou Tan. Like a robot, she continuously released her mental energy to repair various wounds and comfort one soldier after another contaminated by the black energy. She even found time to purify the black energy on the 17th floor. Nearly all of Zhou Tan's colleagues knew Song Shi, the intern, and envied her for having unearthed such a treasure. Her future was limitless. Song Shi's mental power level also climbed steadily, as his mental power was depleted and restored each day. Mental power, medium 561/1000. In the afternoon, she trained with the berserkers. Pei Yicheng became her daily opponent. From a draw at first, Pei Yicheng was now subdued by her before she could last more than 100 moves. The berserkers who trained with her had become numb. They no longer harbored any competitive feelings towards her. When someone's abilities are similar to yours, you want to compete with them, to be better than them, to put them under your feet. But when the gap between you becomes so vast that no matter how hard you try, you lose all desire to compare. Lu Li and the other 8 were like this. They trained quietly every day, then on Fridays, they had the chance to spar with Song Shi. Unsurprisingly, they were defeated in 3 moves. Then, they continued training, and waited for Friday again. When they faced Song Shi, they automatically gave up. Song Shi's holiday schedule was personally arranged by Yan Qianlin, who thoughtfully gave him the day off on Sunday. But Song Shi used that day to carry out missions for the hunting group. With the system's help, she received every mission without fail, even choosing her own. For example, if she casually clicked on a D-level mission page and snatched a low-point, high-risk mission, the system would ask, "Are you willing to sacrifice your points to take this mission?" At this point, she would decisively decline. Sometimes, even after trying 10 times, she still couldn't find one she liked. The system would be speechless, mocking her. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. The mental capacity I've lost is something I've painstakingly accumulated. Of course, I have to be more cautious and choose something that offers the best value for money. Actually, I just wanted to see you annoyed by me, not wanting to talk to me, but being forced to speak. I can hear it. If you hear it, then I hear it. I'm telling you this. Who told you to play dead and not answer my questions? Song Shi still hadn't learned her last 2 skills. She asked the system 100 or 80 times, but it ignored her. The situation where she completed a mission in exchange for a system mission prompt never appeared again. Song Shi was no longer impatient, just letting things take their course. On the last day of the holiday, she accumulated 10,000 points, successfully advancing to C rank. She teamed up with Xiaolin and the others, who had been waiting for her for days, naming their team Attack B rank. Yazi used her shooting results to start recruiting students, promoting the idea that even healing types could achieve a perfect 100-step accuracy. There were no unteachable students, only incompetent coaches. Because of Song Shi's privacy concerns regarding his status as a healing awakener, Yazi gave Song Shi 10% of the tuition fees. Song Shi had finally escaped poverty, and on the eve of the start of school, he transferred 200,000 yuan to Wang Ding for accommodation and food expenses. For all the special ability classes in all the schools in the outer city, the second semester of senior year lasted only a few days and 3 months. 3 months later, in December, all students in the special ability classes would enter Tomorrow University in the inner city for pre-admission training. The class content for the second semester of senior year is also different from that of the previous semester. Several natural science courses that overlap with regular classes have been cancelled and replaced by practical courses such as basic strategies for team coordination, team formation skills, and new forms of alien beast evolution. Chapter 111. Song Shi also needed to learn these courses, so she couldn't skip the first and second classes anymore, and had to arrive at school at 10 o'clock every day. Thankfully, she no longer had to go to Yezue Bar and Yozi every night to learn how to use various weapons. She had mastered almost every representative, widely used, and mainstream firearm and ammunition, and her accuracy was almost as good as Yaozi's. Yaozi, a veteran teacher, was amazed. This was the first time he had encountered a student who could master various weapons from unfamiliar to proficient in just 4 months. It was a glorious teaching example that he would boast about every time he recruited students. The rest of the team also expressed surprise and admiration. Only Song Shi knew that her rapid learning was inseparable from her original body's muscle memory. Song Shi's practice with her gun changed to once a week to prevent her from getting used to it. She returned to her room 4 hours earlier each night. For these 3 months, her main task was to raise her mental power to a high level. She also needed to practice some actual combat to hone her skills. Pei Yicheng offered her little guidance. He already taught her everything he could. Her daily task at the training ground was to repeatedly practice the fighting techniques Pei Yicheng had taught her, then fight against sandbags to build strength. Pei Yicheng rarely fought her anymore. She couldn't win, and was easily injured. There was little point in his guidance. Song Shi desperately needed a strong opponent, at least one slightly stronger than her current strength. She hadn't shown off her skills in a long time. November 24th. It was the last week of her time at Tomorrow University in the inner city. Song Shi, as usual, sat leaning against the headboard of her bed, sorting through the list of tasks she accepted on the hunting group forum. Find a suitable mission. Accept the mission. Find the alien beast that escaped from Base 11. The Fire Rhinoceros Cave Rat. Mission points, 10,000. Personal mission reward, 1 healing skill reminder. Mission cost, 100 mental power capacity. Agree or disagree? Seeing the words personal mission reward, Song Shi sat up straight. Finally. It's what she'd been waiting for. Mission costs. 100 mental power capacity? 100? She'd been saving up her mental power points day and night for nearly 5 months, reaching 988. She only needed 12 more to level up. And this mission would cost her 100 points? She also received deductions from previous missions, but they were always 20, 30, and the most she ever received was 50. That mission's reward was 50,000 points, the ceiling for sea-level missions. The personal mission reward was the most valuable. Song Shi knew this, gritted her teeth, and agreed to take the mission. A green virtual screen popped up on the optical computer. Congratulations on receiving commission number 309870. Song Shi took a screenshot and sent it to the 5-person group chat. Laonyo, another one. It looks good. We just need to search for it. We didn't catch it, and the points are high. Xiao Song, you're so lucky. When can you teach me how to snatch a mission? I've only snatched one once. Is there a trick? The trick is the system. It's sacrificing her mental capacity. Song Shi reluctantly typed out 4 words. Pure luck. Laonyo believed it and stopped asking questions. The others remained silent. After more than a dozen missions, everyone had mastered the process by heart. Every time Song Shi snatched a mission, Glasses would immediately collect and consolidate all relevant information and send it to the group chat. Xiaolan would formulate a battle plan in the shortest possible time. Yozi would prepare equipment according to the battle plan. Laonyo. He was similar to Song Shi, just following instructions. He also needed to be available on call. Song Shi had originally been recruited to the team to do odd jobs, but now Laonyo had become the odd job. Song Shi only needed to secure missions and take the lead according to the best plan discussed. This was also why Song Shi didn't leave the team to work on her own. Going solo, she could keep the points earned from completing missions. Conversely, she had to do the work of 5 people alone. Aside from securing missions and killing people, she wasn't good at anything else. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After sending the screenshots, Song Shi went back to his own business. Forum researcher G had sent her a 6 GB data package 2 weeks ago. It included information on each differentiation direction, each awakening system, and each skill, as well as the characteristics, lethality, and weaknesses of the exotic beasts known to humans to date. He also thoughtfully annotated some of his unofficial annotations. This information could be the golden ticket to the other person's livelihood as a forum answerer. Because she peppered him with over 20 questions daily, each one of them inquisitive, he sent her this exclusive information package to prevent her from constantly bothering him 24/7. Song Shi had been taking time to review the contents these days. Half an hour later, the computer began to ping. Song Shi knew it was the boy with glasses, who had found all the information. She exited the information package and joined the group of 5. Glasses. At 6 a.m. on November 22nd, 5 unidentified caves were discovered in the suburbs of Zayan District, 19 kilometers northwest of the base, at the foot of Typhoon Mountain. The caves were 2 meters wide and 2.5 meters long, resembling those made by fire rhinoceros burrow rats. The Urban Security Team's Criminal Investigation Division collected hair from around the caves and, after examination, confirmed them to be those of adult fire rhinoceros burrow rats. Glasses. The surveillance cameras around the location where the cave was discovered were damaged 2 weeks ago and haven't been repaired. No fire rhinoceros rats were captured, but the remaining hair was identified as belonging to 5 different species. Glasses. At 3:15 p.m. on November 22nd, a fire rhinoceros rat appeared in an underground shopping mall in Zayan District. It devoured 7 people, and 4 others were caught in its flames before it could evade them. The fire, which ignited merchandise while trying to extinguish the flames, caused a fire that suffocated 15 people. 5 people were trampled to death, and 19 were injured in a stampede as people fled the mall. Glasses. At 10:20 p.m. on November 22nd, 2 fire rhinoceros rats, one large and one small, were spotted traveling together in Jaehyung District, 100 kilometers away from Zaeun District. The smaller one was identified as a cub of the larger one. The two fire rhinoceros rats attacked the slums in Jaehyung District, killing 31 people, including 9 children under the age of 12. Glasses. On November 23, yesterday, 2 previously unseen fire rhinoceros cave rats appeared in Shinhead District and Puin District, respectively, killing 14 and 9 people. Yizzy popped up. Shinhead District, isn't it right next door to us? The controlled school Song Sure attended was located in Shinhead District, just over a half-hour drive away. Little Blue, it's been 2 days. Has any of these 5 fire rhinoceros cave rats been caught? Glasses. One was caught in Jaehyung District, by Lu Xing and Wu Jilu, who happened to be visiting District 11 for an exchange program. Song Sure stared at the last message Glasses had sent 2 minutes earlier. Lu Xing and Wu Jilu. They were the ones who caught the Earth Wolf Beast last time, too. These two are truly formidable. She had been in this world for half a year, and had seen their names everywhere. In the Guide to Human Differentiation, they were listed as typical representatives. Chapter 112. One was in the Berserker category, the other in the Healing category. From time to time, news of their itineraries would appear online, visits to various districts for exchange and learning, mentoring students in the Awakening category on how to improve, joining the army on the front lines, slaying countless monsters, rescuing countless wounded soldiers, and so on. Dominating the headlines was a common occurrence. Sometimes, when Song Sure would study all night, cramming endless amounts of knowledge into his head, his face haggard and lifeless, a news report about the two's whereabouts would suddenly pop up on his computer. The headlines were often like this: Lu Xing and Wu Jilu visit District 11 again, shock. The Lu and Wu twins actually killed him. Lu Xing and Wu Jilu both showed up. Where would they go this time? I almost wanted to use up all the exclamation marks. The scale of their presence was even greater than the appearance of the president of the Federation at an event. Just these simple itineraries, and the media would publish 800 or so news reports. It was impossible to block them even if I tried. She blocked the news on this website, but another would pop up. She could only helplessly read, while passively becoming one of the viewers of their daily vlog. Glasses. This morning, Tomorrow University sent all sophomore awakened teams to the outer city to hone their team coordination by catching fire rhinoceros cave rat. As everyone knows, all universities in the Federation are only 3 years long. In the first year, each department learns its own skills, unrelated to each other. In the second year, teams will be formed, with 4 to 6 people formed according to their abilities. After a year of training in the sophomore year, the junior year will be assigned to various internships. Upon graduating from junior year, I officially joined the army. Old cow, didn't the inner city send a professional awakened team to deal with it? Glasses. No. Old cow was furious. They really don't care about the lives of ordinary people in the outer city. The fire rhino cave rats are so deadly, almost 100 people have already died, and they're sending a bunch of inexperienced sophomores to deal with them. Old cow, the fire rhino cave rats are incredibly gluttonous, with an astonishing appetite. No matter how much they eat, they're never full. If we delay dealing with them, for even a minute, people will continue to die in their mouths. Shouldn't we send professionals to deal with them quickly? I really want those students to hone their teamwork and go to the front lines, where there are many exotic beasts. Yazi, don't get excited. You know how the people in the inner city behave. Instead of having hope for them, we should think about how to find the fire rhino cave rats. Glasses. I hacked into Area 11 surveillance system and located the last sighting of one of the fire rhino cave rat. It's an abandoned factory in the neighboring Shinhead district, and it was last seen 3 minutes ago. If we rush over now, we might find some traces. Laonyo, what are you still standing there for? Let's go! Yazi, go and prepare your weapons, Yazi said calmly. I can prepare weapons anytime, but I'm following the captain's orders. You don't have the final say. At Xiaolin, do we really need to leave now? Xiaolin, okay, let's go. Fire rhino cave rat are elusive and intelligent, and they know how to avoid surveillance. It's too slow for us to just stay in front of the cameras and track them. There are at least nearly 1,000 awakened teams in the sophomore batch of Tomorrow University. We have to find the fire rhino cave rat before them to complete our mission. Yozi, okay, I get ready. Where do we meet up? Xiaolin, downstairs at the bar. Try to get there in half an hour. I pick you up. Laonyo, I be there in 10 minutes. Song Sure turned off his laptop, put on a coat, and grabbed a bottle of nutritional solution from a cardboard box in the corner. He chugs it down as he walks downstairs. Tang Yu read at the cashier's counter. Fugui, wearing a handmade leash by Wang Ding, lies on the floor beside the cashier, sleeping. Tang Yu sees her hurrying downstairs, with the nutritional solution in her mouth. She pauses and says, "Be careful. Come back soon." Song Shi agrees, throws the nutritional solution into the trash, and runs towards the bus stop. She sees the number 403 bus approaching from a distance and immediately speeds up, squeezing in like a gust of wind as the doors close. Half an hour later, Song Shi arrives at the entrance of Yuzui Bar, right on schedule. Xiao Lan's car was already parked outside. It was a popular sports car. Song Shi had seen an advertisement for it on a large screen outside a building on Central Avenue 2 months ago. It was the latest model at the time, worth 8 figures. Song Shi knew she was the poorest person on the team. Yao Ziguang's summer recruitment of the first batch of students for marksmanship training had earned just 1/10 of the tuition, enough for her to generously pay Wang Ding 200,000 yuan for accommodation, with plenty left over. One could imagine how much he earned in the 7 or 8 years he'd been running the class. Never mind the glasses. From the moment they met, he didn't look like a poor person. She had never seen his bizarre high-tech gadgets before, and he always carried a different pair of glasses. He looked like a wealthy young man experiencing life. Lao Niu was a veteran of the front lines. Because of the high mortality rate among ordinary soldiers, the Federation offered him an absurdly high severance pay. He didn't want to stay home all day, so he joined the hunting group as a hunter to pass the time. She was the only one so broke that she had to eat dirt. Song Shi was deeply shocked. Xiao Lan leaned against the blue car door and waved at her, "Come on in, Xiao Xiao." The others had already arrived and squeezed into the back seat, leaving the passenger seat for Song Shi. "Let's go!" Xiao Lan manipulated the joystick, and the sports car-shaped aircraft took off, soaring 2 miles. The push on Song Shi's back made him tighten his seatbelt. Yao Zi, who was sitting in the back, patted Song Shi on the back. Song Shi looked back and saw a nearly 1-meter-long knife being handed to her. The blade was about the width of an adult's hand and was sheathed in a pitch-black sheath. It felt heavy in his hand. "Just in case, if we really encounter a fire rhinoceros cave rat, you can use your knife to fight back." Lao Niu also had a knife and a sniper rifle on his lap, while Yao Zi held a single sniper rifle. "I hope we don't encounter one." The man with glasses tapped rapidly on a virtual keyboard, tracking the fire rhino rat's latest location, his eyes never leaving the light screen. "If we do, we're all doomed. Bullets can't penetrate a fire rhino rat's fur. Without the awakened, they're like lunch served to us." He suggested, "Let's observe from the air. Don't descend, it's too dangerous." "Little Blue, it depends." The aircraft arrived at the abandoned factory where the fire rhino rat was last seen. It didn't land, but circled around the factory. A scanning device under the aircraft provided a clear transmission of the ground situation. Glasses said, "There's no sign of the fire rhino rat. There's only one cave, left behind when the fire rhino rat appeared. It's within surveillance range, and there's no footage of it escaping from that cave in recent surveillance." Little Blue analyzed, "It hasn't left, or we haven't found the cave it left from. We expand the search. If nothing, we descend and look for clues." Song Shi clung to the window, gazing into the distance. "Someone's coming." Chapter 113. 2 sleek aircraft rapidly approached from the sky, starting as tiny black dots and gradually enlarging until the launch tubes mounted on their chassis could be clearly seen. The bespectacled boy glanced in the direction the aircraft were coming from and muttered, "Tomorrow University's dedicated aircraft. They're even faster than I expected." As the 2 aircraft circled the factory building, the silver words painted on the side came into view. "Tomorrow. Tomorrow University, the only university for psychics in the inner city of District 11. If nothing goes wrong, she'd be able to enroll there as a preparatory student in a week. Let's land and search." Xiao Lan expanded her search area. Still no suspicious caves were found, so she decided to land inside the factory building. "Get ready." Song Shi slung the broad-bladed scabbard strap over her head and slung it across her back. The aircraft landed smoothly. She pushed open the door and jumped out. A cold wind blew against her face. It was already early winter. Base 11 doesn't have distinct seasons, and the average winter temperature is above 10 degrees Celsius. At noon, it can even reach 25 degrees Celsius. Song Shi, wearing a thin sweatshirt under her coat, felt a bit hot. She took off her coat and threw it back out the window onto the aircraft seat. The cool breeze finally brought her back to her senses, her mind clearing a bit. She looked up at the vast, desolate abandoned factory ahead and suddenly felt a headache. With such a large area, how long will it take to search it all? The others also got out of the car, grabbing their equipment. What was this place used for before? Yozi shielded the glaring midday sun with one hand, also awestruck by the factory's grandeur. Juntai looked up the factory's information, adjusted his glasses, and was about to answer. I know. Lao Nio raised his hand to answer, squeezing in front of everyone, facing the factory's rusted iron gate. You've all seen the wall surrounding our District 11, right? The defensive stone used in its construction comes from factories like this. Factories, like the ones in front of us, are among the oldest factories built in the base. There are more than 20 of them in District 11, and their daily output is enormous. When the outer defense walls of Base 11 were first built, these 20 factories produced all the wall materials in just 2 years. They were phased out over a decade ago, replaced by the small wall repair shops we have today. Yazi realized, no wonder it's so large and has such a sense of history. These are all antiques. How many years ago? He suddenly realized a deeply embarrassing fact. He had lived in Base 11 his entire life, yet he couldn't remember when it was built. He turned to ask the others, I remember our base has a history of over 50 years, maybe a dozen years later than Base 10. It's been 83 years since the proposal to build Base 11 was made, and 79 years since the city wall was fully completed. Songshur put her hands in her pockets, her muscle memory allowing her to say it in 3 seconds without thinking. Yozi gave Songshur a thumbs up. Awesome, you remember all that? Songshur, God knows how many years she spent poring over history books to acclimate herself to this world. She knew all the memorable events and their corresponding dates by heart. Later, she realized her needless efforts. Look, many of the natives of this world don't even remember when their bases were built. You're the only one who doesn't remember. Without even looking up, Yanjing poured cold water on Yao Zi. Okay, now's not the time to discuss this, Xiaolan interrupted, her gun in hand, as she stared warily at the desolate ruins before her, abandoned by time. She walked around the gate, and stepped over the nearly collapsed wall beside it. Follow me. Let's go in and take a look. Songshur followed her, silently releasing his mental energy to sense any living creatures within a 100-meter radius. Those 2 aircraft have landed. Old Cow heard the noise behind them, turned his head, and trotted alongside Little Blue, offering a naive suggestion. Captain, why don't we join them? They're also looking for the fire rhinoceros cave rat anyway, and it would take forever for them to do it on their own. Let's work together, splitting up the search and covering different areas. That'd be faster. They won't cooperate with us, said Little Blue, one eye wearing a thermal imaging device, scanning the surrounding area for suspicious objects. Retreat, maintain formation, and don't rush around. Old Cow didn't understand, but he always followed orders and obediently stood at the end of the formation, keeping a watchful eye on the rear. Yazi slowed his pace and walked shoulder to shoulder with Laonyo, nudging him with his shoulder. Those guys are all awakened. How could they possibly cooperate with a bunch of us, ordinary nobody? They're just worried we'd be a drag. Besides, our mission is just to find the location of the fire rhino cave rat and report it. If we see one in this factory, we just take a picture and run away, and mission accomplished. If we cooperate with them, and then we encounter a fire rhino cave rat, would you have the nerve to abandon your partners and run? Old Neo thought about it, and realized that it made sense. I never thought you were so calculating. How come you all have such sharp minds? Yazi said in a gloomy tone, if you had a better brain, you wouldn't be so capable, and still be a mere soldier after retirement. Old Neo, Yazi had returned to his position. The 5 of them successfully entered the factory. The heavy door swung open, sending a puff of dust billowing in their faces. Everyone held their breath. Songshur fanned her nose and scanned the surroundings. Yazi and Old Neo placed their drones flat on the ground, while Yenjing piloted 4 drones into the air. The onboard cameras transmitted the footage back, projecting it onto a screen in the air for everyone to see. There are footprints. Yenjing's sharp eyes spotted a suspicious spot in the transmitted footage and quickly zoomed in on the footprints for the others to see, continuing to control the drones to track them. Songshur's mental power also spread towards the direction of the footprints. Even after reaching the limit of her mental power range, she still couldn't sense any living creatures. The students who had disembarked from the Tomorrow University aircraft had already followed them into the factory. Who are you? A steady male voice called from behind. Old Ox was about to answer when Xiaoling grabbed his arm and pulled him to her side. The 2 swapped places, their formation still the same 4 people around the glasses. Xiaoling faced the 2 teams entering the factory. On the left was a team of 5. Standing at the front was a thin boy, who had originally asked the question. On the right was a team of 4. All 9 wore the Tomorrow University uniform. Hunting group, here to locate the fire rhinoceros cave rat. Each one will investigate separately, and not interfere with each other, Xiaolin said. Hunting group? What's that? I've never heard of it, a girl in the group whispered to her companion. The factory was so quiet that even though she kept her voice low, everyone heard. Chapter 114. The girl froze for a moment, glancing awkwardly at the 5 people across from her. Her companion, a chubby, pale boy, covered his mouth and whispered softly, "That building behind the gym next to our school belongs to the Hunter Group. They're a company that pays you to do anything. It doesn't seem like a legitimate company." Xiaolin and the others didn't hear the rest of the conversation, but for an awakened, these whispers weren't whispering at all. Songsher heard it clearly. The 2 people talking across from them probably assumed the 5 of them were ordinary people, and their conversation became increasingly brazen. Why would they go to a company like that? Why don't they find a legitimate job? Companion, they earn more. How much? Companion, about 100,000 a month. So little? What can they do? It's not even enough to buy a tube of nutrient solution. Companion, they live in the outer city, they can't compare to us. Ordinary people don't need nutrient solution. Oh, so they've all taken lives? Companion, probably. Can we get them out? I'm scared. What if they kidnap me? You're all off dealing with the fire rhinoceros cave rat. I'm a healer, and I can't resist. If they succeed? Companion, why don't you ask the captain? Songsher continued to release her mental energy to search for the fire rhinoceros cave rat. She didn't turn around, her back to the students, who called themselves the University of Tomorrow. She only used a tiny bit of her mental energy to listen to their conversation. The persecution-depressed sister had already gone to talk to the captain of their team. Captain, let them go. We're using too much force against the fire rhino cave rat. They're just ordinary people. What if we accidentally injure them? She didn't lower her voice, so everyone present heard. Xiaolin, acting as Songsher's mouthpiece, said in a cold voice, "We can't be sure if the fire rhino cave rat is here yet. You don't need to worry about us. If we do find one, we evacuate immediately." The girl completely ignored Xiaolin, pretending not to hear her words. She continued whispering in her captain's ear, "Let them go, Captain. I'm afraid if you and the fire rhino cave rat start fighting, I have to purify the black energy, while also guarding against them taking advantage of the chaos to attack me." Xiaolin frowned in disbelief, her brows twisted into a knot. She suspected she had misheard. Targeting her? The negotiator's highly intelligent mind was completely lost in thought. Yao Zi's hand, holding the gun, trembled, and he nearly dropped it. He pinned his hopes on the often sharp-tongued Glasses. He hoped Glasses would say something back. But Glasses was completely focused on the drone, too busy to listen to her nonsense. Old Cow was a simple and honest man. "Don't worry, little girl. We're only targeting the fire rhino cave rat, not you. You're not our target." The girl still pretended not to hear, ignoring Old Cow's explanation. "Captain, I've only just reached A rank, and I can't do 2 things at once. What if they interrupt me, startle me, and interrupt the purification process? What if you lose my protection and are harmed by the fire rhino cave rat's black energy? And what about the group next to us? What if they take advantage of our situation and kill the fire rhino cave rat before we do? We miss out on the prize." Their team leader was finally persuaded by her words. Negotiated with Xiaolin. "Our operation has been approved by the inner city government of Base 11. We hope you will cooperate with us and evacuate this area immediately." Perhaps realizing he shouldn't offend the group of hunters before him, he added, "We're also concerned about your safety. You can't approach the fire rhino cave rat. Losing your life for money isn't worth it. Xiaolin, we won't leave until we see the fire rhino cave rat. You don't need to worry about our safety. As for your teammates worrying about us plotting against her, I want to ask, aren't you awakened? Why are you still worried about us ordinary people posing a threat to you? 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 How can you people from the outer city be so ungrateful?" The girl's voice shrill. Songsher's eyes, which had been lowered, suddenly fluttered open. She sensed a dark aura. "Fly over here and take a look." Songsher leaned over to Yen Jing and pointed at a spot on the virtual screen. Yen Jing followed her instructions and flew the drone. A dangling, abandoned robotic arm blocked the drone's path. The drone hovered for 2 seconds before suddenly landing, passing through the obstacle and continuing its journey deeper into the cave. "Hey! Do you know how to respect others? We're speaking to you in a friendly manner, and this is how you treat us." Shut up. The Fire Rhino Cave Rat still hadn't appeared on the virtual screen, and Song Sure was already annoyed. The creature kept yelling, "If you get any louder, the Fire Rhino Cave Rat will be scared away." The girl choked, shuddering at Song Sure's murderous eyes. Her mouth gaped, speechless. She had truly seen murder in Song Sure's eyes. She asked her chubby companion for confirmation, but he lowered his head, completely unaware of the question. "Have you found any trace of the Fire Rhino Cave Rat?" A half-tied-up girl from another team of 4 asked, staring at Song Sure. Song Sure glanced at the drone feed. Glasses was struggling to maneuver the drone through the piles of discarded robotic arms, searching for any sign of a Fire Rhino Cave Rat. "No," Song Sure pointed at the 3 o'clock position. "There are Fire Rhino Cave Rat footprints in that direction, behind the broken robotic arm. You can go check." Hearing Song Sure's words, Glass's finger on the joystick trembled. He quickly raised his eyelids to glance at Song Sure, then quickly dropped his gaze. His drone hadn't even been behind the robotic arm yet, so how could Song Sure know there were footprints there? She had given this group the wrong information, using them as pawns. If the Fire Rhino Cave Rat had left footprints behind, it would be fine. But if it hadn't, Yin Jing dreaded the thought of how much resentment this group would bear for their disappointment. Song Sure remained calm. She was certain the black energy she had just captured was genuine. The Fire Rhino Cave Rat had been there, so it naturally left footprints. She had told these people this because the drone wasn't easily accessible. She hoped this group would explore the area. If the Fire Rhino Cave Rat was truly inside, it would be best to lure it out. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 teams rushed in the direction she pointed. The girl, who had been struggling to chase them away, now devoted herself entirely to capturing the Fire Rhino Cave Rat. Song Sure gazed at their backs and said leisurely, "Let the drone out." Yin Jing nodded, and piloted the drone back, hovering in a wider, higher altitude. Chapter 115. In the footage transmitted by the drone, 9 young men and women in uniforms had arrived at the dusty robotic arm assembly line. A plain-looking man from the 5-man team stepped forward, walked to the dim entrance, closed his eyes, and seemed to be sensing something. The others stared at him intently, not interrupting him. "What is he doing?" Old Cow leaned closer to the screen, puzzled. "He's a psychic awakener. Is he sensing the presence of the Fire Rhino Rat?" Little Blue stared at the screen as well. Old Cow scratched his head. Why didn't he sense it right away? So close. Psychic awakeners are fragile. If the Fire Rhino Rat suddenly appeared, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Because his level isn't strong enough. The distance from where we are to the robotic arm is too far. He needs to be at least A level or above to sense it. Little Blue explained patiently, staring at the screen with some concern. If this psychic awakener hadn't detected the alien beast's black aura, they would have been in even more trouble. Inside the light curtain, the psychic awakener slowly opened his eyes, their eyes tired and bloodshot. In just 1 minute, he felt like he'd been up all night. Xiao Lan's heart sank as his eyes opened. "I've sensed the black aura. It's inside." Xiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Song Sure. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided not to ask how Song Sure knew the Fire Rhino Cave Rat had been behind the robotic arm. Under the drone, the 9 sophomores confirmed the Fire Rhino Cave Rat's presence and quickly discussed their next battle plan. Neither team was willing to enter first. After all, the passage was only wide enough for 2 people to move side by side. With little light inside, it looked like a Fire Rhino Cave Rat's nest. The team that entered first would be vulnerable to a frenzied attack from the rat. The group behind them could successfully take advantage of the opportunity. Someone suggested that all members of the 2 teams take turns entering, but both captains rejected the idea. All 9 would be too crowded and prone to being wiped out. After 3 minutes of heated debate, they finally reached a mutually agreeable solution. Each team would send 2 people in to lure the Fire Rhino Cave Rat out, while the others would wait outside and hunt. This solution was relatively fair, so they immediately implemented it. Xiao Lan watched the incoming footage show 4 people fumbling their way in. She said to the others, "Let's evacuate. The drone stays." Yes. Yazi had been wanting to leave for a long time. He couldn't believe the strength of these sophomores. They were probably going to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Fire Rhino Cave Rat. It was too dangerous for them to stay here. It would be better to return to the aircraft and take off. No matter how powerful the Fire Rhino Cave Rat was, it couldn't fly. Once the drone captured its image and immediately uploaded it to the mission center, they could leave without a fight. The 5 of them turned around and headed towards the collapsed wall. Song Sure led the way. She looked behind her. The first time the Fire Rhino Cave Rat appeared on the surveillance footage, it had left behind an oval burrow over 2 meters wide and nearly 3 meters long. The burrow led deep underground. It was quiet now, and the wind blew, creating a dull, hollow echo. One of the habits of fire rhino cave rat is that they designate at least 5 exits from their nests. When threatened or frightened, they will flee through other exits. The fire rhino cave rat is a low-level exotic beast, at the bottom of the food chain among the numerous exotic beasts outside the base. They have a host of natural enemies, and the fire rhino cave rat has survived to this day thanks to its burrowing abilities, a slightly higher IQ than most exotic beasts, strong defenses, and exceptional reproductive capacity. This was the topic from Yan Qianlin's class. It seemed there was one point she hadn't covered in class. Songshur tried to recall the fire rhino cave rat module she had memorized in her data pack 2 weeks ago. She remembered a blank space next to a pile of official descriptions, where researcher G had scribbled a sentence. Cunning, their hunting method is to lure the enemy deep inside, then bring them to a safe place to eat. Forgot the most crucial point. Songshur strode over to Glasses and stared at the drone feed. The 4 people who had gone in hadn't made any movement yet. Before they went in, their team agreed to send a message every 3 minutes, Glasses said, his face heavy. 5 minutes have passed, and not a single message has been sent back. In the footage, the 5 people guarding outside were also peering in uneasily. 2 of them were even discussing going in to see what was going on. Enable the drone's call access, Songshur suddenly said. Although his glasses didn't follow Songshur's train of thought, his movements were unwavering. He raised his wrist, scanned his face, and then pointed the light computer at Songshur again. Just start from here. The light computer flashed, and Songshur focused on the microphone. Don't go in. Find another burrow of fire rhinoceros cave rats. Songshur's temple suddenly throbbed, and his unspoken words froze. He turned back, his pupils shrinking. Run! A portly fire rhinoceros cave rat crawled out of its burrow. Beneath its pointed beak was a sophomore with disheveled hair and limp limbs. The moment the fire rhinoceros cave rat emerged from its burrow and spotted the 5 of them, it let out an angry squeak. Its territory had been invaded. It shook its head, flung the food from its beak, and charged at the 5. Songshur grabbed the nearest and weakest boy, Glasses. Before Glasses could react, Songshur had already half-dragged, half-carried him away. Glasses felt the wind whistling in his ears, the scene shifting constantly before his eyes. By the time he had regained his composure, he was sitting on the inverted gable roof of the factory warehouse door. His fear of heights had set in. He quickly clung to the metal sheet beneath him, his face filled with worry, as he glanced back at their original position. The others, unable to discern what was behind them, also scattered in all directions at the moment Songshur's warning. This had been the tacit understanding they had developed during their 6 months of missions. Songshur was always the most vigilant, her warning saving them from near certain death many times. Not seeing his teammates fall to the ground after being attacked by the fire rhinoceros cave rat, Glasses breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted his glasses. Yaozi and Laonyo had already opened fire on the fire rhino cave rat. As a rare beast, the fire rhino cave rat was impenetrable to bullets. Furthermore, the fire rhino cave rat was incredibly fast, and Yaozi and Laonyo had repeatedly barely dodged its impact. He had to do something. Glasses was no fool. He immediately unlocked his computer using facial recognition and shouted into the microphone, "The fire rhino cave rat has run to the factory gate. Your missing teammate is here too. Get out." The 5 men guarding the entrance to the robotic arm realized something was amiss the moment they heard the gunshots. They left 2 men to guard the entrance, while the remaining 3 bolted for the exit. Now, upon hearing the drone sound, the remaining 2 men also rushed out. Songshur avoided a direct confrontation with the fire rhino cave rat. Chapter 116. Fire rhino cave rat, a low-level exotic beast. Rat-like, relatively small in size, the largest known fire rhino cave rat is 4 meters long. It is fast-running, burrowing, and cunning. Research suggests that an adult fire rhino cave rat has the IQ of a 12-year-old human. Rhino. It possesses a white-gray horn, 15 centimeters in diameter, similar to a rhinoceros horn, and possesses considerable lethality. Fire. Its body is covered in a layer of flames. When angry, fighting, or running, the flames intensify, often igniting any flammable material nearby. Encountering a fire rhino cave rat on the battlefield, ordinary humans are completely unable to approach. Even equipped with the most advanced equipment, they are still unable to withstand the blazing flames. Only fire and water awakeners can approach them unscathed. Other awakeners must possess ranged attack skills to kill fire rhino cave rat without sustaining any personal injury. All nature awakeners who have reached a certain level can acquire these skills. Contract and beast taming classes can also control fire rhino cave rats without contact, but they can't kill them. Mechanical assisted combat classes can also kill them from a distance. So, many classes can kill fire rhino cave rats without damage, excluding berserker classes. Berserker classes are close quarters fighters, and can't compete with high-level mages. If these mages weren't generally low-level, their mortal bodies unable to contain such immense spiritual power, there wouldn't be much use for berserker and warrior class awakeners on the battlefield. Song Shi was keeping the fire rhino cave rats at bay, only appearing suddenly when they were about to catch up with Yazi, Lao Yo, and Xiao Lan, provoking them to distract their attention and help the others escape. She didn't initiate an attack, remaining on the sidelines. She was curious about the strength of the sophomores. She had never seen an awakened versus a monster battle in real life. Except for Lu Xing's incident, it was a one-stroke victory, bloody and violent, nothing much to watch. There were quite a few online videos, cool, brutal, easygoing. But they were all about masters of a particular awakening system, their skills powerful and disproportionate to the monster's strength, a bit of a showmanship. It made sense though. The videos that circulated had been screened by the federal government, focused on motivating Awakened to train hard, like Awakened promotional videos. They were of little use. She wanted to understand the actual combat prowess of these newbies around her own age. Today was a good opportunity. On the eaves, glasses captured the fire rhino cave rat's appearance, and sent it back to the mission center with its location. All they had to do was wait for the hunting group's dedicated Awakened team to rescue them. 5 sophomores ran out of the factory. The moment she spotted the fire rhino cave rat, the only remaining healer from either team unleashed her mental energy. This healer was the one who had previously attempted to get Song Shi and the other 4 to leave the factory. She first issued an expulsion warning to Song Shi and the others, go as far as you can. With that, without looking back at them, she approached the fire rhino cave rat, knelt on one knee, and a silver purification disc spread from her palm. A 20-meter radius encircled the fire rhino cave rat. She focused intently on purifying the black energy. The fire rhino cave rat's black energy was ineffective against ordinary people. Ordinary people lacked mental energy. Only when ordinary people were injured would the black energy penetrate through ruptured flesh, damaging their weak brain defenses, and causing them to lose control. For awakened ones, who rely on mental power to unleash their abilities, the black energy can interfere with their release, reducing the power of their abilities, and even hindering their successful release. In severe cases, the awakened one who forcefully uses their abilities can suffer irreversible brain damage. Thus, purification must be performed by a healer. The remaining 4 surrounded the girl. Although they weren't on the same team and had previously been competitors, everyone's first instinct at this moment was to protect the healer. Alien beasts can sense when their black energy is being purified. At this point, clever ones will choose to escape the purification range or attack the healer who created the purification disc. The fire rhino cave rat was no exception, running towards the edge of the purification disc. The portly boy stared at the alien beast's running forelimbs, forming hand seals with his hands. A half-meter-high earthen wall rose from beneath its feet. The fire rhino cave rat was caught off guard by its forelimbs and fell to the ground. Its horns dug into the ground, plowing a 2-meter stretch before coming to a stop. Fatty, well done. The tall, lanky captain of Fatty's team praised him, drew his sword, and charged fiercely at the fallen fire rhino rat. Song Shi, standing beneath the abandoned crane in the factory, folded his arms and looked at them. The boy nicknamed Fatty was an earth type. He could control ground movement, at least a B rank. His captain chose melee combat, so his focus could be determined to be on the enhancement type. Berserker, warrior, or bone armor type, he swung his long sword at the fire rhino rat, the sword flashing, victory in sight. The fire rhino rat, like a loach, slithered and twisted its head, its gray-white horn meeting his broadsword. The two collided with a sharp sound. The long, curved horn remained intact, and the boy's sword was flung out, landing on the ground 2 meters away. The boy clutched his numbed shoulder, unable to lift his entire right arm. He stared up at the fire rhino cave rat with a look of disbelief. Song Shi shook his head. Whatever type of enhancement this person possessed, his level was definitely not high. The fact that his sword remained intact after colliding with the fire rhino cave rat's horn showed its quality. The fact that the sword was knocked flying was due to his own lack of ability, a poor match for the sword. He wasn't rushing to retrieve the sword, but instead stood there foolishly, waiting to be rammed by the fire rhino cave rat. This showed he lacked combat experience. Even the initial defeat had disheartened him, leaving him no desire to fight again. Xiaolon and Yaozi stood side by side behind the gate. Witnessing this scene, Yaozi harshly criticized him. How can someone like that be captain? They're just a group of newly formed students. This is probably their first time battling a monster. Xiaolon didn't think it was a big deal. She had never held out hope for this group. Songsher didn't act like this even when he faced a strange beast for the first time. Yaozi curled his lips in disdain. You're still lacking in strength. Those people in the inner city are just showboating. Xiaolon glanced at him, realizing he was still angry at the students for looking down on him. Resignedly, she shook her head and said nothing. Inside the purification disc, the fire rhino cave rat edged closer and closer. The boy's retina reflected its two incisors, and the fishy smell assaulted his cheeks. He swallowed, took a step back, turned, and ran. The fire rhino cave rat lowered its head. Like a rhino encountering an enemy, its sharp horns pointed at his back, and chased him. The scene resembled a bullfight. The boy's strength wasn't too bad. He knew how to run in an S-curve, and his speed was quite good, gradually widening the gap between him and the fire rhino cave rat. Earth shield. The fat man repeated his old trick. Unexpectedly, the fire rhino cave rat had gained experience. The moment the earth shield rose, it slowed its pace, lowered its head, and used its horns to break through the rising earth wall. Dust and yellow earth clods flew everywhere. This interruption completely widened the distance between the tall and thin captain and the fire rhino cave rat. He turned and ran towards the fallen weapon. He bent down to pick up his sword. Be careful underground, the fat man shouted. The ground cracked, and a sharp gray-white horn burst out of the earth, sending the sword tip, which he hadn't yet grasped, flying out of the range of the purification disc. Then the fire rhino cave rat's entire body emerged from the ground. The boy hurriedly retreated, 1, 2, 3 steps, but before he could reach safety, he was sent flying backward, covered in gravel and earth. The fire rhino cave rat leaped up, its massive body aimed at him from the sky, ready to crush him. This fire rhino cave rat weighed at least a ton. If it struck him, regardless of whether he was a berserker, warrior, or bone armor type, no matter how resilient his vitality, he would surely die. Captain! The healer's eyes raged as she watched helplessly, unable to do anything. She couldn't remove the purification disc, or the other awakened in the team would instantly lose their combat effectiveness. Stone formation. The fat man shouted, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Under his control, the rubble on the ground rose into the air, suddenly accelerating and hurling itself towards the fire rhino cave rat. It was useless. The fire rhino cave rat's hide was thick, and the stones imbued with his spiritual power were more powerful than bullets, but not strong enough to deflect or penetrate the rat. He wasn't at the right level. Perhaps he could achieve this at S level or higher. Earth types are inherently more defensive, with weak offensive skills. The stone struck the fire rhino cave rat, and bounced back the way it had come. Death seemed inevitable. A swiftly flying figure passed beneath the fire rhino cave rat, snatching the boy buried in the dust by the shoulder and carrying him into the air. The fire rhino cave rat's attack missed, and the boy escaped with his life. Flying type. The old cow, crouching in the corner, looked up at the girl hovering in the sky. She struggled to hold the dusty boy with both hands, her flight struggling, up and down, as if they were about to fall together at any moment. Unable to bear watching, the old cow covered his eyes and sighed. I'd never seen a messenger pigeon run to the battlefield to save people. In his years stationed on the front lines, he had seen many awakened, many of whom could fly. Generally, these flyers come in two types, those with wings and those without wings, flitting about. Those without wings are flying types, belonging to the same lineage as the healing and psychic types. They rely on psychic energy to fly, but have low defense, low combat power, and low health. Their only advantage is their speed, and the more advanced ones seem to be able to travel through space, making them perfect for delivering messages. Those who fly with wings are legion. Bone armor type awakeners can freely alter their skeletal structure, growing wings in a snap. Fire types can also fly, and their wings are the most beautiful he's ever seen. Beast taming types and contract types fly using the wings of flying monsters. Altered types simply steal the wings of monsters to fly. The group of winged awakened types at the back are all more powerful than pure flying types. And yet, the opponent is a weak flying type. He had no idea how these two teams were formed. It was completely illogical. 9 people, 2 are healers, 1 is a flyer, and 1 is a psychic. Yaozi was also analyzing. Of the 9, the flyers and psychic are on the same team. In other words, in the team of only 4, 3 are psychic type, non-combat awakeners. Yozi was speechless and laughed out loud. Isn't this sending them to their deaths? At the same time, as expected, the flyer girls suspended in midair gave way and both fell. At this moment, the fire rhino cave rat's target also changed to the healer half kneeling on the ground in the center of the purification disc. It looks like they're about to be wiped out. Why don't we help them and buy them a while? The main force will arrive soon, Yuzi asked Xiaolin. They're all awakeners. They're a little weak and rude, but they're all so young and will definitely level up in the future. We're the only ones who can't hold them off for more than a few minutes, Xiaolin said calmly, looking in Songshi's direction. If Xiao Song is willing to help. Songshi sensed a gaze and turned, his eyes meeting Xiaolin's. Save her or not? Xiaolan asked silently. Songshi paused, then nodded. Xiaolan's frown relaxed. Yaozi followed Xiaolan's gaze, but Songshi was nowhere to be seen. Surprised, he asked, huh? Where's Songshi? Songshi's speed was lightning fast, as he darted towards the fire rhino cave rat. The fire rhino cave rat was only 2 meters away from the crouching girl. Its fist-sized eyes were filled with the allure of food, its teeth slightly parted, ready to gnaw at the girl's head. The fat man trembled with fear, his hands unable to move, unable to summon any earth-based skills. Sweat streamed down his spine. The spirit awakened had already exhausted his mental energy while searching for the fire rhino cave rat. Now, he could do nothing but shiver and close his eyes, afraid to look. They could only wait helplessly for death to come, the terror and torment of this moment lasting an incomparable length. The bloody scene did not unfold as they had anticipated. Songshi rushed over. She drew the broadsword from her back with her backhand and gripped it tightly with both hands. The power of the violent element flowed from her hands into the blade, merging with the weapon and imbuing it with the most powerful vitality of any ordinary weapon. With a sharp gaze, she leaped up and swung the broadsword. The arc, imbued with the residual power of pale blue spiritual power, tore through the air and slashed through the fire rhino cave rat's neck. Clang! The fire rhino cave rat's head was crushed by the immense impact, its forelimbs buckling, its gray-white horns digging into the ground, overturning a small patch of earth. The healing girl was struck head-on by the earth, blood oozing from her forehead. She gritted her teeth and remained motionless. The purification disc not only did not disappear, but actually expanded slightly. A very faint mark was left on the fire rhino cave rat's neck. Thick skin. Before the rat could pull its horn from the ground, Songshi raised his sword again, gathering strength, and struck down. Clang! 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 Songshi's movements were incredibly fast. Like hammering a nail. The fire rhino cave rat finally managed to pull its horn free a little, only for Songshi to hammer it back in. Sparks flew. Songshi was like a blacksmith. This back and forth continued, leaving only a scratch on the back of the fire rhino cave rat's neck, no blood yet. Songshi's expression grew increasingly serious. The fire rhino cave rat's defenses were even stronger than she had imagined. Although the blade was enhanced by Songshi's spiritual power, providing protection and enhancing the impact, it couldn't withstand such a blow. Add to that the intense heat from the fire rhino cave rat's body, and the blade made of ordinary materials couldn't withstand it. The moment Songshi struck it for the 26th time. Clang! It broke. The fire rhino cave rat, preparing to dig a hole and burrow underground, immediately stiffened. Twisting its body, it used the same tactic it had used against the tall, lanky captain, gathering all its strength to charge at Songshi. Songshi seized its horns, lifted his feet off the ground, and neutralized the charge. The fire rhino cave rat's red eyes flashed, and it carried Songshi's suspended body towards the still-standing wall. Be careful. Jump down. Stop it. It's beyond the purification disc. Save her. Shoot. Voices of varying tones echoed from all directions, all expressing concern for Songshi. Songshi stared at the fire rhino cave rat's eye and grinned. I forgot I have another hand. The broken knife stabbed into the fire rhino cave rat's right eye. Puff! Songshi twisted the knife handle within his grasp, stirring it in a circle. Chapter 117. Squeak! The fire rhino cave rat threw back its head with a scream, flailing its head wildly. Blood spurted from its eyes as it moved. Like bloody fireworks. Songshi struck home with a single strike. Without stopping, he dropped his grip and landed on the ground, rolling sideways a few times to avoid the fire rhino cave rat's madness. He was still stained with blood. Songshi wiped his chin with his fingers, thankful that the fire rhino cave rat's blood wasn't corrosive. The fire rhino cave rat was intelligent enough to sense the threat posed by this human, and chose not to confront him head-on. The moment Songshi leaped away, it ignored the pain in its eyes, and frantically dug downwards with its forelimbs. Like a slippery loach, most of its body instantly burrowed into the hole. "It's trying to escape!" the fat boy exclaimed, forming hand seals to prevent the fire rhino cave rat from leaving. The ground in front of the fire rhino cave rat gave way. Underground, a thick earthen wall suddenly appeared before the tunnel the fire rhino cave rat had just dug, blocking its path. It lowered its head, pushed off the ground with its hind legs, aimed its horns at the wall, and charged. Boom! The wall shattered. The fire rhino cave rat successfully sprinted through. A large hole had collapsed in the ground. Fatty quickly ran to the edge, fanning the dust away with his hands and craning his neck to peer down. In the 3-meter-deep, small-mouthed, wide-bottomed, jar-shaped cave, there was no sign of a fire rhino cave rat. Just a pile of dirt. He stamped his feet. It had finally gotten away. He glanced again at Song Shi, who stood motionless at the cave entrance, then stepped around her and headed towards the captain, who lay unconscious on the ground after falling from the sky. A figure was past him. A gust of wind blew. "Who?" He stared wide. He saw the girl, who had been frozen in place like a log, suddenly flash to his captain's side and pick up the sword he had discarded. "That sword is ours." The girl raised her eyelids, her clear, cold eyes fixed on him. The fat man's spirit felt as if it had been dragged up and dangled on the edge of a cliff. The hairs on his back stood on end. He bit his lips tightly, lowered his head, and dared not say another word. Like an elementary school student who had made a mistake, he reduced his presence and moved to the side. In the dark, damp, cold underground, the fire rhinoceros cave rat, having lost an eye, could not maintain its balance and stumbled forward, its fur rubbing against the tunnel wall, sending dust and sparks flying. 20 seconds later, it merged into a wider tunnel. It stopped, raised its head, its nose twitching as it smelled the marked urine. This tunnel was one of the escape routes it had dug that morning. It finally felt somewhat reassured, determined its direction, and, finding an exit, all 4 limbs sprinted in unison. Suddenly, it braked suddenly, staring in horror at the dark, lightless tunnel before it. In a world of black and white, the human who had brought it such a sense of danger stood in its path, a broken, gleaming white knife in each hand, grinning broadly at it. Squeak! The fire rhinoceros cave rat was startled, its fur standing on end. It retreated cautiously, uttering threats at the other creature. The human, completely unfazed, wielded the broken knife, closing in on it, the sinister end aimed at its good eye. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fire rhinoceros cave rat pooped in fear. Hurriedly, it turned around in the narrow tunnel and, pissing, headed back the way it had come. The light of the exit was just around the corner. It sped up, its heart pounding wildly. It thought it had seen a glimpse of life. The moment its head emerged from the cave, that human, standing perfectly still outside the cave entrance. Smiling at it again, in her hand was a weapon that looked sharper than a broken knife, colder, and filled with murderous intent. "So you fear me so deeply?" Using the illusion of despair, he casually pinched herself, forcing it out. Squeak! This was the last sound the fire rhinoceros cave rat left in the world. Song Shi gripped the hilt with both hands, his pale blue spiritual power enveloping the intact blade. The moment the fire rhinoceros cave rat emerged, he gathered all his strength and slashed diagonally. The blade sliced through the fire rhinoceros cave rat's flesh more easily than Song Shi had expected. Severing its tendons and bones, the rat's head tumbled to the ground. Its limbs, still in a running position, sprinted forward for 2 steps before realizing its head had been severed and falling to the ground unwillingly. Song Shi glanced at the sword in his hand in surprise. Are weapons made by the machine-assisted manufacturing department so powerful? The fire rhino rat's defenses were far stronger than those of the 4-eyed stinky dog. She hadn't been able to cut it down with a knife for over 20 hits, but with this sword, she sliced through it effortlessly like tofu. The difference was enormous. The fire rhino rat, caught off guard, returned. Yuzzy, who had the quickest reaction, immediately yelled at Song Shi to leave quickly. He aimed his gun at it, and was about to pull the trigger when the fire rhino rat's head vanished from his scope. He was completely stunned, frozen in place, still shooting with his left eye closed. What was going on? It was a fire rhino rat. A fire rhino rat, not a 4-eyed stinking dog. Its hide was as thick as a city wall, and it was scorched with flames. Ordinary awakeners couldn't approach it with their mortal bodies. It was a beast specially prepared for mages, easily slaying them from the inside with a snap of a finger. And now, Song Shi had decapitated it in close combat. Xiaolon patted his shoulder, and he revived, lowering his sniper rifle. Based on that strength, some might believe she's a berserker. Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Foul-smelling blood gushed out from the severed neck like a fountain. Song Shi, sword in hand, stood behind the fire rhino cave rat's corpse, untouched by any spillage. The fat man and the flying girl, who were helping their captain leave, happened to be walking a dozen meters away from the fire rhino cave rat's severed head. First, a gigantic, hideous rat head tumbled to their feet. The fat man, terrified, let go of one of the captain's arms and collapsed to the ground. Then, a scalding spray of blood gushed from the side. Ugh! The drenched fat man lay on the ground, retching. The flying girl, acting decisively in a split second, let go of the captain of the other team, who had been offering moral assistance, and flew into the air, escaping the disaster. The unconscious captain was reawakened by the water. He wiped the sticky liquid from his face and pulled himself up. He stared blankly at the tragic scene before him, blood all over the ground, the neatly cut rat head, and the long-haired girl standing behind the fire rhino cave rat, sword in hand. What had happened? The moment he lost consciousness, he had fallen from over 10 meters. The fire rhino cave rat was still intact. Who had killed the fire rhino cave rat? His teammates? He looked around. His Earth-type teammates were sprawled on the ground, vomiting in dismay. His healing-type teammates were exhausted, pale, and sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. In the other team accompanying them, the aerial awakener, who had saved his life and then thrown him from a height, still hovered in midair, while the psychic awakener hid in the far corner, a look of shock on his face. It seemed neither of these was true. Then it could only be. He stared dazedly at the girl behind the fire rhinoceros cave rat's corpse, his gaze slowly shifting downward. The sword in her hand seemed to be his, custom made for him by the school. Gripped in her hand, dark red blood trickled down the blade, dripping onto her shoes. The sword seemed even more powerful in her hands. Song Shi felt the same way. She loved it. This was the weapon she should have. Not some ordinary weapon so blunt that even after 20 strikes, it could only scratch the hide of a monster and then break in two. While those ordinary weapons were more than enough to deal with monsters with normal defenses, they were too laborious. Who wouldn't want to be able to defeat an enemy with a single blow? She was reluctant to return it. But it wouldn't be appropriate for her to steal someone else's weapon in public. Also, according to her understanding, weapons specially configured for awakened are registered with the Federation, and if an awakened person dies unexpectedly, the weapon is recovered. For an ordinary person, taking an awakened person's weapon is like stealing gold bars from the national treasury. Not only would they face the federal government's pursuit, but they wouldn't be able to use it openly. She would have it. Wait until she got to Tomorrow University. Tomorrow University custom makes weapons for each student, using only the finest materials, and the production process is handled by the Mechanical Aid Manufacturing Department. Every step requires the infusion and compression of spiritual power. A good weapon is the product of countless days of hard work by the Mechanical Aid Manufacturing Department, and its lethality cannot be matched by weapons manufactured using ordinary techniques on the market. This is why, after an awakener dies, their weapons must be recovered. Song Shi returned the sword to the unfortunate captain, now covered in blood and unrecognizable. He turned to leave when he was stopped. Are you an awakener? A berserker or a warrior? Song Shi paused and turned. Healer. The unfortunate captain said seriously, I'm not kidding. If you're still upset about our previous conflict, I apologize to you and your friends on behalf of my team. Believe it or not. Song Shi said this, hands in his pockets, as he walked towards the aircraft parked outside the factory. Xiaolan and the others had already joined him there. Old Nyo had knocked his glasses off the roof, and his legs were still weak. He held onto the aircraft's hood, feigning composure. Oh right, Song Shi remembered something, turned back to the blood-soaked boy, and reminded him, your 4 teammates are still somewhere underground. You better get help, and find them quickly. The underground tunnels are interconnected. This fire rhino rat is dead, but there are others. If they follow the smell of blood. Song Shi didn't say anything else, but the boy understood. Not bothering to dwell on her system, he went to get help from his laptop. Song Shi approached Xiaolan's aircraft, unsheathed the scabbard on his back, and tossed it to Rocker in the back, then took the co-pilot's seat. Mission accomplished, back to collect points. Not only had he successfully completed this mission, but he had also completed an A-level mission, killing the fire rhino rat. Even though Glass's legs were weak and trembling, that didn't stop him from filming Song Shi slaying the fire rhino rat. A-level mission plus C-level mission, 210,000 points. Song Shi still got the lion's share. A C-rank ranger upgrade to B rank requires 100,000 points. Songshur instantly ascended to B rank ranger. The remaining points were converted into Federation coins and deposited into her personal account. She was about to enter the inner city and needed to make some preparations. A little extra money wouldn't hurt. Chapter 118. November 30th. All special ability classes in the outer city of Human Base number 11 will have a unified day off. This day is reserved for students and parents to prepare. There are 3 ways for outer city residents to obtain inner city residency. First, as an awakened individual. Second, as an awakened individual's guardian. An awakened individual can choose up to 2 guardians and grant them inner city residency. Third, by donating a total of 10 billion in support of various federal policies. All of the above are ways to obtain permanent inner city residency. Those who do not meet the above requirements can also enter the inner city, but there are time limits, with a maximum stay of 30 days per year. Once granted inner city residency, the first generation of their bloodline, regardless of whether they are awakened, can reside there. The second generation must be awakened to remain. Non-awakened individuals are forced to move out upon reaching adulthood. The original body's mother was a healer, and her husband was a peacock awakener. Logically, both of them had inner city residency rights, and their first generation wouldn't need to awaken before they could move in. But they insisted on waiting until Luchichi awakened before the 3 of them could move in. Songshur didn't understand the mechanism for allocating inner city residency rights before, and couldn't understand why they did this. After carefully reviewing the official documents released by the Federation, Songshur finally understood their intention. If Xiao Jing and her husband obtained inner city residency rights through their status as awakeners, the first method, then their legal children, the original body and Luchichi, would also gain inner city residency rights. This meant that not only could Luchichi enter the inner city, but the original body could also legitimately follow them. The family of 3 would then fail in their goal of getting rid of their original self. They had to find a way to keep the original self in the outer city. The only option was to wait for Luchichi to awaken. Awakened individuals could bring 2 guardians with them into the inner city. After Luchichi awakened her healing ability, she chose the 2 of them as guardians to enter the inner city. The right to reside in the inner city would not fall to the original self, who hadn't awakened yet. This whole scheme was a well-thought-out plan. Songshur was curious about what grudge the original self's father had with Zhao Jing, why he would scheme against his own blood relative. When she got to the inner city, and had the chance to meet Zhao Jing, she would definitely ask. Songshur lay flat on her bed, quietly listening to Wang Ding packing Tang Yu's luggage outside. As Tang Yu's sole guardian, Wang Ding had the right to live in the inner city, but he had no plans to do so. The prices in the inner city were high, and suitable jobs for ordinary people were hard to find. He still wanted to stay in the outer city. He was familiar with the city. The security was a bit poor, but he could live there and earn money. Tomorrow University offered no tuition and free accommodation, but for an awakened, there were many things he needed beyond these basic expenses. Just a daily bottle of nutrient solution alone was beyond the reach of an average family. Tang Yu was a fire type, so her needs were even greater. Wang Ding could only stay in the outer city. The next day, Wang Ding, sending Tang Yu away for the first time, nearly burst into tears. "Little Yuzi, I visit you often at your school. Don't miss me too much. You're an adult now. If you have anything to say, tell me. Don't hide it. Spend it where you need to. Don't be reluctant. Dad has saved quite a bit over the years." Tang Yu agreed to everything. As the school bus was about to depart, Wang Ding looked at Songshur, who was standing nearby with a suitcase. "Xiao Song, you have to take care of yourself too. Come back to see me with Xiao Yuzi when you have time." "Okay. You two have to take care of each other too." Songshur and Tang Yu exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Chapter 119. Rinchi Middle School paid for a large aircraft to ensure the safe and smooth entry of the 6 students in the Special Abilities class into the inner city. Students like Songshur and Tang Yu, traveling alone to the inner city without their parents, could ride for free and be taken directly to the freshman training grounds at Tomorrow University. This was done every year, earning them the trust of their parents. Most of the students in the Special Abilities class came from families similar to Tang Yu's. Very few families took this opportunity to relocate to the inner city. Songshur and Tang Yu checked their luggage into the aircraft's cabin. Yang Jingjin stood up and waved cheerfully at them. "Little Yuzi, Songshur, this way." There were 2 seats next to her, each holding a bag of snacks and a small bag. Songshur and Tang Yu walked over, and she took the items and placed them on the table. Tang Yu sat in the middle seat. This is my first time in the inner city. Yang Jinjin excitedly stamped his feet, completely free of the frustration and sadness of leaving home for the first time, and shared his joy with Tangyu. I heard the inner city is very safe. We can go out at night. I haven't been to a bar yet. My mom won't be able to control me anymore, so I can go wherever I want. By the way, have you ever been to the inner city? Yang Jinjin asked, sharing snacks with Tangyu and Songshur. No, Tangyu said. Songshur also shook his head. Then we can go out together. I want to explore the inner city thoroughly and try all the delicious food. Yang Jinjin vowed. I've compiled a list of good places to eat and play around tomorrow university. I send it to you. I also send you a map of the campus. Song Guang's phone beeped twice. She clicked on it and glanced at it, but she wasn't very interested. Just as she was about to close the account, a small red dot appeared after Director Yan's name. Yin Qianlin had sent her a message. Be a law-abiding citizen in the inner city. The phrase seemed a bit abrupt and strange, but combined with the chat logs from the previous few days, it made perfect sense. Songshur scrolled upwards. November 28th. Yin Qianlin, appropriate combat can help you gain combat experience, but you should choose combat within your capabilities. Don't risk a small investment and put yourself in danger. Cherish your talents. Yin Qianlin, tomorrow university also has many opportunities for combat, and with teachers supervising, it's more secure. Image X6. Yin Qianlin handed out 6 business cards from different teachers. Songshur understood Yin Qianlin's meaning. He was indirectly reminding her not to continue being a hunter, and not to carry out the high-risk missions of the hunting group. Tomorrow University's workload was heavy, combining theory and practice, offering ample opportunities for real-world combat with peers. Energy was limited, so rather than risking her life on missions for the hunting group, it was better to focus on studying at Tomorrow University, where the results would be similar. Secondly, the inner city and the outer city were different. The laws in the inner city were stricter, and she wouldn't be able to get away with murder as easily as she would in the outer city. Yin Qianlin offered this advice after careful consideration. Unfortunately, Songshur had her own limitations. Staying with the hunting group was the condition Qin Yi had given her when he rescued her. She could decide how many missions to take, but she couldn't completely refuse them. Besides that, she had another hidden reason, one she couldn't share with others, or even admit to herself. She was addicted to the feeling of a swift strike. She wasn't sure if it was the bloodthirsty element in her berserker genes that had tainted her, or if the countless bloody slaughters she had endured since entering this world had warped her mind. Unable to control this feeling, she could only try her best to avoid pointing the knife at humans. Only by staying in the hunting group would she come into contact with damned people and damned beasts. Await event. She replied to Yin Qianlin, I try my best. Yin Qianlin said nothing more. But the matter remained unresolved. November 29th, 5 a.m. Yin Qianlin sent a message offering to sponsor her college education. Song Shurfan, who had woken up at 7 o'clock, saw this and felt a mixture of emotions. Yin Qianlin thought she was carrying out the hunting group's missions for the money. She wasn't. Yin Qianlin was genuinely kind to her and cared about her future. Song Shurfan politely replied, Thank you, teacher. I know my limits and will be careful. The matter was finally resolved. November 30th yesterday. Yin Qianlin informed her of the first base's pioneer plan. He also reminded her to conceal her abilities before entering the first round of selection, and to absolutely not reveal the dual system situation. The requirement for entering the first round of selection was to reach S rank. Her berserk attribute met the requirement. Her healing attribute, however, was still at a plus rank. Last time, after completing the mission to find the Fire Rhino Cave Rat, the system didn't give her a clear mission prompt, but instead said, I give you an opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? An opportunity to upgrade your healing attribute? The system was being mysterious. She repeatedly questioned it, but it played dead. Songshur was helpless. She couldn't get the system out of her mind, so she could only wait for the so-called opportunity to come. The aircraft had already taken off, following the large aircraft's fixed flight path toward the high walls of the inner city. Yang Jinjin and Tangyu were still talking animatedly, with Yang Jinjin doing most of the talking and Tangyu agreeing. Songshur leaned back in his chair and replied earnestly to Yin Qianlin, Don't worry, I be a law-abiding citizen in the inner city. If you kill someone, take them to the outer city. Yin Qianlin replied quickly, Okay, feel free to contact me if you have any difficulties. As for the hunting group, try to keep your distance and don't get too involved. Keep those business cards I gave you. They're all former students of mine. If you have any urgent matters, contact them, they help you to the best of their ability. Yin Qianlin had been so chatty these past few days. He'd tell her whatever came to his mind. Their chats in the past 3 days were more frequent than the last 6 months of their senior year. Yin Qianlin, finally, I hope you understand why I'm training you. Songshur stared at the last sentence in the chat box. It wasn't until Tang Yu poked her arm that she came back to her senses. What's wrong? Tang Yu glanced in the direction she was looking. Due to the privacy restrictions on the virtual screen, Tang Yu could only see a blue screen, the contents completely blurred. Did anyone not get to say goodbye? We can come back during the holidays. Yang Jinjin also popped his head from behind Tang Yu's shoulder. That's right, as long as we have money, we can go back and forth every day, just like that Lu Shuilin. Don't be sad. Songshur turned off the laptop and touched her cheek. Had she just acted sad? She didn't even realize it. We'd be there in half an hour. Let me add your contact information, Yang Jinjin said, holding up the laptop to scan Songshur. We all be in the inner city from now on. We're unfamiliar with the place. Let's help each other out. If you have any questions, just ask me. Songshur held out the laptop for her to scan. Yang Jinjin created a 3-person group and added Tang Yu. Half an hour later, the aircraft landed smoothly. The students rose one after another, collected their luggage, and disembarked to look around. The inner city was a novelty to them. Growing up, they had heard the most about its safe, pleasant environment, its abundance of wealthy individuals, and the gathering place of the Federation's elite. Now, upon truly entering the inner city, everyone felt a certain sense of unreality. All freshmen, please line up to receive your admission cards. All freshmen, please line up to receive your admission cards. The vast parking lot was now dotted with large aircraft. Students from all the high schools in District 11, whose special abilities classes had arrived today, were reporting. At the end of the velvety green lawn was a platform for speeches. A single speaker, now repeating the message, was on the platform. The students, disembarking from the aircraft and looking around, dragged their luggage and lined up, passed through the gate, and received their admission cards. Name? Songshur. Which high school did you graduate from? Renshi Middle School. Awakening Direction? Healing Department. Grade? A+. Here's your admission card. Go toward the green flag. The staff member pointed in a direction, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and busily checked in the students behind him. Songshur dragged her suitcase to the green flag, where a senior student in a green volunteer uniform swiped her admission card. Staring at the computer screen, he said, Healing Department, Class of 23, Class 03. You're doing quite well, Junior. He raised his head, his suntanned face revealing a row of gleaming teeth. Add my contact information, and I invite you to join your class group. Songshur scanned the QR code and added him. My name is Lu Xianqin, Fire Element. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Songshur glanced back at the red flag next to the green one. There were quite a few Fire Element players this year, and Tang Yu was queuing up behind them. Where's my dorm? Songshur turned back. Lu Xianqin hadn't expected Songshur to start by asking about the dorm, showing no interest in further conversation. He felt a little disappointed. Use this card on your computer to see your dorm number. He handed the card back to Songshur. Songshur followed his instructions. The page that popped up showed not only her dorm number, but also her class number, class group, counselor's contact information, and so on. Songshur looked up at Lu Xianqin. Lu Xianqin volunteered solely to add the contact information of attractive junior students. In the past, he'd done the same thing, taking advantage of the freshmen's lack of familiarity with the rules and inviting them to the class group to add their contact information. It always worked. It didn't matter if he was caught later. He only needed to explain briefly, and the freshmen, especially the healing types, wouldn't take it personally. They were weak, innocent, good-tempered, and easily influenced. Healing orientation volunteers were always the hardest to land. But today, facing Songshur's raised eyes, his words of explanation caught in his throat, his fingers instinctively tugging at his pants, as if he'd been caught by his high school teacher playing with his phone during class, afraid to move or argue. The two sides were in a stalemate. A voice broke the silence. Do I get my dorm room card here? Yes, here. Lu Xianqin, as if rescued, fled Songshur's sight, and pulled a stack of cards from the desk drawer. What's your name? Yuichen. Songshur felt the voice sounded familiar, and she turned to see her S-rated healing desk mate. She was wearing a windbreaker, a messenger bag, and dragging a black suitcase. They sat together for months, barely speaking, and now she knew his name. But I heard he was promoted to double S in the last week. Yu Aichen glanced at her and said to Lu Xianxin, please help me find her dorm room card. Chapter 120. Lu Xianxin remembered Song Shi's name and quickly found the corresponding card from the pile, handing it to Yu Aichen. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, Junior, do you know each other? Yu Aichen took the card, checked the name on it, and confirmed it was Song Shi. He looked up, I know her, but she might not know me. Song Shi, upon hearing his answer, said, Okay, he was right. If you didn't even know her name, you couldn't really say you knew her. But it wasn't her fault. In the nearly 6 months they've been deskmates, they only met in the first half of their senior year. In the second half of their senior year, Yu Aichen also underwent special training from Yan Qianlin. She didn't go to class in the afternoons, and Yu Aichen didn't go in the mornings. The number of times they met was rare. Oh, Lu Xianxin said, relieved. Luckily, he wasn't trying to steal someone else's girl. Here you go. Yu Aichen walked over to Song Shi and handed her the card. Song Shi took it and, following the layout Yang Jinjin had sent her, walked towards her dorm building. On the way, she wondered how this person had gotten to double S. Which class are you in? Yu Aichen joined her on the way and started chatting. This was the first real chat they had had in months of sitting together. It felt like they had just met. Class 3. What about you? Class 1. It looks like the classes are divided by ability level, Song Shi said. Yu Aichen nodded. That's right. You're A+, and in class 3. That means there are only 2 classes in this class that have reached S level. Song Shi frowned almost imperceptibly. Was she too tired and sleep-deprived, causing her nerves to become overly sensitive? The way he pronounced a plus made her strangely uncomfortable. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, and his tone was perfectly normal. Song Shi shook his head, blaming it on staying up late reading the previous night. The two chatted about some unimportant things before heading downstairs to Song Shi's dorm. Goodbye. Song Shi, carrying his suitcase, hurried into the building, escaping Yu Aichen's sight. Dormitory number 912-2. On the 9th floor. There were quite a few freshmen from the healing department reporting today, and this entire dormitory building was reserved for them. The 4 elevator entrances were packed with people waiting in line. Song Shi glanced at the deserted stairwell and climbed up to the 9th floor, carrying his suitcase. Standing breathlessly in front of the dormitory door, Song Shi swiped his card. With a ding, the door opened automatically. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, the 2 of them shared the living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The roommate, a girl who looked incredibly sweet and soft, was sitting on the carpet, pruning a bunch of roses with scissors. After trimming them to the perfect length, she placed them in a white porcelain vase. Hearing the door open, she looked up. Seeing Song Shi, she calmly put down the rose branch from her fingertips, stood up, tucked her hair behind her ear, and softly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Wu Wanyun. I'm honored to be your roommate. I hope we can get along well for the next 3 years. Wu Wanyun, surnamed Wu, and a healing awakener, what was her connection to the Wu clan of the first base? A healer from the Wu family of the first base wouldn't have traveled all the way to study at Tomorrow University. The surname Wu might just be a coincidence. Not all healing awakeners with the surname Wu belong to the same family. The moment Song Shi heard her name, he immediately began to associate. By the time the other person finished introducing himself, she had already gathered her thoughts and politely replied, My name is Song Shi. Please take care of me. Your flowers are beautiful. Wu Wanyun's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her eyes to look at the rose branch. Thank you, a friend gave it to me. The friends here were certainly not ordinary friends. The meaning of roses was similar in both worlds. It wasn't easy to see fresh, living flowers in the Federation. Such things, which were only ornamental and had little practical value, were rarely produced there. At least, she had never seen real flowers in the outer city. Go on, I won't bother you anymore. Song Shi said, carrying his suitcase into his room. The dormitory was better than any other place she lived in before. Spacious, well lit, and with a large, soft bed. After packing his luggage, Song Shi laid down on his bed and sent a message to Tang Yu, asking how her arrangements were going. Tang Yu didn't reply for a while, so Song Shi simply closed his eyes for a moment. 30 minutes later, the laptop rang. Tang Yu said she had just finished cleaning up, and Yang Jinjin was already clamoring in the group chat for lunch in the cafeteria. It was almost lunchtime. Song Shi showered, changed, and left the living room. Wu Wanyun was nowhere to be seen. The 3 of them gathered in the 4th cafeteria. This cafeteria was located in the middle of the 3 freshman dormitories for the healing, fire, and super brain departments, so Yang Jinjin chose to eat lunch there. I heard we're starting training this afternoon. This school really doesn't give us any time to rest. A whole month of physical training is killing me. I specifically found the contact information for the head instructor for this month's training and asked him how to avoid physical training. What did he say? Yang Jinjin had only asked Song Shi and Tang Yu a token question, but she couldn't wait to spill the beans. He told me to drop out. He actually told me to drop out. He said if I drop out, I won't have to do physical training anymore. F***ck? Yang Jinjin was so angry she nearly jumped on the table, but thankfully Tang Yu grabbed her shoulder and held her down. Physical training should have different intensities for different systems. The intensity requirements for the Super Brain system are definitely universal for most Super Brain Awakeners, so don't worry, Song Shi reassured her. I envy you so much, Xiao Shi. Yang Jinjin was incredibly friendly. She had just added Song Shi on her phone that morning, and was already calling him by his nickname. She cupped her chin in her hand, looking at Song Shi with a sour tone. You have such excellent physical fitness, so the intensity of the healing system should be as easy as moving your fingers. Song Shi was worried about how she would maintain her previous high-intensity training this month. She was a healer, and as Yang Jinjin had said, her standards couldn't be compared to those of other departments. She couldn't demonstrate her abilities beyond a healer's in crowded places, like the drill grounds and training rooms. And there were no training equipment in the dorm. This was a dilemma. Tang Yu paused her meal. There's a gym nearby. They should have a personal fitness room. Yang Jinjin looked at Tang Yu, her cheeks puffed out as she spoke, and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Why are you suddenly saying that? Do I look like someone who goes to the gym? Tang Yu slapped her hand away, her face stern. Don't pinch me anymore. But she looked too innocent, her voice too tender. Her stern expression was completely intimidating, like an angry bun. Yang Jinjin grinned and raised 3 fingers in a swearing gesture. Okay, I won't do that again. If you pinch your face again, I turn into a dumpling. Tang Yu, knowing he wasn't taking her seriously, snorted softly and continued eating. Song Shi watched the two interacting, and couldn't help but think of the red dot of Tang Yu's memory she had read. She was incredibly grateful that Tang Yu had been adopted by Wang Ding. Wang Ding had raised her well. A fire awakener, capable of suppressing her emotions, and even more stable than an average person, was as challenging as cultivating a berserk awakener into a healer. The 3 chatted and laughed, unaware that a relaxed lunch like today's would never happen again for the next month. 1:30 p.m. All freshmen gathered by department at the drill grounds for a month of physical training. Regardless of department, the motto for physical training was push your physical limits. That's the slogan, and it's truly lived up to. The Berserker type has its own training methods, and the healing type has its own, with each type's training intensity varying. For the Berserker and Fire types, running 20 kilometers daily with a 100-pound weight is just an appetizer, with high-intensity training lasting until 10 p.m., and continuing at 5 a.m. the next day. This training method has kept the 2 most combative types of the awakened types from getting into any major arguments for a month. There's really no extra energy or time for arguing. Any spare time would be better spent sleeping. For the healing and spirit types, running 10 kilometers daily without any weight is a torment for everyone involved, yet they become the envy of the other awakened types. There's no room for so many people on the ground. In the sky, students from the flight department flew back and forth every day. If they didn't fly enough, they weren't allowed to land. Anyone who landed would have to work overtime the next day. In short, everyone was treated equally. No matter your department, you couldn't expect to have an easy day. Among the 6,000 awakeners, Song Shi was probably the one with the easiest time. He had the physical qualities of a berserker department, and the training targets of a healing department. With nowhere to vent their daily energy, they would spend the nights in their rooms doing 300 push-ups and lifting weights with their desks. The healing departments downstairs was busier than the other buildings every night. Young men and women of all stripes waited downstairs, seeking nothing more than to borrow some healing power from the healing department. Although they were all freshmen, their skills varied widely. Some had no skills other than self-healing, while others had already begun taking on commissions to heal others for money. Song Shi was one of those taking on commissions. Since she had nowhere to release her daily mental energy, and keeping it trapped wouldn't help with the next day's expansion, she asked Yang Jinjin for the school's internal forum. Based on the usual price for healing therapists, she set a lucky number, 888. Compared to the thousands of dollars charged by sophomores and juniors, or the hourly rate at hospitals outside, Her price was a bargain. Of course, EP81 was only for healing fatigue, wounds were charged separately. Songsher's registered username remained 66 Great Song. If nothing else, it was auspicious. On the first day of posting, 20 people contacted her. When they learned she was a freshman, only 3 remained. Half believing, the 3 walked downstairs to Songsher's building. It took a minute for him to come down. Songsher healed their muscle soreness in 30 seconds. 66 Great Song's abilities were immediately publicized, and the number of people seeking help from Songsher for muscle soreness increased exponentially. Although the profit was small at one time, Songsher could repair at least 300 people in one night, earning 888 federal coins, so his daily income was quite considerable. Chapter 121. Songsher checked her account balance every night. In just over 10 days, adding the money she redeemed from points at the hunting group before starting college, her balance had already reached 8 figures and was about to hit 9. Thinking back to when she first arrived in this world, her account only had the 30,000 federal coins Xiao Jing had given her. She was so strapped for cash that she couldn't even rent a place, and she was even robbed on a bus. Songsher sighed that the hard times were finally over. December 14th. Songsher set up her stall downstairs as usual. She had a chair and a sign torn from a cardboard box, with the words scrawled in marker, "Full Health Resurrection, 888 federal coins / time." Songsher sat on the chair, a payment code projected from a computer on her shoulder. A long line formed in front of the stall early in the morning. Songsher averaged 1 person every 15 seconds, and regularly took 300 orders. By the time he finished, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Songsher closed his stall, and climbed up to the 9th floor, carrying a chair. Returning to his room, he continued his weighted push-ups, carrying a box of books he purchased online the day before. The box, nearly a meter long, wide, and high, was neatly packed with books, weighing over 100 pounds. 45, 46, 47. Songsher's movements were slow but steady, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and nose. Knock, knock. There was a knock on her door. It was Wu Wanyun's first time knocking on her door. Songsher finished the 50th push-up, holding the box on his back with his backhand. He stood up, gently placed it on the ground, and carried it to an inconspicuous corner. She wiped her sweat with a towel and opened the door. Wu Wanyun's long, soft, wavy hair was held back with a headband, and she was wearing a face mask. "Someone's outside looking for you." Wu Wanyun pointed to the closed living room door, her voice a little slurred, her face mask still on. Songsher's first reaction was Tang Yu, or Yang Jingjin. She hadn't interacted with anyone else since arriving at this school. Thanking Wu Wanyun, Songsher walked toward the living room door and opened it. Standing outside were 3 girls she hadn't seen before. Oh no, one of them, the one with black-framed glasses, looked familiar. Thinking carefully, she realized she was one of the 300 people she repaired yesterday. "What's going on?" Songsher asked first. "We want to talk to you about your 888 federal coins stalled downstairs, taking orders every day." The girl next to the black-framed glasses, wearing a brown wool coat and heavy makeup, looked Songsher up and down before speaking. Songsher didn't understand what was there to discuss. Her stall and taking orders didn't bother anyone else. "What?" Songsher asked patiently. She hadn't even reached her exercise target for the day. The woman in the woolen coat got straight to the point. "You've disrupted our entire healing sideline market. Our price has always been 3,000 Federation coins per person, but now you've set it at 888, and no one's coming to us to fix it." Songsher had considered this issue when he set the price at 888. "Don't you think you're exaggerating? I only take 300 orders a day, and there are over 6,000 new students on campus. There's plenty of room for you guys. To say I'm disrupting the market is just too fragile. Not as many as before. They're still complaining that our prices are too high and demanding we lower them," the woman with the black-framed glasses said harshly. "Some of our partners have already lowered their prices because of you. We could all be making a killing, but because of your maliciously low prices, no one is doing well now." Songsher laughed in anger. If she accepted orders from everyone in school who needed repairs in a single day, she'd indeed be maliciously undercutting others, stealing their money. But she only accepted orders from 300 people a day, and there were thousands of freshmen still in need of healers. She'd done background checks beforehand, and found that most of the healers taking orders as a sideline on the school forum were sophomores. Juniors were mostly busy with team coordination and field trips, and didn't spend much time on campus. Few freshmen had repair skills. Not all sophomores took orders. Most were still focused on their studies, with their heavy workload and daily training, leaving them with no spare mental energy to take orders. The few who struggle financially could only take 1 or 2 orders a day at best. Demand far outstripped supply. Even if a healer was asking 5,000, there would still be more affluent awakened individuals rushing to pay. Calling her disrupting the market? Ridiculous. The truth is, her low prices prevent them from taking advantage of the high demand from the new students at the start of the semester and raising prices. Songsher draped the towel over his shoulders and smiled. Since you think I'm being maliciously low-priced, it's easy. I charge 3,000 from now on, the same as yours, okay? The girl with black-framed glasses choked, not expecting Songsher to give in so easily. She quickly glanced at the girl in the woolen coat standing in the middle. After receiving his gaze, she raised her chin again and said arrogantly, okay, but you can only accept 50 orders per day. Songsher chuckled twice. 50 people? I accept orders from 300 people every day, and many people still don't get a turn. If I accept 50, what about the rest? Can you guys repair them all? It wasn't that Songsher looked down on them. An average healer could only take 30 orders a day at most, and that was based on their high level. Class B, C, and D, for example, could only take 10 a day at most. That's none of your business. We're kindly reminding you. Just follow our instructions. You're just a freshman. Don't try to be cocky or too greedy. Songsher was irritated. The tone of the three people's conversation reminded her of Wang Danyu. When Wang Danyu had signed the agreement to take control of the school in Shenlishu's office, she had used the same sarcastic tone. Songsher mercilessly exposed their thoughts. Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to raise the price? How much? 10,000? Or 20,000? I'm probably being conservative. Given your abilities, you probably won't be able to take many orders a day. To make as much as I've been making these past few days, you have to raise it to 100,000. Songsher's stinging sarcasm made the three people's faces darken in unison. Your name is Songsher, right? The woolen girl in the middle was clearly the decision-maker among the three, and her gaze on Songsher was more intense than the others. Yes, Songsher crossed his arms. So? You want to hire someone to kill me? The woolen girl was visibly stunned. What? Killing? Is this the way a normal person would think of being threatened? Wouldn't the average person's first thought be a beating or some backstabbing? The woolen girl looked at Songsher strangely. What are you doing in the outer city? She had only learned that Songsher was a student at Rinchi Middle School in the outer city, and his parents were ordinary bricklayers in the inner city, with no real connections or power. Songsher realized his question was a bit outrageous and said, law-abiding citizens, ordinary students. The woolen boss breathed a sigh of relief. He continued the topic he had left unfinished. Anyway, just do as we say. From now on, we keep our distance and earn our own way. If you insist on going your own way and your stall gets smashed, don't blame me for not reminding you. We have the Wu family's healers behind us. The girl with black-framed glasses next to her was very proud of this. The Wu family of the first base, you can't afford to offend them. Songsher, Wu family healers are also trying to steal this little money from our classmates. The girl with black-framed glasses, well. She looked to the side, as if seeking help. The girl in the woolen coat gave her a speechless glance. That's none of your business. Just say whether you agree or not. Songsher pondered for a moment. According to their requirements, repairing one person would cost 3,000 federal coins, with a maximum of 50 orders per day, making a daily profit of 150,000. She earned about half of what she had before. She didn't need that little money now. But these three people reminded her of Wang Danyu back then, and their tone of voice irritated her. So, look at my forum announcement tomorrow. What? The girl with black-framed glasses asked, confused. What could she not say now that had to wait until tomorrow? The reply was a slam of the door. Songsher closed the door, ignoring Wu Wanyun, who glanced at her worriedly from the sofa, and returned to her room. After locking the door, she continued with her unfinished training. The next day, morning training ended, and it was time for breakfast at 7. A post circulated among the students on the Eat and Drink forum. Recover muscle soreness, relieve fatigue, and start the day feeling refreshed. Today's special offer, 666, maximum number of reservations, 666. Click here to make a reservation. Reserve in advance, first come, first served. Cafeteria 4. Shirshing, are you trying to drain yourself? Yang Jingjin, a skilled web surfer, saw the post within 3 minutes of Songsher posting it. Tang Yu, sipping porridge, was confused. She put down her spoon and leaned over to take a look. Yang Jingjin unblocked the privacy feature on his laptop, and they both looked at it. I think I have enough energy to take on a few more orders. Songshur didn't reveal the truth. Firstly, there was no need, and secondly, it might worry them. Yang Jingjin expressed genuine admiration. You're amazing. You still have the mental energy to do all this after training every day. You're definitely the only one in my freshman year. I'm so exhausted every day I fall asleep as soon as I touch my pillow. Her dark circles had gotten heavier the past few days. She had no desire to surf the internet after returning to her dorm, so she showered and went to bed. You could also make a reservation. Tang Yu had already seen the content of the post. 666 Federation coins, very cheap. Yang Jingjin scrolled down, revealing the number of reservations at the bottom of the post, and showed it to Tang Yu and Songshur. It's full, and it only took 3 minutes. Insane! Are all these people waiting there? Songshur was also a little surprised. He opened his own page, and saw that it was true. The comments section below the post was also very lively. First floor. This is the first time I've seen a healer's price for a single repair spell start with a 3-digit number. Even poverty alleviation programs don't dare to offer such assistance. Second floor. Thank you for meeting such an awesome and caring healer during my freshman year training. Third floor. More than 600 repair orders a day, this number is too exaggerated. Fourth floor replied to third floor. Not only is it exaggerated, but it's also very unfamiliar. What level is this OP? Does anyone know? Seventh floor. We are both in the healing department, 3 class. Our class only has a plus level, and a few A level. I know her name. I won't mention her name here to respect her privacy. I just checked the official website of the Supernatural Administration Bureau. A plus. 8th floor. A plus level? Is it because I haven't paid attention to the healing department for too long? Has the level of the healing department evolved to this point now? 11th floor replied to 8th floor. Same. I also remember that the healing department A plus was not so capable. My high school classmate, the healing department S level, didn't dare to squander it like this every day. 15th floor. Because she is not a normal person. 16th floor. Why are you cursing people for no reason? 21st floor replied to 16th floor. You are deceived by her appearance. 27th floor. Do you know the original poster? 44th floor. More than that, we're very familiar with each other. We couldn't be more familiar. 51st floor. Quick! Tell me more. Why isn't the original poster a normal person? 73 RD floor. I hope you're not spreading rumors. The original poster, Lulu Dasong, is a very polite and caring woman. I've had her fix my acne twice. The second time, she saw a blemish on my face and thoughtfully fixed it for me without asking for extra money. 82nd floor. I'm sick. I lied to you. She's definitely not a normal person. Sooner or later, you see her true face. 83rd floor. I sense a lot of resentment from the poster above. Has someone been hurt by the poster before? 93 RD floor. Haha. Both physical and emotional hurt. 101st floor. I'm imagining a romantic drama. Songshur vaguely guessed who was calling her insane, because their online handle was, more handsome than Wei Yu, smarter than Wei Yu. The only person who ever compared himself so much to the now-dead Wei Yu was Lu Shuilin. She clicked on their profile, intending to privately message him, asking him to be more careful with his words, but instead saw the text in his profile. Don't spy on me. If you have any questions, just talk to me directly. I'm more reliable than that jerk Wei Yu. Songshur. Okay. She scrolled down a bit, and saw Lu Shuilin's location, 4th canteen. Putting down her chopsticks, she stood up and scanned the 4th cafeteria, scanning those eating at tables, and those coming and going to get food. She quickly and precisely located Lu Shuilin, who was nibbling an egg with a fork while typing on his laptop, a look of cynicism on his face. I can fix it for you for free. Just come see me tonight. Songshur picked up the plate, only the eggshell remaining, and said to Tang Yu and Yang Jingjin, I have something to do. I be leaving now. Watching Songshur's departure, Yang Jingjin was flattered. He glanced at Tang Yu excited. Is this what it feels like to be friends with a big shot? I don't even have to fight for a table. Ahahaha, I, Yang Jingjin, will enjoy this privilege one day. Tang Yu silently scrolled through the school forum until she saw a comment. 453rd floor. It feels like she's about to offend someone. Songshur put the plate back on the cart and quietly sat down across from Lu Shuilin. Lu Shuilin was so engrossed in typing than he didn't even notice the presence of someone across from him. It wasn't until his companion noticed Songshur staring at him that he nudged him with his elbow, alerting him. "What are you doing?" Lu Shuilin glared at him in disapproval. The companion pointed across from him. Lu Shuilin followed his finger and, upon seeing Songshur, dropped his fork, clattering onto his plate with a resounding clatter. Song? How did you find me? Chapter 122. The comment section under the appointment announcement posted by the healer nicknamed 66 De Song has already reached over 1,000 posts. The first 200 posts were mostly about outcry over the price, and thanks to the poster, with some mentions of the poster's personal life sprinkled in, but they didn't attract much attention. After the 200th post, the discussion of the poster's personal life became increasingly prominent, almost becoming the mainstream. 676th floor. I noticed something. I wonder if you've noticed. 677th floor. There are over 600 posts up there, with all the lively discussion, but it can be summarized in one sentence. The poster, 66 De Song, is an A+ student in the Healing Department's Special Abilities class at Renchi Middle School. This is the only information that's been revealed about her. Don't you find it strange? 678th floor. Continuing from the previous post, except for the one in their class named more handsome than Wei Yu and smarter than Wei Yu, who popped up to say something about the poster, it was all vague generalizations without any accurate factual basis. So far, no one else in the poster's class has popped up. 679th floor. It's a bit unusual indeed. I'm a sophomore, just joining in the fun. Every year when the freshmen arrive at our school, there are always a lot of bored seniors who would dig up the identities of the posters on the forum, and then someone who happened to be a high school classmate of the poster would come along and tell them off. 680th floor. Don't think we're boring. This can be fun too. Once you've experienced it, you know how fun it is. It's like knowing there's a time capsule buried underground, and you can't help but wonder what's inside. Passers-by shovel a shovel of dirt, and the capsule, buried deep beneath the ground, is slowly being unearthed and brought to light. At that point, what's inside doesn't matter, what's important is the treasure hunt itself. 712th floor. Sister above, don't take things too superficially. Not everyone enjoys the digging process. There are numerous competitions every year for freshmen. Let's not even talk about the prizes, and cash prizes for the top finishers. Just the points earned in each round are tied to the priority of selecting team members for the sophomores. 713th floor. Continuing from the previous post, most of the people who come to dig capsules with you every year are actually from the same class and department who are competing with the capsule owner. They do it to find out the strength of the poster. Knowing yourself and your opponent will help you in every battle, and your chances of winning in future competitions will be much better. 714th floor. Damn! Why didn't I think of that? I was just fooling around with everyone else every day. 715th floor. Sister, you have a long-term perspective. I was just doing it for fun. I'm so impressed. I missed out on so many points my freshman year. No wonder my current team members are so lame. It seems like all 5 of us are just idiots. 716th floor. Blindly guessing the above is a warrior type. 719th floor. Amazing, brother. How did you know I'm a warrior type? 720th floor. Not only do I know you're a warrior type, I also know your stats are golden among warrior types. 721th floor. Bro, tell me, how did you know? 722th floor. Are you wagging your tail like crazy right now? 723th floor. What do you mean? I don't have a tail. 724th floor. Haha. Brother. 722nd floor. I get what you mean. 729th floor. Reply to 723rd floor. As we all know, there are different awakening types within different branches, and each awakening type is further divided into different stats. Of these, the warrior type stats are the most clearly defined, typical, and representative. 730. The main themes of the warrior awakened's personality are loyalty and bravery, but each has its own subtle differences. 7 years ago, the Research Institute further categorized the warrior type into 4 types: golden, dumb, collie, intelligent, husky, nervous, and mastiff, brutal. These naming schemes are based on several premutation dog breeds, covering the personality traits of most of you warrior awakened. 731. Big brother above, I care about you, and you call me an idiot. 732. Haha, although daily training is tough, I'm happy just hanging out on the forum. 749. Why are you guys off topic? Did you forget we were supposed to dig up the OP's time capsule? At more handsome than Wei Yu and smarter than Wei Yu, brother, what else do you know? Tell us. 780. The more you keep it a secret, the more curious I get. 801st. That's right, brothers and sisters, hurry up and dig. Training starts in 10 minutes. During training, we can't just hang out on the forums. If I don't hear the results, I'd be worried all morning and won't be able to focus on training. 802nd. Which department are you from? Your concentration isn't great. 803nd. Warrior Department. 804th. I've messed with the Warrior Department today. You guys are all so lively. It used to be so lifeless. It seemed like they didn't even hang out on the forums. Anyway, I've never seen anyone claiming to be a Warrior Department on the forums. 805th. Reply to 804th. They're all just pretending. 806th. Curious, which Warrior Department attribute are you? Reply, neurotic. 808th. No wonder. 900th. Look everyone, I've discovered something. 901. Continuing from the previous post, I just spent 3 minutes scrolling through the graduation photos of the Special Abilities class on Renchi Middle School's official website. I found the class you're in, and their homeroom teacher is Yin Qianlin. Yin Qianlin. 902. 6. I forgot about that one. 903. Which class? Come on, tell me. Who is Yin Qianlin? What's wrong with him? Why haven't I heard of him? Is he that awesome? 910. I can tell you're from the inner city. If you went to school in the outer city, you definitely have heard of him. He's very strict with his students, and likes to teach them individually, with specialized training for different students during high school. 911. The students he teaches are always the most secretive every year. Don't expect to get any information about your classmates from them. 912th floor. I see. 913th floor. What's up with that guy above called more handsome than Wei Yu, smarter than Wei Yu? Isn't he also a student in Yin Qianlin's class? Why is he leaking information about others? 950th floor. Who knows, but judging by his username, it doesn't sound very clever. Lu Shuilin, Do you remember what Director Yin told us in the last class before graduation? Song Shi crossed his legs, found a comfortable position, and leaned back in his chair, staring at Lu Shuilin in front of him, and spoke softly. Lu Shuilin huddled like a quail, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Yin Qianlin's exact words. I hope that after you enter tomorrow university, you won't share any information about any of our classmates, especially first-year students. First and foremost, everyone's privacy deserves respect. Disclosing someone's information without their consent is very rude. I don't want my students to behave like that. Secondly, if you don't protect other people's privacy, then they won't protect yours either. None of us want to be exposed and talked about by strangers, so for your own sake, keep your mouth shut. Finally, there are many competitions in the first year of Tomorrow University, held by department, with prizes, awards, points, and everything else. The higher your points in the first year, the more you can prioritize teammates with higher skills in the second year. In our federation, fighting against alien beasts is a team sport. The level of your teammates determines your level, and also determines your future development, whether you can be transferred to the first base, and so on. Therefore, the competitions in the first year are crucial. Your competitors will assess your strength based on the rumors about you. They may be opponents of similar strength, but because they know you better, they may lose the competition, which will have a series of negative consequences for your future. You will weigh the pros and cons for yourself. You still remember? I thought you forgot. Song Shi flipped through the forum posts Lu Shuilin had posted and placed them in front of him, giving him a death stare. You posted this, didn't you? Lu Shuilin instinctively wanted to deny it, but then he saw the username. Handsomer than Wei Yu, smarter than Wei Yu. Denial was a bit difficult. He gritted his teeth and made amends. I'm going to tell them right now that I made it all up. I don't even know you. As he spoke, he hurriedly picked up his laptop and started typing, fearing that if he was too late, Song Shi would smack him with a plate in the crowded cafeteria. He had seen the video of Song Shi fighting one-on-one with a plate in the school cafeteria. It was horrific, brutal, and inhumane. Even in a 1 versus knower, Song Shi was already outmatched, so a 1 versus 1. He'd be beaten to a pulp by Song Shi. More handsome and smarter than Wei Yu. I don't know anything, I just made it up. I didn't expect you to believe it, haha. 1012th floor. Bro, I've dug up your photo. In the graduation photo, you're standing diagonally behind the 66th floor master, Song. You must know a lot. Are you being threatened? If so, send me 3 messages. I use your location to rescue you. Lu Shuilin glanced cautiously at Song Shi, and seeing him also looking down at his laptop, he felt the pressure double. No, I'm just trying to attract attention and make my presence felt. Don't come looking for me. I'm fine, really. 1034th floor. I'm a sophomore super brain. Judging by the way the higher-ups keep insisting they're doing well, he's definitely not doing well right now. Lu Shuilin's eyes widened, his typing tinged with questioning anger. I'm also a super brain. How come I didn't know they can tell a person's tone from the literal meaning of a sentence? Are you deliberately messing with me? 1052th floor. I was just guessing, but judging by your tone just now, I guessed right. Lu Shuilin, Never before had he disliked super brain as much as he did right now. 1080. According to the graduation photo you dug up, I just captured the two people involved, sitting at a table eating. 1081. Upstairs. Didn't you even look at the photo carefully? 1082. No, it was taken using automatic facial recognition on the computer. What's wrong? 1083. She saw you. The photo was obviously blown up, so the quality is a bit blurry. In the center is a dining table, the silver one from dining room 4. The girl sat in the first chair on the left side of the table, in the lower left corner of the frame. The laptop on her wrist was lit. She casually raised her head, perfectly capturing the camera facing her. A faint smile played on her lips, but her eyes were devoid of a smile. The still image revealed her dissatisfaction with the candid camera. 1100th floor. Damn! I took this from across most of the restaurant. It's a bit creepy. I'm leaving now. Lu Shuilin had also seen the picture and weakly asked Songshur across from him, do I need to clarify this up here now? It seemed unnecessary to clarify. Songshur stood up. Watch your mouth from now on. Don't do this again. Lu Shuilin watched Songshur leave, and only when he turned down the stairs and disappeared did he dare to angrily raise his middle finger in his direction. It was already late, and most of the people in the restaurant had left. You have to go to extra training if you're late. Lu Shuilin didn't have time to sit down and savor his food. He stood up and headed for the food cart, emptying his plate as he went, mumbling incoherent curses. Yin Qianlin even warned me once, just for you. Humph, even my dad doesn't back me up. You're all bastards, bullies. Sooner or later, your true colors will be exposed. He tossed his plate into the cart and wiped his mouth. You left me without even time to eat. The day's intense training finally ended. The students from various departments on the drill field dispersed, dragging their exhausted bodies, like zombies toward the dormitories. Unlike the morning's grumbling, the sounds of conversation were sparse on the evening's journey back to the dorms. When one is exhausted, there's no desire to talk. Healing training ended 20 minutes earlier than the other departments. Songshur had already returned to her dorm and dragged a chair into the open area downstairs, leaning on it to brush up on her laptop while waiting for the people who had appointments this morning to arrive. The night breeze was a bit chilly, so Songshur pulled the hood of her sweatshirt over her head and tightened the drawstrings. Tang Yu's birthday was coming up. She had to choose a gift for her. Songshur browsed through the shopping app. After a round, she still felt that the combat simulator was practical. Tang Yu was a fire type, relying heavily on mental power, and combat was the fastest way to improve it. When the Ability Management Bureau detected her weak mental power, Yin Qianlin had recommended a combat simulator to her. Back then, she was so broke she couldn't even afford nutrient solution at 10,000 yuan a tube, let alone a combat simulator at 3 million yuan. Now she was rich. The basic model is 3 million, the upgraded model is 5 million. Home delivery, free installation. Songshur didn't hesitate, placing an order for the upgraded model and setting a delivery date. After their orders were made, the students, who had made appointments for repairs, began arriving one after another, forming an orderly line. Today, there were 666 orders. Songshur didn't handle them one by one as usual. Instead, she arranged 4 people in a square, 2 in front and 2 in back. She unleashed her healing power, repairing all 4 people's muscle fatigue simultaneously. The repair speed increased significantly, and it took even less time to repair all 666 people than yesterday. The last 2 people, under Songshur's healing power, rapidly metabolized the lactic acid in their muscles, feeling refreshed and at their peak. They smiled, thanked Songshur, and left in high spirits. At 11 o'clock, Songshur closed her stall promptly. Repairing 666 people today was a tremendous test of her mental reserves. Fortunately, after repeatedly using her mental power to heal, depleting it, restoring it, and depleting it again, her mental power level has risen to high. The system now records her mental power level as high. Mental power, high, 02/10,000. Before repairing those 666 people, Her mental power points were 79. High-level mental power points undoubtedly last longer. One day, when she has accumulated a full bar of high-level mental power, her activities will no longer be limited by mental power shortages, just as billionaires are not limited by money. What a pity! If she had awakened to a nature element, any of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, her formidable mental power reserves would be enough for her to annihilate a horde of strange beasts in a snap, far more impressive than the violent element, who wields a knife and kills with abandon. Songshur pondered aimlessly, as he carried his chair towards the dormitory building. Chapter 123. To avoid disturbing the other healing students returning to their dormitories, Songshur chose a small plaza south of the dormitory building. The plaza wasn't large, but there was one between almost every 3 dormitories at Tomorrow University, offering students a place to relax and unwind. To get back to the dormitories from the small plaza, one had to pass through a small grove. By 11 o'clock, almost everyone had retired to their dormitories, leaving the grove empty. Songshur strolled along the winding stone-paved path, admiring the greenery along the way. This place was exactly like her previous life, without the congestion of the outer city buildings. The air was so fresh it didn't seem like it belonged in the heavily polluted Federation. To Songshur, with her keen sense of smell, this place was like a fairyland. It gave her the illusion of returning to her old world. Alas, it was only an illusion. Songshur paused, staring at a point deep in the woods, her eyes narrowed. Come out. Under the overlapping shadows of the treetops, 8 or 9 people emerged one after another. Her footsteps made a crisp, crunching sound on the dead branches and leaves. Songshur's eyes swept over each face. 3 of them were familiar. The 3 who had come upstairs yesterday and demanded she accept only 50 orders per day. When the price was set at 666 this morning, Songshur had anticipated that the so-called healer surnamed Wu behind these 3 people would get impatient and come after her today. To her surprise, he remained patient, waiting until she had profited enough from all 666 people before making his appearance. Songshur lowered the chair from her shoulders and rested her elbow on the right corner of the backrest. 9 people formed this semicircular formation. Songshur looked up at the white-haired boy in the center. Wu Jisue. The boy politely introduced himself. How do you want to solve this? Songshur asked bluntly, looking around. This place is quite secluded. Do you want to go together, or one by one? Wu Jisue frowned slightly, looking puzzled by her words. I told you, her way of thinking isn't like our healers. The girl from yesterday's woolen coat changed into a gray tracksuit today. She rubbed her temples with her fingers, her eyes signaling to Wu Jisue that Songshur wasn't thinking straight. Songshur, who had clearly heard their conversation, said, What's so strange about this? In the middle of the night, in such a secluded place, with so many of them surrounding her, they couldn't possibly be having a friendly conversation with her, could they? Wu Jisue's tone was filled with disdain, but also with admonition. Why are you always shouting about violence? As healers, we should be kind and civilized, caring about our classmates, loving peace, and not fighting or competing. Stop! Songshur raised his hand to stop him. Wu Jisue paused, a hint of annoyance on her face. How rude of you. Being polite and sincere is one of the essential virtues of a healer. Songshur scratched her ear. It was annoying, really annoying. She might as well just start a fight. It was a pity she couldn't initiate the fight. So, what was your purpose in bringing a group of people to surround me? Wu Jisue said sincerely. I was trying to dissuade you from being so aggressive. Songshur frowned. Repairing over 600 people today must be exhausting? Wu Jisue asked earnestly. It's not worth it to expend so much energy just to get angry with us. Songshur, ? Angry? You think too highly of yourself, Songshur said bluntly. Wu Jisue ignored her. Join us, the Healing Alliance at Tomorrow University, he said, opening his arms. We help each other and relieve each other's stress. I don't want to be associated with this group. Songshur said, not wanting to be associated with them. Nothing else, I'd be leaving first. The road ahead was blocked by 2 people. Wu Jisue smiled, a sweet smile. I found out where your parents work, and your sister will be coming to Tomorrow University next year. Please think about them. Songshur chuckled, unable to believe her ears. You're threatening me with those 3? Wu Jisue looked at her strangely. Threatening with family? What's wrong with that? Songshur calmed down. You should find out more, like why they moved to the inner city 6 months ago, and why I just moved from the outer city a few days ago. Wu Jisue certainly hadn't asked anyone to pry into such details. He didn't have the ability to find out more intimate details. He only knew the basics of Songsher's family. Listening to Songsher's words, it seemed as if her relationship with her parents wasn't harmonious. Her parents couldn't threaten her. There was still a way. Luckily, he prepared for both scenarios. Since you're so stubborn, the 9 of us know a thing or two. As he finished speaking, the men and women on either side of him rubbed their hands in anticipation. Songsher fell silent. Looking at the 9 people before him, each one as thin as a bamboo pole, they looked like they could dance in the wind. She could kill 2 with 1 punch. And yet, these people didn't realize it. Every face said, "Agree now, or we beat you up." Songsher felt he should give them a warning. She gripped the back of the chair with her fingers, lifted it slightly, and when it was 10 centimeters off the ground, she pushed down hard. Crash! The chair fell apart. The broken pieces of the chair legs and backrest piled on the ground, leaving only the stick in Songsher's hand. Songsher waited, finding it suitable for use as a weapon. She tapped her palms rhythmically, her gaze casually flicking to the faces of the 9 people across from her. As if to say, who should be chosen as the first lucky winner? The 9 people surrounding her trembled in unison. When did a healer become so careless about shattering a chair? With that much strength, shattering their skull should be no problem. The 9 people instantly retreated into their shells, like turtles. The sky was so blue, the grass was so green, the trees were so straight. They looked up and down, but they didn't dare to meet Songsher's gaze. They feared they would be the lucky winner. "I know a few boxing moves too. Who wants to challenge me?" Songsher smiled. "Healers, no, no, no." The girl with black framed glasses, who had yelled at Songsher yesterday, also lowered her head almost to her chest. No one dared to speak. Wu Jisue realized that Songsher was a tough guy. He immediately changed his expression and tried to make amends with a smile. "Actually, we healers should be more civilized. Shouting for war and killing goes against our nature." Songsher nodded thoughtfully. Wu Jisue thought the other party was moved by his words, and was delighted, ready to strike while the iron was hot, and say a few more words. Songsher suddenly raised his eyes, and stared at him. "Are you a healer from the Wu family of the first base?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Wu Jisue didn't understand why Songsher asked this. "Songsher, I heard that your Wu family has an ancestral skill that enhances healing power." An idea struck her, and she recalled the words of the forum Q&A blogger. He had mentioned the difference between the Wu family healers and ordinary healers. Their healing power has an amplifying effect. The healing power of ordinary healers can only repair physical damage, and is useless for restoring mental strength. However, the Wu family healers can not only strengthen the physical fitness and restore the physical strength of the healed target to a certain extent, but also enhance the mental strength of the healed target if the target isn't awakened. This is like providing a continuous blood transfusion to teammates on the battlefield. Her last 2 skills are not unlocked, and the amplification effect may not be one of them. The system said it would give her an opportunity. That opportunity might be Wu Jisue, who had come to her. When Wu Jisue heard Songsher ask him about the Wu family's ancestral skills, he immediately became alert. "Why are you asking?" "I'm curious and want to see it for myself. If you can demonstrate it to me, I consider joining the alliance you mentioned." Wu Jisue was adamant, saying without hesitation, "I heard it from hearsay. They're all repair skills, so there's no question of whether they're enhanced or not." She denied it so quickly that it only made it more obvious. "Heh, she's quite defensive," Songsher sneered inwardly. This also reinforced her belief. Enhancement skills do exist, and Wu Jisue possesses them. Songsher played with the stick, as thick as an adult's wrist, in her hand, and said in a dangerous voice, "Since they're all the same, I want to see your repair skills." Wu Jisue, "No." Crack. Before Wu Jisue could finish her refusal, the stick in Songsher's hand snapped in 2. The threat was palpable. Wu Jisue felt a pain in his bones, and quickly tried to make excuses. "No. I can't. If you want to see it, I can show you right now. It's just a repair skill, everyone's the same." "Stop talking nonsense," Songsher interrupted. Wu Jisue's face was numb. He raised his right hand, level with his chest, palm facing up. A point of light rolled and grew in his palm, forming a sphere the size of a human head. He walked towards Songsher, and placed the sphere on his head. Songsher instinctively tried to dodge. Many of her healing skills were harmful, to the point that she was now wary of other healers using their skills, fearing they might do the same. "Don't move. Didn't you want to see the repair skill?" Wu Jisue said, tightening her grip on Songsher's shoulder. He had come here with a group of people today to threaten Songsher, but he hadn't expected to be threatened by him in return. No one would be happy with this. Songshur ignored these details and stopped dodging. The ball of light exploded upon contact with her head, like a balloon bursting with water, a stream of white light enveloping her entire body. Healers each employed their repair skills in different ways, and even the most captivating foreplay couldn't be without physical contact. Wu Jitsue's healing power flowed from his hand around Songshur's shoulders, slowly flowing through her internal meridians. Since awakening her healing powers, Songshur had never allowed another healer to touch her. She had always imagined that the healing power entering her body felt warm and comfortable. Now, as Wu Jitsue's healing power poured down from head to toe, Songshur felt goosebumps all over her body, as if 10,000 ants were crawling all over her. A mental power rejection reaction. This happens when healers use their healing powers against each other. The closer their levels, the stronger the rejection. Wu Jitsue is at most an A level. Songshur touched his upper arm, trying to ignore the physical discomfort. In his mind, the mental power on the dashboard increased from 0.2 to 0.5. A 3-point increase. It's a small amount, but it's a real increase. The healing power of an ordinary healer can't increase mental power. The enhancement skill really exists, and it accompanies the healing skill. It can't be used alone. Because Wu Jitsue didn't want her to know about the enhancement skill, he must have tried his best to suppress the effect while using it, but he still allowed her mental power to increase by 3 points. Wu Jitsue was also gambling that she wouldn't feel the 3-point change in mental power. Ordinary people certainly wouldn't feel it. But Wu Jitsue hadn't anticipated that Songshur wasn't ordinary. She had a system, and the increase in mental power points could be directly displayed on the system dashboard. Songshur clearly observed the 3-point increase in his spiritual power. If Wu Jitsue knew all this, she would be filled with regret. It doesn't make any difference, does it? Wu Jitsue said casually, her hands lowered. Her eyes were glued to Songshur's face, capturing every ounce of her expression. Indeed, not a shred of it. Songshur lowered his gaze with a look of regret. Wu Jitsue breathed a sigh of relief and clapped her hands. Alright, today's farce ends here. You keep your promise and join us, right? I won't join you. Wu Jitsue's smile froze. As a healer, how can you go back on your word? He demanded. What's the difference between this and those shameless villains from the Berserk department? Song shameless villain, sure, I'm not finished yet. I won't join you. I will follow your previous requirements and accept a maximum of 50 repair orders per day. Consider it reward for helping her reach S rank. The price should also be raised to 3,000. Wu Jitsue seized the opportunity to negotiate. Songshur nodded. Okay. That's about right. Wu Jitsue was satisfied. Songshur's heart had already flown to Tang Yu's dorm. She couldn't wait to try out the enhancement skill. Leaving behind a goodbye, she hurried towards the fire department dormitory building. Wu Jitsue's goal had been achieved. Tomorrow, he could raise the price and make a killing. He was in a good mood. Glancing at the pile of broken chairs on the floor, he bent down and personally picked up a few of the supports. Pick up the rest. Littering is so uncivilized. Don't learn from Songshur. At this moment, Songshur was already standing in Tang Yu's dorm room. Tang Yu, sitting at her desk, turned her head, bewildered, to look at Songshur, who had suddenly barged in and then leaned against the dorm door, eyes closed, motionless. Songshur didn't bother to explain. She was afraid that if she said too much, the feeling surging within her would vanish. She was preparing. Stay still for 3 minutes. Tang Yu put down her pen and walked toward Songshur with light steps. She circled Songshur, sizing him up, touched her earlobe, her eyes uncertain. She didn't say a word to disturb Songshur. Although Songshur's behavior could be described as strange, she must have her own reasons for doing so. Another 3 minutes passed. Tang Yu bit her lower lip, deciding to ask after all, and reached out towards Songshur. Songshur caught her wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Songshur still had his eyes closed. A scorching heat rose from the point of contact, flowing through Tang Yu's veins and into every corner of his body, finally converging in his chest. It wasn't exactly comfortable, like a balloon that had been forcefully inflated to its limit, every cell in his body expanding. Tang Yu couldn't bear it any longer, and was about to speak up to warn Songshur when the balloon suddenly deflated, his cells restored, and the discomfort vanished. In its place, a surge of power surged through his body. The backache from a long day of training vanished in an instant, like waking up in the morning and drinking a high-concentration, long-lasting nutrient solution, feeling incredibly energetic. Congratulations, new skill unlocked. Skill enhancement, level B. Chapter 124. Songshur opened his eyes, his joy unconcealed. The enhancement skill belongs to the healing talent, and under the corresponding destruction talent, There's only one skill left to unlock. Based on experience, two related skills have similar uses, but different levels of effectiveness. With enhancement, there's no need to worry about unlocking the last skill. How do you feel? Songshur examined Tangyu. Aside from a few hairs singed from the rapid recovery of her mental power, there was nothing else wrong. Tangyu was still a little confused. No matter how astute she was, she couldn't immediately react. Why did Songshur's grip on her wrist restore her mental power after just a dozen seconds? A healer can repair physical damage, so when can they also boost depleted mental power? She stared at Songshur in amazement, her shock evident for the first time, typical of a young woman her age. Songshur couldn't help but pinch her cheek, instantly captivated. No wonder Yang Jinjin would willingly endure scolding just to caress her cheek. It was so soft and tender, like tofu. My new skill, with its enhanced effect, also works on mental strength. I stole it from the Wu family's healer. Songshur lowered his hand, making no attempt to hide it from Tangyu, and frankly admitted that he learned it on the sly. Tangyu's mood softened slightly, completely oblivious to the bruises on her cheek. Her focus was on Songshur's new skill. Jinjin mentioned before that the Wu family's healer's healing abilities also had an enhanced effect. Turns out it's true. Songshur nodded, his tone dismissive. It's like a family heirloom, used to bolster the family's position in the Federation. Even though they know more healers will gain victory on the battlefield if they master this skill, they still only use it within their own family. Tangyu listened to Songshur's tone, keenly aware of the underlying meaning. Are you going to publicize the method for using this skill? Songshur glanced at the top of her head again. Unable to bear it any longer, he reached out and plucked a few burnt, twisted strands of her hair. It looked much better. It depends on my mood. I don't have plans to do that anytime soon. First, she herself hadn't yet fully mastered the enhancement skill. Second, the enhancement skill was the Wu family's treasure. If she revealed this treasure to the public, she would be destroying the Wu family's livelihood. She would surely face retaliation from the Wu family. It was said that the Wu family was a prominent family from the first base. Many members of the family held important positions in federal government departments, and many of them were also present in the frontline troops of the 11 human bases. The Wu family was a powerful and immensely influential family in the Federation. Crushing her would be as easy as crushing an ant. She couldn't afford to offend them now. In the end, the natives of this world didn't even worry about their own survival, so why should she, an outsider, devote herself to them? Tangyu didn't know what Songshur was thinking. She was simply reassured that Songshur was clear-headed and hadn't acted impulsively and recklessly, and that was enough to reassure her. Compared to Songshur, Tangyu was born and raised in the Federation. In her 18 years, she had seen the dark side of this world, and was much more receptive to social phenomena that weren't as rosy as they appeared. She had never had any expectations for this world. The crisis of human extinction caused by the alien beast outbreak had never united all of humanity. Short-term gains were more likely to move people. The Wu family's selfish actions for family gain are not uncommon among the upper class. Tangyu pulled a bottle of nutrient solution from the refrigerator and handed it to Songshur. You look pale, drink it first. You said before that your roommate's last name was Wu, and you learned this skill from her? No, another one with the last name Wu. Songshur bit the nutrient solution and drank it. Wu Jitsue, they found me tonight and asked me to join the Healing Alliance. Songshur accurately tossed the empty nutrient solution bottle into the trash can 3 meters away. Crossing his legs, he recounted the details of today's events to Tangyu. Tangyu stared at Songshur blankly after hearing the whole story. The few broken hairs on her head looked like alopecia. Songshur waved his hand in front of her eyes. You learn skills. Really fast. Tangyu took a long time to calm down before accepting this fact. Wu Jitsue merely demonstrated it, and even with some cryptic demonstration, but Songshur understood it instantly, and even managed to replicate it in a short time. Skills aren't so easy to learn. No matter which skill, aside from instinct, which comes naturally with awakening, all other skills require constant practice and a certain amount of luck to acquire. Take the fire element, for example. Its instinct is nirvana. Surrounded by flames, it survives death. Despite being mortal, it finds peace and contentment within the flames. I heard that in the stimulation differentiation experiment, the method used to stimulate the awakening of the fire element is to place the person in a sea of fire. Nirvana doesn't require learning, this skill activates upon awakening. The next level of fire element skill, fire trees and silver flowers. Control fire freely, using fire for both defense and attack. The official learning period for fireworks is 6 months. She had a quick learning ability, So it took her 2 months faster than the average person. 2 months didn't allow her to fully master fireworks. She would periodically lose control of her flames due to emotional fluctuations, causing her to destroy many things. She had never heard of anyone other than Songshur learning a skill in 10 minutes. It was an inhuman learning speed. If the people at the research institute found out, they would capture her for research. At this moment, Songshur felt calm. She had learned so many skills on her own that she had gained experience in this area. The system also played a part. The quantification of her mental energy saved her a lot of trouble. It was best not to tell Tangyu about the system's existence. Songshur stood up. Yang Jinjin came to me for a remedial session today. She said your department will be training half an hour early starting tomorrow. Tangyu, thinking of tomorrow's intense training, felt a headache. They say there's a sports meet on the last day of training. Our instructors are worried we lose to the Berserker and Warrior departments, so they've increased the intensity of daily training. Songshur patted her shoulder sympathetically. Hold on. There are only 15 days left. December 16th. Drill ground. Healing department training area. Songshur stood in the center of the neatly arranged formations. The tall, burly instructor stood at the front. His hands were clasped behind his back, his tight black training uniform accentuating the massive muscles in his shoulders. He faced the formation, now sternly scolding them. Another 200 people failed the long-distance run today. You're already the last department in terms of training volume. How am I supposed to explain this to your school's leaders? According to the instructor's introduction at the beginning of the semester, this instructor was assigned to the 9th Military Region's mobile unit. The Federation has 11 bases, each comprising 11 military regions. In addition to being responsible for frontline security at its own base, each military region also dispatches half its personnel to other bases for garrison duty. The troops assigned to other military regions are collectively referred to as mobile units. This is done, firstly, to broaden the soldiers' horizons and accumulate combat experience. Because each base is geographically diverse, the types of exotic beasts they face vary. Secondly, it prevents a single base from being occupied for an extended period by a single military region, which could easily lead to separatist factions. The instructor's surname is Ma, and he holds the rank of Major. This is his first year stationed at the 11th base, and he has been assigned to serve as an instructor for the new students. He is assisted by 5 assistant instructors from the same unit. He gave a speech, with the 5 assistant instructors flanking him. Battle-hardened, they exude a steely resolve steeped in blood. Their gazes roam like those of wolves, intently watching the 800 students in formation. The future healers, under their gaze, felt immense pressure. If you don't take your physical fitness seriously, you only be a drag on your teammates on the battlefield. Instructor Ma paused, then sneered, I know what you're thinking. He strained his throat, speaking in a healer's tone, dripping with sarcasm. I'm a healer, a core member of the team. As long as any of my teammates are still alive, they must protect me. In the face of danger, even if I stand still, they must stand in front of me and take the damage. Isn't that right? He regained his normal tone, his voice raspy. No one spoke, but his words undoubtedly resonated with most people. In fact, protecting healers had become the core of every Federation team. Your idea is utterly awful. Each team has its own division of labor, and every awakened has their own mission. Protecting you is simply because you're weak. It's simply because you're weak, because you're weak, you're weak. The last sentence echoed repeatedly in everyone's ears. It pierced many hearts. Your self-healing physique gives you a considerable advantage in endurance. I've been reflecting on whether there's something wrong with my training plan these past few days. Why haven't you shown any improvement in your training results? Now I understand. I preconceived the idea that you were weak healers, forgetting that you're in your youth, the age when human functions are at their peak. You're indeed weaker than those of other departments, but compared to ordinary people who haven't awakened, your physiques are not inferior, and may even be slightly better. So, I will no longer sympathize with you. From today on, your training volume will be double that of my soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation erupted in wails. Instructor Ma's resolute face betrayed no trace of distress. His tone remained cold and stern. One announcement. On the last day of the 1-month training period, all departments will hold a friendly competition. The formation fell silent. We're not competing in supernatural powers, only physical prowess. Coach Ma deadpanned, you place last in most events, but in the 10 kilometers run, I want you to get a top 3 prize. Healing types possess inherent healing abilities, giving them a significant advantage in endurance. The 10 kilometers run is the only event where they can compete with other types. Chapter 125. The fraternity tournament is the only departmental competition held during Tomorrow University's 3 years. Each department must send a designated number of students to participate in each event. Endurance events like running are more favorable to the healing department, and many sign up. But weightlifting, various ball games, wrestling, shot put, boxing, fighting? Sounds like it's very much targeted at the healing department. Oh no, it's targeted at all departments except the physical enhancement departments of the Berserker and Warrior departments. Every year, someone from the healing department gets knocked down playing basketball with the Berserker department, unable to tell if it's basketball or the unlucky healing department. In events like boxing and fighting, the healing department generally surrenders as soon as they take the stage. I really don't know the purpose of these fraternity tournaments. Is it just to watch as healing department students get beaten up by the other departments? During lunch, Songsha heard the girl getting her lunch up front complain. Socializing? What else could it be? We want you to find someone you like. The girl's friends knew better. Take advantage of your freshman year while your classes are light. Otherwise, in your sophomore and junior years, you'd be dealing with a bunch of idiots on your team every day. How could you possibly have any desire for a relationship? There's no point in talking about it in your sophomore and junior years. On the battlefield, you'd be hanging your head on your belt all the time. You never know when you end up in the stomach of a monster. Didn't the Research Institute come up with results over a decade ago? Genetic pairing between awakened and awakened individuals increases the probability of their offspring awakening, and their future level cap is also higher. The Federation doesn't want to waste such a valuable resource of awakened. So, you can totally think of this social gathering as a massive federal blind date event. It's not just happening at Base 11, but at other bases too. The girl said with disdain, whose idiot came up with this idiotic idea? In a competition, the two sides are incompatible opponents. Does the person who came up with this idea expect me to fall in love with my competitor? Especially the one who defeats me. I curse him forever. Haha, I might too. I can't imagine how furious I'd be if I were to win the boxing match and get knocked to the ground by the opponent, unable to get up. After finishing their meal, the two walked further and further apart. Songsha placed his plate at the lunch window, recalling the word in their last conversation. Win. Since no one wanted to sign up for boxing, wrestling, or fighting, the instructors randomly selected the lucky winners by drawing lots. The results were said to be announced at noon. Songsha brought his lunch to Yang Jingjin, who had already started eating. Tangyi was still training. She and Yang Jingjin had lunch together. Yang Jingjin's plate was piled high with food. After a brief greeting to Songsha, he didn't bother talking anymore, just continuing to devour his food. Songsha opened his laptop and found the new healing group. There were already hundreds of messages, suggesting the lucky winner had already been chosen. Songsha flipped to the top and opened the list to browse. Boxing, wrestling, and fighting each required 30 people, with 3 lists in total. She was incredibly lucky to have her name on all 3. She didn't even bother looking for it, because her name was right there at the top of the list. The list wasn't sorted alphabetically, or by the number of strokes in the surname. The other 29 names were just randomly arranged. Besides her, there were 90 people on all 3 lists, and none repeated. Her presence gave the seemingly random list a certain deliberate quality. What's the probability of drawing the same person 3 times from a random sample of 30 people from 800? At Songsha, go buy a lottery ticket. Don't forget to share your winnings with me if you win. The group discussion erupted after her name appeared 3 times. Which events in your department's social competition haven't been signed up for? Songsha asked Yang Jingjin, who was swallowing heavily. Although the super brain system falls under the category of enhancement, it only strengthens the brain. Otherwise, it's no different from ordinary people. Physical fitness and healing systems are similar. The only events that haven't been signed up are those few. Did you also decide by drawing lots? Yang Jingjin choked a little after eating too quickly. She rubbed her chest and nodded. I'm boxing, but I've decided to surrender the moment I get in. Of course, if the opponent is one of you healers or psychics, I just put up a fight. My chances of winning are very high. Songsha unfolded 3 charts in front of Yang Jingjin. Does this look like manipulation? Yang Jingjin leaned in to stare at the charts. Absolutely. You were chosen. Who did it? So vicious? You only beat 1 person, and now you're going to beat 3. Songsha, who was contemplating why Instructor Ma had assigned her to 3 events unsuitable for the healer category, heard Yang Jingjin's words and said, eh? She was speechless. After 2 weeks of getting along, Yang Jingjin had already figured out Songsha's personality. He was very stable, with a temper even better than those of the Healer Awakeners, and he could take a joke. She had never seen Songshur angry. She was completely different from the rumors in high school. Maybe your instructor heard you could heal so many people every night after training and thought you had better physical fitness than the other healing types, so they sent you. Operation CD. Yang Jinjin rubbed his swollen belly, leaning back in his chair as he slowly analyzed. Songshur didn't say whether he believed it or not, picking up his chopsticks to eat. During the afternoon training, Songshur got the answer. During the 15-kilometer cross-country run, Instructor Ma rode his motorcycle, following her closely. She was surrounded by trees and mountains, recreated by the school's natural environment, and the ground was a bumpy dirt road. She stayed in the center of the group, with no one in sight. Faster! Instructor Ma, holding a megaphone, roared at her back as he rode his motorcycle. When he said faster for the 7th time, Songshur couldn't help herself. She turned and braked hard, stopping, glaring at Instructor Ma as he slammed on the brakes. During the past 2 weeks of training, she had deliberately slowed down, maintaining the average level of a healing awakener, neither standing out nor lagging behind. Just now, she had already increased her speed, reaching the top level of the healing department. If he had just happened to notice her slowness, he would have left satisfied. But the way he was chasing her closely was clearly convinced that her level was higher than that. She couldn't imagine how the instructor had figured it out. After all, there were 800 freshmen in the healing department this year. Or rather, who reported her. You've been following me all the time, which isn't fair to the other students. Instructor Ma leaned on one leg. Why are you hiding your strength? I don't understand what you're saying. Who told you to hide your strength? The soldier's expression was stern, staring intently at Songshur. Songshur looked him in the face without fear. Who told you to hide my strength? There was no winner. Seeing he couldn't get anything out of Songshur, he said, keep running. You have to run 10 kilometers faster than him. With that, he disappeared on his motorcycle into the simulated woods. Songshur took her time getting started. It was just an extra 10 kilometers, so she maintained her pace from the previous few days, maintaining her image. After the 10 kilometers, the others had all returned to the team and were beginning the next round of physical training under the guidance of Instructor Ma. Songshur called out, report. Instructor Ma glanced at her, returned to the team. Make up for any missed training. The others looked at Songshur sympathetically, wondering how she had offended the instructor. Chapter 126. The day's training ended with Songshur calmly completing his final set of punches. The healing students, except her, had finished their training for the day and returned to their dormitories. The empty indoor training ground was occupied only by Songshur and Instructor Ma, who stood beside her, his hands clasped behind his back, staring intently at him. Songshur removed his boxing gloves, ignoring Instructor Ma, whose face had turned as black as the soles of his shoes. He tossed his gloves aside and leisurely left the training room. The instructor's face darkened even more. In the following days, Songshur's training load remained higher than the others. When others were doing 10 kilometers of cross-country running, she would increase it to 15 kilometers. She would return from outdoor training only after others had already started indoors, then leisurely keep up with their progress. Based on this trend, she would finish each day an hour later than the others. Every day, she was the last to leave the vast training ground. Songshur remained as steady as a rock. Silently, he accepted all the targeting. In the eyes of others, Songshur was being targeted. People on the forums emerged to defend her, accusing some instructors of treating students as if they were not human beings. Day 23. Unable to uncover any evidence of Songshur's hidden strength, Instructor Ma, who had been trending on the school forums, gave up. During a 10-kilometer cross-country run in the wilderness, his motorcycle roared up from behind Songshur, passing her without stopping and speeding off, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust. Songshur fanned herself with her hand, looked at his back, and smiled. That's it? I thought he could hold her until the end of the month-long training period. Songshur ate lunch on time, a long overdue occasion. At the table, Tang Yu still hadn't appeared. It was just her and Yang Jingjin. Yang Jingjin sighed for the 6th time during the meal. Songshur couldn't ignore it, putting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth with a tissue. What's up? Yang Jingjin, chin resting on his hand, immediately stopped shoveling his rice. He sat up straight, staring at Songshur, his tone firm. Since you asked, don't blame me. Songshur, It was obvious you were sighing throughout the meal just to get my attention. Songshur, tell me, what's going on? Yang Jingjin unloaded a list of recent events. It's Xiao Yuzi. She hasn't been coming to dinner these past few days, and it's not because of the delay in fire training. There's a boy in the warrior department who's been pestering Xiao Yuzi all day, blocking her everywhere. Xiao Yuzi clearly refused, but he's still doing this. He even insists on eating next to her at dinner. Xiao Yuzi really hates him, and he's like a sticky plaster, impossible to get rid of. So Xiao Yuzi eats in her dorm room. Yang Jinjin grew increasingly angry, slamming the table so hard that the soup in his bowl rippled and nearly spilled. That guy got the information from somewhere, and knew Xiao Yuzi's family wasn't well off. He said she was with him, and bought her nutritional supplements every day. I'm about to throw up just hearing that. Yang Jinjin clutched his chest and mind vomiting. Songshur frowned as he listened. This kind of person is really difficult to deal with, and you can't beat him. Just at this moment, a reminder came from her optical brain. Open it in Song Dynasty, and take a look. The actual combat simulator she ordered online arrived, and the courier sent her a message asking her to go down to 8 to lead the way. Today is Shuyo's birthday. Songshur picked up the dinner plate. I'm going to see her. I go with you. Yang Jinjin stood up and followed Songshur. Yang Jinjin's mouth dropped open when she saw 3 men dressed as couriers pushing a flatbed cart with a transparent protective cover on top, revealing the latest combat simulator. Ours? Did you buy this? Yang Jinjin's face was practically pressed against the glass cover, examining the pink machine inside. Songshur nodded, walked ahead of the couriers, and led the way down to the fire department freshman building. Yang Jinjin made way and followed Songshur. Is this the latest model? I've seen it in ads. It seems to cost. How much? Yang Jinjin's mind went blank. 5 million, Songshur reminded her. Yes, 5 million hours. You managed to save that much money by yourself. Yang Jinjin gave Songshur a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Everyone at Renchi Middle School knew that Songshur's mother had abandoned her and sent her to a reformatory school, while she and her other daughter moved to the inner city. Songshur was penniless and had been living in Tang Yu's family's small hotel. In less than a year, Songshur had single-handedly built a combat simulator worth 5 million. 5 million. My mother's ideal daughter is just like you. Reliable, capable, able to make money, and someone who doesn't need the family to worry about her. Yang Jinjin scratched her hair in frustration. How can people be so different? You're growing up normally. You don't need to compare yourself to others. You possess your mother's expectations, which is something your original self could never possess. Songshur kept the rest of the sentence to himself. You comfort me. Yang Jinjin wiped his face, returning to his carefree demeanor. I'm C rank now. After I graduate, I definitely reach B rank, securing a job at a government agency. Then I let my mom show off my work ID to all my relatives, haha. Just thinking about it made Yang Jinjin burst into laughter. His laughter was ridiculously loud, unconcerned with his image. Songshur glanced at her from the corner of his eye and kept a distance from her. Ahead was Tang Yu's dormitory building. It was lunchtime, and many people were returning to the dorms. Seeing the items on the cart, he couldn't help but glance sideways. 5 million is a considerable sum for most ordinary citizens of the Federation. Spending 5 million outright on a combat simulator is something only awakened individuals from wealthy families can afford. Most people can only go to the simulator hall near the school and apply for a membership to rent it for a few days, with a daily time limit. This is the building. Songshur pointed upstairs. Room 403, there's an elevator. Please carry it up. It's not a problem. It's a free service with every purchase of our company's products. Home delivery is our motto. The courier in green overalls grinned from ear to ear. The shipping fee for this order would support his family for 2 months. Songshur was about to follow them upstairs when Yang Jinjin suddenly grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Songshur asked. Yang Jinjin pointed quietly in a direction. That guy, the one who was pestering Xiao Yuzi? He's here again today. Songshur looked in the direction she pointed. A 2-meter-tall man with slightly curly hair, clearly a professional hairstylist, was holding a bouquet of flowers and looking around. He looked over. Fuck. He recognized me. He's coming over here. Let's go! Yang Jinjin grabbed Songshur's wrist and tried to drag him into the building. He couldn't move. Songshur froze in place, and Yang Jinjin bounced back. Why are you running? Yang Jinjin opened his mouth to explain, but caught sight of the boy approaching. Talk to him and you know. Best wishes. I meet you upstairs. He spoke quickly, then opened the elevator, which was slowly closing, leaving only a crack, and got in. Songshur stood on the steps, and turned to look at the boy who had approached her. You must be Xiao Yuzi's good friend, right? I've noticed you since the beginning of the school year. Your name is Songshur, and my last name is Xiao Gaokai. The boy, holding a flower under one arm, extended his hand to Songshur for a handshake. Xiao Yuzi. Songshur narrowed his eyes dangerously, his arms folded across his chest. You know her well? Xiao Gaokai confidently stroked his gelled hair. Yes, I've inquired about her family situation. I know she comes from a single-parent family. Her father runs a hotel, and she's a good student. Songshur interrupted impatiently. Who did you ask? Xiao Gaokai paused, then ignored her. Awakened at 16, B rank, highly talented, and will likely reach at least S rank in the future. Her personality is also gentler than the average fire type. She's a perfect match for me. Songshur's fist stiffened. Perfect for you? Xiao Gaokai didn't hear the patience in Songshur's voice. Yes, she's a perfect match for me. I'm currently a C rank warrior type, and I think I can reach S rank in the future. However, Xiao Yuzi's family is a little less well off. My parents are both employed record keepers for the federal government, with a stable income. All she needs in the future is... Bang! A fist landed on Xiao Gaokai's cheek. Innocent harm, berserk upgrade progress, 5% reduction. Xiao Gaokai stumbled backward, nearly falling. He scrambled to his feet, his carefully styled hair disheveled. He clutched his cheek and yelled at Songshur, Why are you hitting me? Songshur leaped down the stairs, grabbed his collar, and pulled his head down. No matter who you are or who your parents are, Tangyu is Tangyu. You're not someone to judge with your disgusting values. I'm being honest. Xiao Gaokai didn't feel he was wrong. I didn't even care that her family was poor. Bang! Berserk upgrade progress, 5% reduction. Xiao Gaokai sat on the ground, stunned, in disbelief. He had been punched again? Songshur bent down and plucked the bouquet from his arms, lowering his eyes to the nutrient solution encasing the flowers. He angrily pulled out a tube and held it before Xiao Gaokai. With this quality, you still dare to say you provide Tangyu with 1 tube a day? The nutrients she needs after reaching A level won't be enough if she drinks even 100 tubes a day. Huh? Xiao Gaokai was stunned. Does a fire element need that much? If that much is consumed daily, it would take a month. He quickly calculated. Oh my god, that's almost as much as his parents' 3-month salary. Songshur knew from his reaction that he couldn't afford it. With a sneer, he tossed the flower back at him. Get out of here with your flower. Don't show up in front of Tangyu again. Xiao Gaokai stood up and dusted off his pants. Songshur turned to leave, but Xiao Gaokai quickly ran up to her, his tall frame blocking her path, holding up the nutrient solution flower with both hands. The intention was clear. Songshur's brow furrowed. She finally understood why Yang Jingjin was hiding. You're so stubborn. Her words were once again filtered out. Xiao, I've heard about you too. You're a healing type, right? A plus, a perfect match for me. You might be a bit irritable, but that's okay. You bought that combat simulator just now, right? You come from a well-off family, so it's a good match. Bang! Xiao Gaokai's eyes rolled up. He lost his voice, and his body fell limply to the side. Songshur's clenched fist loosened. She hadn't even started yet. After Xiao Gaokai's 2-meter-tall body collapsed to the ground, the person behind him revealed his face. Tangyu. Tangyu, her hair ablaze, smoke billowing from her head, clutching a rolled-up book in her right hand. It's on fire! It's on fire! Ah! 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 Yang Jingjin, beside him, puffed out his cheeks to put out his cigarette, frantically patting Tangyu's hair. Fortunately, they acted in time, preventing irreversible consequences. You almost got a Mediterranean bruise. Yang Jingjin covered his forehead. He'd blown too hard earlier, and now he felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. You're quick, Songshur praised. Yang Jingjin felt embarrassed. It's mainly because we've been deskmates for 3 years, and we put out so many fires, so we've gained experience. Doesn't this indirectly prove that Tangyu is often angry? Tangyu glanced at Yang Jingjin with resentment. Songshur's eyes held a smile. What should we do with this guy? Yang Jingjin calmed down and kicked the boy lying on the ground. Songshur was about to let him take a nap here, but Yang Jingjin said, Little boy, wake him up. He's lying here all afternoon with so many people coming and going. We'd be arrested and punished by the school's disciplinary department. Songshur thought about it and felt it made sense. Kneeling down, he placed his hand on his shoulder, channeling healing energy. Yang Jingjin looked at the boy lying on the ground with his eyes closed, shook his head, and sighed, What terrible luck. He could have offended anyone else, but fire and rage. Song Shi and Tang Yu both turned their heads and stared at her. Yang Jingjin realized what she had said, startled. She quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "One night, after cleaning, I passed by Director Yan's office and overheard the teacher Pei Ching say you were dual type." Song Shi's eyes darkened, suspecting it was a rivalry between her and Pei Ching, the day Pei Ching suddenly left early. "Have you told anyone else?" Tang Yu's face also sank. This matter was of such significance. "No. I swear. This news is too explosive. No one would believe me if I told anyone else." Xiao Gaogai, who had fallen to the ground, was already showing signs of waking up, and Song Shi stood up. "Keep it a secret," Song Shi said. Yang Jingjin nodded solemnly, gave Song Shi a resolute look, and made a zipper-zipping motion. The three of them went upstairs together to study the combat simulator's uses. Xiao Gaogai, having just woken up, sat on the steps in a daze, ignoring the strange looks from passers-by and pondering why he'd been rejected so repeatedly. He was clearly a warrior. The month-long training intensive quickly drew to a close. On the final day, the annual friendly competition officially began. To complete so many events in a single day, they had to be held simultaneously. So, competitions were everywhere in the vast training grounds. Whistles blew constantly. The radio constantly announced which competition had placed in the top 3, and which competition was about to begin, prompting participants to prepare. There were few spectators at each venue. Everyone's attention focused on their own matches and those of their friends. Song Shi stayed in the doubles competition area, where all 3 of her events were held. Tang Yu had signed up for boxing and was already in the ring, facing a male from the psychology department. The moment the whistle blew, the male jumped out of the ring without hesitation. Leaving the designated area was considered an automatic surrender. The whistle blew, and the entire process took less than 5 seconds. Neither of them even saw each other's faces. This was the truest reflection of the Federation's friendly competitions. This kind of straightforward surrender was relatively harmonious. Some fights between people of similar strength would become enemies immediately after the match. The likelihood of anyone truly falling in love with someone through this friendly competition was almost zero. The 9th fight of the fighting competition officially began. Team 10, please prepare. The announcement sounded, and Song Shi from Team 10 stood up, took off his jacket, handed it to Tang Yu, and walked to the waiting area. The 9th match was over in 10 seconds as usual. The warrior and healer types took the stage. The healing girl had prepared a small white flag. As soon as the whistle sounded, she pulled it out and waved it twice, signaling her stance. The warrior opponent dropped her attacking stance and waited for the girl to jump off the ring. Then, at the whistle, she quickly walked off. The 10th fight match officially begins. Group 11, please prepare. After the main announcement, each event will have a host introduce the contestants. As the saying goes, a small sparrow may have all the necessary organs. While time is tight, the process is meticulously executed. To those in the doubles competition area, have you noticed that the design of today's competition reflects the purpose of this social gathering? The host, a former student, spoke in a humorous and cheerful tone. For example, each of our contestants is paired with a man and a woman. We do this in the hope that the competition will spark romance, which aligns with the purpose of the competition. Now, please welcome the next contestant. Zhong Lei, a B-level awakener from the Berserk department, and Song Shi, an A-level awakener from the healing department. I wonder what interesting things will happen during their competition. What else could happen? Surrender at the 5th second, jump out of the ring at the 10th second, and the whistle blows at the 15th second. Below the stage, the next contestant and his friends were discussing the situation. Song Shi, introduced by the host, stepped onto the stage. He stared at the boy across from him, who looked very familiar. Zhong Lei, a member of Renchi Middle School's Berserk department training team. They had fought each other many times. They were acquaintances, but they had never spoken. Among the Berserk department, Zhong Lei was the silent type. Every time I noticed him, he was sweating profusely during training. But this time, Song Shi, looking at the color of emotion emanating from the boy across from him, had a hunch that things weren't going well. Red to black. It represents extreme emotions. Extreme love, extreme hate, extreme anger. Song Shi, we're finally on the same stage again. Zhong Lei smiled, his smile a little twisted and mad. Song Shi, ready to throw in the towel, said, Chapter 127. The whistle blew. Song Shi raised his arms above his head, calm and composed. I surrender. Zhong Lei, in his attacking stance, saw his excited expression falter, transforming into a fierce one as he demanded, Song Shi. Don't you even have the courage to fight me now? Sister you. Song Sure silently mouthed these 3 words, ignoring Zhong Lei's darkening expression as he rolled off the stage. Zhong Lei's rage soared. Do you know how much effort I put in to get you on this stage? Song Sure, who was about to roll down the stage, stopped, retracted his right foot, turned his head, stared at Zhong Lei, and lowered his voice. Did you do it? Yes. It was me. Seeing Song Sure turn around and face him again, Zhong Lei became excited. I reported you. He bumped his fists provocatively. I know you won't take the initiative to participate in this kind of competition. I can only do this. Are you angry now? If you are angry, let's have a fight. I know you can't tolerate others teasing you. Song Sure's face was cold. For the first time, he looked directly at the boy in front of him, who had a very low presence in the training ground. Which class was he in? It was not Yan Qinlin's Supernatural 2 class. Yan Qinlin's warning was ineffective for other classes, so this ignorant person danced in front of her. Song Sure's knuckles cracked. Zhong Lei's eyes fell on Song Sure's hand, which dangled by his side. His eyes lit up, and his expression became exaggerated. You're angry. Haha, every time you're angry, you flex your right knuckles. They didn't notice, but I did, haha. Song Sure clenched his teeth. It looks like these 2 contestants are having a great time chatting. The host, seated on a sliding chair elevated slightly above the ring, was both the host and the commentator. The ring was currently in the middle of a greeting session, with no highlights to commentate on. There was a barrier beneath the ring, preventing non-competitors from approaching. The audience couldn't hear the conversation, so the host could only desperately try to find something to talk about. Even though I couldn't hear what they were saying, this contestant named Zhong Lei was beaming. Was it a long-awaited reunion? Or was it just a moment of familiarity? In the next match, will the violent Zhong Lei show some mercy to the healing Song Sure? We see. Tang Yu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the grass below the ring, hugging Song Sure's coat, had now stood up. She was acutely aware of the subtle atmosphere in the ring. The boy opposite Song Sure. She didn't recognize him. She immediately glanced towards the boxing ring next door. Yang Jinjin had drawn the boxing match. Without even putting on her boxing gloves, she simply raised her hands in surrender. The whistle sounded, announcing the end of the match. She had already stepped down from the ring, walking briskly towards him. Isn't that the berserker from our school's Supernatural Class 6? He picked someone he knew when he was younger. They must have been training together for over 6 months. Yang Jinjin casually glanced at the boy across from Song Sure on his way over. His face, like the countless faces stored in his memory, revealed his identity instantly. Tang Yu lowered his eyes, thinking. Training together meant he understood Song Sure's true strength. Another berserker, with a dark nature and a will to his heart. There's nothing they can't do. Some time ago, someone revealed the true nature of Song Sure's hidden abilities to the healing department instructors. That person. It was him. Why hasn't Xiaoshu admitted defeat yet? Yang Jinjin looked at the 2 people on the ring in confusion. What are they talking about? Why does that guy look so excited? Tang Yu stuffed the clothes in her arms into her hands. You stay here. She quickly circled to the back of the ring. Where are you going? Yang Jinjin called out. Tang Yu didn't respond, so he could only hold on to the clothes and wait for her to return. In the ring, Zhong Lei was still acting recklessly. You're having a hard time holding back right now, right? He opened his fists, one behind the other, and placed them on his chest, eager to attack. His tone was affectionate, but his gray-green eyes betrayed undisguised ambition and defiance. I've been promoted to B rank. I think we can have a satisfying fight. If you can defeat me in 10 moves like before, I promise I won't bother you again. Otherwise, I expose your and Yan Qinlin's hidden secrets to the school forum. I have a video of you boxing. A weakling with a healing physique can't punch a punching bag. Song Sure suppressed his pounding chest, took a deep breath, and repeatedly told himself, don't fight, don't fight. This won't end well. Zhong Lei can deal with him later, somewhere quiet. The time to deal with him is definitely not now. I surrender. Under Zhong Lei's hopeful gaze, Song Sure uttered those 3 words again. He resolutely turned and walked off the stage. It looks like our contestant, Song Sure, is about to concede. The host, keeping a close eye on the action, saw Song Sure turn away and leaned into the microphone. The mushroom-headed contestant, who had bet Song Sure would surrender in 5 seconds, was the next contestant to take the stage. He said impatiently, You're taking so long to admit defeat. You're one of those pretentious healers. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the temperature around him rise. Is the sun out? He looked up at the sky. With the Federation's pollution so severe, where's the sun coming from? Maybe he's a little nervous about going on stage soon, he consoled himself. The host was still trying to find a way out for Songshur. He would offer the same reassuring words to every contestant who surrendered. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. I believe Songshur will shine in his field. Get out of the way. Zizi. The microphone whistled sharply. The host leaned forward, clutching the microphone, his saliva flying in his eagerness. Contested Zhong Lei. You can't attack an opponent who's already surrendered. Zizi. Zizi. The screams and the microphones whistling almost drowned out the entire practice field. Many people quickly covered their ears to protect their eardrums, while simultaneously looking toward the source of the sound. What had happened? Songshur's last foot touched the ground. If he left the ring, he would automatically lose. The referee put the whistle to his lips, and was about to blow it when a dark figure flashed past him. The referee, who had been yawning throughout the entire match, blinked and focused. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, and his sleepiness instantly vanished. The violent-type contestant leaped down from the ring with a menacing momentum. He clenched his fist, intending to launch a sneak attack on the healing-type contestant. The referee's pupils reflected the image of a fist brimming with violent force crashing into the vulnerable back of the head. This punch would either kill or cripple him. He knew he needed to stop it, but before his brain signals could reach his limbs, before they could even control it, the fist had already reached the back of the healing girl's neck. The referee instinctively closed his eyes. Bang! A loud crash echoed. A wave of scorching air surged over, lifting the few hairs on his head. It was like he was standing on the edge of a volcanic eruption. Little Pomelo. Amidst the frantic shouts, the cacophony of voices, and the blaring hum of a microphone, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a girl sitting on the ground, her arms folded, her face in agony, and a girl with ponytails kneeling beside her, carefully examining her wounds. That's not right. These two people weren't the healing girl named Songshur, who had been on stage earlier. Where was that girl? Did she get sent flying? He looked up at the sky. Bang! Another piercing sound of fist hitting flesh. His heart skipped a beat. He looked towards the center of the ring. The ring, previously empty, was suddenly tossed up from a blind spot like a sandbag. The sandbag bounced back up on its own the moment it hit the ground. It was the same violent competitor who had launched the sneak attack. Zhong Lei's clothes had vanished from his shoulders, his right arm scorched by the flames, a bloody mess. He seemed insensitive to the pain, staring excitedly at the corner of the ring, licking his lips as he was thrown in the direction of his toss. A slender, white hand reached up from the 2-meter-high ring, grasping the thick black ropes. A figure, using the force to bounce upward, landed lightly in the center. The moment Songshur landed, he didn't pause, but rushed towards Zhong Lei in the center. Don't you want to fight me? I satisfy you. Reaching near him, Songshur kicked his legs, leaping up, and kicked Zhong Lei in the chest. Zhong Lei instinctively tried to dodge, but he restrained himself. His brain forced his legs to stay where they were, not to move. He was already a B-level. His strength had increased dramatically. Before, he could only dodge Songshur's attacks, but now, he was no longer the same person. Just 2 kicks, and he could block them. He wanted to show Songshur the power of a B-level. With his arms crossed, he confidently blocked his chest. He stared at Songshur with a defiant look in his eyes, his lips curled up in a cocky smile. What an idiot! Songshur snorted coldly, and his feet plummeted. The moment they made contact with Zhong Lei's arms, a terrifying, unshakable, and even immeasurable force struck Zhong Lei's chest. His heart and lungs trembled. Zhong Lei's face paled. All his defenses crumbled at that moment, and he flew backward uncontrollably. At that moment, all his previous thoughts seemed utterly ridiculous. He was still someone Songshur could subdue in 3 moves. His body slammed into the ropes, bounced back, and he lay on the ground in a mess. Zhong Lei clenched his fists and pounded them against the ground in frustration. He was already a B rank. Why was he still losing? Furious and irritated, he coughed up a pool of blood mixed with the remains of his internal organs. A shoe appeared in his sight. Songshur was here. His gaze was cold, his eyes red, and his cheeks tense. He didn't believe it. Just now, he was just defending. This time he was going to attack. He didn't believe he couldn't defeat Songshur. He scrambled to his feet like a madman. He continued to growl, I want to win. I want to win. Bang. A fist smashed into his cheek. Zhong Lei shut his mouth, his head tilted weakly towards the impact. Songshur, shut up. Songshur, I want you dead. Bang! The right side of his face instantly turned black and blue. Ah! Songshur! Songshur! Zhong Lei went completely mad, waving his fist wildly at Songshur. Songshur grasped his good wrist with unerring precision and effortless ease, twisting it backhanded. Crack! Ah! Zhong Lei's wails echoed throughout the arena. Gulp! The distinct sound of swallowing saliva echoed from the microphone. The host, trying to hide the truth, covered his mouth with his hands. His actions seemed unnecessary, and no one was paying attention to him at this moment. In the vast training ground, everyone's attention was focused on the arena in the corner. The whistles that had been echoing ceased at that moment, leaving the entire training ground so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. Zhong Lei's nose and eyes were swollen, and he could barely speak. Songshur delivered a final kick to the knee, forcing him to kneel on one knee on the ring. He was still cursing, but Songshur could no longer hear. Half crouching in front of him, Songshur's voice was icy cold. Do you know how much trouble you caused me? All my previous efforts have been wasted because of you. Cough, cough, cough. He was laughing. Songshur's eyes glared. He stood up, looking down at Zhong Lei, now a bloody mess. A strong desire surged within him. I really hope I can silence you forever. Songshur. Who called her? Songshur looked up. Songshur. It sounded like Tangyu. Songshur was taken to the school's ability level testing room. Zhong Lei, unconscious, was carried to the treatment room. In the testing room, Songshur sat on a stool, her sleeves rolled up and laid flat on the table. A doctor wearing a mask and a white coat made 5 cuts on her arm with a scalpel, removed a small piece of human tissue, and placed it in a sterile tissue dish. Then he took out the iodine tincture he had prepared in advance, dipped a cotton swab in it, and prepared to disinfect Songshur's arm. When he saw Songshur's wound, he paused. The 1 centimeter long and 1 centimeter wide wound on Songshur's arm was covered with tender granulation tissue, which was quickly covered by skin and flesh. Within 15 seconds, the entire arm was restored to its original state. The doctor symbolically dabbed the iodine tincture twice on the wound, wiping away the blood clinging to her skin. You can take her for the rest of the examination, the doctor said. Songshur stood up, followed closely by 2 people. One was said to be her department's counselor, though she hadn't met him before, as classes hadn't officially started yet. The other was her instructor. Next, a series of physical measurements would be taken, including muscle strength, speed, and reflexes. On the way to the measurement room, Songshur stopped and told the counselor next to her, I need to go to the bathroom. The counselor was a gentle woman. Sure, go quickly and come back soon. We meet you here. Songshur nodded and headed towards the bathroom sign. In the bathroom, Songshur locked the stall door, quickly opened her laptop, and found the chat box with the man with glasses. Do me a favor. Glasses replied instantly. Speak. Songshur, do you have a way to hack into the system of the Tomorrow University Ability Level Testing Room? Glasses. Except for the federal government's internal government systems, everything else is fine. Songshur felt a little relieved. Help me modify some data. After explaining how to make the glasses, Songshur pushed open the bathroom door, washed his hands under the faucet, rinsed off the blood that had splashed on his face at some point, and walked out. Chapter 128. It took 4 hours to fool around with the subsequent physical fitness test. During this time, Instructor Ma, who had been keeping a close eye on Songshur, was summoned by an emergency communication. Before leaving, he warned Songshur, don't try to act rashly. I be watching you. Watching me? Why are you watching me now that everyone's gone? Songshur muttered inwardly, but his face showed nothing. The counselor was discussing Songshur's previous data with the tester and didn't hear the warning. When she turned back, Songshur was still obedient and silent. At 3 p.m., all the physical fitness tests were over, and Songshur was personally escorted back to his dormitory by the counselor. The counselor's name was Jiang Jihong, a healing awakener. She was in her 40s, with super short hair and a rare, capable appearance. She looked like a very dignified teacher, the kind that students would avoid on the street. But as soon as she spoke, her healing nature was revealed. Her voice was gentle and soft, and she had an excellent grasp of her students' emotions. She looked at the depressed Songshur and gently tucked his hair behind his shoulders, revealing his full face. She patted his shoulder and patiently soothed him. It's okay, don't be nervous. I'm just reevaluating your awakening direction. Whether you're a healing type or a violent type, you're still a student of tomorrow's university. Get a good night's sleep tonight. I'll let you know when the results are in tomorrow. Song Shi's real concern was Zhong Lei. She wasn't about to let him go so easily. With her eyes downcast, Song Shi picked at her nails, looking terrified and pitiful. Her voice was hoarse. Where's Zhong Lei? Will he come to see me? She was now playing the role of a delicate, healing girl who didn't understand why she had suddenly gone berserk. It was perfectly natural for her to worry about the vengeful and brutal berserker awakener seeking revenge. Anyone else would have had the same initial thought. Jiang Jihong looked at Song Shi lovingly, as if she were looking at her own daughter. Without a second thought, she told him everything she knew. He's still in the hospital, cared for by teachers from the school. Don't worry. He violated the rules of the competition first, and the school has already given him a serious warning. That fire-type student named Tang Yu bravely stepped forward, and the counselor from Class 1 personally repaired her wound. The school plans to present her with an award at tomorrow's opening ceremony. He's in the hospital, under guard. Then he couldn't be touched for now. Song Shi nodded sincerely. I understand. Thank you for telling me. I go in and rest. Goodbye, teacher. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow, Jiang Jihong smiled, turning and leaving. Song Shi closed the door. She sat down at her desk, opened a pile of books in a drawer, and pulled out a completely black dagger hidden underneath. This dagger was a gift from Yazi to congratulate her on her mastery of firearms. He had shed a great deal of blood, and what he had pulled out was his most treasured possession. It was of exceptional quality, completely pitch black, and felt icy cold in her hand. It was substantial, and the curved handle fit her palm perfectly, as if tailor-made for her. Gripping the hilt, she pulled out a gleaming blade. Her cold right eye was reflected on the smooth blade. Zhong Lei must die. That night, Song Shi went to see Tang Yu. As Jiang Jihong had said, Tang Yu had fully recovered. The moment Zhong Lei rushed down from the ring, Tang Yu, who had been suspicious of Zhong Lei and wary of him, leaped into the isolation zone and charged forward, her fist colliding with Zhong Lei's sneak attack. At that moment, Tang Yu unleashed Fire Flame, a fire-type attack skill. Zhong Lei's arm was burned by Tang Yu. But a B-rank berserker's punch was incredibly powerful, capable of cratering the ground. Even with the flames protecting her fist, Tang Yu was still thrown, falling to the ground with her right arm fractured. Song Shi held Tang Yu's hand and examined her body again, confirming that there was nothing wrong with her before relaxing his composure. Don't be so impulsive next time. A B-rank berserker is still in a frenzy, their power at least 2 levels higher than usual. Their attacks are no joke. Song Shi knew Tang Yu was acting impulsively out of concern for him, but he couldn't help but mutter. That's right. Yang Jingjin sat astride the chair, his hands resting on the back of his hands, his chin resting on them. I was so scared today. Witnessing Song Shi's entire beating for the first time, Yang Jingjin still couldn't look him in the eye. His gaze remained fixed on Tang Yu as he spoke. Tang Yu stared at her right fist, clenched it a few times, and said seriously, I need real combat. She and Zhong Lei were both B-level, yet the difference in strength was so great. Song Shi probably knew that Tang Yu had suffered a setback today. Tang Yu had always been a hardworking and ambitious person. Since her family wasn't well off, Wang Ding couldn't afford her a daily mental power generator, so she went to the basement every night to boil water. She used her mental power to summon a flame that kept burning continuously, providing enough hot water for the entire hotel. Often, it wasn't until midnight that she could hear her tired, dragging feet back to her room. Tang Yu has been trying her best, and her efforts have not been in vain. Her mental strength reserves are so strong that even Yan Qianlin recognizes them. Yan Qianlin once said that Tang Yu was the most likely fire-type student at Renqi Middle School to be the first to reach S rank. Today's situation was indeed a significant blow to Tang Yu. But fire-types aren't very useful in actual combat. Song Shi, having spent 100,000 Federation coins on materials, has done extensive research on fire-types. You've lost your combat effectiveness, while Zhong Lei only suffered a burn on his arm. This difference isn't between your strength and Zhong Lei's, but rather the difference between fire and berserk. Fire mages are mages, using dazzling yet devastating fire skills to defend against and kill alien beasts from a distance. They can sprout wings of fire, soar through the skies, and conquer the airspace over flying beasts. Berserk mages are melee warriors. Their muscle strength rivals that of alien beasts. Berserk mages fight beasts head-on, to the death. So, even though you and Zhong Lei are both B-rank, there's no comparison. You're a fire mages, and your primary focus is on accumulating mental strength to quickly break through B-rank, break free from the shackles of A-rank, and progress toward S-rank. Song Shi had a clear vision for Tang Yu's future. Right, Yang Jingjin agreed. She also disapproved of Tang Yu risking her life in combat. After experiencing it firsthand today, she was incredibly grateful that she awakened to the psychic system, so she could be a rear-line technician, far away from danger. She was truly lucky. Didn't I give you a combat simulator? It's almost like real combat, but without the danger. That's great. Don't get carried away, little Yuzi. Tang Yu glanced at the pink combat simulator by the window and sighed softly. This was all she could do now. Gulyalu. Chapter 129. Songsher's stomach growled. Didn't you eat? Tang Yu asked. Songsher shook his head, his hand resting on his abdomen. A healing type can heal any ailment, even fatigue, but hunger. If she ate even a little, her stomach would growl non-stop. Besides, she hadn't eaten all day. The whole school is talking about you now, so going to the cafeteria is really inconvenient. I have some bread here. Eat a few bites while I order takeout for you. Tang Yu stood up and took a loaf of bread and 2 bottles of nutrient solution from the living room refrigerator, handing them to Songsher. Opening the computer to find a suitable vendor. Songsher uncapped the nutrient solution and gulped down a few mouthfuls. It had no taste. After reaching a high level of mental power, this ordinary nutrient solution wasn't as effective as before. She missed the 5 bottles of nutrient solution that the bald leader in the western suburbs had sent her to curry her favor. The effect was truly astonishing, directly prompting her to level up. Later, she searched elsewhere for a nutrient solution with this remarkable effect, but couldn't find one. It turned out that the old man's words were true. Those 5 bottles of nutrient solution were indeed rare. Songsher was drinking the nutrient solution, Tang Yu was ordering takeout, and Yang Jinjin, bored, browsed the school forum. She sighed, Xiaosher, you're really famous now. Songsher hadn't checked the forum since returning, but she knew what it was about without even looking. Healing system beats up violent system in public. Video below. Was the healing system cheating? Or was the violent system cheating? Yang Jinjin read out the headline. Songsher, munching on a piece of bread, said, She had still underestimated the creativity of the people on the forum. This guy's a genius. He personifies the categories. Haha, the description is so apartment. Yang Jinjin reached out and gave a thumbs up. As Yang Jinjin browsed the forum, she forgot Songsher was sitting next to her. She freely remarked on the forum's funny topics, even bursting into laughter when she saw something hilarious. Look at this guy. Yang Jinjin unblocked the privacy function on his laptop and leaned in front of Songsher. He said he's also a healing type. He was so inspired by your video today that he went to the farm to practice catching chickens. He ended up getting chased around by the chickens and nearly learned the flying type skills. Haha. A healing type becomes a flying type. Yang Jinjin slapped her thigh, nearly choking with laughter. Songsher, sitting next to her, felt the sonic attack up close and personal, and couldn't help but want to stuff the bread into Yang Jinjin's mouth to tell her to shut up. Thankfully, she quickly realized that this was impolite, and controlled the urge. Fortunately, Yang Jinjin quickly stopped, gave the like button on the forum post about being chased by a chicken, and moved on to the next one. Songsher had nothing else to do, so he simply followed her on the journey. Most of the posts on the forum were from the healing and violent factions. The calm healing faction. Songsher brings honor to us healing factions. Finally, we healing factions aren't trending on the forums anymore because we got beaten up by someone from another faction, had a conflict, and were asked to apologize, or were ripped off at a restaurant but didn't dare to question the restaurant owner. Healing radicals, other departments, come take a look. If anyone dares to say we healing departments are bad, just click on the link I sent and read it a few more times. We healing departments are just kind, not to be bullied. Aren't berserkers awesome? That's their strength? I heard they're only B rank. TSK. Their strength is nowhere near what's rumored, but their sneak attack tactics are exactly as rumored. They say berserkers mass-produce bitches, and it seems to be true. From now on, don't call them berserkers, just call them despicable. Yang Jinjin was stunned by the healing type's endless vocabulary of insults, and she frantically studied them, memorizing every single one. From now on, if anyone dares to insult her, she just retaliate like this, ensuring they're speechless. I never expected that those healing type students, seemingly kind and polite on the surface, could actually be so wild in private. The berserkers are also divided into 2 factions. The calm faction, that healer across the way, Songsher, is truly formidable. I'm even questioning whether she's even a healing type. Her physical fitness looks like at least that of an A-rank berserker. Being able to easily crush a B-rank berserker type, I guess she's S level. I just don't know why she hid her strength in the first place. She only made a move when pushed. The healing-type group is known for being low-key, keeping their skills to themselves. Perhaps Songshur is one of them, keeping their skills to themselves and only using them when absolutely necessary. Radical. Zhong Lei is an idiot, embarrassing me. Where's Songshur? Let me take her down. If I don't beat her to her knees and beg for mercy, I'm not Yang. Seeing this, Yang Jinjin's face darkened. Frowning, he typed a reply to the poster above. If you don't want a surname, then don't. I don't really want to share a surname with you. Who are you? Are you looking for death? Yang Jinjin ignored the reply and calmly browsed the following posts. Silent violence. Refusing to reply is much more effective than arguing with him. The other party must be livid right now. Yang Jinjin felt a surge of satisfaction just thinking about it. There were many radical berserkers, all of whom agreed that if they took on Songshur, they could defeat him. Since he was a berserker, there was bound to be a darker faction. Vote. Is Songshur a berserker or a healer? Yang Jinjin clicked on it and saw that the berserker had surpassed the healer by over 700 votes. There are far fewer berserkers in the entire school than healers. There's no way anyone actually thinks you're a berserker, right? Yang Jinjin asked, quizzically, then paused, leaning closer to the berserker vote count. Why is there a decimal point? The number of healers is 7.6 times that of berserkers, so each vote for a berserker is automatically multiplied by 7.6, resulting in 7.6 votes. Yang Jinjin. How do you calculate the votes of those who aren't berserkers themselves, but voted for you? This person is clearly cheating. They're cheating and you're shocked? Songshur looked at Yang Jinjin. Isn't this the basic berserker routine? Even she, an outsider, had gotten used to it. Yang Jinjin. It seems so, but... She glanced at Songshur and spoke hesitantly. Are you sure you want to say that about yourself? This time it was Songshur's turn to be speechless. Tang Yu ordered takeout and walked over to them. What's next? Yang Jinjin knew she wasn't asking him, so she slumped back in her chair and continued browsing the forum. Songshur stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth and swallowed it clean. I'm still a healer, but there's been a slight genetic mutation, making my physical functions a bit stronger than those of the average healer awakened. She had her glasses modify the data, removing only the most typical violent factor and bad gene in the berserker gene. These two genes are key to determining whether someone is a berserker. Without these two genes in her genome, she couldn't be classified as a berserker. She was just a healer with exceptional physical strength. She had research value, but it wasn't as appealing as a dual type. Chapter 130. Tang Yu instantly understood what Songshur meant. Although she didn't know how he'd done it, she didn't ask. She believed Songshur had a foolproof plan in mind, which was why he was so comfortable sitting and chatting with them. Indeed, if it weren't for Glass's incredible abilities, Songshur would have thought he already been on the road to becoming a wanderer. After devouring the meal for two that Tang Yu had ordered in a flash, Songshur returned to the healing dormitory building. Pushing the door into the bedroom, Songshur locked it and turned on her laptop. Glasses had sent her a brief message 10 minutes earlier. Data modification completed. Other important matters, please contact me. Songshur drew the curtains, sat down in a chair, and called Glasses. 2 beeps, and the call was connected immediately. Glasses sat in a gaming chair, headphones draped around his neck. His back was a layer upon layer of virtual green screens, overlapping edge to edge. If it weren't for the dynamically scrolling numbers above, Songshur would have mistaken it for a high-tech wallpaper. What's going on? Songshur asked. Glasses frowned, his expression serious. Rarely was he arrogant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Songshur sat up straight. While hacking into your university's grading system, I stumbled into the logistics system and came across an encrypted plan. Glasses' fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, his voice rapid. I wondered what plans the logistics department could possibly have that needed to be encrypted, so curiosity drove me in. I found a plan called the migration plan. I've sent it to you. Migration plan? What are we migrating to? Where? Songshur subconsciously wondered. The computer vibrated twice, and 5 photos appeared on the chat screen, all captured by the camera. Songshur clicked on the first one. The 4 large black characters migration were in the center. Songshur quickly scrolled through the documents. Glasses' heavy voice continued to emanate from the microphone. Within 3 days, pack all of Tomorrow University's student files, precious laboratory equipment, books and documents, exotic animal specimens, and other important materials and equipment, and transport them to the underground parking lot of East Campus. Glasses briefly summarized the contents of the document. Songshur flipped through the second, third, and last pages, which were mostly just a list of items to be packed and left behind. The migration plan, that's what was being moved. Where to move? The plan didn't specify. Why move? It wasn't mentioned either. This was merely a plan within the logistics department's purview, a part of the overall migration plan. But Song Shi and Yan Jing knew, too, that these items being packed and boxed were the most vital and fundamental assets of a supernatural university, and none of them could be lost. As long as the school existed, these items would exist. Now, these materials and equipment were packed up and about to be sent away. I checked the surveillance footage of the East Campus underground parking lot. From the time the plan was officially implemented yesterday until now, the underground parking lot is already more than half full of large, high-capacity combat-ready trucks, and they're still pouring in. There are soldiers stationed nearby with guns. Judging by their uniforms, they're from District 11 Central Army. Song Shi and Yan Jing stared at each other across the screen. At this moment, both of them realized something. The relocation plan involves relocating the entire University of Tomorrow. The University of Tomorrow is the only supernatural university in Base 11. Every student there is a member of the Federal Army Reserve, a force for human regeneration. The University of Tomorrow is equivalent to the federal government of Area 11. Its importance even exceeds that of the federal government. No region's political center would suddenly decide to relocate to another area, unless the original region is about to be ravaged by a catastrophic disaster. Everything the University of Tomorrow is doing now indicates preparations to evacuate Base 11. A disaster is about to strike Base 11, a disaster of devastating proportions that humans cannot prevent. Natural disasters are unpredictable, and humans wouldn't prepare for them so many days in advance. There is only one possibility. A wave of alien beasts. A wave of alien beasts. Song Shi and Yan Jing spoke simultaneously. A wave of alien beasts, composed of numerous species of alien beasts, converges to launch a unified, all-out attack on the human base. Humanity might still be able to fight a small group of alien beasts, but facing an endless swarm of them pouring out like a tide, they stand no chance and can only conserve their strength and retreat temporarily. Since the mutation, there have been 4 large-scale alien beast waves in Federation history, impacting humanity's fate and causing immense property damage. The first occurred in year 0 of the mutation. Humanity's stable social order collapsed in an instant. The global population was halved, and several countries at the forefront of the alien beast wave completely disappeared from the Earth, drastically reducing humanity's living space. The remaining humans struggled to survive in this difficult situation. The federal government was established in the year of the mutation, and the first large-scale human base was completed 10 years later. Survivors from around the world flocked to the base, seeking military protection. The next 20 years passed peacefully, with a temporary increase in the base's population. Humanity began seeking to expand its living space, exploring outward, searching for a second suitable location for a human base. 31 years after the mutation, the second wave of alien beasts erupted. Human base number 1 was engulfed. It was the only refuge built by humanity at the time, carrying the hope for human survival and reproduction for generations to come. As the wave of alien beasts retreated, all shelters, above and below ground, were swept away. The entire base was nearly deserted, instantly becoming a deserted city. The remaining 3 million humans, who had not entered the base, continued to journey forward, venturing into unknown territory, struggling to find a safe haven, a final destination for humanity. After a difficult 3rd year, good news finally arrived for humanity. Heaven began to favor humanity. A small number of humans evolved superpowers. 121 years after the mutation, the 3rd wave of alien beasts erupted. By this time, humanity had successfully built 6 human bases. The psychic force began to take shape. Humanity concentrated all its strength to defend the first base, located on the brink of the alien beast tide. This was humanity's first direct confrontation with the alien beast tide. Ultimately, with 80% of the psychic force lost and 66% of the first base's walls destroyed, they managed to hold out until the alien beast tide receded. The first base's population was saved. The remaining 5 bases were completely destroyed, and none of the humans or awakened within survived. The human population once again fell below 10 million, a century of rapid growth destroyed overnight. Humanity refused to give up and tenaciously set out again. But the appearance of alien beast tides was always unpredictable. 126 years after the mutation, the 4th alien beast tide erupted. Just 5 years after the 3rd. Humanity had just finished repairing the first base, which had been more than half destroyed in the war, and had no time to expand its territory. 70% of humanity was in the first base. Chapter 131. The sudden arrival of the alien beast tide. The psychics suffered heavy casualties in the third alien beast tide, and the number of newly awakened psychics in the past 5 years has been extremely small. Humanity could not recreate the miracle of 5 years ago. The fragile first base could not withstand this even larger alien beast tide. Humanity's only base, defended with the lives of countless people, remained unchanged. The surviving population, after 3 days of alien beast slaughter, returned to the 5 million it had been 100 years earlier. Life is eternal. Hope has been dashed time and again, but humanity has never lost hope of survival. From 126 to now, 232 years, over 100 years have passed. Humanity has once again reproduced, developed, and built, always prepared for danger and taking precautions. Large-scale alien beast tides occurred from time to time, but the epicenter of the outbreak never fell on a human base. Only a dozen small-scale alien beast tides appeared around the human base, but they were all dealt with by the psychic teams that had grown in size. Gradually, humans began to categorize alien beast tides. There are 9 levels. A level 1 alien beast tide is defined as a convergence of at most 10 alien beast species, a minimum of 6 alien beast species, and an outbreak within 30 kilometers of a human base. Similarly, a level 9 alien beast tide is defined as a convergence of at least 2/3 of known alien beast species, with an outbreak within 280 kilometers of a human base. After each human base is successfully established, its walls are evaluated to determine the level of alien beast tide it can withstand, and psychic teams are assigned accordingly. For example, if a base's walls can withstand a level 5 alien beast tide, 2,000 psychic teams will be stationed there. Later, with the emergence of space-based awakeners, the psychic team no longer needed to be stationed at a single base year-round. A small number of personnel would remain, with the remainder remaining in the central area, awaiting deployment for other missions. When a wave of alien beasts emerged, space-based awakeners could open a space portal and directly transport the necessary combat power into the battlefield. Base 11, built 80 years ago, is the latest human base constructed to alleviate population pressure. In the construction proposal, the federal government required the chief engineer to ensure that Base 11 could withstand at least a level 6 alien beast wave. After its completion, Base 11 experienced several waves of alien beasts below level 6, fortunately surviving each one without significant damage. But this time, facing a wave of alien beasts that hadn't yet arrived, Base 11 chose to flee. Glasses jumped off his chair, frantically scratching his hair, and spun around the chair. It's only been a little over 80 years. How could it happen? How could it happen so quickly? Didn't they predict that the alien beast tide wouldn't visit Base 11 within 100 years? Those prediction experts are all good for nothings. Glasses slammed his foot into the swivel chair. The chair spun wildly, leaving a white afterimage. Songshur said, "Good for nothings or not, those people are all dead now. Blaming them is useless." "How can you be so calm?" Glasses, unable to control his temper, pulled the chair away with a bang and sat back down angrily. "Because I'm not from this world," Songshur muttered silently. She could understand Glasses' current state of mind. The world he had lived in since childhood was about to be destroyed, and his own safety was in jeopardy. No one could remain calm. "Is there any news of a transfer within the hunting group?" Songshur asked. "How could the federal government possibly tell our group such important news?" Glasses put his hands back on the keyboard. "I have to tell Xiaolin and the others about this." Songshur didn't stop him. He was thinking instead of the chairman of the hunting group, Qin Yi. Their first meeting took place at the stimulation experiment base. The fact that he had a separate office in a federally controlled experimental base and could save her with a single word clearly showed a special connection to the federal government. If a monster wave was truly approaching, she couldn't have been unaware of it. Glasses clearly didn't realize the immense power of the chairman of his group. "I suspect this monster wave is above level 7, otherwise they wouldn't have given up so directly." Glasses calmed down a bit and quickly analyzed. "We've only notified your school and asked you to prepare, but they've kept this secret from ordinary citizens. This doesn't comply with the federal emergency evacuation regulations for monster waves." Songshur had a general understanding of the emergency evacuation regulations for monster waves. When a wave of alien beasts is confirmed and defenseless, all citizens at the base must be notified promptly, allowing them to prepare in advance. Then, various methods must be arranged to organize the evacuation of the base as much as possible, ensuring it finds refuge in a safe location. These methods include military land escort, large-scale military aircraft escort, underground escape tunnels between bases, teleportation via space gates, and self-piloted aircraft. The last option is the most dangerous. Flying a self-piloted aircraft beyond the safe area cleared by the military near the base is equivalent to entering alien beast territory. Without a psychic, and without the military, it's like walking into a tiger's den. The first three methods are the mainstream methods for evacuating people. However, these methods assume that the alien beast tide has not yet encircled the human base, giving humanity a chance to recover. Once the alien beast tide has arrived, the underground tunnels will be destroyed, making it difficult for the military to leave the base, let alone evacuate people. Space gate teleportation is the safest of the 5 methods. It is a point-to-point transmission, allowing for evacuation regardless of whether the alien beasts have arrived. However, it also has significant drawbacks. The number of people that can be transported is limited. Maintaining a space gate requires a significant amount of mental energy. A human base has a population of at least 10 million. Space awakeners in the Federation are extremely rare. According to regulations, in a life-or-death situation for a base, all space awakeners in the Federation are responsible for participating in the evacuation process. Conserving energy on a daily basis allows them to be more effective in critical moments. However, mental energy is limited, and often, a period of use results in a longer period of respite. Even if all space awakeners in the Federation were deployed, they could only evacuate 1/10 of the population. Every method has its pros and cons, and its limitations. Therefore, evacuation regulations require citizens to be notified upon discovery, allowing them to decide for themselves which path to take. There's only one reason for concealing this. The alien beast tide has arrived, and Base 11 is completely surrounded, blocking the first 3 routes. Glasses became increasingly certain of his thoughts. He typed a search for the latest situation on the front lines at Base 11, and a page with a sunflower background appeared. It read, "Excellent, same as usual. No need to worry. Please study and work with peace of mind." He pushed the keyboard away with a snap, burying his head in his hands. If the Federation was deliberately concealing this, he wouldn't be able to find out. He couldn't hack into the federal government's internal administrative systems, where countless awakened super brains were constantly monitoring them. Songshur looked at the dejected glasses and lowered his head to send a message to Zhou Tan. He spoke in a relaxed tone. "Teacher Zhou, I'm free tomorrow. I go to the military hospital to help you." Chapter 132. She was testing Zhou Tan. Almost the moment the message was sent, 5 replies popped up. "No need. Don't come. Stay at school. Don't leave school tomorrow. The hospital's been quiet lately, with few injuries. I can handle it all by myself." Zhou Tan works at the military hospital, and is an S-level healer herself. She knows exactly what's happening on the front lines. The fact that Zhou Tan won't let her leave school tomorrow speaks volumes. "Got it, Teacher Zhou." Songshur typed, but Zhou Tan didn't reply. She must be very busy, constantly on the move. The longer the federal government keeps the beast tide a secret, the more soldiers will be injured and disabled on the front lines. Songshur lowered her wrist, the virtual screen still hovering steadily in front of her. "What are you going to do?" she asked, looking at the glasses on the other side of the screen. The glasses raised their head from their palms, their gaze firm. The space gate has a limit on the number of people allowed. Today and yesterday, the space gate was used to evacuate government officials, their families, and some wealthy individuals from the inner city. Notify Tomorrow University in advance and have them prepare the materials and equipment for the evacuation. Tomorrow evening at this time, a space gate will likely open at your school, allowing all aspirants to evacuate. After the students of Tomorrow University are evacuated, it will be all high-probability aspirants from the inner and outer cities, and then the students. Preserve the human flame. Everyone else will be abandoned and left to fend for themselves. Later, in the history books of crises, they will become a string of cold death figures, describing the damage this aspirant tide has inflicted on human society. This is the worst-case scenario. Perhaps it hasn't reached that point yet. Songshur's mind was clear. The frontline defenders have been able to hold off the beast tide for such a long time without leaking a single word, and without being noticed by ordinary people in the city. This indicates the beast tide hasn't yet reached its peak. It's very likely that the center of this beast tide isn't in Area 11, but it's predicted to migrate this way. Generally, bases located at the center of a beast tide pose the greatest risk. As the beasts continue to migrate, some of the population within the tide will gradually fall behind, disperse, and return to their own habitats. The ones currently passing through Base 11 are only the initial stages of this beast tide. That's why the army has been able to hold off for so long, allowing them to evacuate the population within the town. Songshur spoke slowly, and her glasses followed her thoughts. As long as the center of the beast tide arrives later, and the front line holds off longer, giving us enough time, the federal government will be able to evacuate everyone. In the federal world, humans are the most scarce resource. After experiencing numerous devastating near-extinction shocks, no one can confidently guarantee that humanity has weathered all its trials and tribulations, and that the future will be smooth sailing and unimpeded. We never know when past disasters will recur. Every life must be cherished. How many space-aware awakeners are there in the Federation now? Songshur lowered his eyes and thought. I remember an escape guide published on the Federation's largest news media platform. It predicted that if a large-scale disaster struck any human base, necessitating population relocation, the Federation could evacuate everyone within a few days. When Songshur mentioned space-aware awakeners, Yanjing immediately understood what she meant. Remembering the same report, he immediately sat up and searched online. A quick check of the report revealed it was from 2 years ago. Glasses quickly scrolled down to the data for Base 11. He stared at the data and read, using all known evacuation methods, the entire base population can be evacuated to the nearest Base 9 within 72 hours. Using only the space gate, it would take half a month. Glasses stared at the words half a month and suddenly sneered. These news reports always strive for aesthetically pleasing data. They say half a month, but it actually takes at least 20 days. Glasses was very clear-headed. 20 days, longer than Songshur had expected. I'm going to make this public, Glasses said suddenly. Songshur, shock. Glasses looked at Songshur. Although I have a way to evacuate smoothly, so many ordinary citizens in the outer city don't have one. Sadness lingered in his eyes, and he turned his head to the side, probably looking at the window. His profile was melancholic. They have the right to know they are about to die. In their final moments, they need the truth, not the dark. They should be reunited with their families now. The Federation is a diverse cultural mosaic, but in every culture, seeing family members in the final moments of life is an unquestionable priority. But Songshur stopped him. The federal government hasn't disclosed this yet, because they're afraid of causing panic among ordinary citizens. Songshur was able to put herself out of the picture, so she was much calmer than Yanjing. The speed required to evacuate the crowd is crucial to saving as many lives as possible. Under the current circumstances, releasing the news will only cause panic among those not on the front line of the evacuation list. Songshur was absolutely certain they'd protest, maybe even organize a riot. This was human nature, and no one could blame them. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter the space gate, and no one wanted to be left behind to face the ferocious monsters. She was on the side of the protected, among the first to retreat, and had no right to blame. But considering the number of people who ultimately survived, your act of publicizing this will encourage more people to stay. Glasses fell silent, his eyes lowered, his face shadowed by his eyelashes. So do nothing? Of course not. Disclose the news of the approaching monster tide to the students of Tomorrow University. The students of Tomorrow University were all awakened. Disclose it to them, and let them decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. Songshur believed that there were many passionate students among them willing to join the front lines, and buy time for the people. The longer they could delay, the more people would be able to evacuate. Every year, after the month-long freshman training, Tomorrow University holds an opening ceremony the day after the completion of its annual freshman training, celebrating the arrival of the new students. The ceremony is always grand, demonstrating the importance attached to the freshmen. Also, the opening ceremony is the only time during their 3 years at Tomorrow University that every student can let loose and celebrate. For some reason, this year's ceremony was exceptionally grand. Bottles of wine and spirits were brought up one by one, and a long table covered with red silk cloth was piled high with a variety of food. Ribbons flew, and fireworks exploded one after another in the sky, the sound of whoosh never ceasing. The sophomores and juniors, cooped up in the classroom or on the training grounds and unable to attend the grand ceremony, erupted in a heated discussion on the forum. Does the school intend to never hold another ceremony again after this one? Chapter 133. There's alcohol today. Alcohol. It feels like it's all from the principal's private collection. We've never been treated this way before. I've never heard of it. Why are we drinking alcohol in the middle of the day? Shouldn't we drink it in the evening? This school's approach is a bit strange. I slipped out to look around, and it gave me a trance-like feeling. It felt like the world was going to end tomorrow, and today was the day I had to take out all my family's wealth and squander it. That's a very fitting description. I felt the same way. If tomorrow was the end of the world, why would I still be practicing here? I skip class and go out and have fun. Calm down, bro. The above person was just joking, and you took it seriously. I don't know if tomorrow will be the end of the world, but if you get caught skipping class, you're definitely dead, and your teammates will be dragged down by you. What the above person said makes sense. Bear with it for your teammates. I'm bearing it right now, so that my teammates don't get dragged down by me. Ha, you're worrying too much. My 5 teammates and I agree. We've decided to skip class together. Your team's teamwork is truly remarkable. I admire you. I have no words for this. I'm truly in awe. My teammates. The ceremony ended at 3 p.m. 2:55 p.m. The president of Tomorrow University walked up to the central viewing platform, microphone in hand. After a couple of taps to check the sound, he said, "Kids, did you have fun today?" "Yes. Very much." The audience screamed incessantly. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was extremely high. "As long as you're having fun," the president said, a kindly-looking old man with a compassionate smile, gazing lovingly at the cheering students. To celebrate the fact that our school has 50 more S-level and above students than in previous years, we have a banquet at 8 p.m., right here at this very spot. The banquet tonight will be even grander. Our sophomores and juniors will also be attending after finishing their classes for the day. The entire school will celebrate your arrival together. The audience erupted in excitement, a wave of exclamations. "Oh yeah! The principal is the best. The principal is the most generous. Principal, I love you." The voices were louder than before, resonating through the air. If you asked who they admired most at this moment, it would definitely be the principal on the podium. The principal smiled and raised his hand to silence them. The shouting instantly stopped, and everyone stared at him, unblinking. "Kids, go back and get a good night's sleep. We meet here at 8 p.m. "Okay," everyone said in unison. Behind the viewing platform was an oversized electronic screen. Like a voice-activated switch, when the decibels of everyone shouting reached their highest point, the screen suddenly lit up. The screen showed a remote-controlled image of the base's walls. Red lights occasionally lit up on the silver-gray walls. As everyone knows, this is the city wall's alarm status. The lower half of the screen displayed a line of red text, contrasting sharply against the gray background. The font was not large. But this screen used direct retinal imaging technology, so even from the farthest distance, the content remained crystal clear. The alien beast tide has arrived. Are you abandoning all the citizens of Base 11 and fleeing? Silence. The air was deathly still. Everyone stared at the screen behind the principal, the image that suddenly flashed, and the bloody words. An alien beast tide is coming, abandon Base 11. And flee? They could understand the words individually, but why, when combined, did they suddenly struggle to understand them? Someone rubbed their eyes, suspecting they were seeing things. The video played for 5 seconds before being cut off, the screen returning to pitch black and then back to its original invisible state. The principal's calm, yet slightly playful, voice emanated from the microphone, spreading to every corner of the banquet hall. "The system has been hacked. The hacking skills of our Base 11 are truly getting better and better." His humor failed to elicit laughter from the students. Monster tide. The mere presence of these 3 words was enough to pull everyone away from the joy they were experiencing. Those 3 words weighed heavily. They carried humanity's bloody past and an uncertain future. A gloom hung over everyone's head. The principal couldn't ignore it. He sighed and spoke earnestly. "The monster tide is over. Humanity is growing stronger. We have the ability to compete with the monsters. Students, we should look forward." No one responded. Though everyone drank, there were over 6,000 people, hundreds of cases, and each person received at most 1 glass, just for fun. Everyone was awake now. Every pair of eyes saw the image on the screen, and the words beneath it were vivid. Look forward. The road ahead was a disaster that would strike at any moment. A sword hanging over everyone's head, a bomb that could blow humanity to smithereens at any moment. No one could truly look forward. The principal still maintained a smile, trying to save the situation. If someone standing in the front row had paid close attention, they would have seen his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the microphone, his fingertips turning white. "Students, we must exercise our own judgment. The location of our Base 11 was carefully selected by our predecessors 90 years ago. Backed by the natural barrier of Typhoon Mountain, far from areas frequented by exotic beasts, and surrounded by poisonous weeds and miasma. With these few conditions, this is already the base with the lowest probability of encountering an exotic beast wave among the 11 human bases. Furthermore, Our city walls are constructed using the most advanced materials, the most. Check the forum. Someone suddenly shouted from the corner. Instantly, everyone in the audience raised their wrists, opened their laptops, and swarmed into the school forum. On the viewing platform, the principal stared at the students' surprisingly consistent movements with a look of astonishment. After a moment's pause, a complex expression emerged, a mixture of heartache and a certain resolute determination. As the photo of the city wall suddenly appeared on the banquet hall screen, several identical photos from different posters popped up on the school forum's front page. They practically dominated the entire front page. Today's opening ceremony was so grand that many sophomores and juniors lost their desire to study, and instead frantically complained about injustices on the forum. When the post suddenly appeared, many people saw it. Even after the school urgently initiated an administrator-deleted operation, it was of no avail. New posts continued to pop up, interspersed with student comments. So that's how it all works. The threads beneath this main post quickly grew, gradually unraveling the truth the school was hiding. Today's opening ceremony was so extravagant and inhumane. So we have to evacuate. If we don't spend all the money, we'd just be left to the monsters. Damn, tomorrow is the end of the world. I was too cowardly to go out and party with my juniors this afternoon. So, we sophomores and juniors were notified to attend the juniors' opening ceremony tonight at 8 p.m. It's supposedly a celebration, but it's really to gather us together so we can evacuate, right? Chapter 134. If they're evacuating, then evacuate. Why hide it from us and use the opening ceremony as an excuse? It's most likely a secret evacuation. The guards on the city wall haven't reported any reports of a wave of alien beasts appearing yet, and there's no word outside. We'd probably be the first to leave this time. We'd be the backbone of the Federation's fight against alien beasts for the next 20 years. If it's a secret evacuation, it makes sense to prioritize our safety. Have you noticed the frequent appearance of large transport trucks on East Campus lately? Me. I passed by East Campus last night and saw 3 of them, heading towards the underground parking lot. I was curious about what new equipment our school had purchased, but now it seems those things are being moved with us. They're all heading to the underground parking lot? Aren't they using the space gate to evacuate? If we use the space gate to evacuate, what will happen to the ordinary citizens outside? Can the space gate transport everyone from Base 11? No. Furthermore, according to our current quiet retreat plan, the monster tide has already closed in, leaving only the space gate as our only escape route. What about the others? Each of us has family members outside. If we retreat, what will happen to them? Will they just wait to die? Yes. Unless the monster tide slows down, giving the Space Awakeners more time, we might be able to safely evacuate everyone in the inner and outer cities. The discussion about the monster tide on the forum continues to climb. There's no point in continuing to cover it up. Suddenly, a message popped up on everyone's laptops. All university students, please gather at the East Square tomorrow. There's an important announcement. Everyone in class, training, or lying down in the dorms, stop what you're doing and gather toward the East Square. 15 minutes later, the vast green lawn of East Square was filled with people. All the students and faculty of Tomorrow University had gathered here. A sea of heads huddled together, all facing the platform in the center of the square. On the platform, the elderly president stood in the center. The wind rustled his trouser legs as he held up a microphone, his voice emanating from the loudspeakers on either side of the square. Students, you've all heard the news, right? His expression was heavy, his eyes dull. Even when he strained his lips to create an uplifting smile, it came out bitter. 20 minutes earlier, dressed the same, he had been the ever-smiling, affable president, enjoying himself with students. Now, he was an old man, nearly crushed by worry. The previously overlooked gray hair at his temples was now clearly visible. His slightly hunched back, his tense shoulders, his withered hand gripping the microphone, all spoke volumes of the grim situation on the front lines. It's true, he said, relieved. The hall was hushed, with only the whimpering wind to fill it, and the nearly frozen heartbeat hidden in the wind. 3 days ago at 5 a.m., our 11 bases simultaneously detected the center of the alien beast tide appearing 390 kilometers southeast of Typhoon Mountain. It was heading directly towards Base 11, moving at a speed of 90 kilometers per day. It was predicted to reach Base 11 in 120 hours. The principal glanced down at his computer. Only 84 hours remain. Gasses echoed from the audience. This alien beast tide has been classified as a level 8, with a front-to-back distance of 780 kilometers. The vanguard arrived in the 6th hour of monitoring, and the rear is expected to arrive in 250 hours. This means that our Base 11 will endure a 244-hour attack from a Level 8 alien beast tide. The soldiers on the front lines, and the awakened team sent in to support us from various bases have only held out for 3 days. They can't hold out much longer. The principal's face was heavy with sorrow. Many have already sacrificed their lives to get us to this point. This is only the vanguard of the alien beast tide, with only 50 alien beast groups. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, that number will double. In 84 hours, when the center of the alien beast tide arrives, the number will soar to 800. A Level 8 alien beast tide is a devastating threat to humanity, and every time it appears, it's a disaster for humanity. It dealt a fatal and devastating blow to humanity. After 100 years, a Level 8 alien beast tide has reappeared around us. As the only base to suffer this disaster, we are deeply unfortunate. But fortunately for all of humanity, the alien beast tide's trajectory only overlaps with Base 11. The other 10 bases are safe and sound, and we humans don't have to start from scratch. The other bases expressed deep sympathy for our plight, and provided us with as much assistance as possible. We, Tomorrow University, are the second group to evacuate. Base 9 has already prepared a relocation site for us. The principal paused, scanning the crowd. Tonight at 8 o'clock, a space-based awakener from Base 1 will arrive to pick us up at this location. All of our faculty and students will be evacuated within the hour. We can leave safely, arriving at Base 9 before most of the people in Base 11's inner and outer cities. We can enjoy warm rooms and soft beds, safe from the threat of the approaching alien beast tide. But students, the remaining people at Base 11 are ordinary people. They lack superpowers, and can only hopelessly face the tide of alien beasts, powerless to fight back. They're just as helpless as when humans first encountered alien beasts 200 years ago. The principal chuckled softly, a laugh tinged with sarcasm and resignation. For centuries, humanity has generously supported those with superpowers, devoting all its resources to cultivating them. Yet, just when humanity needed them most, they slipped away. Many in the square couldn't help but bow their heads. The principal's words sounded like a judgment of their incompetence as awakened. But that wasn't his intention. He simply wanted to tear away the cloth that was blinding the vested interests. Children, the federal government's original intention was to preserve your regenerative power for your safety. However, as awakened, we must bravely shoulder the responsibilities that rest on our shoulders. Some students may feel that we don't have the ability to serve on the front lines, and that we would only be a drag. The principal nodded. Indeed, with so many of us here, not everyone is suited for the front lines. Some departments can go to the front lines to assist, some can stay behind to provide logistics, and still others can assist the city security team in evacuating the civilian population. We've done everything we can. When the monster tide arrives, the city walls are breached, and we retreat, we can say, I did my best. I'm worthy of the title of awakened, and I'm worthy of the citizens left behind. This was a mobilization meeting. The principal's poignant yet resounding voice from the podium stirred the souls of every awakened. That's all I have to say. Stay or leave. It's your choice. I understand and respect whatever you choose. Chapter 135. Everyone in the school was presented with a choice page on their laptops. There were 2 buttons on the page, red for stay, blue for leave. The choice was made within 3 minutes. The results were no surprise. 97% of the students chose to stay. The principal announced the results passionately from the podium, tears welling in his eyes. Children, I am proud and honored to be your principal. Each of you who made this choice is a hero, both today and for future generations. The annals of crisis will never erase your presence. You represent the enduring spirit of youth and the selfless dedication of the awakened. 97% chose to stay, a figure that surprised Songshur quite a bit. Yesterday, she and Yin Jing estimated that the best outcome would be a 50-50 split. Having specialized in memorizing the history of human crises in the Federation, she was well aware of humanity's fear of the alien beast tide. It was a fear of extinction, passed down through generations. The results far exceeded her expectations. She seemed to have underestimated the humans of this world. The decision had been made. The principal asked everyone to return to their dormitories and rest. He was going to consult with the federal government to reformulate the evacuation plan. Songshur didn't return to his own dorm, but followed Tang Yu to hers. After entering, Tang Yu immediately called Wang Ding. Songshur had already informed Tang Yu of the incoming monster wave yesterday, and Tang Yu had called to urge Wang Ding to come to the inner city immediately. No matter the order, the inner city must be evacuated before the outer city. Wang Ding rushed to the inner city overnight and rented a hotel near the school. Tang Yu was still giving Wang Ding detailed instructions on what to be careful of when the sound of a dog barking came from Wang Ding's direction. Tang Yu's voice trailed off, then stopped, staring at her father across from her. "Dad, you brought the dog with you?" Tang Yu had previously instructed Wang Ding to take as little as possible, as the space portal would restrict the amount of luggage allowed. Wang Ding awkwardly picked up the tiny creature from the ground. "It's a life after all, right? I've had it for so long, and when you're not around, it's all I have to chat with. I've grown attached to it." Tang Yu tilted her head to look at Song Shi, and the two exchanged a helpless glance. Across from the computer, Wang Ding was already playing with the dog, pointing at the screen and saying, "Fugui, look who's over there? Do you recognize them? Wang. Our Fugui is truly the smartest dog." Tang Yu and Song Shi, The application results came back quickly. The federal government approved the students from Tomorrow University to stay and help defend against the alien beasts. There was also a requirement that when the city wall reached 20% damage, all students must leave immediately, regardless of whether ordinary citizens had evacuated. The damage level of the city wall is linked to the base's defense system, and relevant departments in other bases can monitor it at any time. Over 20% damage is considered moderate damage, indicating a surge of alien beasts will enter the base within 2 to 3 hours, marking the final evacuation time for ordinary people. Over 30% damage is considered severe damage, indicating a surge of beasts will enter the base within an hour. When this alarm sounds, humanity will no longer need to defend, and frontline soldiers must prepare to evacuate. The federal government is doing its utmost to protect the students of Tomorrow University. The president will send a notice in 3 hours. A detailed task allocation plan will also be issued. Each department was given a detailed list of specific tasks. Song Shi leaned against the edge of the table, flipping through the documents. Yang Jingjin, sitting in the chair across from her, commented, "This plan, over 50 pages long, couldn't possibly be worked out in 3 hours." As an awakened super brain, Yang Jingjin was quite clever in this regard. The principal had long been prepared to reveal the truth, but someone else got there first, and the principal went along with it, even absolving himself of responsibility. She pondered, "I really wonder who the person was who hacked into our school system? With such skills, it's a shame they don't work for the FSA." Glass's abilities were indeed impressive, perhaps even more powerful than those of a lower-level super brain. Song Shi didn't reply to Yang Jingjin, continuing to read the plan. All junior teams were assigned to the front lines. They had some experience in teamwork, and this practical opportunity was a rare one for them. However, considering they were still juniors, freshly promoted from sophomores, their abilities were limited, so they were only responsible for following behind the regular teams and picking up any slack. The danger they faced was smaller. The sophomore teams were split up. They had just formed, and the teams hadn't had time to get used to each other for a month. Going to the front lines would be a death wish. Split up, they could each play their own role. The awakened healing members of each team were assigned to the military hospital to assist the wounded. The first-year healing department only selected students with natural healing abilities to go to the military hospital, and the list only took up half a page. Few freshmen possessed healing skills right after the start of the semester. Song Shi's name was prominently listed among them. Her previous boast of healing 800 people in a single day had apparently caught the attention of the school authorities. For the rest of the sophomores and freshmen, those with enhanced physical abilities, like the warrior and bone armor classes, were assigned to the front lines to carry the wounded. The remaining psychic, flying, and nature classes were assigned to assist the city security team in evacuating the crowds. Why aren't there any berserker classes here? Damn! Discrimination against berserker classes. A berserker awakener on the forum was ranting. What's the point? Non-berserker awakeners don't pay much attention to berserker classes. All berserker classes in freshmen and sophomores are required to evacuate tonight. Those who choose to stay are also forced to evacuate. Why? Does anyone understand? Idiot, you even need to ask that. What else can they do by staying here except make things worse? Berserker classes are notorious for their tempers and ridiculously poor emotional control. Putting them on the front lines? The dark energy there is so dense, and without a healer nearby, they turn evil in a second and draw their swords on their own kind. The front lines really aren't for us. Can't we help evacuate ordinary citizens? That's discrimination. I never imagined we'd be discriminated against in college. Equality for all? Bullshit. You berserkers have no sense of yourselves. When I asked you to help with the evacuation, I was afraid someone would cut in line, and you just go ahead and hack them down. Shouldn't people who cut in line get hacked? Haha. So now you understand why you were sent away first, Then why were fires left behind? They kick every passing dog. Anyone who cuts in line will be kicked to death. Because fires aren't as perverted as you. Their presence serves as a deterrent to those who don't obey. The fires drifted by. Fires are simply mean. In terms of humanity, they're still a bit better than you berserkers. The forum discussion was only lively for half an hour. The school only gave students an hour to prepare their necessities. For the last half hour, the forum fell silent as everyone busied themselves packing, especially those heading to the front lines. Songsher returned to his dorm room, pulled the knife from the drawer, and tucked it behind his waist. Helicopters carrying healing specialists to the military hospitals arrived overnight. Over 40 helicopters, filled with healing students, flew to the overflowing military hospitals. Other departments also departed, hoping everyone returned safely. A flurry of prayers circulated on the forums. Chapter 136. Songsher and 39 other students from the healing department sat in 2 rows, facing each other, in a helicopter. Each of them clutched a small bag filled with their hastily packed daily necessities. The first batch of 20 helicopters adjusted their course midair, leaving the campus and heading in different directions. Songsher's helicopter was destined for the 35th Military District Hospital. Coincidentally, a random draw had landed him at the same military district hospital where Zhou Tan worked. 5 hours later. It was completely dark. It was 11 p.m. The healing department students on the plane leaned against each other, falling asleep. Songsher, clutching his bag, remained undisturbed. He tilted his head slightly and peered out the window. The aircraft had reached its destination. This was Songsher's first time seeing the base walls at night. Inside, lights formed a vast expanse. Beyond the city walls lay endless darkness. From time to time, a massive ball of fire would erupt, and a beam of light would reach the sky. It was the battle between the Fire Awakeners and the Light Awakeners. The helicopter slowly descended. Closer to the ground, the sky beyond the city walls was filled with stray bullets, the burning roots of the Wood Awakeners, and the interconnected purification discs of the Healing Awakeners. Everything became clearer. The carnage and blood became clearer. Songsher's nose seemed to have already picked up the scent of blood. Perhaps the atmosphere of unease was too intense, the scent of death too heavy. Even before the helicopter had landed, the sleeping Healing Awakeners nervously opened their eyes. Drowsy eyes glanced out the window. "We're here. We're at the 42nd Military District Hospital," someone exclaimed, startling the others. Songsher averted her gaze, clutching the backpack on her knees. Across from her, Yuichen also tilted her head to look out the window, his gaze unwavering for a long moment. The helicopter shook violently, and the people huddled shoulder to shoulder inside swayed. It had landed. The door automatically opened, and a bloody gust of wind instantly blew in. Everyone unbuckling their seatbelts frowned at the sudden odor and instinctively covered their noses. Healing Awakeners are naturally sensitive to the smell of blood. The odor was too strong, one could only imagine the intensity of the battlefield. Every student, with a solemn expression, quickly adjusted themselves, unbuckled their seatbelts, and supported each other as they jumped from the helicopter. The moment they saw the scene before them, everyone froze in their tracks, frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the supposed military district hospital before them. Under the bright searchlights, no trace of filth could escape. The cement floor was smeared with blood, fresh blood layered atop dried, dark stains, layer upon layer. The cleaning robots moved back and forth, but could only remove the very surface. Not long after the robots left, fresh blood from a passing stretcher covered it. It could never be cleaned completely. The wards were short of beds, so row after row of tents were set up in the courtyard. Soldiers carrying stretchers constantly came and went, and doctors and nurses, their white coats no longer recognizable as their original color, wearily shuttled between the tents carrying medicine. Soldiers with broken arms and legs were evacuated from the front lines, lying in agony on stretchers, their cries filled with despair. The blood drained from the faces of the healing students, who had never witnessed such a tragic scene. They clutched their backpacks tightly, shivering in the cold wind. The lofty ambitions they had held before setting out were shattered in that moment. They wanted to escape. Leave this place. Lying in their warm beds, sitting in their clean classrooms, their daily worries were simply about not failing their final exams. Compared to the life or death situation before them, the events they once considered the sky falling were nothing. Compared to the others, Songsher was much calmer. She had previously worked here with Zhou Tan, healing many soldiers horribly mauled by monsters. Her mental resilience had grown stronger through repeated healings. It was Zhou Tan who was giving these healing students the assignments they had come to support them. Songshur noticed her as she emerged from the main building of the military hospital. After over a month of not seeing her, her spirits were noticeably worse. She always managed to maintain a refined appearance even when busy, but today, she wasn't even wearing lipstick, her lips pale. Zhou Tan spotted Songshur among the students and said, in a weary voice, "I didn't expect you to come. You said you've been free these past few days." Songshur looked at the blood-stained ID badge on her chest. Zhou Tan followed her gaze, lowered his head, wiped his hands with his sleeve, and smiled helplessly. "For your safety, the Federation won't tell you about the monster tide." Songshur fell silent. Zhou Tan looked at Yu Aichen again and smiled. "Aichen, you're here too." Yu Aichen nodded and said respectfully, "Hello, teacher." The others, who had been curious about the relationship between Songshur and the senior healer before them, instantly understood when they heard Yu Aichen address them. "Oh, teacher." But Songshur and Yu Aichen were in the same class, and surprisingly, they hadn't exchanged a single word on the helicopter. Zhou Tan finally regained some energy as she gazed at the young lives before her. She smiled heartily and patted Songshur and Yu Aichen on the shoulders. "You two are great. You're worthy of my teaching." Yu Aichen glanced quickly at Songshur. Songshur was staring down at the ground, his thoughts etched in his mind. Yu Aichen averted his gaze. "No more words. Business is important." Zhou Tan took a step back and looked at the 40 students. "Tomorrow University has already told me everything that happened. You had the option to leave, but you chose to stay. Every one of you is great for standing before me. You haven't embarrassed us, the healing department." Zhou Tan gave a thumbs up. She had a cheerful personality and a contagious smile. The students, initially frightened by the bloody scene, relaxed a little. Zhou Tan then quickly assigned tasks. "You 40 people don't need to stay here. Only 10 will remain at the military hospital to alleviate the doctor shortage. The front line is your priority. The military hospital is 10 kilometers from the front line. Soldiers with fatal injuries died before they could be transported from the front. We've set up a number of rescue points at the front line to repair soldiers too seriously injured to make it to the military hospital, as well as those with minor injuries, who can return to the battlefield after a little repair. The front line is closed to alien beasts, and alien beasts occasionally intrude. Although there are soldiers and awakened ones guarding the area, the danger level is far greater than at the military hospital. Those of you who want to go, get in the 2 vehicles in the back." Zhou Tan pointed to 2 off-road vehicles carrying the wounded. They hadn't left yet, and the drivers were waiting to pick up the students along the way. Songshur glanced back, said goodbye to Zhou Tan, and turned toward the off-road vehicles, hooking onto the side fence and jumping directly on. Chapter 137. After Songshur left, Yu Aichen also said goodbye to Zhou Tan and headed towards the SUV where Songshur was. The others, who had been hesitant, saw that Zhou Tan's 2 students had unhesitatingly decided to go to the front lines, and not to be outdone, they all headed towards the SUV. A boy with a ramen-like hairstyle tugged at his backpack strap, his palms wet, and he mentally prepared himself for it. "I've come this far. I can't retreat." Finally, as if making up his mind, he took the first step towards the SUV without looking back. A strong force grabbed his backpack and dragged him back a step. The boy turned in surprise and saw Zhou Tan. "Classmate, 30 people are enough. You have to stay here." For a moment, the boy couldn't tell whether he was relieved or regretful. With mixed feelings, he followed Zhou Tan and the other 9 students into the military hospital building. The SUV sped forward. They kept passing cars carrying injured people. Songshur half-crouched in the left corner of the front row, his hand on the railing, staring at the desolate scenery flashing by across the way, his hair flying wildly in the wind. Yu Aichen, standing directly opposite, felt a little uncomfortable being stared at like that by Songshur. Though he knew Songshur wasn't really looking at him. He tried to find a conversation, fished out a rubber band from his bag, and handed it to Songshur. "My sister's." Songshur glanced at it calmly, then pulled a bundle from the side compartment of his bag. His face expressionless. "Thank you, but I won't need it." He pulled one out to secure his hair. Yu Aichen said nothing, returning the rubber band to his bag. Songshur's gaze shifted from him to his laptop. "Mr. Song, I heard you went to support the front lines. I'm so happy that my group has such a righteous employee like you. I believe you returned safely. I'm surprised you were able to reach rank B in such a short time. The hunting group still has a branch office in the 9th human base. We can meet when you return to the 9th base." From Chin E. "When I think of this person, I can't forget her pink-haired subordinate. He was going after her life. If he kicked her, she'd be damned." Songshur mouthed a curse and turned off her laptop. She vowed to avenge her last encounter when they met at the ninth base. If she couldn't kill him, she'd have to beat him half to death to feel better. Across from him, Yuichen noticed Songsher's mouth shape. A very obvious curse word. At that moment, Songsher's icy image collapsed in his eyes. The moment Songsher glanced at him, he averted his gaze as if nothing had happened. The people in the back of the carriage weren't injured, but healthy young men in their teens and 18s. The driver sped off. A 10-kilometer journey that would have taken 15 minutes with the injured now took only 6. The SUV braked at the foot of the city wall. The students in the carriage hurriedly jumped out, covering their mouths, and squatted in the bushes, retching heartbrokenly. The young driver, his tanned face revealing 2 rows of white teeth, grinned at the group of students. He didn't relax for long. He quickly regained his composure, turned the SUV, and sped eastward. He still had many injured to transport. 30 people were left there, unsure of where to go. But soon a doctor noticed them and placed them in a newly erected tent. There were no beds in the tent, only mats on the floor, leaving very little space for each person. A curtain hung about 1/3 of the way across, with openings at both ends, allowing for easy identification of men and women. Put your things down first. Everyone has a white coat on their bed. Hurry and change into them. I show you around. 10 minutes later, a row of pristine white coats appeared at the corner of the city wall. They were now no more than 100 meters from the wall. This was Songsher's first close-up view of the base's wall, a human construction, and it was far more astonishing than what she had seen from above. She looked up, the towering silver-gray wall reaching almost to its summit. Its lines were straight and solid, without any traces of material, like a giant frosted mirror. In the night, the entire wall glowed faintly. The wall blocked out the raging battle outside, leaving only the groans and wails within. Everyone will be divided into 6 groups of 5, each responsible for one tent. The doctor pointed to the tents on either side, selecting 6 adjacent ones. Each tent was about the same size as their 30-person shelter. One was even oversized, the size of 3 tents combined, making it stand out from the crowd. The doctor entered the largest tent, followed closely by 30 others. Songsher frowned the moment she stepped into the tent. It was dark outside, and she couldn't see any black energy from outside. Once inside, illuminated by a row of overhead lights, she could see clusters of black energy, covering the entire tent ceiling like a dark cloud. Many of them even swirled around the beds, tormenting the patients. The doctor stopped at the first bed, took a moment to grasp the hand of the unconscious soldier lying above, and slowly channeled his healing energy into them. Your teacher said that those of you here already know basic repair and soothing techniques. I don't need to teach you how to do it. You just need to be careful to prevent the soldiers from losing control during the repair process. Although the soldiers sent to these 6 tents are not controlled by the black energy, it's better to be safe than sorry. Songsher heard his words and silently glanced up at the rooftop. Soldiers not controlled by the black energy. Then where did all that black energy come from? The unconscious soldier on the hospital bed showed signs of waking up. The doctor released his grip and pointed to the other end of the tent. A soldier stood guard, his face resolute and his eyes sharp, holding his rifle. Tell him immediately if you notice anything unusual. He'd be responsible for clearing out those contaminated by the black energy. A girl with a bow tied around her neck next to Songsher weakly raised her hand. What if 2 people lose control at the same time? Would he be able to protect us all by himself? I'm not saying he's incompetent, I'm just worried. I understand, the doctor replied gravely, not blaming her. If he's still in time, the out-of-control soldier will be shot dead instantly. If you make a sound, a bullet will be lodged in his body in the next second. The girl gasped, looking in shock at the soldier lying on the bed, then at the armed soldier guarding the other end. The cruel treatment was hard for her to accept. She knew that soldiers controlled by the black energy could be appeased with time and effort. But in this situation, time and effort were of the utmost importance. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and said nothing. After getting acquainted with the surroundings, the doctor hurried away. 30 people gathered and divided into 6 teams. Among the 6 tents, one was extra large, occupied by 10 people. The remaining 20 people were divided into 5 groups, with 4 people assigned to each of the smaller tents. Songsher was assigned to the large tent. She had no objection. After the discussion, the group dispersed, and the 30 people took up their posts. Chapter 138. Songsher returned to the large tent, crossed the aisle, and began treating the patient in bed number 1 at the back. There were 150 beds, and each person was responsible for 15. The other 9 people counted out their assigned areas, separated by 15 beds from the previous person, and began their work for the day. The entire tent was filled with the sounds of the injured enduring pain, and they tried their best to keep their voices low. They had heard this afternoon that Tomorrow University would be sending a group of students for support. The young healers before them were all freshmen and sophomores from Tomorrow University, with little practical experience. This might be their first time so close to the front lines. If the situation weren't so dire, they wouldn't have risked their lives to come here, separated from the monsters by a wall, and working in such a crude environment. So, they all tacitly gritted their teeth and suppressed their howls of pain, so as not to scare the healing students and allow them to focus more. The 10 healing students barely communicated with each other, their complete attention focused on the injured areas. As they repaired, they couldn't help but feel heartbroken. These soldiers, most of them around their age, around 20, had to face the beasts on the battlefield, defending the entire 11th base with their ordinary bodies. They were so wounded, yet they remained silent. They couldn't help but increase the speed of their healing power output, just to spare the soldiers some pain. The healer's healing speed was undeniable. One moment, the wounded lay dying in the hospital bed, the next moment, they were sitting up, regaining their vitality. 10 healers joined the battle, and beds were constantly being vacated. After each soldier was healed, they shook the hand of the student who had treated them, expressing their gratitude. Without further delay, they rushed back to the battlefield. A sensor installed above the bed detected a vacant bed and transmitted a message, prompting a new patient to be brought in shortly thereafter. This cycle continued, with waves of wounded soldiers filling the tent. By 2:30 a.m., 9 out of 10 men were exhausted. Ignoring the dirt, they sat on the floor, dizzy and resting against the bed, eyes closed. The prolonged mental drain would take no time to recover. But the 150 beds in the tent remained full. The soldiers lying there needed immediate medical attention. The students felt a wave of despair. On one hand, they faced their own exhausted mental strength, and on the other, they saw the dying lives on the beds. All this tormented everyone. She only regretted not working harder back in school, building up more mental strength. Now, she could only wait agonizingly for it to recover. Compared to them, Songshir's mental strength was like a bottomless pit. She continued to work steadily, healing the patient in one bed as soon as it was healed, and immediately moved on to the next. While everyone else collapsed from exhaustion, she was still busy. "Junior, take a break." The girl with a bow in her hair handed Songshir 5 vials of nutrient solution. Her bow was crooked, and dust had smudged onto her cheeks from nowhere. She looked nothing like the delicate figure she had at the beginning, now dusty and grimy, but her eyes sparkled. It was as if she had discovered her ideal in life, and the faith to move forward. "This is the nutrient solution the school and the federal government requested for all healing students, 5 bottles per person per meal." The 189th. Songshir removed his hand from the 189th soldier's shoulder, carefully tucked his newly grown arm back under the covers, and reached out to press the green call button at the headboard. Severely injured patients will fall asleep after being repaired. At this point, they need to be transferred to the rest room and left to wake up on their own. The vacant bed should be reserved for other injured patients. After pressing the call button, Songshir turned and took the 5 bottles of nutrient solution from the girl with the bow tie. He casually opened one and tilted his head back to drink it. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers carrying a stretcher entered the tent, jogged over to Songshir, picked up the soldier who had fallen asleep in bed, and carried him away on the stretcher. Songshir's mental strength eased slightly. Although he had previously repaired 666 people at the school, their symptoms were all muscle aches, and the mental energy consumed by repairing one person was negligible. Today, she faced soldiers with serious, even life-threatening injuries. Healing each one required a tremendous expenditure of mental energy. Songshir had repaired 189 people in a row, and her mental energy points had dropped to 101. Songshir decided to call it a day. She still had enough mental energy left to repair more injuries, but she didn't forget she was on the front lines, isolated from the monsters by a wall. The base walls could crumble at any moment, and the monster waves could attack at any moment. She couldn't allow herself to become a completely defenseless healer. The remaining mental energy was her means of self-preservation. Where are the others? Songshir finished 5 bottles of nutrient solution and glanced around the tent. Including her, there were only 7 people left. The girl explained, "Everyone's been working here all this time, their bodies are straining, and their mental energy needs time to replenish. The 9 of us have discussed and decided to work in 8-hour shifts, so everyone has enough time to rest." Seeing Songshir frown, the girl assumed he disagreed and quickly said, "You are busy, so we didn't bother you. Since all 9 of us agreed, we've decided to do this for now. If you think 8 hours of rest isn't enough, we can reconsider and add a little more." The girl looked at Song Shi inquiringly. Anyone with eyes could see that Song Shi's workload far outweighed theirs, and the mental energy he consumed must have been immense. Just because they could rest enough in 8 hours didn't mean Song Shi could. They respected the opinion of Song Shi, a freshman. "No need to add more, I'm fine," Song Shi said expressionlessly, her brows relaxed. She'd only been frowning because the black energy was so annoying. Seeing her mental energy weaken, it rushed to pound her. "That's good," the girl breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, my name is Qin, a sophomore. We've been taking care of each other these days." She extended her hand in a friendly manner and shook Song Shi's. Song Shi introduced briefly. Her name needed no introduction. The healers who arrived had already heard of her at school. Healing 666 people in one day, that's enough mental energy to make all the other healers on campus envious. Not to mention Song Shi's overwhelming performance at the fraternity sports meet, venting all the resentment the healing department had been accumulating for years. Qin, a kind and considerate girl, noticed the weariness in Song Shi's brow. Although she longed to chat with this legendary junior, she gritted her teeth and held back. "Junior, go back and rest. You can come back in 8 hours. The 6 of us will handle it for now." Chapter 139. Song Shi nodded without hesitation and headed for the rest tent. In the tent, 5 people were already sleeping in the girls' compartment, indicating that the students in charge of the other tents had also taken turns resting. Song Shi tiptoed in, took off her grimy white coat, folded it aside, and sank into bed. She habitually checked her laptop before bed. Glasses sent her a message. "Inside the group, send all C rank and above hunters to the 9th base. We are safe." "Which military district on the front line did you go to? I help you check the current situation there. While things are chaotic, I can find out." Song Shi replied with the number of her military district, and switched to the next chat box. It was Tangyu. She had applied to go to the front line to carry the wounded. In the 19th Military District. The helicopter departed at 9 p.m. last night, and arrived at 12 a.m. At 2 a.m., he shared with her, "I saw strange beasts, living strange beasts. This is the first time I've seen them in real life. I've never understood why humanity has been tormented by them for over 200 years. We possess powerful firearms, formidable awakened, and sturdy walls built with the most advanced technology, yet they've still forced us into this predicament. Today, seeing the alien beasts with my own eyes, and witnessing the brutal battle between the human awakened team and them, I suddenly understand. They are so massive, so numerous. Every time the alien team painstakingly kills one, they realize how insignificant it is in the tide of alien beasts, with countless more powerful and massive ones lining up behind them. For the first time, I questioned whether the base's towering walls could withstand their onslaught. In a matter of hours, can we really hold out until everyone is evacuated?" This was the first time Tangyu asked her in such a bewildered tone. It was clear that the frontline had taken a heavy toll on her. "Hold on until everyone evacuated. Can you?" Song Shi shook his head silently. There were still too few awakened. And even fewer awakened capable of truly taking on the battlefield and standing alone. Tangyu knew the answer. She just didn't want to believe it. One day, humanity will be able to face the tide of alien beasts with ease. Song Shi typed to comfort Tangyu. Although she didn't know when that day would come, she had a feeling that humanity wouldn't remain in decline forever. At least her presence would change something. Tangyu didn't reply. Her job on the front lines, carrying the wounded, was no easier than repairing them. Song Shi didn't wait for her reply. There were still messages she hadn't read. Song Shi returned to the list. Her counselor Jiang Jihong had 2 small red dots after her name. "Xiao Song, your test results are in. You're still a healing type, and your berserker-related genes are almost 0. However, your physical fitness values are abnormal. Once you've retreated from the front lines and returned to Base 9, they conduct more detailed tests on you. Be careful on the front lines." Song Shi replied calmly, "Okay," and left. Going to Base 9 for a checkup? She wasn't worried at all. If the data could be altered once, it could be altered a second time. After ensuring her own safety, no one would be able to discover she was dual system. After processing all the information, Song Shi set the alarm for 7 hours later, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. 6 hours later. That was 9 o'clock in the morning. Song Shi naturally opened her eyes. Her first reaction was to check the system panel in her mind. Mental strength, high 2560/10,000. In the 3 hours of this morning, a total of 520 points had been added. It was incredibly fast. Song Shi instantly felt the will to heal more wounded. Sitting up, Song Shi folded the blanket. The 5 girls he had seen when he returned early this morning were still asleep. Song Shi didn't disturb them, and walked out with light steps. The 9 a.m. sunlight shone on the city wall, but was completely absorbed, leaving it cold. With her increased visibility, Song Shi could see the black air surrounding the wall. It was as if a dozen highly polluting factories had simultaneously installed their exhaust vents outside the wall, causing the thick smoke to spread over the wall, and even downward. Unfortunately, this scene was only visible to her. Song Shi averted her gaze. She walked towards the food distribution area. The front of the white insulated box was labeled special for healers. It was unattended, and everyone was free to take it. Song Shi lifted the lid and took out his lunch box. He then grabbed 5 more bottles of nutrient solution from another box labeled special nutrient solution, 5 bottles per meal. The lunch box was nutritionally balanced, but considering the healer's high mental energy consumption and the need for more food, the portions were doubled. Song Shi quickly finished his meal, drank a bottle of nutrient solution, and walked towards the large tent, chewing on one. He put the remaining 3 bottles in his pocket to drink when he was tired. Passing by a small tent, Song Shi casually glanced in through the window. He paused. The black gas nearly filled the entire tent, obscuring even the beds within. The concentration was too high, abnormal. Song Shi quickly walked over and pulled aside the curtain. A massive black aura rushed towards them. Through the thick black aura, the figures of 2 people grappling on the ground loomed. A soldier had lost control. The out-of-control soldier bit the side of the neck of the man radiating fear. Song Shi bent down to pick up the gun dropped by the wounded guard at the door. He aimed at the out-of-control soldier and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet accurately struck the out-of-control soldier's shoulder. At the same time, the purification disc beneath Song Shi's feet slowly opened. The simple patterned purification disc rapidly expanded, as if possessing suction power, sucking the black aura within the tent in succession, vanishing. The air inside the tent became noticeably more visible. Song Shi recognized the man grappling with the out-of-control soldier as Yuichin. After being shot, the out-of-control soldier crouched on the ground, clutching his shoulder and howling, a cry similar to that of an animal. After he finished howling, he turned his head to lick the charred wound left by the bullet. Yuichin, still drenched in blood, stood there in a daze, staring at Song Shi. Song Shi, still holding the purification disc, followed her step by step, arriving behind the out-of-control soldier. The out-of-control soldier sensed something. The purification disc was also purifying the black energy within him, though the effect wasn't as pronounced as the soothing effect. The soldier suddenly turned his head, staring warily at Song Shi, opened his mouth, and bit down hard on Song Shi's outstretched hand. "Be careful!" Yuichin shouted from the side. Song Shi didn't shy away. The moment his sharp teeth bit down, his slender fingers pinched his cheek. No matter how hard the out-of-control soldier bit, he couldn't hold Song Shi, and he whimpered in anger. He turned his entire body around and scratched Song Shi. Soothing. The soothing power had already been channeled into him through Song Shi's fingers. The soldier's struggles gradually subsided, and he obediently accepted Song Shi's soothing. Watching this scene, Yuichin was paralyzed. He had previously tried soothing him through contact, but it had been ineffective, and the other party had only grown increasingly agitated. Why was he so obedient under Song Shi's control? Once the soldier's eyes cleared, Song Shi released his grip, and the purification disc at his feet vanished. Chapter 140. The soldier, having regained consciousness, collapsed on the ground. He frantically touched the cold, wet blood on his clothes, then carefully touched his cheek with a fingertip. His fingertips felt a sticky liquid. He looked down at his fingertips, the bright red blood piercing his eyes. His mouth was filled with a fishy, foul taste. As if realizing something, he glanced past Song Shi's side, toward the tent curtain. His pupils constricted at the sight, and he clutched his throat and retched. A pool of red and pink vomit, in fragments, splattered onto the ground. Song Shi lowered her eyes to observe. It was human tissue. She turned her head, and looked toward the tent entrance. There lay a guard, a soldier responsible for the safety of the healers within the tents. There was one guard stationed in each tent. When a soldier lost control, they would shoot him. Before, in the thick black air, she could vaguely see him lying on the ground, his gun tossed aside. Now, the black air dissipated, and the soldier's appearance became clearer. His neck was missing, as if torn apart by a wild beast. His head leaned against the tent doorframe at a twisted angle, his eyes wide and pupils dilated. Dark energy, lurking within his body, hadn't been purged by the purification disc and now moved back and forth through his torso like a giant, wriggling worm. Songshur stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and placed his fingers on his wrist. His skin was cold, and there was no pulse. Songshur attempted to channel his healing power into the broken neck. The devitalized cells didn't respond, wouldn't replicate. The healing power was useless. Songshur stood up. Is he still salvageable? It was the soldier who had lost control earlier. He frantically scrambled to his feet and stumbled over, gazing at Songshur with hope. He placed his last hope on Songshur. Songshur shook his head. The soldier's face paled instantly. He froze in place, unable to move, unable to accept that he had killed his comrades. This would haunt him for the rest of his life. Songshur stepped around him and walked towards a nearby bed. The soldier on the bed had his eyes closed, his eyelids twitching restlessly, as if caught in a nightmare. Songshur scanned several other beds, and the soldiers lying on them all were in the same state. Everyone in this tent had been infected by the black energy. Report it quickly, Songshur said. This was an emergency, not something she and Yuichin, two students, could handle on their own. It had to be reported. I've already reported it, Yuichin said, his face pale. Soon, 3 doctors from the military hospital arrived with a dozen soldiers. They restrained the previously uncontrolled soldier and, after escorting Songshur and Yuichin out, began providing intensive comfort to the injured, who were mildly infected by the black energy. Songshur and Yuichin stood outside the tent. Why are you alone? Songshur asked, unscrewing a tube of nutrient solution and drinking. The tent had 20 beds, and 4 healing students were assigned to them. He couldn't hold on any longer, so I sent him back to rest, Yuichin said wearily, rubbing his face dejectedly. I was too self-righteous. With 2 of us, at least one of us would have been able to call for help in time. If it weren't for Songshur's keen sense, he would have suffered the same fate as the guard today. Thinking of the guard's death gave him goosebumps, and his already hungry stomach felt a little nauseous. He glanced at the girl beside him. She was savoring the nutrient solution with relish, completely unfazed by the gory scene. Songshur noticed he was looking at her, hesitated, and pulled a bottle from his pocket and handed it to him. Want some? Yuichin's gaze dropped. The nutrient solution was red. He thought of the broken, bloody neck. Ugh! He covered his mouth and squatted in the bushes, retching. Songshur, if you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Throwing up will ruin other people's appetites. He put the nutrient solution back in his pocket. Songshur was called in to take a statement. After all, a soldier had died tragically, and they still needed to investigate what happened. This was a critical moment, so the statement only took 15 minutes. The only 2 conscious people in the tent were Songshur and Yuichin. The 2 men recounted the details of the incident, and after finding no loopholes, they were allowed to return to their respective posts. As for how Songshur was able to subdue a wounded patient after he lost control, one of the soldiers questioning him had previously worked at a military hospital. She had witnessed Songshur grabbing the out-of-control soldier's head and smashing it into him, and she had no problem with his performance this time. Xiao Song, I try to report your deeds. Once everything is over, I recommend you for a commendation. The stern female soldier patted Songshur's shoulder and made a serious suggestion. She believed Songshur's feat was sufficient to merit a commendation, saving an S-rank healer and the 19 wounded in the ward. Thank you. Songshur didn't refuse. Well, work hard, we will win. Songshur nodded. Before leaving, Songshur suggested regular purification of each tent. Even though each injured person brings a small amount of black energy into the tent, once it accumulates to a certain concentration, it will affect the mental state of the other injured. The people sent here are already in critical condition, making them vulnerable to the black energy. The hospital has such an equipment installed, but these tents are completely devoid of anything. To prevent this situation from happening again, regular purification is essential, Songshur said. I report this as soon as possible, and see what the superiors have to say. Currently, with staff being short-staffed, arranging regular purifications means that some healers' mental energy will be diverted from treating the injured. It requires careful consideration, and it's uncertain whether it can be implemented. Okay. Songshur checked the time on her computer. After all this time, it was time for her to return to her post. After greeting the other party, Songshur headed towards the tent she was responsible for. Seeing Songshur approach, Yuichin greeted her with panda eyes and trudged towards the rest tent. Songshur quickly began his morning's workload. All morning, Songshur didn't rest. The front lines were still evacuating wounded soldiers, and occasionally, awakened ones would appear. Most of the awakened ones sent back were sophomores and freshmen from Tomorrow University, delivering supplies and carrying wounded soldiers to the front lines. A small number were university students from other bases, also coming to support Base 11. A rather uncharacteristic whistle rang out from the next bed. Song Sure was just reaching up to press the green button on the headboard of his bed. The recently repaired patient on the bed had fallen asleep and needed to be carried away. Hearing the whistle, Song Sure looked up. "Hello, which base are you from?" It was a boy with his hair blasted with artillery fire. Song Sure lowered his gaze. Half of his clothes were burnt and barely hanging on his body. The exposed skin was charred and hard, like meat that had been repeatedly fried on a stove. Chapter 141. Song Sure walked over silently and took his hand. The healing power quickly infused the boy's body, and the scars on his body quickly fell off. Fresh granulations of flesh wriggled around the wounds, and new skin and flesh quickly grew. Song Sure healed him in 20 seconds, expressionlessly saying, "You can leave now." He then moved to the next bed. The boy sat up with a swift movement, twisting his body to look at his right side, where his skin had returned to its pristine whiteness. He gave Song Sure a thumbs up. "You're amazing, but you're still not as fast as Wu Jilu." Hearing that Wu Jilu was SSS rank, Song Sure didn't think they were comparable. "Leave as soon as you're healed. Don't take up another bed." Song Sure took the hand of the injured patient in the next bed. As expected, the boy stood up, patted the bed, and made it neatly, but he didn't leave. He followed Song Sure in his clothes, which threatened to fall off at any moment. "Do you believe what I say? I'm a Wood Department student at Tomorrow University 9th Base. I was truly healed by Wu Jilu. It happened on the battlefield yesterday. I'm not lying." This guy simply wanted to show off. For university students in the Federation, Wu Jilu was a godlike figure. Being healed by Wu Jilu was truly something one could boast about for a lifetime. But Song Sure didn't want to hear it. She was busy. "If you're still energetic, continue to transport supplies to the front lines. I've already reached my workload today. Now's my personal break," the boy said solemnly. "I really don't understand what he's saying," Song Sure muttered. "Really? Wu Jilu and Lu Xing are in the area covered by the 35th Military Region. They came yesterday and are still here today. I just saw them from a distance." Song Sure's delivery of repair power slowed. Wu Jilu and Lu Xing's presence on the front lines of Base 11 wasn't uncommon. After all, they were both at the forefront of the war. However, staying in the same military zone for 2 consecutive days was somewhat unreasonable. Given their formidable strength, they should have been supporting weak points and areas at risk of being breached. This indicated that the situation on the front lines of the 35th Military Zone was not optimistic. Yesterday, while evacuating 2 wounded, I was struck by a strange beast that emerged from the ground and flew into the air. Just when I thought I was going to die, Wu Jilu and Lu Xing appeared. She saved me. The boy's thoughts were still on being saved by Wu Jilu. He grew increasingly excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming, his arms folded across his chest, the image of a young fanboy captivated by Wu Jilu. Song Sure grew impatient. She moved towards the next bed, intending to get away from this chatterbox. But he was caught up again. "Her healing power is so gentle, much gentler than yours." Song Sure let go of the patient's hand on the bed, rolled up his sleeves, and stared at the boy in front of him. "If you don't get out of here, I beat you until you see Wu Jilu again." "Huh? Really?" The boy leaned forward and pointed at his cheek. "Then hit me quickly, and after you're done, I send me right back to Wu Jilu. You gotta keep your word." Song Sure. Was this guy deliberately trying to disgust her? A deep sense of powerlessness enveloped her. "I want to see her again." "Hurry up," the boy said shyly. Song Sure practically uttered the words through his teeth. "Get out of here." Bang! 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 The sudden sound of gunfire outside the tent startled the boy. Song Sure hurried toward the tent's exit. The other healing students and the wounded who hadn't yet fainted looked toward the tightly closed curtain. What had happened? Why were there gunshots? And the gunfire was intensifying, with no sign of stopping. "Run! Send flares! We're under attack! We're under attack! Send the front lines back, we need support! All awakened healing members! This way! Retreat!" Outside came loud shouts, and the sound of chaotic running. Are the awakened healing members retreating? The healing students gathered inside the tent, nervously holding each other's hands, and cautiously walked together toward the tent's other exit. Song Sure stood behind the curtain, not rushing out. He leaned against the door frame, peeking out a crack. Seeing the scene before him, Song Sure thought to himself, "The city wall is broken? Over a dozen beasts of the same species and sizes burst into the camp. They rampaged, knocking over tents and preying on humans. The soldiers left behind fired at them, but to no avail. Two teams of awakened had split up to hunt the beasts, but they were far from enough. No one had expected an entire herd to break through the frontline defenses and enter a camp filled with wounded and helpless healers. The federal government hadn't ordered them to evacuate early, indicating that the city wall wasn't even 20% damaged. How did so many get in? How did they get in? The boy with the wood element had somehow stood behind Songshur, peering out through the open curtain. Will the front line be breached? I've been away for just a short while, and it's already breached. Shut up. Songshur elbowed him. The boy quickly held his nose, gasping for air and crouching on the ground in pain. Ah, my nose is bleeding. How could this guy's grip be so strong? No trace of healing tenderness at all. Songshur focused on the outside, reaching into her white coat with her right hand and grasping the dagger tucked behind her waist. She had finally waited for this opportunity. She wouldn't have to hide anymore. A dark gray monster, the largest of this family of exotic beasts, scurried past Songshur and dove headfirst into the tent diagonally opposite. The tent diagonally opposite was one of the 6 they were responsible for. Songshur lifted the curtain and stepped out. What are you doing? But something grabbed his leg. Songshur looked down. It was the boy with the wood element. He squatted on the ground, hugging her legs, nervously looking around, lowering his voice. Don't run around. The awakened will be here soon. Don't worry, I'm here. You won't be in danger. Just protect them. Songshur kicked him aside and sprinted towards the gray beast's rear. Eh? Seeing Songshur running towards the beast, the boy covered his eyes, not daring to look. Crazy. He must have been driven mad these past few days. How can a healer's mental state be so poor? What a pity. After a few steps, Songshur was only 2 meters away from the beast's rear. She bent her legs, pushed off the ground, and launched herself into the air. After reaching a certain height, she grasped the hilt of the knife with both hands, channeling her mental energy into the blade. The blade, radiating a strange light, pierced the beast's hip slightly above it. Roar! The beast's head shot up in pain, rising on its hind legs. Its head lifted the entire tent. The beds within the tent were exposed. The unconscious wounded lay quietly on their beds, oblivious to what was happening outside, vulnerable to predation. The beast clutched half a human's body between its teeth. As it opened its mouth and howled, the body plummeted from nearly 5 meters to the bed, splattering blood and flesh. The soldiers, arriving late, paused as they prepared to pull the trigger. A doctor in a white coat clung to the beast's hips, which swung frantically. A hasty shot could easily result in an accidental injury. Get down. Get out of there. It's dangerous. A soldier shouted at Songshur. Songshur seemed oblivious. The soldier took a step forward, about to shout, but was pulled back by his companions. Don't shout. There's something wrong with that girl. What's wrong? Her weapon was wrapped in spiritual energy. She's not a healer. But I saw her repairing injuries yesterday. Roar! The beast turned its head, searching for the culprit who had injured its hip. Songshur released the hilt of the dagger and jumped to the ground. The dagger was still lodged in its hip. Seeing the human take the initiative, the beast dropped to all fours, eagerly turning and biting Songshur. But the moment its front legs touched the ground, Songshur took a quick step back, then leaped up again, stepping on the dagger's hip, leaving only the handle exposed. Using the momentum, he leaped again, landing directly on the beast. The beast turned around, but Songshur was nowhere to be seen. Roar! Roar! A violent beast. Lack of skill, but a great temper. Its defense and attack power weren't outstanding among the other beasts, but they weren't the weakest either, being average. Its greatest advantage was that it lived in packs, often supporting each other. So Songshur had to deal with it quickly, otherwise its companions would hear its screams and react, which would be very troublesome. Songshur straddled it, reached out, and pulled out the dagger from behind its hip, quickly moved forward nearly 2 meters, and stabbed the dagger into its cervical vertebrae. The blade got stuck in the bone, failing to sever its cervical vertebrae as intended. But this was just a trick. She hadn't expected an ordinary dagger to be able to cut through the bones of a beast with decent defense. Beast bones are second only to teeth in strength. The dagger, under the influence of her mental power, was able to penetrate its flesh, a perfect accomplishment. Next, it was time for her healing skill, create patient. The parts of Songshur's body that came into contact with the beast were continuously channeling mental power into the beast. Songshur's target was clear, Its heart. The raddest beast had 2 hearts. This was the knowledge she had accumulated through her diligent study last year. Songshur divided his mental energy into 2 forces, simultaneously attacking both of its hearts. The onlookers could only watch as Songshur repeatedly pulled out and thrust the dagger, leaving the entire back of the beast's neck a bloody mess. Songshur's clothes and face were drenched in blood. The beast's struggles grew weaker under Songshur's grasp, and its roars faded. What they didn't know was that the beast's heart cells were rapidly proliferating. Its entire heart had doubled in size, and the vital blood supply valve was narrowing until it was completely blocked. Without a blood supply, the beast's struggles naturally weakened. It was almost done. Songshur grasped the dagger with both hands and thrust it down with all his might. Roar! The beast's limbs twitched as it fell to the ground, its mouth wide open, its nostrils flaring as it struggled to breathe. It's a pity that no one performed an autopsy on it, otherwise the real cause of its death would have been discovered. Chapter 142. Songshur drew his dagger, and a streak of blood shot up into the air as the dagger left his body. Songshur dodged, rising steadily from the lifeless body and casually wiping the dagger twice on his white coat. The blood was hastily wiped away. Even lying on its side, the Tuanbua beast stood nearly 3 meters tall. Songshur stood atop it, knife in hand, glancing around, taking in everything that was happening around him. Its kin had sensed their comrades' deaths and turned, running towards them. The 2 awakened teams remaining at the camp followed closely behind. The ground shook slightly. The 8 Tuanbua beasts approaching were no larger than the one beneath him. It was likely the leader of the Tuanbua beast pack of a dozen or so. The 2 awakened teams could temporarily hold off 2, leaving her with 6. If she exerted her full strength, there was hope of victory. Songshur clenched his dagger, waiting for them to close in. The Tuanbao beast's companions are here. Don't crowd around here. Disperse. The boy hiding in the tent lifted the curtain a crack, poked his head out, and shouted to the soldiers surrounding Songshur, unaware of the threat. He stamped his feet anxiously. He was an awakened after all. Although he possessed limited skills, he was highly sensitive to the black aura of the alien beasts. Several of their auras entered his mental range. The Tuanbao beasts were seeking revenge for their companions. The black aura was affecting his mental power, even from such a distance. His head felt groggy, and he looked at the girl standing over the Tuanbao beast's corpse. What kind of awakened type was she? She had clearly repaired his wounds herself, and no other element besides the healing element could do that. Furthermore, she wasn't afraid of the black energy, and her movements were unaffected by it. So what else could she be but a healing element? But he had witnessed her easily slay a raging beast. The energy fluctuations from her dagger were palpable as she swung it down. Healing elements couldn't imbue their weapons with spiritual energy, enhancing their lethality. The last time he seen someone do that was yesterday on the battlefield, when Wu Xilu and Lu Xing appeared to save him. Lu Xing had slain the alien beast that had emerged from the earth with a single strike. The same energy fluctuations emanated from Lu Xing's sword. What element was she, exactly? Could it be that a new awakened element had appeared in the Federation? If there truly was an element that was both immune to the alien beast's black energy and possessed exceptional physical strength and powerful attack power, then even the Berserker element would have to step aside. There would be hope for humanity. So, was he the first to witness the birth of the new system? Will his name be mentioned in passing in future crisis history books? As the boy smirked, lost in thought, the soldiers, having been warned by him, had already dispersed. They didn't hide, but instead sought cover, preparing to shoot at the surrounding horde beasts and disperse them. One young soldier was worried about Songshur. How could she handle a horde of horde beasts alone? Standing so high up, she was a sitting duck. As she ran, she waved at Songshur, "Come down. The horde beast companions are coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the massive figures of 7 or 8 horde beasts appeared 20 meters away. And the girl he was worried about, as if she had been waiting for a long time, appeared with lightning speed, in just a second, on the head of a strange beast at the far right edge of the horde. The monstrous beast wasn't large, so she easily leaped atop it without making any unnecessary moves, straddling its head, and sitting with her back to them. She couldn't see her movements, but from the beast's reaction, she could guess what she had done. Ah! Roar! The monstrous beast screamed in agony. It had fallen behind, flailing its head wildly. As it swung its head at high speed, a trickle of saliva splattered from its maw, forming a sticky, stringy mass. Even with all its might, the girl seemed to be attached to his skull, one integral part, showing no sign of being torn loose. Puff! Puff! Songshur, as before, stabbed the beast's cervical vertebrae, seemingly severing the connection between its head and body, but in reality, he was relying on the create patient skill to block its two hearts. 15 seconds more, Song Shi estimated. The riot beast struggled desperately, its companion turning back. The two riot beasts collided, using the most clumsy method to crush Song Shi, a human, into a meat patty. Song Shi leaped up at the moment of collision, her patient creation being forced to disconnect. But it didn't matter, she could continue. She landed again on the riot beast's hips, half crouching, her palms pressed against its hips, continuing to input her mental power. 10 more seconds were needed. A third riot beast also charged in. Song Shi decisively changed her position. This time, her hand remained on the beast's body, sliding across its flesh, stopping at its skull. The riot beast's skin was one of the smoothest among the other beasts. From a distance, it looked white and tender, but up close, it resembled cracked earth from years of drought. Her fingers slashed across, leaving 3 long, thin, bloody streaks. 3 more seconds. Healing power automatically enveloped her fingers, and after 2 seconds, they were back to normal. 1 second. The moment the next beast charged, Song Shi pulled out the dagger lodged in its skull. With a kick of her legs, she leaped away from the doomed beast, number 2, clutching the dagger, and leaped towards the third lucky creature of the day. As she leaped away, number 2 collapsed to the ground, its death similar to number 1's, its mouth swirling purple. Lucky creature number 3 was tiny, about 1/3 the size of number 1 and half the size of number 2. Judging from his size, he was clearly a minor. Song Shi decisively stabbed the dagger into the flesh behind its neck, severing its cervical vertebrae and ending its life. In just 10 seconds, Song Shi swiftly dispatched the third group violent beast, sending it sprawling to the ground. It lay side by side with the second beast. Song Shi continued to channel her mental energy throughout the battle, devoting a small portion of her attention to the surroundings. After she had slain 3 beasts in a row, the presence of a group of awakened beings began to emerge from the camp. Reinforcements had arrived. A gentle, soothing purifying disc unfolded from afar. The disc was entirely white, its faint patterns exquisite. Light continuously flowed across the patterns, flickering and extinguishing, maximizing the visual experience of the entire disc. The purifying disc spread with incredible speed, yet it appeared eerily gentle, like a spring spreading out in all directions. Wherever it passed, tiny dots of silvery white light slowly rose from the ground, purifying the dark energy of the group violent beasts within. The 3 remaining beasts that had been charging at Song Shi sensed the powerful threat to their lives, abandoned him, and turned to flee. Swish. The sound of a long sword being unsheathed was filled with murderous intent. Song Shi stood up and looked back. Lu Xing. And Song Shi quickly glanced behind Lu Xing and, as expected, spotted the familiar figure half kneeling on the ground, channeling his spiritual power. Wu Jilu. Her hair was loose, with strands tucked behind her ears, revealing a fair and gentle profile. A string of red gemstones adorned her wrist, supporting herself on the ground and channeling the purification disc. She was exquisite from head to toe, just like her purification disc. Accompanying Wu Jilu and Lu Xing were 3 teams of awakened. They must have just returned from the front lines, their clothes practically soaked in blood. These returning awakened teams had received an emergency order. A herd of beasts had sneaked through the damaged base walls and entered the wounded camp. A herd of beasts, a wounded camp. They couldn't imagine what would happen if those 2 words were combined. The wounded camp was filled with healing awakened from various bases. They had no chance of fighting back. They didn't dare to think any further. The moment they received the news, they immediately dropped their current tasks and hurried back. In the end, they saw that most of the violent beasts had been destroyed, with only 3 small ones remaining. Looking back at the wounded camp, only 1 tent had been overturned, the rest were intact. The casualties shouldn't have been too heavy. Thank goodness it was a false alarm. A girl with afro-like curly hair sat down on the ground, holding her sword, looking completely unremarkable. She patted the empty space beside her and enthusiastically invited, "You guys should rest for a while too. Lu Xing can take care of those 3 little guys in 3 seconds." Her teammates ignored her, maintaining their formation with the healer in the center, standing straight. The girl shrugged, leaning nonchalantly on her sword, her gaze traversing the battlefield, towards the woman in the white lab coat standing beside the 3 dead Tuanbao beasts, her expression inquiring. 3 seconds, no more, no less. The last Tuanbao beast fell at Lu Xing's sword. The head separated. It rolled to Song Shi's feet. Song Shi lowered his eyes to glance at the head, frowning. There was so much room, and the head had to roll towards her. Song Shi wouldn't believe it was accidental. She looked up. Lu Xing's black longsword hung at his side. He gripped the hilt, his wrist slowly turning, his eyes locked on her, ready to strike. Lu Xing was an SSS. It was said that the higher the level of an awakener, the closer they resembled the typical image of their particular awakening system. Scientifically speaking, the above explanation comes from the fact that genotype purity is directly proportional to talent, and genotypes themselves are named after different personality traits. Lu Xing is the highest-ranked berserker known in the Federation. His personality is the epitome of a berserker. Problems that can be solved with fists use fists. Problems that can't be solved with fists use a knife. The beasts have been slain. Lu Xing's expression now suggests he's charging at her. Her behavior today was truly unusual. Lu Xing wanted to use the simplest and most brutal method to verify her abnormality. As expected, as soon as these thoughts flashed through Song Shi's mind, Lu Xing was already approaching with sword drawn. Damn! What the hell is Lu Xing doing? The afro-haired girl jumped up from the ground. He's gone crazy again? She shouted to Wu Jilu, who was standing behind Lu Xing. Wu Jilu, calm him down. Quick! Don't let him hurt anyone. That girl is... She scratched her hair, unsure. A large hand descended upon her shoulder, sending a soothing force into her. Calm down, too, a calm male voice echoed. The girl with the afro scratched her hair, unable to calm down. That girl is a bit strange. In the other awakened group alongside them, a tall man in combat gear stood at the front, his arms folded across his chest, staring in Song Shi's direction, his face thoughtful. He pondered for a moment. He can kill a group-threat beast, and yet not be afraid of its black energy. Is that a dual-element ability? Chapter 143. Song Shi concentrated on filtering out the clamor around him, his gaze locked on the rapidly approaching Lu Xing. The moment the black longsword slashed down, he raised his dagger to block. The dagger's blade, imbued with her spiritual power, pulsated with a blue, transparent membrane. The moment it collided with Lu Xing's sharp sword. Crack! A piercing, teeth-grinding sound centered around Song Shi and Lu Xing, a surge of invisible energy waves sweeping across the entire camp. Hiss! All the awakened present covered their ears in pain. But it was no use. This sound wasn't simply the physical sound waves of metal clashing. It was the emanation of two terrifying spiritual forces colliding, spreading like the howling of souls, assaulting the brains of all the awakened. It was a stirring of spiritual power, even more intense than the black energy. Unlike the awakened, the ordinary soldiers found the sound merely unpleasant, but tolerable. Song Shi and Lu Xing, caught in the epicenter of the mental explosion, were struck with an even more intense force, like millions of needles piercing their heads simultaneously. The hems of their clothes fluttered, their hair flew. The two remained composed, enduring with unwavering determination. Song Shi was flung back by the powerful attack, retreating 4 or 5 steps before steadying himself. The wrist gripping the dagger trembled faintly, and his entire arm felt numb and aching. Is this the power of an SSS-ranked berserker type? Song Shi's heart trembled. She stretched her dangling right hand slightly, letting her self-healing skill soothe the discomfort. After a moment's relaxation, she slowly tightened her grip on the dagger. Lu Xing's gaze focused on the blade of her dangling dagger. A finger-thick gash appeared on it. More people observed this. If I'm not mistaken, that dagger has a crack? So it's just an ordinary dagger. The boys in one of the awakened squad stared at the weapon Song Shi held to his chest, incredulous. Everyone, seeing Song Shi dare to confront Lu Xing with a dagger, assumed it was at least manufactured by the machine-aided manufacturing department. They hadn't expected it to be a common dagger with no guarantees. So, the dagger didn't break because it was solely supported by that girl's mental power? My God, how much mental power does she have? The boys' companions were dumbfounded. Their captain was the tall, thin boy who had spoken earlier. He glanced at Song Shi and speculated she could withstand Lu Xing's attack. If it's a berserker type, she'd be at least SS, and if it's a warrior type, she'd definitely be SSS. What about the bone armor type? The afro-haired girl, drawn to him, looked up at him. He shook his head in denial. It can't be the bone armor type. Aside from the berserker and warrior types, no other close combat type could withstand Lu Xing's attack. The girl with the afro thought that made sense and nodded thoughtfully. If she's dual type, as you say, and Lu Xing has already verified one of her types, then the next one is the healing type. Everyone looked up at the center of the battlefield. A dark sword arced through the air, slashing down towards the girl opposite. The girl stepped aside, the sword narrowly missing her cheek. The gust of wind stirred by the blade stung her cheek, leaving it red. Lu Xing's sword was also imbued with spiritual power, and its aura possessed a powerful killing power. Song Shi's facial tissue was inevitably damaged. A mixture of burning and stinging pain arose. Song Shi endured it silently, the healing power slowly working its way through his cheek, rapidly healing itself, the redness fading. Lu Xing stared at her face, and sped up again. Lu Xing's speed was faster than any opponent Song Shi had ever faced. SSS and S, the difference was huge. In terms of speed, strength, and reflexes. Song Shi's only advantage in matching Lu Xing, or even surpassing him, was his mental power reserves. But at this moment, the mental power value indicated by the system was rapidly decreasing. Song Shi knew what Lu Xing was planning. Injure her, and then see how well she recovered. She could now simply admit she was a dual type, avoiding a fight with Lu Xing and the subsequent defeat, and being watched by a crowd. But the bloodthirsty pleasure that boiled in her blood gave Song Shi a long-lost urge for a fight, and she didn't want it to end so quickly. At this moment, the two Berserker-type Awakeners were fighting according to their most primitive genetic impulses. While not lethal, the violence was undeniable. I want to see how strong the so-called strongest federal violent department is. Song Shi was arrogant. Chapter 144. The sky filled with sword beams carried a terrifying force, trapping Song Shi within. This was Lu Xing's response. Song Shi struggled to dodge, maximizing the sensitivity of every joint in his body and increasing his speed to maximum. With lightning agility, he darted through the dense circle of sword light. He narrowly avoided each attack. The awakened onlookers grew increasingly alarmed, their attention gradually shifting. Which school is she from? Why haven't we seen her before? A student who had survived so many battles at Lu Xing's hands would have been a highly sought-after talent, regardless of their school. It's not as if they had never heard of such a person. Shouldn't the more important question be why she stayed behind? She should have been on the front lines. Why would she go to the front lines without even a decent weapon? What school is so blind as to waste such talent? Song Shi was like a loach. No matter what Lu Xing did, he couldn't touch her. Lu Xing grew impatient. He had never faced an opponent like Song Shi. The alien beasts were clumsy, so a single strike from him was a deadly one, never missing. Previous competitors were slightly stronger than the alien beasts, but not much better. Against him, their mental defenses crumbled, their movements were affected, and he could defeat them in a matter of seconds. But facing Song Shi, he experienced for the first time what it meant to be formidable. The last time he saw her, she was fleeing in panic from a ground wolf beast. In just 6 months, her strength had grown so dramatically, it was incredibly rapid. Lu Xing's moves evoked a touch of rage and murderous intent. Going berserk. After going berserk, the berserk type's combat power skyrockets. Song Shi ducked to avoid his slashing sword, then teleported behind him and unleashed a calm spell. She had to stop him from going berserk. One must know one's own limitations. She couldn't even face Lu Xing head-on before he went berserk, and after he went berserk, she died quickly. Lu Xing's emotions suddenly calmed down. That was the healing calm skill. His irritability doubled. She was toying with him. She angered him, yet calmed him. Song Shi's eyelids twitched, and the emotion surrounding Lu Xing across from him turned a furious crimson. A gentler soothing force entered Lu Xing's body. Lu Xing didn't reject the familiar feeling, and his emotions calmed slightly, but he didn't stop what he was about to do. He thrust his sword back. Song Shi, behind him, was on guard and immediately blocked his attack with his dagger, leveraging the force to push him away. The sword's tip deviated slightly, glancing past Song Shi's waist. The blade scraped against the dagger's blade, leaving several more cracks on it. Precarious. Nearly stabbed in the back, Song Shi took a few steps back, putting some distance between him and Lu Xing. He couldn't understand why he'd become even angrier. Ultimately, it was SSS's temper that was to blame. You're too arrogant. Lu Xing turned and glared at Song Shi, gritting his teeth. At the same time, a volley of sword energy swept towards Song Shi's neck. Song Shi raised his sword to block. Crack! The dagger finally gave way, breaking in two and falling to the ground. The mental power Song Shi had infused into it didn't dissipate. The physical presence of mental power was palpable in his hand. What's going on? Song Shi was surprised. Congratulations, unlock new skill, virtual weapon. Congratulations, healing upgrade. Upgraded level, S rank. Several subtitles flashed through his mind. Virtual weapon? In the instant Song Shi's attention was diverted, he didn't have time to dodge the gust of wind brought by the sword's force. The wind, filled with violent energy, gathered into a sharp blade and slashed across his cheek. An 8-centimeter bloodstain appeared on Song Shi's right cheek, and blood flowed rapidly. Everyone's eyes were simultaneously focused on Song Shi's cheek. Now was the moment to witness the conjecture. The Wittite boy hiding in the tent swallowed nervously. Although he had known the result long ago, there was a huge difference between knowing it alone and having it known by the group of young geniuses from the first base, including Lu Xing and Wu Jilu. He was nervous for Song Shi. The 8-centimeter wound healed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the bloodstain vanished without a trace, leaving only the blood still trickling down his cheek. Dual element. The girl with the afro leaped up from the ground. The captain next door muttered, "Really dual element? Holy crap! Healing in Berserker? Or healing in Warrior? Does it matter which? Dual element. Dual element. The first dual element in Federation history. I'm going to post this on WeChat Moments." Even when Song Shi had offered Lu Xing comfort, Lu Xing had already confirmed that Song Shi was dual element. He didn't stop just because Song Shi's wound had healed. Today, he was determined to defeat Song Shi and avenge the previous trick he had been toyed with. Song Shi, who had previously held out for a hearty fight, now had no interest at all. Her healing ability had been upgraded to S rank, calming her considerably. Secondly, she had unlocked a new skill, Virtual Weapon. The very name of it excited her. A virtual weapon, a weapon formed from the convergence of mental energy. She couldn't wait to try to condense such a weapon and test its power. She couldn't do it in public. She had already revealed her dual abilities, which was enough to cause a stir, and the Research Institute would launch a series of investigations. If she revealed other abilities that didn't even exist in the Federation world, she might never leave the lab. Song Shi looked at Wu Jilu behind Lu Xing. It was Wu Jilu who had calmed Lu Xing's violent aura earlier. Wu Jilu was Lu Xing's guardian. Receiving her signal, Wu Jilu reluctantly stepped between the two men, attempting to shake Lu Xing's sword-wielding hand. Lu Xing dodged. "It's dangerous here. Go away." Wu Jilu stood still, a soothing force remotely channeled into his body. He called softly, "Lu Xing, we've wasted 10 minutes here. It's time to return to the front lines." Lu Xing didn't glance at her, but continued to stare at Song Shi, his bulging cheeks betraying his irritation. Angry that Song Shi had dragged Wu Jilu into this. Song Shi, a faint smile between his brows, offered a hypocritical admonition, "Hurry back to the front lines. Don't let selfish desires delay important tasks. The soldiers out there are waiting for you." Lu Xing, angry, growing angrier, but Wu Jilu held his hand, her gentle, pure spiritual power flowing into him. "Let's go," she said. Lu Xing deflated, "Okay." Giving Song Shi a final, vicious glare, the two of them left. Song Shi watched the two walk away hand in hand, his expression ecstatic. TSK, weak spot. Lu Xing had already left, and the remaining 3 awakened teams couldn't stay any longer. Before leaving, the afro-haired girl ran over, nudged Song Shi with her shoulder, and winked. "Next time you fight Lu Xing, ask me to borrow your weapons." Chapter 145. Hear this? She raised her broadsword and waved it in front of Song Shi. "Use it however you want, as long as it knocks Lu Xing down." Song Shi glanced at it casually and said lazily, "What grudges, what grudges? Hee, I'm just enjoying the fun." Song Shi, "Oh, by the way, the man standing next to me, nicknamed Loudspeaker, has reported your situation back to first base, so get ready. Someone from first base will be using the space gate to pick you up." Finally, it was time to face it. Song Shi took a deep breath and calmed himself. "I'm leaving now. See you later." The girl waved at Song Shi, sword in hand, and chased after her team. After running 7 or 8 steps, she suddenly thought of something and turned, smiling at Song Shi. "Go easy on me next time we meet." The awakened team had all left, leaving the camp littered with the corpses of alien beasts, handed over to a specialized department for disposal. The overturned tents were put back on, and the dead soldiers were taken away. Before the first base team arrived, Song Shi crouched in a corner and sent a message to Yan Jing about what to do next. "I wasn't sure if I could still send messages after going to the first base lab, but it didn't hurt to be prepared." The sound of footsteps approached. "Here they are so soon?" Song Shi looked up. It was Yuichin. There was still time. Song Shi buried his head in the message sent to Yan Jing. Yuichin gradually approached, finally stopping in front of Song Shi. His figure blocked out some of the sunlight, casting a shadow on Song Shi. "Have you always been dual element?" Song Shi hummed a casual hymn, his attention focused on the laptop. Yuichin asked again, "Director Yan already knew about this, right? That's why he values you so highly, sending you to train with the Berserker department, and to practice with Teacher Zhou at the military hospital. More or less. Songshur didn't have time to dwell on why he asked. He answered the question, since it would be public knowledge anyway. Yu Aichen stared at Songshur, who was typing furiously. After a long pause, he let out a wry smile and sighed. I always thought of you as a competitor. Now that I think about it, I'm ridiculous. How could he compare to someone with a dual department system? Songshur paused typing. The feeling I had on the first day of school wasn't wrong. Yu Aichen was just weird. Looking up, Songshur asked sincerely, I'm terrible? So considering me a competitor is ridiculous? Yu Aichen said helplessly, you know that's not what I meant. Songshur said with a look of realization. You're terrible, so you're not worthy of being my competitor? Yu Aichen mentally convinced herself that Songshur was telling the truth, but his words still stung. He nodded with a sullen expression. Then you're being too narrow-minded. Songshur stood up. The blue energy of a spatial portal appeared not far away, and two people emerged from it, approaching her. Before being taken away, Songshur patted Yu Aichen's shoulder. As of now, I'm the only one in the entire Federation with dual zodiac signs. You and Lu Xing are equally useless to me. Yu Aichen, ? Lu Xing, for example, is known as the Federation's top rage sign. So don't lose heart. Strive to be the Federation's top healing sign one day. Yu Aichen's tone was complicated. After all these years of sitting next to each other, I've never noticed your way of comforting someone. Is so unique. Songshur smiled calmly. By the way, tell Director Yin about my trip to the first base. Okay, Yu Aichen agreed. Songshur? The two people who emerged from the space portal stood 2 meters away from Songshur. They compared Songshur with the image on the computer, confirmed everything, and then turned off the computer. We are the garrison troops stationed at the Research Institute of the 1st Military Region of the first base. We've been ordered to take you to the first base. Please follow us. Chapter 146. I refuse. Refusal is invalid. This order was issued by the first base federal government. As a citizen of the Federation, enjoying the protection of the human base, you must obey the unified orders of the federal government. If you insist on refusing, you will be expelled from the human base and never allowed to return. Songshur, as expected. I agree. On the other side of the spatial portal, connected to a massive laboratory, where more than a dozen researchers were busy. In the center of the laboratory was a glass cage, protected by 3 layers of glass. Seeing this glass cage, Songshur was instantly reminded of his first day in the Federation world, at the top of the exciting experimental base, where 7 transparent glass cages were scattered across the top. The beasts imprisoned within were unable to escape. Back then, there was only 1 layer of glass, but the glass cage before him, visible to the naked eye, had 3 layers. The level of defense was self-evident. The lab director was a middle-aged man, with a mottled mix of black and white hair. A large portion of his right earlobe was missing, as if something had torn it off, leaving a jagged edge. Logically, any healer could restore his ear. As the director of such a large lab, he couldn't afford to hire a healer. The director noticed Songshur's lingering gaze, and touched his ear as if it were a treasure. A nostalgic smile crossed his face. 5 years ago, I was researching internal cannibalism among alien beasts. During the process, the beast lost control, leaving this mark on my ear. Later, the experiment was successful, and my findings were widely used on the front lines. This scar has become a source of honor for me. I've kept it to this day. Whenever my experiments into the city stall, or I lose confidence in continuing, I touch it, and I'm motivated to move forward. An inspiring story. Songshur had no desire for praise, because she was about to become his research subject. Welcome, Songshur. He extended his hand to her, smiling. My name is Hong Guji. You can call me Dr. Hong. Songshur briefly shook his hand, then quickly withdrew it. Let's go over here for some basic physical exams. Songshur's blood was drawn, tissue samples were collected, and basic physical parameters were measured: weight, height, body fat, and so on. After this, she was placed in a chair facing a virtual computer screen. Your name is Songshur, born in the outer city of Base 11 in the year 213 of the mutation. Hong Guji sat on the other side of the computer screen, swiping the screen to read out the information on Songshur that had just been transferred from the Supernatural Administration. Your father's name is Song Yi. He's a Class A Berserker. He belonged to the 1st Military District Psychic Force. In the year 211 of the mutation, he was transferred to the Mobile Force. The following year, he was stationed at the 35th Military District, 11th Base. This was the first time Songshur had heard about this body's biological father. While stationed at the 35th Military District, he and his teammates repeatedly violated military regulations, leaving the defense line without permission and engaging in atrocities in the outer city of 11th Base. According to the city security team's records, during his 3 years stationed at the 35th Military District, Song Yi participated in 19 gang fights, causing harm to 14 civilians, assaulted police officers 5 times, and committed rape, robbery, and murder with a gun. His crimes are too numerous to list. He was deported back to the first base in the year 213 of the mutation. Later, due to his involvement in the internal strife within the 1st Military District, he went berserk and killed several colonels. After being apprehended and transported to the laboratory, he attacked a police officer and escaped. He was later tracked down, having fled the human base alone. Chapter 147. His whereabouts remain unknown, whether he's dead or alive. Hong Guji read through the information in one breath, took a deep breath, and looked at Songshur, who had lowered his eyes, through the virtual screen. Your father is a typical violent sociopath. Songshur hadn't expected his biological father in this body to be so worthless. He's such a dangerous violent awakener, and yet he doesn't have a guardian assigned to him? Hong Guji was surprised, searching the information. Songshur said calmly, perhaps he's not strong enough. Only violent types, who are strong enough and valuable enough, will be assigned a guardian by the Federation. Maybe Hong Guji stared at the information, speechless. He once forced a sea-level healer from the 35th Military District Hospital to become his guardian. Sea-level healer? Songshur had a foreboding premonition. That's your mother, Zhao Jing. Songshur, shock. In an instant, she understood the source of Zhao Jing's hatred for her. If her birth was truly the result of coercion, Zhao Jing's diligent care and responsibly raising her until she was nearly an adult, rather than strangling her at birth, was a truly benevolent act for a healer. Hong Guji looked at Songshur's expression curiously. Why do you seem even more surprised than I am? Songshur calmed his slightly fluctuating emotions. His despicable behavior is unbelievable every time I hear about it. Indeed? Hong Guji nodded in agreement. But all berserkers are like this. The berserker's reputation is so bad that everyone avoids them, and it's not unjustified. The violent gene in their genes dictates that their first reaction to any problem is to resort to fists. Didn't you kill many people in the outer city of Base 11? I thought you would understand your father very well. Hong Guji seemed not to find his question offensive, and looked at Songshur with a keen curiosity. Songshur raised his hand, looked at his fingers, and grinned at Hong Guji. If I understood him, I would have ripped your head off the moment you asked that question. Hong Guji's expression froze for a long time before softening. He quickly glanced at the virtual screen in front of him. Let's continue. Your mother, Zhao Jing, is a sea-level healing awakener. She was a junior healer in the 35th Military District of Base 11. She lived in the year 212 of the mutation. Songshur interrupted him. Aren't you here to research why I have both? Why are you wasting your time on this? The role of genes cannot be ignored. Investigating your parents is necessary. Hong Guji pointed at the virtual screen. This process is part of our ongoing research. If you have anything to add, I welcome it. It would greatly benefit our subsequent research. Songshur, who had just learned the name of this body's father, said, From then on, Hong Guji was the only one doing the talking, and Songshur couldn't get a word in. But Songshur finally understood his original body's origins completely. My father is trash, my mother is a victim, and my birth was an accident. I'm still alive thanks entirely to the Federal Juvenile Protection Law and the kindness in my healer genes. Anything else you want to add? No. Okay, Hong Guji stood up from the virtual screen table. Then let's roughly measure your healing and berserker levels before the genetic test results come back. The test method was simple and intuitive. He cut Songshur's arm to see how long it took to heal, and what the healing effect was. S rank in the healing department, 1 level higher than your record at the Supernatural Power Administration. Did you level up? Hong Guji immediately pulled out a data tablet. When did this happen? I need to record it. Songshur wiped the blood off his arm with an alcohol wipe and casually said, an hour ago. Next project. Hong Guji handed the tablet to his assistant and took Songshur to the Berserk type tester. After a series of physical tests and comparing the data with the official Berserk type level chart, he concluded, S rank? You're also S rank in Berserk? Not only dual rank, but double S. Thank goodness, he didn't give this test subject to anyone else. Songshur already knew the result. Anything else you want to test? Don't worry, These were just appetizers. Hongguji snapped his fingers. A spherical metal aircraft descended from the sky, a card dangling from its base. Hongguji reached out, removed the card, and personally placed it around Song Shi's neck. Song Shi stepped back, looking at him warily, and snatched the card from his hand. It read, Dual System Research Project, Test Subject Number 1. Song Shi frowned and tossed the card back to Hongguji. I won't wear it. I'm just cooperating with your experiment, not your test subject. I respect your decision, Hongguji said, attaching the card back to the hovering sphere and waving his hand. The sphere rose back into the air. Hongguji glanced up and down at Song Shi's clothes. We're about to begin the next experiment. Go change into clean clothes. This time, Song Shi didn't refuse. The clothes were stained with the blood of the beast and sticky sweat, making them extremely uncomfortable. Hongguji called over his female assistant, take Song Shi to shower, change into a lab coat, and then go to dinner. After giving his instructions, Hongguji walked towards a closed metal door. Song Shi followed him closely. After facial recognition, the metal door automatically opened a crack, revealing something pink. Before Song Shi could see clearly, Hongguji squeezed through the gap, completely isolating himself from the scene inside. This way, the female assistant gestured to Song Shi. Song Shi followed her to the changing room. The changing room was a small area set aside in the lab, complete with a shower. Next to the changing room was a small dining room. The entire lab was well equipped. Song Shi, wearing a loose-fitting lab coat, walked out of the dining room. The female assistant led her toward the metal door next to the one Hongguji had left earlier. The silver-gray metal door was within easy reach. The female assistant leaned over to the facial recognition system nearby, and the metal door slowly opened. Song Shi was about to enter, when the metal door next to her was pushed open from the inside. Hongguji rushed out and slammed the metal door, which had already opened a 2-centimeter gap in front of Song Shi. Hongguji leaned against the metal door and whispered, Assistant, and how can you be even more foolish than I am at such a young age? The female assistant, surnamed In, looked bewildered. Hongguji glared at her, then turned to Song Shi and explained, the following experiments involve federal secrets. I hope you can remove the computer, and we will keep it for you. Without the computer, she would be completely cut off from the outside world. Song Shi touched the computer and shook her head. I will ensure that no information is leaked. Chapter 148. Hongguji smiled, but his tone was undeniable. A computer is useless here. We have a special shielding system to block computer signals. No one in this lab will use it to communicate with the outside world. Song Shi looked down. Sure enough, neither Hongguji nor his assistant had a computer on their wrist. So, even if she kept the computer, it wouldn't be able to communicate with the outside world. Then why did you take my computer? I can't pass on information anyway. Hongguji, He organized his words. This is to prepare for the next experiment. Some of the procedures will damage your computer. Damage to the computer? What about the human body? I refuse to conduct any experiments that would harm me, Song Shi declared in advance. Hongguji was withdrawn. This was the first time he had encountered a test subject as difficult as Song Shi. He patiently reassured him, Don't worry, it won't happen. We've carefully reviewed every step, ensuring any side effects are within controllable limits and minimizing the chances of accidents. Can we go in now? Song Shi glanced at the metal door behind Hongguji. Seeing that Song Shi had no intention of removing his laptop, Hongguji winked at his assistant and walked over to the metal door to perform a facial scan. The metal door opened again, revealing the scene within. The room, measuring only about 20 square meters, was illuminated by overhead lighting. In the center of the room stood a cylindrical, 3-meter-tall glass jar filled with a pale pink liquid. A device resembling a brain interface, and 4 or 5 tubes of different colors floated above the glass tank. From the outside, it looked like an octopus bearing its claws, waiting for its prey to take the bait. Hongguji approached the tank, his face flushed red by the pink liquid within. The dual system is the greatest thing the Federation has ever seen. If we can understand the principles or laws governing its emergence, humanity's history of crisis will enter a new chapter. He turned and looked at Song Shi, arms wide open. Song Shi, thanks to you, I had the opportunity to become a researcher who will go down in history. Song Shi frowned. Hongguji was acting a little crazy right now. Dr. Hong. Assistant An's timely reminder helped Hongguji's frantic anticipation of the future to subside. He coughed twice into his fist, then pointed at the solution before him and said to Song Shi, This is something I made just for you. What is it? Song Shi asked in disgust. The glass jar before her looked unmistakably like the nutrient tanks used to maintain human life in science fiction films. And it was pink. She reasonably suspected that the pink object she glimpsed earlier when Hongguji entered the next room was also one of these jars. So, it was likely that she wasn't the only research subject in this experimental base. Stay inside, you won't feel the passage of time, and the experimental process won't be agonizing for you. Hongguji's expression was ecstatic, as if he were already immersed in liquid. Your body data will be transmitted in real time, and the transmission process is extremely accurate and error-free. Our subsequent drug injections and other procedures will also be performed here. The results will be excellent, and it will be very convenient for both you and us. Songshur tilted her head slightly, gazing at the 3-meter-tall jar. Imagine herself lying inside. With her self-awareness gone, these people could do whatever they wanted, without even a chance to say no. She'd be at their mercy. If they could produce a result, they might show mercy and release her after 3 to 5 years. But what if they couldn't? Would she remain inside forever? Songshur refused. I won't conduct research while I'm unconscious. Please revise your plan. With that, she pushed open the door and left the cramped room. Hongguji hurriedly caught up, grabbed her sleeve, and said sullenly, Songshur, we sent you here for research on the orders of the federal government. We hope you cooperate with us. By standing here, I'm already cooperating as best I can. Songshur shook his hand off, suppressing the anger rising within her. She's a dual system. As the first dual system member of the Federation, not only is she denied the honor and future she deserves, but her own safety is also in jeopardy. What if dual-type psychic abilities appeared in the children of aristocratic families? The outcome would be completely different. The media would scramble to report on them, praising them as the future of the Federation and the hope of humanity. No one would dare order them into a lab and dissect them for research. So she had to remain clear-headed. She held her fate in her own hands. She had already made arrangements. There would be an opportunity to escape in the future. She only needed to wait for that opportunity and seize it. Hongguji was intimidated by Songshur's aura, then suddenly remembered that he was still a violent type. He softened his tone. I've already conceded on the optical computer issue. If you concede on this matter, it will be better for both of us. My concession is that all experiments must be conducted while I'm awake. Songshur reiterated his demands. Being confined to that coffin-like jar is impossible. I won't cooperate. The carefully proportioned nutrient tank was compared to a coffin, and Hongguji's heart skipped a beat. Songshur was adamant, so he had no choice but to back down. Okay, I keep you awake. Then go there. Hongguji pointed to the 3-layered glass cage in the center of the laboratory. In the center was a bed. No privacy. Songshur, I can't run. Can't you give me a more normal place? You're a berserker. If you lose control later, it would be a serious threat to the lives of us researchers. So for our safety, you should stay inside. Songshur, devoting yourself to research, I thought you researchers would be proud of that. At Songshur's sarcasm, Hongguji's mouth twitched. Until we produce results, I will cherish my life. If you still refuse to cooperate, I will report your situation to the federal government, and they will take coercive measures against you. Ha, Songshur sneered. I didn't say I wouldn't go in. This was the best outcome she could achieve. Continuing to argue would only backfire. Quit while you're ahead. Songshur walked toward the opening of the glass cage. Hongguji finally smiled with satisfaction. That's right. Just stay inside, and leave the rest to me. The future of humanity depends on you and me. After Songshur entered the glass cage, the heavy metal door spanning 3 layers of glass slammed shut behind her. Hongguji glanced at his assistant. Is the shield on? As you instructed, it was already on. Her optical computer is no longer functioning. Hongguji nodded, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at Songshur within the glass cage. Chapter 149. At night. Blinded by the glaring light, Songshur turned over in bed, irritated. She raised her right wrist to check the time on the computer, 2:39 a.m. She raised her left wrist again, and a green ring pressed against her skin. This was a mental power fluctuation reader. Worn for research purposes, it constantly monitored her mental power fluctuations under different circumstances. It could be removed at any time. Songshur lowered her wrist, sat up, and looked around the glass cage. 4 researchers remained, busy at the equipment, occasionally chatting with each other. Behind the 3 layers of glass, Songshur, no matter how keen her hearing was, could not hear their conversation. Hongguji had left an hour ago, and it was unknown where he had gone. Songshur's eyes swept over the faces of the 4 remaining researchers, memorizing their appearances. She lay back on her side, resting her head on her hand, and closed her eyes. The light was too bright, and she couldn't fall asleep. She simply entered the system with her consciousness, her gaze fixed on the healing panel. The newly acquired skill was in the last row, Virtual Weapon, D rank. The moment the Virtual Weapon system prompt appeared, the dagger in her hand broke, but the sense of reality wrapped in her mental power remained. It's not hard to imagine that virtual weapons are weapons constructed using mental power, based on powerful mental power. Song Shi's mind quickly flashed through the thousands of bizarre skills of various psychics in the Federation. None of them functioned like virtual weapons. If we were to say the closest function, the materialization of mental power in the psychic system was acceptable. Materialization of mental power could block physical attacks with mental power. Back in the western suburbs, Li Yanxi's subordinate, a psychic awakener named Chun, had used his psychic power to materialize and block her bullet. Virtual weapons can, to some extent, be considered the materialization of psychic power, though it's not defensive, it's offensive. That's not entirely true. Song Shi suddenly realized that her thinking was somewhat limited. Virtual weapons don't have to be limited to swords, spears, or halberds. Psychic power materialization, which works like a shield, might also encompass these weapons. Song Shi's spirits lifted. With sufficient psychic power, she could create any weapon she desired, except for firearms. Song Shi was eager to try it out. Unfortunately, she opened her eyes again. So many researchers were coming and going around her, and countless high-definition cameras were constantly watching her. There was no chance to try. Song Shi was irritated. She didn't know how long she would have to stay here, and she hoped things would progress faster. Do you need an eye patch? A mechanical voice suddenly rang from the outside world. Song Shi looked towards the source of the sound. A silver-white robotic arm extended from the ground, a blindfold dangling from its fingers. Of course she needed it. She needed sleep, needed to recover her mental strength. Song Shi reached out his hand, and the robotic arm gently pressed down, keeping it just within reach. Song Shi removed the blindfold and placed it over his eyes. Behind the blindfold, his eyes remained open, his ears perked, listening for the robotic arm to leave. The barely perceptible sound of mechanical components grinding against each other drifted further and further away, until a soft click echoed from the floor. Song Shi felt a little relieved. She could hear the whirring of the mechanical devices, so she didn't have to worry about them attacking her unawares. After donning the blindfold, the world went pitch black, and Song Shi quickly fell asleep. It was unknown how much time had passed. Song Shi rolled over uneasily, lying on her back in bed. The entire glass enclosure was now filled with purple gas. The gas was exhausted from the 15 ventilation devices within the glass cage. Song Shi had unknowingly inhaled a large amount. Outside the glass cage, Han Guji, who had long since disappeared, stood in the main control room, staring at Song Shi lying on the bed within the glass cage. On the instrument before him, a red and a green line fluctuated constantly, sometimes crossing, sometimes overlapping. Increase the dosage. Seeing that Song Shi showed no signs of waking up, Han Guji gave the order. His assistant immediately adjusted the output rate of the exhaust device. Inside the transparent glass cage, the purple gas emitted by the exhaust system visibly turned a deep purple, and the rate of discharge was accelerating. The purple color filling the glass enclosure grew increasingly intense. Test subject number 1's rampage is much slower than that of a typical berserker type. The role of the healing type cannot be underestimated, the assistant said, gazing at the curve in front of Han Guji. Han Guji couldn't suppress a smile. This combination of berserker type and healing type is practically tailor-made for the battlefield. God has finally favored us humans for once. The assistant expressed concern. Why hasn't she awakened yet? This concentration is already the upper limit for previous test subjects. In the past, ordinary berserker types would instantly go berserk upon encountering this concentration of gas, the progression so rapid it was almost unnoticeable. Then add more, Han Guji said calmly. A dual-type system is bound to be stronger than an ordinary berserk system in some aspects. As the assistant followed his instructions, he muttered to himself, it's a record-breaking system. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Inside the glass cage, Song Shi, lying on the bed, snorted and frowned. At the same time, a red line surged across the screen in front of Han Guji. Intensification successful. Han Guji raised his voice, looking up and staring intently at Song Shi inside the glass cage. Set up the camera. I want to keep this precious footage to myself. His voice seemed to penetrate 3 layers of glass. Inside the glass cage, Song Shi suddenly sat up, facing him, and removed her blindfold. Purple gas filled her eyes. Seeing this scene, Songshur was completely lost. Hong Guji's departure had only briefly lowered her guard, and then, while she slept, he released this odorless gas. Were these gases meant to stimulate her and drive her berserk? Songshur felt a surge of anxiety. She was acutely aware of her emotions, but she could control them. She had experienced even more intense berserk rages in the dark room, and she had handled them with ease. As Songshur regained consciousness, the red line representing her berserk emotions not only stopped rising but instead rapidly dropped, showing signs of gradually leveling off. What's going on? The assistant stared at the curve, as the surrounding researchers gathered around. Is the gas wrong? Increase the concentration. Hong Guji, standing in front of the assistant, issued another command. The assistant hesitated as he reached for the output device, but couldn't help but remind Hong Guji, Dr. Hong, the concentration of theta element in this gas exceeds the safe limit. It's toxic, and even a healing type wouldn't be able to completely detoxify it. Increase, Hong Guji said firmly. For the experiment to progress, risk was essential. It was just toxic. Songshur was a healing type, and his tolerance for concentration was already higher than that of an average berserker type. Chapter 150. The assistant had no choice but to adjust the output rate according to his request. The purple smoke increased again, filling the entire glass enclosure with a darker color. Songshur could barely see the figures of Hong Guji and other researchers outside the glass enclosure. The same was true for those outside the glass cage. However, a specialized camera installed inside the glass enclosure could see Songshur's every move through the smoke. Furthermore, the sensor on Songshur's wrist could detect and transmit her mental power fluctuations in real time. Songshur's red line fluctuated more strongly, showing signs of rising. Songshur's patience within the glass enclosure began to grow more strained, clutching the bed sheet tightly. She would cooperate with Hong Guji's research to a certain extent. She also hoped that Hong Guji could produce some results quickly. When the red line on the screen reached a certain point, Hong Guji's eyes lit up and he said, "Laser." At the same time, a dazzling blue laser shot out from the top of the glass cage, aimed at Songshur's shoulder, and pierced through. A fist-sized black hole remained on Songshur's shoulder. Hong Guji stared at Songshur's shoulder on the surveillance camera. Record the healing time. This can be used to analyze the healing speed of dual systems at the critical point of berserk, and whether dual systems experience more intense mental fluctuations when injured than a single berserk system. Inside the glass, a laser pierced through. Songshur covered her shoulder and lowered her head. She covered her shoulder with her hand. No matter how advanced the camera was, it couldn't see through it. Hong Guji's voice came from the microphone. "Test subject number 1, please cooperate with our experiment and lower your obstruction." Songshur slowly raised his head and cooperatively lowered his hand covering his shoulder. Hong Guji was delighted and was about to observe when he saw that the flesh on Songshur's shoulder had healed. Aside from a hole in his lab coat, there was no trace of the laser attack. His face immediately fell, and he impatiently rubbed his stumped ear. "Come again," he ordered his assistant. He didn't believe Songshur could hold out forever. Songshur's healing ability was S-level. Unless she was hit in a vital area, she couldn't be killed. He finished speaking, but the assistant didn't move. He glanced at the assistant unhappily, and the assistant pointed tremblingly at the screen. It's over the limit." "Over the limit? What over the limit?" He looked in the direction the assistant's finger pointed. The red line representing the fluctuation of his mental power had reached the upper limit of the instrument. The instrument screen flickered continuously, and the word danger popped up. Hong Guji's heart skipped a beat, and then he jumped to his feet. "Frenzy! This is true frenzy. What we observed before was bullshit. My instrument finally has a use. Ha ha. Fire the laser. Quick! I want to see how powerful she is after frenzy." The assistant was actually a little frightened after seeing the frenzy value. Previous experiments had frenzy coefficients less than half of Songshur's, yet they still managed to smash through the glass cage and even damage the floor. Songshur's value was so high, if those 3 layers of glass couldn't hold up. But he couldn't disobey the doctor's orders, so he could only tremble as he operated the laser gun. He just hoped that if anything went wrong, Songshur would find Dr. Hong, not him. The laser gun had automatic aiming, he just had to press fire. The moment his finger pressed the button, the laser beam shot out, aiming at Songshur's shoulder, who sat upright beside the bed. The moment it touched Songshur, Songshur's figure flashed and disappeared beside the bed. The laser beam missed, scorching the ground. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the glass cage. How fast? The assistant was horrified. Aim. Idiot. Hong Guji slapped him on the back of the neck and cursed. Isn't there another laser gun? Fire them all, fire them all. The assistant felt aggrieved. It was clearly automatic aiming, so what did it have to do with him? Okay, he said calmly. He simultaneously controlled 2 laser guns to aim at Song Shi. Just as he was about to press the button. Crack! A crisp sound rang out from within the glass cage. As if it were an omen, after this crisp sound, the sound of glass breaking emanated from the glass cage before them. What happened? A researcher exclaimed. The assistant narrowed his eyes and looked toward the source of the sound, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The experimental cage is broken. Impossible. Hong Guji was the first to deny. That cage cost him a fortune, and it was meticulously crafted. Even the most ferocious beast in the world couldn't break it. How could it be possible? Could it be possible? Alarm. Alarm. The experimental cage is broken. Researchers, please evacuate immediately. Hong Guji, really broken? On the surveillance footage, Song Shi's hand was clenched into a fist, pressed against the first layer of glass. The cracks in the glass began with her hand, spreading rapidly like a spider web. Soon, they spread to the entire glass cover, and then, the first layer began to collapse. The ventilation system, monitors, laser guns, and other equipment mounted above were all destroyed. Even more terrifying, Song Shi walked toward the second glass dome. In their sight, Song Shi simply clenched her fist and struck it with a single, effortless blow, shattering the glass. In reality, between her index and middle fingers, Song Shi had condensed a virtual weapon. A spike-shaped weapon. Because her mental energy was a translucent blue, it was highly concealed, and the surveillance cameras hadn't captured it. This first attempt at using a virtual weapon was far more effective than Song Shi had expected. Stepping on the shattered glass, Song Shi walked toward the second glass dome and punched it without hesitation. Another hole appeared in the glass dome, sturdy enough to trap the world's most ferocious beasts. Song Shi, expressionless, continued to strike a second time, a third time. The hole grew larger and larger, then cracked around it, spreading rapidly. Soon, the second glass dome shattered, sending shards of glass tumbling down like hailstones. Due to the expansion of space, the once dense purple gas had become thinner. Hong Guji panicked. He stared in horror at Song Shi heading toward the third glass enclosure, took a step back, and shouted, "Quick! Call the guards! Quick!" The moment the alarm sounded, the guards were already on their way. They were stationed around the various laboratories, and arrived with incredible speed. Almost as Hong Guji shouted, they entered, surrounding the glass cage, their black guns trained on Song Shi, who was standing before the final glass enclosure. Some of the bullets held by the guards here were manufactured by the machine-aided manufacturing department. They were highly lethal against alien beasts, and equally so against awakened beings. Song Shi, observing the circle of guards, gave up the idea of breaking through the third glass enclosure. She kicked the debris-strewn ground. "Come out! I want to speak to Hong Guji." Chapter 151. A piece of floor moved aside, and a mechanical arm emerged stiffly and sluggishly, extending its arm in front of Song Shi, a small microphone clasped between its fingers. Song Shi reached out, grabbed the microphone, and turned to stare at Hong Guji at the control panel. "You want me to lose control?" The mechanical arm emerged from the ground and handed the microphone to Song Shi, following Hong Guji's instructions. Hong Guji held the same device in his hand. Hearing Song Shi's question, Hong Guji explained sullenly, his previous madness and arrogance gone. "This is an experiment requirement. We need all the data from your berserk state before." Song Shi interrupted him coldly. "I told you not to conduct experiments when I'm not fully conscious." Being berserk meant being unconscious. Although her self-awareness hadn't been lost during her berserk state, some of her actions driven by emotion made her feel like she had lost control of her body. She didn't like this feeling. "This is the last time." Next time, Song Shi's finger traced across the defenders, before finally resting on Hong Guji's face. "I finish you off before they get here." Hong Guji glanced at the remaining layer of glass. To be honest, even after coming out of his frenzy, he still felt a bit scared. Song Shi's strength couldn't be defined by human standards. A human cage couldn't hold her. If a human experiment couldn't even control the test subject, then the rest of the process would be difficult. His face grew heavy. "Okay." Hong Guji finally nodded. What else could he do if he didn't agree? Song Shi, the only test subject in the Federation, had been acquired through painstaking effort. Research teams seeking to study dual systems were already lined up from Base 1 to Base 11, and every base had a research team keeping an eye on him. Killing him was absolutely forbidden. Even if he died, Song sure couldn't die. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to the other research teams in the Federation that such a good dual-system test subject had died at his hands. He also couldn't explain to himself that if he died, the research would be ruined. A 10-man garrison was sent into the glass cage to clean up the debris from the 2 broken glass layers and change Songsher's bed. The smoke inside the glass was completely evacuated by the exhaust system on the last layer, and the air was clear again. It was only 5:01. Songsher laid down on the bed, somewhat exhausted. The virtual weapon consumed a huge amount of mental energy, and the mental energy she had recovered from her 2 naps had been used up again. She couldn't help but think about the future. If the mental energy consumption of the virtual weapon was related to the weapon's size, then in the future, when she faced alien beasts, the spikes between her fingers, like today, would be too small to kill them. She would have to create a larger virtual weapon, which would consume even more mental energy. Her current mental power wouldn't last much longer. If it wasn't the size of the weapon, but the specific damage it inflicted, for example, if the damage from smashing 2 glass covers today were replaced by that of a monster, it would be enough to kill a dozen medium-sized monsters. Then she wouldn't have to worry too much about her mental power. Unfortunately, her current location restricted her, preventing her from verifying her hypothesis. But whatever the cause, she urgently needed to accumulate mental power points. Since she couldn't learn anything else while staying here for a while, she decided to focus on improving her mental power. After thinking all this over, Songsher closed his eyes and fell asleep again. He slept until he woke naturally. Songsher first logged into the system to check his mental power. Mental power, high 3549/10,000. After logging out, Songsher sat up. The researchers outside had been busy all night, and it was unclear what they were working on. Because only a layer of glass remained, their voices could be heard faintly. But they couldn't make out what they were saying. "Would you like breakfast?" A mechanical voice, indistinguishable between male and female, came from the robotic arm. Songsher poked her head out of bed to see. The robotic arm only protruded slightly from the floor. Songsher could actually detect fear in the work of a robotic arm that looked nothing like a human. She patted her head, trying not to overthink it. "Eat." "Got it." The robotic arm retracted from beneath the floor. 3 minutes later, breakfast was brought out from beneath the floor. At the same time, a table was also brought up, not far from Songsher. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she could just reach it. The food was simple: a sandwich, eggs, and milk. Songsher finished it quickly. She wasn't worried about the other party lacing her food with knockout drugs, taking the opportunity to stuff her into a nutrient tank or something. After her healing system reached S rank, she was practically immune to all poisons. Stunning drugs would be completely metabolized within 10 seconds. As for drugs that couldn't be metabolized within 10 seconds, the only ones left were strong poisons. Poisoning her wouldn't be good for Honguji, so he wouldn't give her that. Songsher ate with peace of mind. After finishing her meal and wiping her mouth, Songsher looked at the robotic arm. "I need to go to the bathroom." "This way, please." 2 panels opened, revealing a staircase wide enough for 1 person to descend. Downstairs was a small bathroom, fully stocked with essentials. There was even a bathrobe, a truly thoughtful touch. After washing up, Songsher changed out of her torn lab coat and had the robotic arm find her a new set of clothes. She put them on and walked up the stairs. "Today at 10 o'clock and 1600 hours, you need to draw 3 tubes of blood, take this pill, and attach this sensor behind your ear," the robotic arm explained. Songsher found a spot in the vast space to stretch and asked, "What does the pill do?" "It will temporarily increase your emotional sensitivity, but don't worry, it won't cause loss of control or consciousness." The robotic arm's voice was flat, repeating what Honguji had instructed it to say according to its pre-programmed instructions. "This pill is a continuation of the experiment from 3:45 this morning, using a gentler method." Songsher took the pill and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it without paying attention to the water the robotic arm offered him. "Who will be collecting the blood?" "Are you doing it for me?" The robotic arm, "Although I have a blood collection program, I won't be doing it for you today." Songsher sat back down beside the bed and deliberately asked, "Could it be that Dr. Hong is coming in person?" The robotic arm froze. Songsher sneered. If Honguji had any sense, he wouldn't risk his life to come in and collect her blood after having just offended her this morning. After a few seconds, the robotic arm received instructions from the person behind it and said, "No, it's an intern in our lab." Just as the robotic arm finished speaking, a small door behind the glass opened from the outside. 3 armed guards entered first. Next came a young woman in a research coat, carrying a silver steel tray with a neatly arranged array of blood collection tools. 2 more guards followed her in to protect her. The 5 guards stared at Songshur intently, as if they would shoot her if anything looked wrong. Chapter 152. Go ahead. Songshur rolled up his sleeves and leaned against the headboard. He turned his head slightly to look at Hongguji, who was pretending to be around outside the glass cage, but actually peeking in. Hongguji had sent this innocent young intern here to test her for her murderous intentions, and whether she would cooperate with the experiment. Berserker Awakeners hold grudges. If they hold a grudge unresolved, they feel miserable all day, and after a few days, when they can't hold it back any longer, they go on a killing spree. Hongguji was afraid she harbored a grudge for piercing her shoulder with a laser, so he did this. Songshur averted his gaze. Of course she held a grudge too. It was just the system's rules. Innocent people couldn't be harmed. If they were going to retaliate, they had to pick on Hongguji. After the intern finished drawing blood, muscle memory handed Songshur a cotton swab, pressing it against the needle hole. Songshur glanced at her left hand, trembling with fear, but silently reminded her that she didn't need a cotton swab. She was afraid she'd say something out of the blue and scare the other person half to death. The system would then punish her for harming an innocent person. After completing her task, the intern hurriedly fled without a backward glance. The 5 guards also retreated, slamming the glass cage door shut. After attaching the sensor to the designated location, Songshur sat cross-legged on the bed. I heard meditation could improve mental strength, so I gave it a try. This experiment lasted until 4 p.m., time for the second blood draw. A mechanical voice reminded her that the intern was about to arrive, and Songshur woke up and wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth. Whether meditation is effective for improving mental strength is unknown, but it's very helpful for sleep. It was the same intern from that morning, drawing blood and leaving quickly. After a full day of sleep, Songshur's energy was remarkably high. She asked Hongguji for a treadmill. A robotic arm quickly delivered one. Songshur officially began her training for the day. This continued for several days. After receiving her warning, Hongguji became very docile. She discussed each experiment with her. 2 of the experiments involved fighting alien beasts to measure their physical performance, and Songshur agreed. Songshur was eager for the opportunity to fight them. The battle took place within a glass enclosure, with a ground wolf beast and a water dragon beast. The first time, Hongguji threw her a sword from the machine-aided manufacturing department. She used it against the ground wolf beast, and it was dispatched in 3 seconds. The time was too short. The ground wolf beast died before the data could even begin to be recorded. Hongguji had no choice but to find a way to obtain a second alien beast. The second battle was against Shui Jilong. To prevent another fatal blow, Hongguji threw an ordinary knife into her path. This time was more significant than the last. Songshur dragged out the fight to 15 minutes, giving Hongguji ample experimental data. These were the only 2 opportunities Songshur could fully flex his muscles and move his entire body. The rest of the time, he was confined within the glass cage. During this time, Songshur's only way to expend his mental energy was to stare at the researchers passing by outside, practicing mind manipulation and constantly shifting their emotions. I've been feeling a bit stressed lately. Sometimes I feel like laughing, sometimes I feel like crying, and sometimes I feel like dying. After I finish this project, I need to take a 2-week vacation, or I'm afraid I go crazy. I've been feeling the same way lately. For no apparent reason, I've been wanting to beat up Dr. Hong. Seeing him is really annoying. This was a conversation in the tea room during lunch break. It was all thanks to Songshur. S-level mind play doesn't consume much mental energy, and daily mental energy growth is very slow. But it's the only way to accumulate little by little. There are special abilities that consume a lot of mental energy, but they would harm ordinary people, and Songshur can't use them casually. A month later, Hongguji's research hadn't yielded any useful results. Everything pointed to Songshur's inherent talent. She was a chosen one. Her dual-element talent couldn't be replicated by anyone else. Even those who were high-probability dual-element differentiation users before awakening had no way to awaken it. The project wasn't progressing, and Hongguji grew increasingly frustrated. He had lost his temper with his researchers several times in recent days. Songshur sat quietly on the bed, a book in his arms, but his gaze peered over the top of the book, out of the glass cage. Hongguji sat at the operating table as usual. His expression was confident and passionate, as if he would cheer himself up with a pep talk like, "Go, Hongguji," at any second. This expression had only appeared for the past 2 weeks, and had been almost non-existent recently. His mood had also changed significantly. Some time ago, his skin was purple-black, and he was depressed and irritable. Over the past 3 days, his mood had gradually become more upbeat, a tinge of smug joy. If there were any experimental progress, Hongguji would usually share it with her immediately. But these past few days, he hadn't shared anything with her. Then, there was only one possibility. Hongguji had some evil plan for her again, and it was already taking shape and would be put into action soon. Songshi's heart was filled with alarm, and he became wary of Hongguji. Hongguji had no idea that his emotional tone had completely exposed him. Night. Songshi, as usual, went to bed at 10 p.m. with an eye mask on. 1:20 a.m. Songshi's eyes warily opened beneath the eye mask. She remained motionless in her sleeping position. The tip of her nose twitched, and a strange smell filled the air. Gas again. I wonder what the effect of this gas is. Making her manic? The last experiment had already proven that she was different from ordinary berserkers. Hongguji wouldn't be so foolish as to repeat the same trick. Besides making her go berserker, other drugs had no effect on her. Her self-healing ability allowed her to quickly metabolize any harmful drugs. The smell remained the same, but her body showed no reaction. Songshi removed the eye mask and sat up. Everything was pitch black. Hongguji turned off the lab lights. But the color of each of their emotions betrayed their position. Standing in the front, the one radiating red was clearly Hongguji. Hongguji raised his hand and waved it, as if issuing an order. Then, the air smelled different. Songshi's limbs suddenly felt weak, and his vision felt dizzy. The silhouettes of Hongguji and the other researchers appeared double. Songshi's heart sank, and he held his breath. Outside the glass cage, Hongguji chuckled sinisterly. My new drug to suppress the healing system's metabolic capacity worked. Hee, Songshi, don't blame me. It's because you didn't cooperate with me that I had no choice but to do this. The assistant stood beside him, terrified, not daring to agree. He felt the doctor's behavior was unethical. How could he go back on his word? And the target of his change of heart was a berserker. He glanced at Songshi inside the glass cage. She jumped off the bed and slowly walked toward the edge of the glass. Under his night vision goggles, Songshi's eyes glowed white. Ah! Suddenly, Dr. Hong beside him clutched his head and cried out in pain. Chapter 153. Psychic Attack. Songshi's eyes flashed red as she stared intently at Hongguji. She had already reached the edge of the glass dome, her hand clenched into a fist, her psychic power concentrated in it, and she slammed it down. Snap! With one powerful punch, a crack appeared on the glass dome, rapidly spreading outwards, covering the entire dome in the blink of an eye. The third layer of glass was in imminent danger. Alarm! Alarm! The experimental cage is under attack. All researchers, evacuate immediately. A mechanical voice rang out, and a red light flashed in the laboratory. In the pitch darkness, the red light was like a demon demanding death, and everyone's heartbeats were pounding like thunder. The crackling sound of the glass dome splitting was the whisper of a demon. Hongguji crouched on the ground, clutching his head in agony. He caught a glimpse of the glass dome shattering again, his pupils trembling, and his face, already pale from pain, drained of color. He stood up hastily, enduring the excruciating pain in his head, and backed away. Run! Run! All the researchers shoved and pushed their way out. Bang! Another punch landed, as if a signal, sending shattering glass raining down like a torrential rain. Hongguji's legs buckled at the sound. He couldn't help but recall Songshi's warning the last time something like this happened. She would kill him before the guards arrived. The last layer of glass had shattered. She must be out by now. Where had she chased him? Was she already behind him? Hongguji's fear grew with every thought. Until he heard a faint voice from behind him. I've come to fulfill my promise to you. His heart sank to the ground, his heart shattering. You can't kill me. I'm a senior researcher at the Federation. I've made many contributions to the Federation. If you kill me, you spend the rest of your life in a lab. Hongguji stared at the shadow before him, his tone firm, his trembling voice betraying his inner fear. His night vision goggles had fallen somewhere in his frantic run, and he could only vaguely make out a silhouette. The silhouette stopped and didn't move forward, as if persuaded by his words. Hongguji saw a glimmer of hope and immediately continued, It just so happens that many research groups want to keep you in the lab. They have no legitimate reason, and the people outside your base 11 are clamoring loudly. Now you kill me, and you have a reason. Then, in a way, I've sacrificed myself for science. Hong Guji, driven mad, didn't care about his own life. Devoting himself to science was his supreme pursuit. Song Shi's finger hovered before him, and he paused. You have a point. Hong Guji's eyes flashed with the joy of having survived. Young people are so easy to coax. He let out a long sigh, relaxed, and braced himself on the ground, preparing to stand. Suddenly, his right ear felt cold. Then, there was a sharp pain, as if the entire ear had been cut off. Warm liquid trickled down his neck and into his lab coat. Hong Guji's fingers trembled in disbelief as he reached up to touch his right ear. He found nothing. His right ear, once half broken, was now completely gone. Are you looking for this? Song Shi asked, holding something between his index and middle fingers and offering it to Hong Guji. Hong Guji vaguely saw the white object. He reached out his right hand to take it, and it was the ear, still warm from his own body. Ah! He flung the ear away, falling to the ground and howling in pain. Healer! Healer! Find me a healer. Song Shi half crouched before him, lost in thought. Shouldn't this be an honor for you? Why call me a healer? Hong Guji, writhing on the ground, suddenly stopped screaming. It was as if he agreed with Song Shi's thoughts. Madman! Song Shi cursed inwardly and reached out to his shoulder. Hong Guji's shoulder trembled, and then his whole body stiffened. You? What are you doing? Heal you, Song Shi said coldly. I don't want to be trapped in a lab forever. The power of healing slowly flowed into Hong Guji's body, spreading from his shoulder. The comfortable, pure power blocked out the sharp pain in his ear, but Hong Guji's heart grew inexplicably panicked. The healing power split into two streams. One flowed into Hong Guji's ear, rapidly restoring it, while the other headed straight for his brain. Severing his ear would only temporarily inflict pain. Song Shi was unwilling to let him go so easily. She also possessed the skill of creating a patient, allowing her to cause Hong Guji's death without anyone noticing, and without implicating her. After modifying his brain tissue, his ear was almost healed. It was a complete ear. Song Shi withdrew her hand and stood up. At that moment, the lights in the lab suddenly flickered on, and the guards stationed outside rushed in. The assistant, following behind the defenders, glanced at Dr. Hong, who lay on the ground, and was secretly horrified. Song Shi had truly kept his word. She had promised to take care of Dr. Hong before the defenders arrived, and today she had indeed done so. Although Dr. Hong was not dead, that was simply because Song Shi had no intention of killing him. He ran forward and helped the bloodied Dr. Hong to his feet. Doctor, are you okay? Hong Guji shook his head slowly and stiffly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Are you arresting her? The commander of the defenders had already ordered his men to surround Song Shi and asked Hong Guji. Hong Guji raised his hand and touched his restored right ear. The feel was unfamiliar. He hadn't had a full right ear in years. He was still alive, intact. There was no reason to arrest Song Shi. He shook his head. After what had just happened, he was exhausted. Looking at the completely destroyed glass cage, he said, his voice heavy with sorrow, let's temporarily lock her up in the lab next door. The assistant couldn't help but look at the lab before them. The entire lab had completely changed. The glass cage, once the doctor's pride, boasting that it could be used for experiments on any large exotic beast without fear of being broken, was now reduced to ruins. The commander of the guards spoke up. The lab next door is full of unawakened multi-system high-probability differentiations. The security of the lab is not high. If Song Shi tries to escape. He glanced at Song Shi, who was in the middle. She won't run away, Hong Guji said calmly, as if stating a fact. The fact that Song Shi hadn't killed him just now was proof enough that she was a rational person. Escape would be easy, but after that, the Federation would have no place for her. If she were caught, she would become a test subject, without personal freedom. So he was certain that Song Shi wouldn't run away. She was waiting for the opportunity to officially leave the lab. This opportunity. Hong Guji thought of the recent commotion outside, and his heart grew heavy. Time was running out for him. Chapter 154. Song Shi was taken to the adjacent laboratory. This adjacent laboratory was also used for dual-element research. It was used in conjunction with Song Shi's laboratory. The laboratory was filled with unawakened multi-element high-probability differentiation subjects, collected by Hong Guji from 11 bases across the Federation. Whenever a possible cause of awakening was discovered in Song Shi, an experiment would be conducted on them. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. The two laboratories were separated by only a wall. The noise in Song Shi's laboratory was so loud that it could be heard clearly from this lab. When Song Shi was escorted in by the guards, The high-probability differentiation subjects, who should have been asleep, all stood up and craned their necks to look outside. Through the transparent glass cover, they saw the key figure in this experiment, the Federation's first dual-element awakener, Song Shi. It was her presence that brought these previously neglected dual-dash, triple-dash, and even multi-element cultivators to a tremendous level of attention in just 1 month, bringing them together and providing comprehensive care. Once, they believed they could only choose one of many talents and become low-level awakeners. Now, they have the potential to pursue the path of genius and become truly talented. All of this is closely related to the girl in the lab coat before them. The lab next door has an S-level security rating, typically only used for large-scale exotic beast experiments. Judging from the noise just now, it seems she destroyed it. The dual-element cultivators are truly formidable. This lab also uses glass cages to confine their test subjects. The glass cage was slightly smaller than Song Shi's previous one, and only had 1 floor. There were 5 glass cages in total, each housing 7 or 8 people, separated by astrology. They were currently discussing in low voices. If I awaken 2 zodiac signs, will I be as powerful as her? A thin, pale boy looked at Song Shi with longing. I'm not trying to discourage you. You have 1 healing sign and 1 spiritual sign. If you awaken, you only become twice as weak. In another glass cage, I have 3 signs. Won't I be even more powerful than Song Shi? That depends on the level. Song Shi's awakened signs are all S-level. With your differentiation value, you might end up awakening only D or C-level signs, still a weakling. Song Shi was pushed into a separate glass cage. The guards decided to take turns guarding her, each one watching her every move with a fierce gaze. After a month living in the transparent glass cage, Song Shi had completely adapted to this life without privacy. She leisurely walked to the bed, lay down, and casually turned on her computer. The previous lab had activated the signal blocker, so her computer could only be used to check the time. This lab was different. The signal blocker hadn't been activated yet. Song Shi successfully connected to the network. Messages popped up one after another, from different people, but Song Shi ignored them, scrolling directly to the name of glasses and clicking on it. I did as you said, and waited for the results to appear. You still don't know the outcome of the evacuation of Base 11? 7 days after you left, a wave of alien beasts attacked, using the 35th military region as a breakthrough point. Like dominoes, Base 11's defenses collapsed within a day, and all the awakened and the army retreated at the last moment. This evacuation left only 1/9 of ordinary citizens behind, roughly 2.7 million people. The monster wave hasn't completely left Base 11, so it's impossible to calculate the death toll yet. However, the situation is not optimistic. This monster wave is a magnitude 8, digging up the ground more than 10 meters deep and destroying almost all human structures, reducing them to ruins. The chances of ordinary people surviving a monster wave of this magnitude are practically 0. However, the figure of 2.7 million is much better than expected, thanks to the decision you and I made. Song Shi continued to scroll. 2 days later, Glasses sent her the latest update. The protests of the citizens of Area 11 have begun to take shape. They've lost their homes, been separated from their loved ones, and are at their most unstable, making them easily incited. They're protesting the federal government's disregard for Base 11. Why should someone from Base 11 be sent to Base 1 for research? They hope the Federation will release you as soon as possible. In reality, most of them were seeking justice for their loved ones, who remained at Base 11, their fate unknown. The first group to be evacuated by the federal government were government officials and the wealthy inner-city residents, which greatly angered them, especially since they learned that the federal government had initially concealed their true intentions. They were using the protests as a way to vent their anger. 2 days passed. The Beast Tide had left Base 11 and showed no signs of attacking other bases, leaving humanity safe for the time being. The federal government had dispatched a team of Awakened to search for survivors, a move they claimed was merely to appease the protesting citizens of Base 11. But the rhetoric was unsettling. All the citizens of Base 11 were now mobilized, and the scene was massive. Parades were held daily at Base 9. I took a photo to show you. Song Shi clicked on it. The photo showed a bustling street, crowded with people holding red banners. Song Shi zoomed in to read the words on the banner. Rebuild Base 11, return our dual system geniuses. Song Shi retreated somewhat shamefully, returning to the chat box beneath his glasses. The Federation has recently been arranging for refugees from Base 9 to be transferred to other bases, to alleviate the population pressure on Base 9. During this period, Base 9 has been shouldering the population of 2 bases, as well as supplying resources to the front lines. The resource consumption has been enormous, and many people are struggling to get enough food. This federal government decision is very beneficial to you. The citizens of Base 11 who have been separated can protest in other bases, and the scope of the protest will grow. My latest news is that the 11th District Military District and the president of your Tomorrow University are both requesting your release. With the military district deployed, Base 1 will no longer be able to act with impunity. You should be able to be released soon. Songshur glanced at the date the message was sent. It was yesterday. The military district had actually deployed, something Songshur hadn't anticipated. Each base has its own military district. Songshur assumed that after Base 11 was razed by the monster tide, the 11th military district would be disbanded and reorganized into other bases. However, this turned out to be untrue. The military district of Base 11 hopes the federal government will quickly rebuild Base 11, claiming that the citizens of Base 11 should not be displaced from other bases. The federal government has yet to respond, but if it doesn't reject the idea, it means it's possible. They may still be in a stalemate. Chapter 155. Glasses said 2 more messages this afternoon. You should be released soon. Seolan and the others are in the inner city of Base 9. When you return, we can still carry out missions together. Old Cow has been nagging you lately. He said that without you, we wouldn't even be able to get a decent mission. Glasses complained briefly, but nothing more. Songshur turned off his laptop and lay back on his bed, his eyes dull and his thoughts wandering. The 11th Base Military District hopes the federal leadership will agree to rebuild Base 11. Rebuilding a base requires significant material, financial, and human resources. If the remaining 10 bases in the Federation can alleviate the pressure from the population fleeing Base 11, there's no need to expend significant resources rebuilding Base 11. This is why the federal government still refuses to agree. The federal government has officials from every base. To ensure fairness, they even create positions to ensure a similar number of officials are hired at each base. The number of positions is indeed fair and equitable, but there are high and low positions, and while there are key positions, there are also marginal positions with no voice. The first, second, and third bases have the most decision-making officials. The current leader of the Federation hails from the first base. Because the 11th human base is the newest, with a history of less than 100 years, most of its members within the federal government are marginalized and have little say. The federal government could easily reject the proposal to rebuild the 11th base. But they must find a way to appease the sentiments of the 11th base's military district and ordinary citizens, especially since these ordinary citizens have now been dispersed to various bases. If this matter isn't properly resolved, it will become a thorn in the hearts of the federal government and the public. How can it be resolved? Rebuilding the 11th base is impossible. The only alternative is to divert public attention. Coincidentally, the calls for rebuilding the 11th base are similar to those for returning the dual-system awakeners from the 11th base. After weighing the pros and cons, the federal government settled for the latter option and released her. To temporarily quell the now intensifying protests, the rebuilding of the 11th base will be considered later. As for the former president of Tomorrow University's personal request to the first base to release her, besides being a student of Tomorrow University, there was another reason. As far as she knew, Tomorrow University was able to establish itself, and in just a few decades, it had opened branches at the 9th and 6th bases, thanks to the support of the 11th Military Region. The majority of Tomorrow University's graduates also went to the 11th Military Region. Naturally, the former president of Tomorrow University sided with the 11th Military Region. After figuring out these reasons, Songshur reopened her laptop and checked the messages from others. She picked out the important ones. Tangyi was concerned about her well-being, checking in almost every 2 days, and sending her the latest news from the outside world, which roughly matched the description of the glasses. Songshur simply reported that she was safe and went back to checking the other people's messages. When she clicked on a chat box with the note Chin E, chairman of the hunting group, Songshur paused. Are you interested in joining the hunting group's lab? My researchers are truly talented and definitely more humane than those in the federal government. I won't restrict your freedom. You just need to come to the lab regularly. Of course, I'm not asking you to do charity. We can discuss how many points you want. If you want to become an S-rank ranger, I can promote you directly. S-rank ranger? What are the benefits? Songshur sent a message to Glasses. Glasses replied quickly. You can actually contact me using the optical computer. Have you been released? Why didn't I hear about your release? That shouldn't be the case. First base would have released you with great fanfare, so everyone in 11th base would have seen it. He only asked these 2 questions, and then immediately began to answer her previous question. S rank is the top-level ranger in the hunting group. Above that are the senior management of the hunting group. Points earned from completing S rank missions do not need to be saved for leveling up. Instead, they can be directly exchanged for Federation currency at a 1 to 100 exchange rate. S rank missions start at 1 million points, so it goes without saying how much money can be earned from a single mission. In addition, S rank rangers are employed by the federal government and become official rangers. If they perform well, they will become a hub connecting the federal government and the hunting group. Being both a hunter and a federal field officer, their dual identities are recognized, meaning they enjoy dual benefits. It's like having a stable job with the federal government while also receiving a high salary from the hunting group. This is why so many hunters in the hunting group compete to complete missions and earn points. Their primary motivation is to secure a job with the federal government. Seeing the content sent by glasses, Song Shi was somewhat tempted, but he didn't impulsively agree. She could reach S rank within 3 years, given her abilities. She didn't need Qin Yi's special promotion. She could reach that level within 3 years. Without replying to Qin Yi, Song Shi returned to her other unread messages. Nothing important. Song Shi searched for protest again, and all that popped up were news reports about protests at various bases, with base 9 being the most numerous, dominating several trending searches. Song Shi had to admire the Glass's ability to push this protest movement to such a high level in just 1 month. Song Shi browsed through a few news articles, grasped the developments, turned off her computer, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The next day, Song Shi opened her eyes to the attentive breakfast served by the robotic arm. She sat up and looked around. The other high-probability differentiators within the glass enclosures had already lined up, exited their enclosures, and rolled up their sleeves to prepare for blood draws. She woke up late today. Song Shi glanced down at the time on her computer, 30 minutes late. No one had woken her today. In the glass cage next door, a researcher would wake her up at a fixed time every day to strictly adhere to the experimental procedures. This had never happened before. Song Shi glanced outside, but didn't see Hong Guji. She suppressed her doubts and ate breakfast with a sullen expression. The researcher came in and drew 2 tubes of blood from her. "Where's Dr. Hong?" Song Shi lowered her eyes, looking at the researcher who was changing the tubes. "The researchers from Base 11 are here, and Dr. Hong is explaining the research process to them." "So soon?" This speed surprised Song Shi. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the researcher had finished drawing the blood and left when Hong Guji walked in, leading a team of men and women in lab coats. Chapter 156. Hong Guji's face was dismal, his entire figure appearing dark. They stopped in front of the glass cage. The woman at the front of the group, wearing a low ponytail and black-framed glasses, exuding a scholarly air, peered into the cage. She carefully examined Song Shi. After confirming that Song Shi was unharmed, her expression visibly relaxed. When she turned back to look at Hong Guji, the ease on her face vanished completely, and she looked stern, as if she wanted to slay him with her gaze. She tapped the documents tucked under her left arm with her fingers, and spoke at length in an impassioned tone. The glass cage in this lab wasn't very soundproof, and her voice was high, making it easy for Song Shi to overhear what she was saying. "How could you leave Song Shi in a lab with so little privacy?" Her voice was filled with accusation. "The application you submitted to the federal government clearly stated that Song Shi was merely a collaborator in the dual system experiment, not a test subject. Look at the environment here. Does it resemble the treatment of a collaborator?" Hong Guji knew full well what this group's presence meant. His experimental results would be shared with them, and every step of his research would be monitored and criticized. Naturally, he wasn't prepared for the best. After what happened yesterday, he couldn't maintain a semblance of harmony, and his saliva flew. "What do you know? Song Shi's destructive power. Where else could she be imprisoned if not here? The lab next door. I've used it for 15 years. Just last night, she destroyed it all." Hong Guji's heart ached at the thought. "You're focusing on the lack of privacy? You guys at Base 11 are so short-sighted. With your abilities, you won't be able to produce anything of value in 10 years. The researchers at Base 11 were every bit as capable as him. Dr. Hong is so talented. May I ask if you produced anything of value this month? The Base 1 government showed us the report you submitted. 20 pages are filled with the same word, failure. You're deceiving those clueless people at the top of the Federation, but as fellow researchers, can't we understand your nonsense?" Every word was piercing, and Hong Guji was furious. "I failed? Let's study it together, and see if you can come up with something valuable." The bespectacled female researcher pursed her lips and smiled. We believe Songshur is inherently gifted. She's a unique case in the Federation. There's no pattern to follow, and any research on her won't yield any results. So, we don't plan to study her. Base 11 sent us here to monitor your behavior. The female researcher stated her purpose directly, and tossed the information back to Hongguji. Hongguji fumbled to catch it. According to the date you reported, we take Songshur away in a month. Hongguji, ? The date he had mentioned was a random one, made up to speed approval. As long as Songshur was in, he had the final say on when to release her. He already secured many rare test specimens using this method, but never before had he been pressed to return them on the time he reported. With only a month left, how could he possibly produce any results? Besides, from today on, there were so many eyes watching him that he couldn't do anything. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a headache, and his vision went black. Hongguji pounded his head with his fist to cheer himself up. Do whatever you want. With a cold remark, Hongguji casually tossed the hastily written report into a nearby trash can and was about to leave. He was stopped again by a female researcher from Base 11. Do you have any other requests? Hongguji frowned. Change labs. There's no privacy here. Songshur was assigned to a lab with only a small glass door. The daily routine remained the same, except that a researcher from Base 11 was now standing by to monitor each step. Anything Hongguji did that didn't comply with the documentation would be pointed out and prohibited from continuing. For example, the most basic blood draws would be reduced from 8 tubes per day to 4. Hongguji was nearly driven mad with torture. It's just a blood draw. Why are you making such a fuss? He pointed at the researcher who tried to stop him and cursed. She's a healer. A healer? Do you know what a healer is? I could slit her wrist and draw blood all day, and she wouldn't die. A month later, Hongguji's miserable life finally came to an end. He researched day and night, but finally, the experiment failed. No meaningful results were produced. Songshur's awakening of dual psychic powers was an exception. No one else could replicate her success. Hongguji's dream of saving humanity was dashed. After receiving the federal government's order to release Songshur from the laboratory, he collapsed to the ground. The old principal personally came to the laboratory to take Songshur back to Base 9. There are quite a few reporters outside. Wear these. The old principal handed Songshur a pair of sunglasses and a mask. Your name has been exposed, but for your future, we've suppressed your photo so the outside world doesn't know what you look like. Songshur expressed appropriate gratitude. She had previously instructed him to do the same with the glasses. Accepting the sunglasses and mask, Songshur put them on, largely obscuring his face. The space gate is right outside the laboratory. We just show our faces to the reporters and leave. We don't need to answer any of their questions, the old principal instructed. This was to inform the protesting citizens that Songshur had been released. Although Songshur's face was obscured, his identity as the president of Tomorrow University was clear. A simple online search would reveal it. He had come personally to verify Songshur's identity. Stepping out of the lab and through the corridors of the largest research institute in Base 1, Songshur felt a long-awaited sense of freedom. She had spent 2 full months here, but it hadn't been in vain. From now on, she wouldn't have to hide her abilities. Her steps inevitably became lighter. The infrared light of the research institute's main door detected someone approaching and slowly moved to both sides. The flashes of the media followed closely behind. Seeing the president of Tomorrow University and a young girl behind him, they immediately squeezed in with all their might. But they were kept at a distance by the bodyguards brought by the old president. Their microphones jutted through the gap. Have the research results been released? Is multi-system awakening truly the future trend for human awakeners? The citizens of Base 11 are worried about you being subjected to inhumane experiments. Can you tell us about your experience in the lab? Will you stay at Base 9? Will you participate in the pioneer selection for Base 1 in a month? Chapter 157. Songshur didn't answer any questions and, escorted by his bodyguards, stepped through the spatial portal. The scene shifted, revealing a bright, tidy office. 2 steaming cups of tea sat on the coffee table in the reception area. The silence grew, and the reporters' endless questions were all left at the first base. Songshur returned to the 9th human base. A woman with a strong, defined face stood guard by the spatial portal. After they all emerged from the spatial portal, she waved her hands in midair. The spatial portal, wide enough for 2 people to pass through, gradually coalesced into a fist-sized deep blue vortex. She clapped her hands at the vortex, and it dissipated. All of you get out. The principal waved to the spatial psychic and his bodyguards. They left one after another, gently closing the door behind them. Songshur and the principal were the only ones left in the office. You're home. Sit wherever you want. The principal smiled. Songshur removed her sunglasses and mask, and sat down on a single sofa. A steaming cup of tea was pushed in front of her, and the old principal's eyes showed a hint of pity. You've been hard these past 2 months. Songshur recalled her experiences without any emotional fluctuation. Not hard at all. Compared to the half-month she spent at the control school, these 2 months were nothing. Hong Guji was like a fly, impossible to shoo away, disgusting and annoying. But it was also true that he was incompetent. Or perhaps it was because she was too powerful, and all of Hong Guji's plans were unworkable. Her biggest loss in these 2 months was that she had no chance to improve herself. Her mental strength hadn't increased significantly, and she hadn't practiced her skills in a long time. You have a good attitude, kid, the principal gave Songshur an admiring look. Revenge is the key. How could her mentality be any worse? Hong Guji paid the price for the 2 months she wasted. Songshur calmly sipped his tea, receiving the principal's praise. I asked your high school homeroom teacher about your experiences before college, the principal suddenly said. The air was silent for a moment, with only the crisp clink of teacups against their saucers. Human base number 11 was destroyed by the alien beast wave, and those who survived are reminiscing about the past. Recalling good times, missing loved ones, who didn't escape in time, and even missing possessions they didn't have time to take with them. What about you? Do you have any memories? The principal asked casually. No, Songshur put down his teacup and replied without hesitation. What was she reminiscing about? Almost dying at the hands of an alien beast during a stimulation experiment, living homeless on the streets, being sent to a detention school and beaten? Songshur's response was as the principal expected. After learning of Songshur's past, he found it hard to imagine a minor having gone through so much. Even he couldn't forgive the 11th base. But as the president of Tomorrow University and the spokesperson for the 11th Military Region, he had to act and speak out in his position. The 11th base needs you. The president's words were sincere, his eyes genuine. The reconstruction of the 11th base requires you. Songshur sneered inwardly. Reconstruction? What did that have to do with her? Expecting her help? Dream on. Your successful departure from the institute is thanks in large part to the citizens of the 11th base. While some at the 11th base hurt you, the vast majority are kind and friendly citizens, the president said earnestly. Your good friend Tang Yu, and her father, Wang Ding, took you in when you had nowhere else to go. Your high school homeroom teacher, Yin Qianlin, saw talent and dedicated himself to your development. And your friends at the hunting group, they respect you, trust you, and have your back. Songshur was incredibly clear-headed. These people treated her well not because they were kind and friendly. It was because she deserved their treatment. The first time Wang Ding saw her, he was afraid she might cause trouble and chased her away with a gun. The first time she met Tang Yu, she ignored her. Yin Qianlin had never shown any concern for her life in the regular class before her awakening. The same was true for Xiao Lan, Lan Yo Yuzi, and Yan Jing. It was ultimately her own efforts that made these people willing to confide in her, becoming friends and family. If she had heard the principal speak so openly to her in her previous life, she would have fallen head over heels, weeping profusely in gratitude to the citizens of Base 11, for giving everything, and devoting herself to rebuilding Base 11. Things were different now. Trying to brainwash her, ignoring her own efforts, and simply giving thanks to the outside world was impossible. The principal, unaware of Songshur's thoughts, continued, You have dual energies, Berserker and Healer. Your future holds limitless possibilities. You could at least reach heights unattainable by any awakened person since the Federation's crisis. Songshur nodded. She was rather in agreement with this. I don't expect you to be grateful to Base 11 and to be so involved in its reconstruction. Songshur raised her eyelids. This statement was a bit surprising. Wasn't that the whole point of all this talk? The principal, judging Songshur's expression, spoke with a mixture of helplessness and sincerity. I haven't experienced your pain, so I can't say such shameless words. I just hope you don't bear a grudge against Base 11. You're from Base 11. You don't need to do anything. Just keep striving higher, and Base 11 will benefit from your influence, and its reconstruction will be put on the federal government's agenda. Songshur understood. So he was worried she'd bear a grudge. The reputation of the Berserker type is just that powerful. If she were a healer or a mixed warrior type, she'd be hearing a different story. Songshur stood up and soothed. Don't worry, Principal. I've avenged my actions, and won't hold a grudge against Base 11. That's good. Receiving Song Shi's affirmative response, the principal breathed a sigh of relief. Putting pressure on Base 1 to release Song Shi was a risky decision, and the military district debated it for 2 hours. While Song Shi's release would bring a historic talent to Base 11 and further promote its development, it also risked malicious retaliation from her violent side. There were pros and cons, and ultimately, under the pretext that the cons could be controlled, and the pros could not be provided by anyone other than Song Shi, the military district demanded that Base 1 hand over Song Shi. Song Shi now openly stated that she would not cross Base 11, and the principal felt a sense of relief. Part of the reason the relief wasn't completely relieved was that violent types were not very trustworthy. Especially, he specifically inquired about the deeds of Song Shi's father, Song Yi, who was a typical violent sociopath with a broken heart. Although Song Shi didn't exhibit these traits, she was a descendant of her bloodline, carrying on her genes. Genes can't be used to determine a person's fate, but their influence on a person can't be ignored either. Principal, it's nothing. I be leaving now. Song Shi spoke, waking the principal from his trance. Chapter 158. One more thing. I've signed you up for the Forerunner program. During the 2 months Song Shi spent in the first base laboratory, more than half of the freshman classes at Tomorrow University had already been completed. A month later, the selections for the Forerunner program would begin. Each department would select 20 students who met the requirements. Because Tomorrow University, at the 9th base, included students from both the 9th and 11th bases, each department would be required to select 40 students. The Forerunner program had been announced, and all freshmen were secretly preparing for the selections in a month. Song Shi was originally supposed to be selected with the healing department students, but since she was a dual department student, the principal gave her the opportunity to choose. She could either join the Forerunner program as a Berserker department student or as a healing department student. After selecting the corresponding department, her student status would be transferred to the relevant department. Song Shi chose the Berserker department. For no other reason than that, Berserker department students needed combat experience to level up. Thus, Song Shi became the only student in all the universities for superpowers in the Federation to transfer departments mid-study. That's all for later. She pushed open the principal's office door, and Tang Yu and Yang Jinjin were waiting outside. Bang! Colorful confetti burst into the air as Song Shi emerged from behind the door. The moment Song Shi heard the sound, he stepped back and closed the door to avoid it. Shi Xiao, you're finally back. Yang Jinjin finished twisting the fireworks cannon and was still excitedly congratulating Song Shi when she realized he had disappeared. She stood there dazed, twisting the fireworks, as confetti rained down on her and Tang Yu's heads. The two looked at each other. What happened outside? The principal watched Song Shi return and stood up, preparing to go check. The moment Song Shi closed the door, he caught a glimpse of the sky full of confetti, and guessed it was Yang Jinjin. It's okay, my friends were welcoming me back with a salute. The principal paused, giving a helpless smile. They're just kids after all. Song Shi pushed the door open again, and looked at the two people standing there, stunned. 3 pairs of eyes exchanged glances, and all burst out laughing. In the dormitory, Tang Yu and Yang Jinjin meticulously prepared a celebration for Song Shi. They ordered a large table of delicious food, and as they ate, they recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 months. Tang Yu had become more mature. That was the feeling Song Shi had from the moment they saw her. During her time on the front lines, she dealt with strange beasts and the dead every day, accustomed to the sight of life and death. All her childishness had faded. Even though she still looked well-behaved and harmless, no one who saw her would ever associate her with a student without any fighting power. I've been promoted to A rank. Tang Yu shared her progress over the past 2 months. I've also signed up for the Pioneer program. I hope I can go with you to the first base for the tryouts. I will, Song Shi affirmed. Achieving A rank in fire at 18 is no longer something that can be achieved through hard work alone. Talent and hard work are both essential. Tang Yu has both talent and the willingness to work hard. She will surely go far and high in the future. Where's Uncle Wang? Where does he live now? Song Shi asked. Today is Saturday, and tomorrow is Sunday, so she can visit Wang Ding tomorrow. I'm renting a house near the school. If you want to see it, we can go now. It was only 3 p.m., and Song Shi nodded. Song Shi bought some fruit, and the 3 of them headed to the small apartment near the school. Chapter 159. Wang Ding was doing well. Now that he wasn't working the night shift, he felt much more energetic. However, he hadn't found a permanent job and had recently been working odd jobs at an aircraft repair shop. He didn't make much money, And since prices at Base 9 had skyrocketed since the people from Base 11 moved in, his income barely covered his and Fugue's daily needs. The federal government was currently regulating prices, trying to restore them to a level accessible to ordinary citizens. But this would take time. Tang Yu's daily expenses were covered by the savings he had accumulated from running a hotel over the years. The federal government subsidized the families of Tomorrow University students for 3 months of accommodation. Wang Ding used the money to rent a cheap one-bedroom apartment. The federal subsidy was enough for him to stay for 6 months. The quality of life wasn't comparable to Base 11. But Wang Ding was content. A 2-meter-tall man and a small dog lived in a small, immaculately tidy room. When Song Shi arrived, Fugue was still wearing a pink dress, apparently hand-sewn from Tang Yu's pajamas. Although it was a male. The 4 of them sat on the carpet, shared some fruit, and chatted for a while. Song Shi stood up, said goodbye, and the 3 of them left. That night, Song Shi carried a box of long-lasting nutrient solution to the fire department dormitory. The first 3 months after upgrading to a nature department are a golden period for improving mental strength, and many people invest their resources in this initial upgrade period. Not only can it achieve twice the result with half the effort, it also has a certain impact on future upgrade limits. Song Shi knocked on Tang Yu's dormitory door and waited quietly for her to open it. 20 seconds passed, but Tang Yu didn't open the door, and there wasn't even a sound of footsteps in the room. Tang Yu isn't here? Song Shi glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Song Shi put down the nutrient solution box and searched for Tang Yu's contact information in the address book on his computer. Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard from the next door. Song Shi glanced over. It was Tang Yu's blonde, blue-eyed, Caucasian roommate, walking out from behind the door with her arms folded across her chest. Tang Yu hasn't been coming back until 1 or 2 in the morning lately. Didn't she tell you? The roommate thought Song Shi and Tang Yu had a special relationship. Tang Yu would definitely tell Song Shi where she went. Sadly, she didn't. Perhaps she had just returned from a base, and Tang Yu didn't have time to tell him. Song Shi asked, "Do you know where she went?" "I don't know. She didn't tell me." The girl frankly spread her hands. Okay, Song Shi considered whether to call Tang Yu now. If Tang Yu was busy right now, calling might bother her. But she always came back with a bruise on her face, Tang Yu's roommate recalled, pointing to her cheek and speculating hesitantly. Like she'd been in a fight somewhere. Injury? A fight? Met Tang Yu today, and she didn't have any bruises on her face? Song Shi was a little confused. What had Tang Yu been hiding from her? Yang Jingjin hadn't shown any signs of abnormality today either. Did she know about this? Or did she and Tang Yu keep it a secret? I'm telling you because you're close to her, the girl sighed. Just keep an eye on her. She works too hard. She comes back at 1 or 2 in the morning every day, and we have morning training at 7 the next day. Even a fire-type body wouldn't be able to handle it. I remind her, Song Shi said seriously. The girl said nothing more and returned to her room. Song Shi glanced at the box at Tang Yu's dorm door and turned to leave. Tang Yu had come home that night and seen the box of nutrient solution by the door, knowing she'd been there. If Tang Yu was willing to tell her, she would speak tomorrow. The dormitory arrangements remained unchanged from Base 11, 2 bedrooms and a living room, and Song Shi's roommate was still Wu Wanyun. Pushing open the door, Wu Wanyun was sitting on the sofa, watching the news and applying skincare. She was very refined. Every time Song Shi saw her, even her hair was meticulously groomed. Song Shi changed his shoes at the door, remembering the last time he seen Wu Wanyun, the night before the social competition. After news of the monster tide spread, the students spontaneously chose to go to the front lines, and Wu Wanyun hadn't been seen since. Song Shi realized that Wu Wanyun might have received the news from her family long ago, and had evacuated Base 11 on the day of the social competition. This was the aristocratic family of the Federation. I felt so sad for the ordinary citizens of this world. The news on the virtual screen just happened to show the dual system awakener leaving the research institute and returning to the 9th base. The accompanying image showed Song Shi, wearing a mask and sunglasses, standing next to the principal. Wu Wanyun paused the screen at that moment and turned to look at Song Shi, who was changing his shoes. Xiao Shi, do you know someone named Li Jingcan? Li Jingcan? No. Song Shi took off his coat and headed for the bathroom. Wu Wanyun glanced at the fully clothed Song Shi on the virtual screen again thoughtfully. If I don't know him, then he? After taking a shower, Song Shi lay down on the bed and opened his computer to access the 9th base school forum. She needed money. Song Shi returned to his old ways and posted a task. Healing 232031921. The username is automatically generated by the system based on the order of registration. After the merger of the two Tomorrow universities, everyone will use the forum of the 9th base. Song Shershin registered a new forum account. Healers are accepting orders. 800 federal coins per treatment for superficial injuries. 1,200 federal coins per treatment for fractures. 5,000 federal coins per treatment for moderate to severe disabilities. And 8,000 federal coins per treatment for mental illnesses. Songshur listed a list of ailments he could cure, clearly marked with prices, and posted it. Soon, a flood of replies followed. Are the Wu family's healers doing charity work again? Can you please stop competing with us ordinary healers for business? When will healers start treating mental illnesses? Isn't that the responsibility of the psychiatric department? The poster's profile picture has a blue frame. Is he from Base 11? I don't think there are many Wu family healers in Base 11. As far as I know, there's one sophomore and one freshman, both from the Wu family's collateral branch. Who cares who the poster is? I'm tempted by the price. Indeed, it's cheaper than a tube of nutrient solution. I recently strained my back while sparring with those crazy guys in the Berserk department, so I'm going to give it a try. The person above, if you've tried it, please share your experience. I'm broke at the end of the month, and I'm afraid I get ripped off. A moment later, 3 or 4 private message reminders popped up on Songshur's laptop. He replied to each one with the address and time for the meeting, then turned off his laptop and went to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Songshur arrived at the agreed location. Several people who had paid deposits were already there. Each person described the area they needed healing, and Songshur easily handled it, earning 50,000 Federation coins in half an hour. Making extra money in the healing department is easy. Songshur packed up his stall and returned to his dorm. Today was the first day, and everyone else was taking a wait-and-see approach. Few people were looking for her, but tomorrow would bring more, so Songshur wasn't in a hurry. Back in the dorm, sitting at his desk, Songshur pulled a book from his shelf, planning to take advantage of the day off to catch up on the first-year courses in the healing and berserk departments. Suddenly, his laptop beeped. Songshur clicked on it, and saw that the person who sent the message was Chin E. Chapter 160. Miss Song, let's meet tonight. Songshur typed, meeting address. Chin E sent a golden electronic invitation. There's a mixed martial arts tournament sponsored by the hunting group tonight at 10 p.m. at the Skarkin building in Uptown to determine the top 10 of the 9th base division. You should be very interested. You should be interested. Songshur stared at the words, muttering to herself. She wasn't interested. She didn't like watching others fight. She couldn't appreciate the aesthetic of physical violence. Unless she did it herself. But the point of this meeting wasn't to watch the fight, so there was no need to refuse just because she wasn't interested. After agreeing, Songshur turned off her laptop and continued reading. At 7 p.m., after dinner, Songshur checked the private messages on the school forum. There were quite a few red dots, all from people contacting her about repairs. There were so many red dots, replying to them all would be a waste of time. Songshur left and edited another forum post, specifying the time and location, allowing them to find her on their own. After finishing, Songshur went downstairs to set up her stall. People continued to arrive. Those who came in the evening had less pure motives. One of the people Songshur had repaired that morning took her photo and promoted her on the forum, praising her for her miraculous healing abilities. The forum was populated not only by students from the 9th base, but also from the 11th base. Many of the students from the 11th base had sought repairs from Songshur during their freshman training, and they immediately recognized the person in the photo. Hence, the current situation. A boy with a large tattoo on his arm flexed his muscles in front of Songshur, then stroked his chin and commented, "With your skinny arms and legs, are you sure you're a berserker? I could rip you apart with one punch." Songshur ignored his provocation and glanced at the payment record. "You paid me 10,000 federal coins. What treatment do you want?" She didn't have any items that cost 10,000. The boy stretched out his arms and rested them on the table, shaking his legs arrogantly. "You're a healing type, aren't you? I'm testing you. I won't tell you, but can you find where I'm injured?" Songshur wordlessly placed her fingers on his wrist. The healing power circulated within him, and 10 seconds later, a flash of white light passed over his hip. "It's just hemorrhoids. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Songshur said in a rather loud voice, and the surroundings fell silent. The boy's ears flushed red, and his legs stopped shaking. He glared at Songshur with a red face. "Why did you say that?" There were so many people around. He had sharp hearing and could hear many people snickering behind him. The price is clearly marked. I'm afraid you accuse me of extorting you. Hemorrhoids are considered superficial injuries. I charge you 1,000 federal coins. The extra 200 will be used as compensation for wasting my mental energy. The remaining 9,000 will be refunded. Songsher used the computer to refund him the extra money, suppressing a smile. She had plenty of ways to deal with people like this. The boy was already on pins and needles, clenching and unclenching his fists. He was furious and wanted to punch her, but if he did, in public, the incident would only escalate. More people would know, and so on. He wasn't afraid of becoming famous for beating her up. The woman was a dual type, and beating her up would only increase his fame. But if the cause of this incident got out, he wouldn't be able to go out in public anymore. Songsher glanced at him. He seemed unconvinced. She raised her chin in feigned distress. Logically, a berserker type's constitution shouldn't be this weak. That thing should regenerate itself in 2 days. Unless you. Every day. Songsher didn't say anything else, throwing him a meaningful look. The boy's last line of defense was broken. He stood up quickly, took a step back, and bowed solemnly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you. His admission of fault was sincere. Songsher raised the end of his eyebrow slightly. It's rare for a violent type to admit his fault. As expected, there are many ways to die, but social death is the only way. Don't get in my way, Songsher dismissed him. The boy turned and walked away without complaint. The next person paid, but before they even sat down, they leaned forward, clutching their laptop excitedly. Can I take a picture with you? Taking a picture with the only dual-type person in the entire Federation, and posting it on social media would surely gain him a lot of followers. Songsher shook his head and declined. No. Huh? Why? The boy asked disappointedly. This is my private area. What do you want to repair? One after another, her progress was slowed, which meant she earned less money. The boy pointed glumly to the top of his head. Pull my hairline down. In other words, repair the dead hair follicles. Songsher finished the repair in 10 seconds. Go home and wait a few days for your hair to grow back. Next one. For 2 hours, Songsher worked non-stop, making a net profit of 300,000 Federation coins. Today's profit was still low. Closing up and returning to the dorm, Songsher regretted not stopping the first person who took a photo of her this morning. Most of the people tonight were interested in her dual-class identity. Repairs were just a side job. Everyone had a few words with her, wasting a lot of her time. Tomorrow, she had to put up a sign, and the conversation service would cost another 10,000 Federation coins. After making up her mind, Songsher changed into a low-key black sweatshirt and headed out. She headed to the address on the electronic invitation. The Skokin building in the upper district of the 9th base. The 9th base distinguished the inner and outer cities by the terms upper district and lower district. The names were different, but the essence remained the same. The upper district housed the awakened and the wealthy, while the ordinary people lived in the lower district. Songsher's navigation revealed that the straight-line distance from the school to the Skokin building was 80 kilometers. To save time, Songsher had pre-booked a flying vehicle online. It picked her up at the school gate and took less than 40 minutes to arrive at the rooftop parking lot of the Skokin building. Songsher entered the elevator and pressed the 23rd floor. The elevator door opened, and the receptionist approached her. Please show me your invitation. Songsher opened the electronic invitation on her computer, unlocked the privacy feature, and the other party scanned the code, revealing her name. The staff member respectfully raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Director Chin will be here shortly. Please wait in the private room. He personally escorted Songsher to a private room on the 2nd floor. VIP was written on the door. The room was luxurious, with a wide view. Through the full glass wall in front, one could clearly see the scene on the 1st floor ring. Songsher walked around the room and sat down on a sofa. What would you like to drink? We have a variety of wines, juices, milks. No need to thank me. Okay. The staff member stepped back and stood beside and behind Songsher, making no move to leave. Songsher turned to glance at him. The staff member immediately smiled and explained, Director Chin has asked us to take good care of you. If you need anything, just let me know. When will she arrive? She'll be here soon. Director Chin has already disembarked from the aircraft and is taking the elevator. Chapter 161. With nothing to do while waiting, Songsher cast his gaze towards the ring downstairs. It was indeed a VIP room. Sitting here afforded a panoramic view of the action. The other spectators had to crowd around the ring. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and the mixed martial arts match was still 5 minutes away from starting. The ring was densely packed with people, and the contestants had yet to take the stage. Bulky men and spirited women gathered, excitedly betting on which of the contestants would make the top 10, cards and chips flying everywhere. Their powerful shouts, even through the glass, could be heard by Song Shi in the private room. "Do you want to block out their voices?" The staff member asked Song Shi for his opinion, pointing a finger at a small virtual screen. "No need," Song Shi said, his ears twitching as he glanced towards the door. There were footsteps. "President Qin has arrived," the staff member said, receiving a notification through his earpiece, and hurried towards the door. The door to the private room was pushed open, and Qin Yi, dressed in a black suit, strode in with long legs. "Hello, Mr. Qin." The staff member bowed respectfully. Qin Yi passed by him, handed his suit jacket to the pink-haired girl following behind him, and greeted Song Shi with a smile. "Miss Song, we meet again." Song Shi stood up from the sofa, and nodded slightly in response. "Miss Song has awakened both elemental attributes. This is truly a blessing for our hunting group." Qin Yi sat down on the sofa across from Song Shi, glanced at the empty table, and ordered the staff to bring 2 drinks. He then continued, "When I first saw your performance at the experimental base, I knew you were something special." Song Shi sat back on the sofa, listening silently as she recalled the reasons for saving her 6 months ago. "You're lithe and quick-witted. You can run so fast even with a burden, and you can cut losses quickly, picking up and letting go. At the time, I thought that even if your body didn't awaken, you wouldn't be an ordinary person. You'd be more than capable of becoming an excellent hunter. It would be a shame to see you die in the mouth of a beast. I value talent, so saving you wasn't difficult, so I did it. But I didn't expect you to not only awaken, but also awaken both systems." Qin Yi looked at Song Shi with unconcealed admiration. Song Shi's reaction to Qin Yi's praise was indifferent. However, the malicious gaze emanating from behind Qin Yi intrigued her. Song Shi raised her gaze, and looked at the girl behind Qin Yi, holding her coat, wearing a high pink ponytail, and sucking on a lollipop. This was the human who had posed her first existential crisis since arriving in this world. She had noticed the other person long ago. From the moment she entered, she had been emitting signals of dislike. After hearing Qin Yi's praise, her hostility doubled, as if she had robbed her of something. Today, she wasn't wearing sunglasses, and her eyes were quite blunt. It seemed that from the very first meeting, the other person had been very unwelcoming. Back at the stimulation test base, the other person had genuinely harbored murderous intentions towards her. Originally, Song Shi had assumed that Qin Yi had instructed her to do this, with them playing the good cop and the bad cop. But now, Qin Yi was clearly trying to build a closer relationship with her, and the girl still maintained this expression. "Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me?" Song Shi asked bluntly. "Provocation. Blatant provocation." The pink-haired girl was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. She threw Qin Yi's suit jacket onto the sofa, propped herself up with one hand on the backrest, and leaped towards Song Shi. "Achio, come back." Qin Yi's voice was flat, but her movements to kick Song Shi, her mind swollen with rage, froze instantly. Her legs hovered 50 centimeters in front of Song Shi, heavy air escaping her nostrils, and the lollipop in her mouth crackled as she bit. Song Shi leaned calmly against the sofa, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips, watching her, her head smoldering with rage, unable to do anything about it. "Achio, come back." Qin Yi repeated, this time with a distinct lack of patience in his voice. The pink-haired girl glared menacingly at Song Shi, as if to say, "Next time we meet, you're done for." Then, reluctantly, he pulled his legs back, walked around the sofa, and slid behind Qin Yi, picking up the suit jacket she had casually discarded. "Let me introduce Miss Song to you. She's my assistant," Qin Yi said. "Hello, Assistant Qin." Song Shi's voice was tinged with a smile, exceptionally friendly and polite. As if nothing had just happened. Qin Xiao's face was stern, unable to feign the same affability as Song Shi, and she ignored her. "Back at the experimental base, Xiao was testing your strength on my orders. She certainly wasn't very measured in her attack, but fortunately, she didn't hurt Miss Song in the end," Qin Yi said gently. Song Shi listened quietly, without expressing his opinion. "You are all excellent employees of my hunting group. Mission always comes first, personal grudges second. You must get along well from now on. No boss with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of yuan would instruct a new, low-level intern to get along well with his trusted advisors. The gap between them was too vast, they might not even see each other every day, so there was no need to worry about such intimacy. Yet Qin Yi did just that. For one reason only. Miss Song, I've already discussed this with your team. From now on, they will become your dedicated support staff, serving you and under your command. You don't need to fight for tasks on the forums. You're so capable, those low-quality tasks are a waste of your talent. I assign you tasks that match your abilities. Song Sure, ? Just a few words, and he laid it all out for her, and didn't even ask for her opinion? Although she had no plans to leave the hunting group, after all, practical training opportunities were scarce at school, and she couldn't do without it if she wanted to advance, and the hunting group made a lot of money. But that didn't mean she could be easily assigned. Genie seemed to know what Song Sure was thinking. Miss Song, don't refuse right away. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, but even with it, she looked distant and distant. A sense of distance naturally emanated from her eyes. I'm not a leader who exploits my employees. I will provide very good treatment to those who contribute to the group. What kind of treatment? Song Sure asked. Each mission, regardless of difficulty, will be awarded points as an S-level mission, which you can freely distribute among your team members. Secondly, your position within the hunting group is no longer limited to being a hunter. You have greater potential for advancement. One day, you might become a central figure within the hunting group and my right-hand man. Finally, you will have ample freedom to use the hunting group's resources to pursue your own goals. The hunting group's branches across 10 bases in the Federation will be able to provide you with everything you need, including but not limited to weapons depots, funding, information, and personnel. Chapter 162. Song Sure was moved by the last point. This practically meant the entire hunting group was at her disposal. I'm afraid some of the hunting group's higher-ups didn't even have such authority. And she received such treatment simply because she had awakened both elemental abilities. Of course, provided it doesn't violate the interests of the hunting group, Genie added. Song Sure, She knew that. She couldn't possibly use a knife someone had given her to destroy their job. Even if she was a berserker abilities, she couldn't be so shameless. Ever since her berserker abilities were announced, Song Sure had faced both overt and covert distrust of her character. The old principal was right, and so was Genie. Besides these, if Miss Song has any other requests, we can discuss them. As long as they're reasonable, I accommodate them. Genie was very humble, and the benefits he offered were indeed tempting. Song Sure nodded seriously. I consider it. Genie poured a glass of wine for himself and Song Sure, pushed one in front of Song Sure, and took a sip from his own. My sincerity is unwavering. Other forces probably can't offer even a tenth of what I offer. Miss Song, there's no need to rush into a decision now. We can compare options later. Genie's words were suggestive. Other forces, the federal government? Genie had already emptied his wine, set his glass down, and glanced downstairs, seated elegantly. The ring match has begun. Song Sure glanced casually. Two strong men were wrestling in the ring, their noses smeared with blood. The cheers from the surrounding crowd grew louder and louder. Song Sure showed little interest. He lowered his gaze and scrolled through his laptop. The last message on Tang Yu's chat screen ended the morning before yesterday. Where are you? Song Sure finally couldn't help himself and typed it in. While friends should give each other space, she and Tang Yu tacitly agreed not to ask too many questions about each other's affairs. But Tang Yu hadn't returned to the dorm in such a long time. Song Sure couldn't help but worry that something had happened to her. Oh, I remembered something else, Genie suddenly said, rubbing his forehead. So much has been going on these past few days, I forgot. What is it? Song Sure looked up. You're not going to the hunting group lab for now. Even if I need to. Song Sure muttered to himself. We've obtained some samples shared by the First Base Research Institute. They're quite comprehensive and sufficient for our research for the time being. Song Sure listened half-heartedly. She glanced at her laptop from time to time. Tang Yu didn't reply. Swoosh. The whistle blew. The winner had already been decided on the ring below. The bullier man had won the match. After the referee's decision, he raised his hands to greet the cheers that belonged to him. His opponent was beaten beyond recognition, sprawled on the ground, unrecognizable. The scene was bloody enough that Song Sure could no longer bear it. She stood up and said goodbye to Genie. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. She was going to find Tang Yu. Tang Yu had ignored her for so long, something must have happened. Miss Song, Genie called out, stopping Song Sure as she reached the door to the private room. Song Sure turned around and frowned at her. Watch the next group before you leave, Genie said. Song Sure was irritated. I have something important to do. I watch it next time. With that, he pushed the door open. Miss Song, are you anxiously looking for your friend named Tang Yu? Song Sure stopped, turned, and quickly returned to Qin Yi. Where is she? There. Qin Yi raised his arm, pointing toward the ring. Songshur followed his arm. Of the two new contestants, the frail one, only as tall as her opponent's shoulders, was Tang Yu. Why was Tang Yu here, this bloody, cruel place, where life and death hang in the balance? Songshur turned and headed for the private room door. She wanted to stop Tang Yu, but halfway through, she forced herself to stop. This was Tang Yu's decision. Tang Yu carefully considered everything she did, even more meticulously than she did. Since Tang Yu had decided to participate in this competition, she had a compelling reason. Can't disturb her. Tang Yu knew her limits. Songshur composed herself, approached the glass, and examined Tang Yu from below more closely. Tang Yu, dressed in a white competition uniform, clasped her hands in a fighting stance, her gaze fixed firmly on her opponent. She signed up for this mixed martial arts tournament a month ago and made it into the top 50. The finalized list of participants arrived to me yesterday, and I noticed her name, as well as her opponent's. Her opponent isn't a pushover, and her reputation isn't great. She can only win, not lose, and if she loses, she secretly caused trouble for her opponent. I'm worried your friend won't be able to escape unscathed, so I invited you to this match. Songshur felt a touch of emotion. Although Qin Yi had a purpose for what she did, she truly displayed unparalleled sincerity in achieving that goal. She's not as harmless as the information I previously researched made her seem. Qin Yi made no secret of the fact that she had investigated Songshur and the people around her. She was frank. This was her strategy. To win over someone as self-absorbed as Songshur, one must combine self-interest with sincerity and openness to unleash their ultimate power. I've watched her past few matches, and how can I put it? She's hurting her opponent, but she's hurting herself too. The competition restrictions prohibit the use of superpowers, requiring only close combat. She doesn't have any special moves, but she's managed to squeeze into the top 50, relying on her superior fire-based stamina. Down below, the referee's whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Tang Yu rushed forward first, engaging her opponent head-on. Songshur, now a seasoned and accomplished fighter, could tell at a glance that Tang Yu lacked any skills. As Qin Yi had said, she relied solely on the brute force of an awakened being. Her opponent was a sturdy, ordinary person, and within her small frame lay a comparable amount of strength. The importance of skill became apparent at this point. But it was clear that the opponent had more experience. He was in his 40s, with a scar running through the corners of his eyes and mouth. He exuded a fierce aura, the air of someone who had lived on the edge of a knife for years. When both sides were equally powerful, he often managed to catch Tang Yu off guard. After just 100 strikes, Tang Yu's face was bruised and swollen, and her movements had become sluggish, her wounds clearly affecting her mobility. Qin Yi's voice continued from behind. Do you think she looks like someone? Songshur stared at the figure on the ring, who had been knocked down, and then immediately stood up. She really looks like you back then, Qin Yi, who had investigated Songshur's situation in the prison, exclaimed. Fire and berserk types share the same personality. Having witnessed Tang Yu incinerate 3 people, Songshur understood her better than anyone else. Is there a prize in your competition? Songshur turned to Qin Yi to confirm. She suspected Tang Yu was participating in the fighting tournament for the prize money. After arriving at base 9, Tang Yu and Wang Ding had been living on a shoestring. Qin Yi, yes, a lot. The hunting group is the least short of money. We had to find a way to help Tang Yu earn more. Songshur looked around the ring. Groups of people gathered, placing bets on who would win. Are you going to place a bet? Qin Yi stood up and walked over to Songshur, his hands naturally shoved in his pockets, looking down. It's too late. According to our rules, bets are void after the battle is halfway through. No one would agree to bet on the winning side, but betting on the losing side is just giving away money, and no one would be unwilling to. Songshur lowered his head to check his account balance. You're considerate of your friend's feelings. You didn't just give her money directly, but chose this method. But do you think she win? Qin Yi glanced sideways at Songshur's profile. The balance on her laptop was more than enough to bet 1 million. Songshur put it down and walked towards the small virtual screen near the wall, presumably where there would be a betting area. She operated the screen while answering Qin Yi's questions. She win. Songshur's assurance filled Qin Yi with a hint of curiosity. Tang Yu on the ring had been punched 3 times in the head by her opponent, and she was stumbling. Why do you think so? Didn't you say she's like me? If I could win, so can she. Qin Yi was speechless. After depositing 1 million federal coins, all betting on Tang Yu's victory, Songshur returned to the glass. This time, he wasn't there to continue watching, but but to say goodbye to Qin Yi. I give you the answer tomorrow. I'm going downstairs to take a closer look. See you sometime. Goodbye. Watching Songshur push the door open and leave, Qin Yi looked downstairs again. Soon, Songshur's figure appeared near the ring below. She forcefully pushed her way through the crowd surrounding the ring and made her way inside. Some people swore in dissatisfaction, but she simply gave them the finger, and they shut up. Seeing Songshur's lack of manners, Qin Yi said, Is this the employee she spent so much money to hire? Qin Xiao, who was unpacking a new lollipop nearby, snorted, What a lack of manners. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Qin Yi agreed. Songshur appeared to be the quiet, reserved type, polite in his speech, and always distant in his attitude. Doing something like this, Qin Yi caught a glimpse of a colorful lollipop wrapper in freefall. Qin Yi, She could only pretend not to notice, her heart aching with mixed emotions. So were all her employees so uncultured? Downstairs. After calming down those who complained about her crowding in, Songshur breathed a sigh of relief. To deal with this group of foul-mouthed people, magic had to be defeated with magic. In the ring, Tang Yu was already showing signs of turning the tide. The physical qualities of a fire element were far superior to those of an average person. Her hit rate was 60% of her opponents, but her physical endurance was 200% of theirs. If both players were equally powerful, Tang Yu would definitely not fall first. This ring match was exceptionally long. 20 minutes later, the blood-soaked two finally decided the winner. Number 50 wins. The referee announced. Number 50 was Tang Yu. She had won the last spot in the previous round of the top 50 selection. Meg actually lost. My money! Screams rang out. A young girl, a newcomer, and a long-time, well-known contender. Most people chose to bet on the latter. How can this little girl be so resilient? Is she normal? Chapter 163. Who cares if she's normal? I won. The woman who spoke had fluffy, naturally curly brown hair and wore a shiny black, off-the-shoulder leather jacket. Her arms were muscular, exuding a wild, powerful beauty. Meg is a scumbag. He deserves to be beaten to the ground and run over repeatedly with a car wheel. You bet on him to win, so you deserve to lose money. And you deserve to lose everything. The men around her who had lost money looked at her with dismay. The woman didn't care, calling them nothing more than a bunch of losers. She cupped her hands toward the ring and shouted like a trumpet, Number 50. I love you. Before you get off the ring, kick Meg again. Tang Yu in the ring didn't hear her shout. Firstly, the surrounding noise was too loud, and the woman's voice blended in, making it impossible to distinguish without careful listening. Secondly, although Tang Yu had defeated Meg, she wasn't much better. Her eyes were vacant, and her gait was unsteady as she walked off the ring. Meg has participated in 7 or 8 consecutive mixed martial arts tournaments sponsored by the Safari Group, and this is the first time he's been eliminated from the top 10. The prize money for the top 10 is over $1 million. If he doesn't get it this time, that girl's in big trouble. Next to the woman, an elderly man stroked his graying beard and shook his head as Tang Yu walked off the ring. You're still too young and impetuous, and don't know how to hold your edge. The woman rolled her eyes at him. I hate it when people like you, who are about to step into the grave, constantly point fingers at young people. Talk about youthful impetuosity. They're capable, so they can do whatever they want. Just because Mag is a scoundrel, everyone has to give in to him. How can that be justified? It's fine that you're timid and fearful all your life, but now you're putting on airs and criticizing others. Ugh. The woman was incredibly powerful, and after a flurry of abuse, the old man was trembling with anger. You don't understand me. Just wait and see if Mage gives her trouble, and if she can still compete in the next round without missing a limb. The woman's voice boomed, I be guarding her today. I see who dares to touch her. With that, she aggressively pushed through the crowd and walked towards Tang Yu with unwavering steps. However, several burly men blocked her path, and she refused to push them away. A good dog doesn't block the road? The woman uttered a threatening snort. The men surrounding her put their hands on their hips, showing no sign of moving aside. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who had just left the ring, was also blocked by several burly men. She turned to the right, and 2 men immediately blocked her path. She took a step back, turning to walk in the opposite direction, when 2 more people slowly approached. All her escape routes were blocked. Tang Yu leaned against the edge of the ring, warily watching the group of men with ill intentions. A cleared area had formed, and the others were watching the excitement. A burly man reached out to grab her. Tang Yu raised her hand to strike, but a familiar figure stepped in front of her, deflecting the outstretched hand. This is an event sponsored by the hunting group. You're causing trouble in public and are insulting the hunting group. Next time, Maggie won't even make it to the top 10. He won't even be able to step onto the ring. Songshur had heard the woman shouting and knew the man on the stage was Maggie. Why is she here? Tang Yu's hazy consciousness cleared slightly. Seeing the shadowy image of Songshur's back before her, a sense of security washed over her, and she fell backward despite her efforts. Songshur had been keeping an eye on the rear. The moment Tang Yu fell, he turned around, grasped her shoulders, and lifted her up. He channeled the power of repair into her. Mind your own business. A burly man lost patience. Seeing Songshur supporting Tang Yu and his attention distracted, he lunged forward and launched a surprise punch at Songshur's back. The punch arrived instantly. Songshur, as if he had eyes on his back, didn't even glance back, but took a half step to the side with the unconscious Tang Yu. The punch missed, and the man, startled, pulled his arm back, only to be caught by a hand of a different skin color than his own. A seemingly effortless twist. Crack. The man's wrist twisted backward at a terrifying angle. Hiss. Everyone who saw it instinctively closed their eyes. The pain was so intense the man fell to his knees, his left hand protecting his right arm, his body twisted, his face pale. Let go, let go, let go. It hurts, it hurts. He pleaded in agony. Songshur, as if oblivious to his presence, continued to hold his wrist, his fingers sliding upward, along his muscular forearm, all the way to his elbow. Then, as the man stared in horror and couldn't stop himself, a crack sounded. Ah! The man screamed. He could bear the initial pain of a broken wrist, but now, with his entire forearm crushed, even a man could not endure it. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and he clenched his left hand into a fist and pounded it against the ground, daring not to move his right arm. The burly man's companions all looked eager to step forward, yet fearful of Songshur and afraid to do so. Songshur's behavior was truly uncharacteristic. How could a normal person easily snap the arm of a 2-meter-tall man? The other party was most likely an awakened one. They all shared this terrifying suspicion. They and the boss assumed number 50 was just an ordinary person. Because the contestant's information was hidden, they didn't know number 50's real name and couldn't verify her identity. But judging by her participation in competitions over the past month, her techniques clearly lacked formal training, and she often suffered one-sided abuse, desperately eager to win. People like this were very common in the ring, and they all came from families struggling financially and desperately in need of money. Unable to find other quick ways to make money, they simply took a gamble in the ring. These people were almost always ordinary citizens of the Federation, unconnected to the high-ranking awakened, and could do whatever they pleased. How could they have imagined that number 50 was an exception? You, who are you? What do you want? Finally, someone mustered the courage to shout at Songshur. Songshur released the sweating man's arm from his grip. He fell to the ground, his head bowed, gasping in pain, unable to speak. Songshur silently bent over, carrying Tang Yu on his back, then kicked the man who was standing in front of her, clutching his arm and struggling to breathe. The burly man flew out like a ball, taking a large group of people with him. The crowd fell and shouted. Songshur glanced up at the burly man who had asked, "Who are you?" The man's face trembled at her glance. "Have you figured out who I am?" Songshur asked calmly, expressionless. The burly man hunched his shoulders and nodded. "I understand. You're an awakened one. We're blind. We're rude and impatient." He slapped himself in the face and said solemnly, "I won't dare to do it again. You're a magnanimous person and don't hold grudges." Chapter 164. Songshur carried Tang Yu on his back and moved around him. The crowd surrounding the ring saw her approach and inadvertently moved aside, leaving a passage about 1 person wide. Songshur carried Tang Yu on his back out of the passage and headed for the elevator. The elevator door opened, and 3 or 5 people squeezed out, holding flags and excitedly cheering Meg. Meg. They seemed to be Meg's supporters, who were still unaware of the situation. Songshur brushed past them and entered the empty elevator. The door slowly closed, and the crowded scene disappeared. Songshur pressed the down button and stepped back to his original position. The elevator mirror reflected Tang Yu on her shoulder. Her wounds had all been repaired. Perhaps she had been too exhausted recently, so she slept soundly. The blood hadn't been cleaned up in time, and her usually white and pristine cheek was now covered in a large patch of blood, looking shocking. If Wang Ding were to see his beloved daughter reduced to this state, he would likely be heartbroken and burst into tears. The elevator descended to the first floor, and with a ding, the doors opened. Songshur lifted Tang Yu's body to ensure she wouldn't fall, then stepped out of the elevator, through the bustling lobby, and out of the building. It was already early morning, the temperature had dropped, and the cold wind blew away the bloody odor from both of them. Song Shi freed the hand holding the computer, and used voice control to call a nearby aircraft. A pop-up window appeared. Estimated arrival time, 5 minutes. Please wait patiently. The computer's voice notification. Song Shi stood on the steps in front of the building, his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. A loud noise came from behind, accompanied by unbearable curses. The distance was getting closer. Song Shi looked back and saw it was those same fans of Major, marching aggressively towards them. They carried daggers on their waists, machetes on their backs, and perhaps even concealed guns. The men's faces betrayed their ill will. The people in the hall, not wanting to cause trouble, moved aside. Some brave souls stopped to watch the excitement. Song Shi watched them approach expressionlessly. Seeking death? She welcomed it. Tang Yu, on his back, frowned uncomfortably, disturbed by their voices. Song Shi changed his mind. Silently, he threw a few sleepy and peaceful weapons at the men. Their steps became unsteady, and confusion flickered in their eyes. Why should they be angry? Losing is losing, it's not their fault. The other party is an awakened, how dare they mess with an awakened? Mage actually instigated them to mess with an awakened. They should respect the awakened. But I'm a little sleepy now. Why don't we go back to bed? A few people yawned repeatedly, glanced at each other, lost interest in the ring match, and walked towards the hall door simultaneously. Although their walking paths were exactly the same, their auras were completely different from before. Just now, they were clearly about to fight, but now they were just strolling by. The onlookers looked at each other in confusion, some whispering, "What's going on? Why did they suddenly calm down and stop fighting? I'm still here watching the fun." Song Shi stood still. How could she let these people go so easily? Illusionary despair. Invisible mental tentacles burst out from Song Shi's body, connecting with the brains of the 5 people. The 5 peaceful people, eager only to sleep, were unaware that their most horrifying memories had been read by Song Shi, and had no idea what was about to happen next. As they passed by Song Shi, they greeted him one after another. Your friend is quite capable. Come back next time, I bet on you. Stay away from Mag, he's a treacherous fellow. Go to bed early. Don't come to places like this. With that, they descended the stairs and dispersed, each seeking their own transportation. Halfway through their journey, the burly man in the front suddenly crouched on the ground, holding his head and shouting, I surrender. Don't kill me, I tell you everything, don't kill me. This was a signal, and over the next 10 seconds, the remaining 4 people began to behave erratically one after another. The man with half a face tattooed, who had been the most aggressive and foul-mouthed, immediately drew the gun from his waistband and fired more than a dozen rounds into the air before him, constantly threatening, Don't come over. Don't come over. Some simply lay on the ground, feigning death, while others ran away crying, still shouting Mom. The crowd, drawn back by the sound of gunfire and returning to watch the excitement, saw the scene and grumbled. Are these people crazy? They're all so weird. They all need to be exorcised. Amidst the chatter, a black aircraft hovered in front of the Skogin building. Song Shi's computer automatically compared the information and confirmed that the aircraft in front of him was the one he had called, prompting him to get in the car. Song Shi ignored the 5 crazy men and walked towards the aircraft, carrying Tang Yu on his back. The car door opened automatically, and Song Shi placed Tang Yu in the back seat, sitting next to her. The Federation's rental aircraft are divided into 2 categories, those with pilots and those without. The latter requires a licensed pilot. Song Shi hadn't taken the test, so the computer defaulted to booking the former. The pilot slowly lifted the aircraft into the air. Song Shi tilted his head, peering through the window. The 5 people were still in a state of madness. Once the illusionary despair is successfully created, breaking through the illusion and regaining consciousness requires exposure to a more sensory-impacting scene. The fire rhinoceros cave rat, trapped in the illusionary despair and forced out of its cave, regained consciousness after seeing her again. The creator of the shadow. Recovering from this state won't be easy for these 5 people unless a psychic awakener is willing to help them. Given their social status, they likely won't have access to a psychic awakener. So, during this period, they will continue to experience their most fearful and desperate situations, repeating over and over again. If they're unlucky, they might even be locked up as mentally ill. The aircraft soared higher and higher, the lights of the Skarkin building fading into the distance, and the silhouettes on the ground blurred. Song Shi averted her gaze. Suddenly, goosebumps rose beneath her sweatshirt. For no apparent reason, They disappeared in an instant. Song Shi paused for a moment, maintaining her original position, her mind on alert. She glanced at the driver in the driver's seat, concentrating on the task. The emotion color was transparent, indicating that he was calm, his attention focused on piloting the aircraft. Song Shi glanced around again. Occasionally, aircraft flew past them, maintaining a safe distance. Was she overthinking it? Was the trembling just a natural reaction? Song Shi touched her arm, still not feeling reassured. She turned on her computer, and suddenly realized it had no signal. Chapter 165. The optical computer lost its signal, which only happens when there's a signal blocker nearby. There's a signal blocker on the aircraft. Song Shi looked at the pilot's console. All the indicators were on, and the flight data was constantly updating. No, if there was a blocker inside, the aircraft wouldn't be able to operate normally. The aircraft's devices and systems that constantly monitor its flight position had long since failed. The aircraft should have automatically landed by now. Song Shi grabbed Tang Yu's wrist and checked her optical computer. The situation was the same, no signal. It only blocked the optical computer signal, not the aircraft. A possibility flashed through Song Shi's mind. A superbrain awakener. Oh my god! The pilot suddenly cried out. Why isn't the control stick working? He rapidly flicked the control stick, but the aircraft showed no reaction, completely ignoring his commands and continuing to speed forward. This aircraft isn't responding to my commands. The pilot frantically cried. We need to land. There's something seriously wrong with this damn aircraft. Song Shi had a vague suspicion that the aircraft might not be able to land properly. Sure enough, the pilot maneuvered with all his might, but the aircraft continued to move forward at the same speed. Why can't it even land? The pilot snarled. This is fucked. I have to call the police. He pressed the aircraft's alarm button. No response. He covered his face with his hands in fear and screamed, We can't even call the police. Our aircraft has been hijacked. Song Shi sat in the back seat, motionless. The aircraft was clearly being controlled by an awakened super brain. To be able to do this, the other party's level was uncertain. What was their purpose? The fact that the aircraft crashed without any control meant they weren't trying to kill her. The aircraft was moving with a purpose, likely taking her somewhere, and the other party wanted to meet her. What was their identity? Why would they go to such great lengths to meet her? Song Shi fell into deep thought, his mind racing through all the suspicious individuals. Oh right, there's also the light computer. The pilot finally remembered the light computer as a way to alert the police, and as if grasping at a last straw, he activated it. And then, ah! A groundhog screamed. Song Shi instinctively covered his ears. Tang Yu opened her eyes at the scream. She surveyed her surroundings in confusion. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I've never offended such a powerful figure before. They're definitely coming for you. Every wrong has its perpetrator, so please don't bother me. The pilot held the joystick and prayed devoutly. Tang Yu looked at Song Shi, his voice a little hoarse. What happened? Someone has taken control of this aircraft, and is forcibly taking us somewhere, Song Shi explained briefly. Tang Yu reacted quickly, glancing at the signal from the optical brain and deducing, a super brain awakener, class A or above. Song Shi nodded in agreement. Landing. Arriving at their destination, a desolate mountain, Song Shi calmed down. After shouting in the front seat, the pilot turned to look at Song Shi and Tang Yu in the back seat, his tone pitiful. As soon as the aircraft lands, you jump out immediately. Understand? Those people are definitely coming for you. Only if you jump can I be safe. You're fighting like gods, don't involve ordinary citizens like me. It's not easy for me to make a living, and I have parents and children to support. But don't worry, once I fly the aircraft to a safe place, I definitely call the police. He patted his chest. Fear was so intense that sweat covered his forehead, and his voice trembled. Song Shi looked at him coldly, saying nothing. We will, Tang Yu reminded him gently. We're about to land. Get ready. Okay. He turned back, trembling, and gripped the joystick. The aircraft landed smoothly. Without the pilot making any adjustments, the right rear door of the aircraft automatically opened. Right behind him was Song Shi's position. The super brain awakener was constantly monitoring the interior of the aircraft. His only target was Song Shi. Song Shi didn't get out immediately, but looked at Tang Yu beside him. Tang Yu understood Song Shi's intention almost instantly, and looked at her firmly. I want to accompany. She hadn't finished the rest of her words. Song Shi cast illusionary despair on her. The first step of illusionary despair creates a hypnotic effect. Song Shi didn't proceed to the second step. With the first step, he simply knocked Tang Yu down. Before jumping out of the car, Song Shi shouted to the driver, "Send her back to Tomorrow University." With that, he manually closed the door. The aircraft eagerly took off. The ground shook, and Song Shi turned to look at the source of the vibration. Strange beasts, 3 of them, golden bone spiral tiger. Its defense and attack power are extremely strong, second to none among similar-sized strange beasts. Their bones are incredibly strong. Humans regularly organize hunts outside of their bases for golden bone spiral tiger spines. The fact that humans are willing to risk such great risks speaks volumes about the preciousness of their spines. Strong yet flexible, the Federation collects golden bone spiral tiger spines at a high price and supplies them to the machine-assisted manufacturing department. Weapons crafted from golden bone spiral tiger spines are mostly used by the Berserker and Warrior classes, achieving an invincible effect. Unfortunately, golden bone spiral tigers are difficult to hunt in large groups, and weapons crafted from their spines are few and far between, reserved for only the most valuable awakened. For example, Lu Xing today. Song Shi once coveted his sword for a long time. Why were golden bone spiral tigers present within the base? Song Shi gazed at the 3 clearly mature golden bone spiral tigers before him. Although exotic beasts occasionally appear within the base, the walls of the human base weren't immune to all alien beasts. From time to time, burrowing and flying alien beasts would slip in while humans were off guard, and they would bring in other kinds of alien beasts. However, Song Shi didn't think the golden bone spiral tiger's appearance where she had landed was a coincidence. Looking around, she saw dense trees, and on a distant hilltop, she could even see the top of a manor castle, partially hidden by the trees. This place looked like a wealthy manor, located in a remote area. But where were the people? Why were there only alien beasts? Where were the awakened super brains? Song Shi scanned her surroundings. At night, if there were people hiding around, their emotions would glow, and she would surely be able to see them. Alas, there were none. The only living creatures in this place seemed to be the golden bone spiral tiger. 3 golden bone spiral tigers had surrounded Song Shi from 3 sides, pacing toward her. Their dark green eyes gleamed with greed, and their crimson tongues licked the fur around their mouths. They salivated furiously at Song Shi, their prey. Song Shi temporarily dismissed all other thoughts and cautiously stared at the 3 golden bone spiral tigers. They couldn't be underestimated. They were arguably the most powerful beasts she had encountered so far. His right hand slowly reached toward the hem of his sweatshirt and pulled out a dagger from the side of his leg, where it was covered. A layer of blue flame coated the dagger, which quickly spread, and a virtual long sword took shape. Virtual weapon. The blue blade was a meter long. Song Shi grasped the dagger by the handle and swung it. Blue flame streaked through the air, leaving a blue trail. The golden bone spiral tigers paused as they saw Song Shi unsheath his weapons. They sensed a threat from Song Shi. Chapter 166. In the moment they hesitated, Song Shi, sword in hand, rushed towards the golden bone spiral tiger in the center. His figure shot out like lightning, reaching the golden bone spiral tiger's side in an instant, slashing with his sword. The golden bone spiral tiger's reaction was also incredibly fast. Sensing the approaching danger, it half-crouched, its hind legs tensed, poised for a leap. The moment the blue flaming sword slashed down, its body formed a beautiful arc and leaped out. The blade grazed its fur, sending sparks and lightning flying in its wake. The golden bone spiral tiger fell to the ground on all fours, turning its head to look back. A large patch of baldness clung to its back, revealing the ugly purple-black flesh beneath. Song Shi's eyes shone with regret. If only he had been quicker. The golden bone spiral tiger looked at its back and roared angrily. A ferocious look flickered in its dark, beastly eyes as it bared its teeth at Song Shi, the culprit. Its jagged fangs shone a sharp white light. It exchanged glances with its other 2 companions for a moment. The 2 companions understood its intention and flanked Song Shi, while it lunged directly at him, biting him. Song Shi decisively stepped back, then grasped the knife with both hands, gathering strength and slashing at the tiger's neck. Puff! The blade easily pierced the golden bone spiral tiger's flesh, leaving a 40-centimeter long wound. Song Shi's eyes flashed with amazement. This virtual knife was no less lethal than any weapon produced by the machine-aided manufacturing system. But then he thought, if the virtual weapon had previously been able to pierce Hongguji's glass cage, it made sense that it could now slash through the flesh of a strange beast. The blood beads brought out by the blue flame knife rubbed against the golden bone tiger's fur, which was as hard as steel needles. It shook its body, and shook off all the blood beads. It was completely enraged, eagerly opening its sharp white serrations, biting at Song Shi's waist again. 2 rows of serrations appeared simultaneously on both sides of Song Shi's waist. The serrations closed tightly, about to bite. A brilliant deep blue blade arc descended from the sky, imbued with immense spiritual power. It passed through the corner of the golden bone spiral tiger's mouth and tore through its body. The spiritual power spread, and the surrounding trees trembled. Song Shi gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, letting it fall naturally in front of him. The rubber band snapped under the powerful energy wave, and his hair spread out, flying all over the air. Before Song Shi, the golden bone spiral tiger's body was split in 2, its spine neatly cut. Blood flowed like a sea, quickly spreading to Song Shi's feet. Song Shi took a deep breath. She had actually, with a single blow, split the golden bone spiral tiger in half, including its spine. The power of this move truly shocked Song Shi. If she could split the bones of the golden bone spiral tiger, didn't that mean her virtual weapon skills were superior to the psychic weapons produced by the machine-assisted manufacturing department? Song Shi's nerves were a bit excited. The other 2 golden bone spiral tigers pounced in an instant. Without turning his head, Song Shi raised his knife and thrust back. Without moving a step, he stabbed the right golden bone spiral tiger in the abdomen. The golden bone spiral tiger remained in a flying position. Song Shi exerted force with his wrist and bit his body. As if slicing tofu, he easily cut through the thick flesh of the golden bone spiral tiger's abdomen, the tip of the knife piercing a depth of more than 10 centimeters. Intestines and stomach spilled out in a rush. Song Shi dodged, avoiding being drenched in the water. The other golden bone spiral tiger was unable to dodge, and collided with the ripped-open golden bone spiral tiger, pinning it beneath him. It struggled to pry its head from the sticky guts, but before it could even prop up its limbs and stand, a blade of blue flame, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, whizzed past it. It had no time to react as its head was ripped off, and the world in its sight began to flip upside down, eventually becoming inverted. The human, knife in hand, approached and stopped before it. Still blinking, not dead yet. One more strike. Song Shi raised the knife and stabbed it into the tiger's head, which had tumbled to the ground. With a twist of his wrist, he stirred the brain matter around before pulling it out. Kicking the massive tiger's head, Song Shi was satisfied. This time, it's dead. She scanned the battlefield. The 3 golden bone whirling tigers had died in different ways, but all were horrific. Virtual weapons were indeed useful, but their only drawback was that they consumed a great deal of mental energy. The 3 moves she used against the 3 golden bone whirling tigers reduced her mental energy reserves by nearly a third. Especially the move that split the spine of the first golden bone spiral tiger, which directly consumed 900 mental power points. The move that ripped open its belly cost just over 100 points. Severing its head took less than 200 points. Anything involving the bones of a golden bone spiral tiger is a significant loss. However, the golden bone spiral tiger boasts the best defense among all alien beasts of its size. It seems they mentioned in the Alien Beasts and Alien Beasts class that the golden bone spiral tiger ranks in the top 10 in terms of defense among all alien beasts. So, a single move like today, costing 900 mental power, wouldn't happen often. She had more than enough mental power to deal with other alien beasts. To be on the safe side, she still needed a weapon produced by the machine-assisted manufacturing department. With such a weapon, the effect would be far more devastating than extending the virtual blade onto an ordinary dagger. Song Shi lowered her eyes to glance at the ground. In the illumination of the blue flame blade, she saw the blood from the corpses of the 3 golden bone spiral tigers spread to the soles of her feet. Song Shi took a few steps back, avoiding the area. The golden bone spiral tigers were dead. The person who had placed them there must have appeared. Song Shi looked around, searching for the unidentified light source that hinted at emotional color. At the same time, his mental power quietly spread out, sensing suspicious mental fluctuations. The other party was an awakened super brain system. Even if his emotions remained flat and stable, without any change, his mental power fluctuations would reveal his location. Alas, there was none. The surroundings were silent, and Song Shi could detect neither emotional color nor mental power fluctuations. Song Shi lowered his eyes and thought, this shouldn't be the case. The aircraft landing here was clearly being secretly operated, and the presence of these 3 golden bone spiral tigers seemed deliberately orchestrated. Now, the place was deserted. The awakened super brains were capable of controlling the aircraft, but they couldn't drive the 3 alien beasts here. Someone else was behind the expulsion, and that person might not just be a single psychic, but a team. Could there be a space-based psychic among them? Come out! Songshur tentatively shouted into the void. As soon as she finished speaking, a blue vortex the size of a fist appeared 10 meters in front of her. Songshur was all too familiar with this kind of vortex. A spatial gate. A space-based psychic. Just as she expected, the vortex continued to expand, and just when Songshur thought it would be large enough for one person to exit, it stopped. Only a vortex the size of a football remained suspended in midair. A hoarse, middle-aged man's voice rang out from within. Dual system, hee. His laughter rolled out of his throat with difficulty, like rusted gears. Songshur stared at the vortex and gripped the knife handle tightly. Who? Come out! Chapter 167. You don't remember me? The voice sounded doubtful, tinged with anger. Perhaps the original body remembered who he was, but Songshur didn't inherit its memories, so even his own mother didn't recognize him. As Songshur pondered his response, the vortex ball inexplicably let out another burst of manic laughter. The laughter was eerie and unsettling in the pitch-black woods. Songshur clenched his knife handle. What should he do? He wanted to pull out the old man hiding inside and give him a beating. Who cares who it is? Laugh, laugh, laugh. What's so funny? Playing tricks. Hee. You're right, you don't recognize me. I've never seen you before. Songshur, If it weren't for the news about a dual-element awakener appearing at base 11, I wouldn't have known I had a daughter. I can't believe you're still alive. That woman didn't strangle you to death. What a kind healer. Oh, it was her scumbag father. Song Yi, who had committed a bunch of rubbish, assaulted police officers, and fled the human base, surprisingly didn't die outside and was still alive and well. It seemed he even had his own team of awakened ones. Having survived so far outside the base, where alien beasts were rampant, Songshur was curious about his survival methods. She had never heard of humans surviving outside the base. All the Federation's information described the environment outside the base as harsh, with a lack of food, polluted water, and frequent alien beasts. Humans couldn't survive more than 3 days outside the base. Those people in the Federation are truly forgiving. My bloodline. How dare they let you walk out of the experimental base unscathed? The man in the vortex sighed. His self-righteous tone irritated Songshur. The implication of his words infuriated Songshur even more. He dismissed all her efforts to survive, attributing them solely to his blood and the federal government's generosity. You think too highly of yourself, Songshur said coldly. You're just a criminal with nowhere else to go but to fend for yourself outside the base. I was able to leave the lab because I'm the Federation's first dual system. Your value to the Federation is nothing. The vortex remained silent for more than 10 seconds. Songshur was prepared for the other party to fly into a rage and send out some of his psychic minions or release a few more beasts. She wasn't afraid at all. She even hoped he'd show up in person in a fit of rage. She wanted to confront this scumbag. Unfortunately, he didn't play by the rules. A low, hoarse laugh echoed from the vortex. It rose and fell, sometimes frantic, sometimes cold. Every time the tone dropped, just when Songshur thought he was about to stop, he suddenly raised his voice. This went on, as if there was a perpetual laughter machine installed across the way. Songshur's patience was gradually running out. She took a few steps forward and kicked the scattered golden bone spiral tiger's entrails towards the blue vortex. You laugh again. The space awakener on the other side was slow to react. Their entrails hurled into the space gate, and the vortex only then closed with a belated realization. It was too late. Although she couldn't see what was on the other side of the space gate, Songshur's experience from having passed through it several times suggested that in order to transmit sound remotely, one had to stand right next to it. She wondered if her A-rank berserker-type scumbag father had reacted and successfully dodged it. Songshur looked down at her computer. The signal had somehow returned. Songshur immediately sent a message to the old principal. Someone's trying to kill me. She attached her current address. Just as Songshur's message showed it had been sent, the signal disappeared. At the same moment, a vortex reappeared across from her, this time a size larger than before. It seemed to be saying, I'm not afraid of you because of your sneak attack. Look, I dare to expand even further. But it wasn't big enough for a person to pass through. As expected of my daughter, some of your actions are very similar to mine. For the first time, Songshur tried to justify her behavior. The fact that she resembled Song Yi made her feel sick. I'm not like you. All berserkers are like that. The subtext was, stop flattering me. I gave you the opportunity to awaken the berserker element, but you can't draw a line between us. You can become dual element because I chose that woman as your mother. You should thank me, not draw a line between us. Songshur felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Come out, we can talk face to face. I haven't even met you yet. You're not just coming to me to catch up, are you? Only by easing the tension between us can you better achieve your goals. Face to face is a great way to do that. I kill you with one sword when you come out. Songshur smiled, trying to keep his tone calm. I'm your father. Although I haven't been in your life for the first 18 years, I can discern your true intentions from every word you say. This is probably the tacit understanding between father and daughter. It's a wonderful magnetic field. Songshur dropped his pretense and asked coldly, You brought me here, and used 3 golden bone spiral tigers to test my strength. What's your purpose? I want to care about you, the other person said hypocritically. I haven't fulfilled my fatherly responsibilities in the past, causing you so much suffering. From today on, I want to pay attention to your growth and let you experience a father's love. Please don't insult the word fatherly love. You need me to do something for you. You're testing my strength to see if I'm capable of doing it for you. You could have just said it. Songshur indifferently exposed the true intentions of the person on the other side of the vortex. You're worthy of being a dual element, worthy of being my daughter, the other person praised. It seemed he already knew that trying to establish a relationship with Songshur would disgust him, so he kept bringing up these things. After so many times, Songshur grew immune to them. But Xiao Xiao, you've really wronged your father. I really just want to make up for the past wrongs I owed you. Still pretending. Songshur impatiently kicked the golden bone spiral tiger's head as it rolled to the ground. There was a feeling of helplessness, a feeling of being unable to slap the vortex away. She hated this kind of beating around the bush. I've left my contact information on your laptop. If you need anything in the future, just leave it there. Father will do his best to help you. Help her? She's in the inner city, and Song Yi has also established influence there? Or has he already slipped back into the inner city? You've already contacted your principal. He'll be here soon. Give him my regards. The vortex shrank. These 3 golden bone whirling tigers are your welcome gift from father. Also, Songshur, join the Forerunner program. That way, you have the chance to meet me in the future. I personally greet you when you leave the base. With that, the vortex shrank and vanished completely. At the same moment, 3 rapidly spinning vortices appeared behind Songshur's back. The vortices rapidly expanded, merging into one. Chapter 168. Songshur quickly shook his right hand, and the spiritual energy attached to the dagger melted into the air, transforming the blue flame blade back into a plain-looking dagger. Weapon-wielding soldiers emerged from the vortex one after another, with the principal at the forefront. The moment he saw that Songshur was still alive, the old principal's heart, which had been hanging in the balance all the way, finally settled down. Songshur had abruptly sent a message, but there had been no response, and the computer couldn't track his location. His heart sank. We had finally managed to get Songshur back from the first base, and it hadn't even been 2 days, and something unexpected had happened. He immediately made an emergency call to inform the Commander-in-Chief of the 11th Military Region's mobile force stationed at the 9th base. Upon receiving the news, the Commander-in-Chief immediately dispatched 3 space-based awakeners, who located the coordinates set by Songshur and opened the space gate. The Commander-in-Chief also dispatched an entire mobile army and notified the 9th Military Region, which in turn dispatched a nearby garrison to accompany them. Fortunately, Songshur was alright. The principal noticed the corpses of the strange beasts scattered across the ground. Using the soldier searchlights, he identified the massive head rolling on the ground as that of a golden bone spiral tiger. He was startled and carefully counted the bodies. 3 golden bone spiral tigers dead, horribly dead. If he was not mistaken, one had been split in 2 at the spine. What a sharp tool it would take to sever a golden bone spiral tiger's spine with such a clean cut. I'm afraid even weapons produced by the machine-aided manufacturing department couldn't achieve this level of precision. He suppressed his chaotic thoughts, walked around the corpses, and approached the blood-soaked Songshur, asking with some trepidation, "Are you injured?" After unconsciously blurting out these caring words, he realized he asked the wrong question. Songshur was a healer, an S-rank healer. As long as one was alive, their bodies had the ability to repair themselves, so injuries wouldn't occur. It was her bloody appearance that had made him overlook this. "I'm not injured." "I'm fine," Songshur said, as expected. "Who wanted to kill you?" "What about these 3 golden bone whirling tigers?" "Someone took control of my aircraft. When it landed here, these 3 golden bone whirling tigers appeared, and I killed them," Songshur explained briefly. The principal tried to ignore the last part, "I killed them." Songshur's strength far exceeded his expectations. He would have to have the teachers evaluate him when he returned to school. At the same time, He concluded from Song Shi's description that the person who could have accomplished such a feat couldn't be an ordinary person. Awakened ones. Did you see what they looked like? Song Shi shook his head. No, they haven't been seen since the beginning. I suspect there's a space-type awakened one, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape so quickly after doing all this. The principal rather agreed with Song Shi's thoughts. Just in case, he requested that the captain of the 9th Military District, who had accompanied him, search the area for any suspicious individuals. The captain received the order and dispersed with his team. Let's go! Go back and rest. Leave this to us. We investigate thoroughly and find the mastermind behind this. Anyone who dares to touch Song Shi would destroy the chances of rebuilding the 11th base. They were an enemy of the 11th Military District and must be apprehended. We must also investigate which base was behind this. Song Shi entered the spatial portal, which opened directly onto her dormitory. Song Shi was visibly sticky, so instead of showering immediately she called Tangyu. Tangyu answered instantly. Her background looked familiar. I'm outside your room, Tangyu said. Chapter 169. Song Shi opened the door. Tangyu stood in the living room, covered in blood. Beside her, Wu Wanyan softly explained, Shi Xiao went out tonight and hasn't come back since. She caught a glimpse of the door suddenly opening, and there stood Song Shi. She covered her mouth in surprise. Shi Xiao, didn't you go out a long time ago? Noticing the blood on Song Shi's face and the stench of blood, she approached him with concern. Shi Xiao, why are you like this? Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Song Shi was distant yet polite. She stepped forward, grabbed Tangyu's wrist, and pulled her into the room. Before closing the door, she said to Wu Wanyun, I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep today. I treat you to dinner another day. The healing team has morning training tomorrow, so you should get some rest. With that, she closed the door. It was already 2 in the morning. Song Shi pushed a chair for Tangyu to sit on, then leaned against the edge of the desk, and took the initiative to explain how he had knocked her down today. The situation is critical, and the person behind this is clearly formidable. I'm worried the pilot won't be able to gather reliable reinforcements, so I can only ask you to return to school and fetch the principal. Tangyu understood Song Shi's decision. With her current strength, staying there would be a burden. Song Shi was strong enough and experienced enough that even if he was defeated, she could easily escape on her own. Sending her away was indeed a very correct decision. Tangyu wasn't one to make unreasonable demands. After understanding the pros and cons, she calmed down and focused on the more important matter. Who did it? The blood on you. Did you kill him? The scumbag father of this body, her blood relative, did it. Killed him? He was so cunning that he didn't even show his face. It was done by an awakened person named Song Yi. I didn't kill him. He was accompanied by a space-type awakened person. He never showed up from the beginning. He only released 3 golden bone spiral tigers to test me, and I killed them. Song Yi? Tangyu repeated the name. She didn't know Song Shi's father's name, and thought it was just a coincidence that they shared the same surname. Who is he? Why would he test her strength? What was his purpose? Tangyu couldn't understand why someone would use ferocious golden bone spiral tigers to test Song Shi's strength. It was a simple and crude method, but it was extremely dangerous. And where did they get the golden bone spiral tigers? This is a human base. Just look at their furtive behavior today, and the origin of these 3 beasts is questionable. They're also an awakened person. Isn't he afraid of trouble from the 11th military region for doing this? Tangyu had so many questions because she didn't know the relationship between Song Yi and Song Shi, nor did she know what kind of person Song Yi was. He's my father, a berserker-type A-rank awakener. Before I was born, he committed a capital crime and escaped the human base on his way to the laboratory. Tangyu struggled to digest Song Shi's words. He left the human base 18 years ago, and he's still alive? The berserker-type's vitality is so tenacious. Thinking of something, Tangyu looked up. Is this the first time he's contacted you? Song Shi nodded. Song Yi had also said that he learned about his daughter from the news. It was ridiculous. Her father, whom her original self had never met, had been encountered by her, a soul from another world. What bad luck. He was testing you, hoping to use you for his own purposes. Tangyu pondered for a dozen seconds before fully understanding. He got word of your dual awakening through some source, and knows you have a promising future in the Federation, so he wants to win you over before it's too late. You're just dreaming, relying on a shred of blood ties. Song Shi commented coldly. He survived outside the base until now, and with other psychics around him, so it's clear that the outside isn't completely unsuitable for human survival. He even managed to deliver the three-headed golden bone whirling tiger to you. He's already established his own power. Tang Yu continued to speculate. He's been labeled a criminal and a scum by the human base, and he escaped from the base to avoid being dissected. According to the base's rules, he's never allowed to return. With his violent nature, Tang Yu glanced at Song Shi. With his vengeful nature, he probably hates the federal government. He's probably going to make an enemy of it, and do something detrimental to the human base. Song Shi agreed, recalling Song Ye's laughter. He was clearly in a state of madness. Surviving outside the human base wouldn't be easy. Song Ye had been living comfortably in the human base, enjoying the glory of an awakened being, and hadn't done anything to help his fellow humans. He endured so much hardship outside the base, so how could he not take some revenge on society? Have you told the principal about this? Tang Yu asked Song Shi tentatively. In her opinion, there was no father-daughter relationship between Song Shi and Song Ye. Several times when she mentioned Song Ye's name, Song Shi's expression subconsciously showed impatience. Tell the principal about Song Ye's existence, and he have a direction. He could mobilize the forces of the 11th Military Region to investigate Song Ye, find him, and kill him. Not yet. Tang Yu knew Song Shi had his reasons for doing this, and waited silently for her to continue. Song Shi expressed his speculation. He's making such a big fuss to publicly announce to the Federation that he's still alive. He's using my name to demonstrate to the Federation. Song Ye had never worried that her daughter, whom he hadn't seen in 18 years, would reveal the news of his survival. This was enough to confirm it. I didn't do what he wanted today. Just wait and see. He won't be able to sit still. He immediately announced it himself, and let everyone know. Chapter 170. Since the outcome couldn't be changed, she preferred to give him a hard time. Trying to step on her for a cool entrance? No way. Tang Yu was more concerned about Song Shi's future. If he leaks the news that he's still alive, your relationship will be exposed. If his influence becomes sufficiently threatening to the federal government, the Federation won't be able to eliminate him all at once. He'd become a cancer growing on the Federation's back. The Federation will also resent your existence, and your dual-line identity will be greatly compromised. Song Shi could have had a bright future. Song Ye's existence was once just a negligible stain on Song Shi's character. But now, that stain has become a pair of hands, dragging her off a cliff. He's made it impossible for you to stay in the federal government. He's forcing you to choose him. Perhaps this is his real reason for meeting with you today. Tang Yu suddenly understood, unable to hide her anger, and stood up excitedly. From the moment the news of Song Shi's dual-element identity was announced, and the fact that the 11th Military Region personally contacted the first base to request Song Shi's services, it was clear that Song Shi's strength was extraordinary. Further probing was unnecessary. He was deliberately reminding the Federation's top brass that his daughter was the only dual-element member of the Federation. He wanted to block Song Shi's path to ascension from the human base, leaving her with no other options and turning her into his own instrument. A sinister and vicious violent element member, she couldn't imagine how a father could go to such lengths as Song Ye. He was plotting to destroy his own daughter's future with his own hands. Wang Ding, though not related by blood, treated her like his own, never letting her suffer a single hardship. To ensure she could accumulate sufficient spiritual energy and lay the foundation for future upgrades, even if he couldn't afford nutrient solution, he would use the money he saved to buy her spiritual strengthening food. If someone who wasn't her biological father could do this, Song Ye, how could he have the heart to ruin her future after missing out on Song Shi's first meeting after 18 years of her life? Song Shi stood up straight, gently patted Tang Yu's head, extinguishing the sparks, and sighed, "Don't be angry. Don't worry about him ruining my future. He's nothing. Humanity's true enemy is the alien beasts, not the villains who have claimed the throne after occupying the mountains outside the base for over a decade. They will only cause temporary trouble to the federal government. The federal government's concern has been the alien beasts for 200 years. Song Shi spoke slowly and steadily. She remained calm because she knew Song Ye's scheme to drag her into this trouble might have worked for anyone else, but it pales in comparison to her. I will demonstrate my irreplaceable value to the Federation. Join the Forerunner program. Whether on the front lines or deep behind the alien beasts, I will become an indispensable force. The federal government will ignore the fact that my biological father is a criminal. They will personally exonerate me, and clear the stain of Song Ye for me." Tang Yu understood and said in a daze, "It's like the Federation, knowing that Berserker types are born criminals, yet still promoting Berserker types and researching how to awaken Berserker types, because Berserker types bring unparalleled value to the other types." Song Shi tapped her forehead with his finger. "That's a good metaphor. Tang Yu hadn't expected Song Shi's action. Belatedly, she covered her forehead with her hands, looking foolish. Song Shi crossed his legs naturally, leaned back against the table, and said leisurely, "So Song Yi can do whatever he wants. He's him, and I'm me." The bond of blood has long been severed by the reality of gain, yet he remains obsessed with it. Song Shi's face was sarcastic. Sure enough, the air outside the base is poisonous. He's been there for 18 years, and his nerves have become dull. Tang Yu looked at the confident and flamboyant Song Shi before her, feeling lost. Can a person really change so much overnight? Sometimes she wondered if the stimulation experiment Song Shi participated in had truly failed. Perhaps she had already awakened during that experiment before she turned 18, and had been hiding it ever since. How else could one explain such a dramatic change in a person? "So what are you going to do next?" Tang Yu asked. After the stimulation experiment, Song Shi had always been a man who would avenge any grudge. On the bus early that morning of his senior year, Song Shi suddenly acquired this violent quality. What to do? Song Shi recalled the series of rubbish Song Yi had done. Although he hadn't been present in the original's life, his tragic existence was entirely his fault. It would have been fine if he had remained unknown. She wouldn't have gone out of her way to find him. But he suddenly resurrected, appeared before her, testing her, provoking her, disgusting her. We have to let him know he's not the only violent type in the world. After sending Tang Yu away, Song Shi washed the blood off the beast. It was 3 in the morning. She didn't go to bed immediately. Instead, she turned on her computer and sent a message to Glasses. What's the situation outside the human base? Are there any living people? Song Shi didn't expect Glasses to reply instantly. She knew the time. After sending the message, she laid down and prepared for sleep. Tomorrow is Monday. The principal sent her the Berserk department's class schedule in advance. From Monday to Saturday, every morning at 5:30, the Berserk department gathers in the playground for 2 hours of morning training. When she first learned she had to get up so early, she instinctively thought of switching to the healing department. Then, the principal explained that the healing department also had to train early, and 10 minutes before the Berserk department. The reason for this is that the healing department's physical strength is too weak, resulting in a high mortality rate on the battlefield. Healing departments are often the key to a team, so their self-protection abilities must be strengthened. Even if they don't know any special moves, at least they can run fast and stay out of danger. Song Shi turned off the lights in her room and calculated the sleep time she had left. 2.5 hours was a little less, but it would restore some mental strength. Unexpectedly, as soon as her head touched the pillow, her laptop beeped twice. Song Shi pulled out her laptop and turned it on. It was Glasses. Always online, a night owl. "Why are you suddenly asking about what's happening outside the base? I'm not entirely sure. The city walls are there, and ordinary people never have the chance to leave the base. Beyond the human defense zone, signals are nearly cut off. Even if there are living humans outside, no news can reach them. The black energy produced by some higher-level alien beasts is destructive to human electronic equipment. It's almost impossible to use optical computers and other devices outside the human base. For military transport planes used to transfer personnel between bases, the greatest threat when flying outside the human base isn't physical attacks from flying beasts, but the black energy emitted by high-level flying beasts, which can directly cause transport planes to malfunction and crash.